Sir Walter Scott's Journal. It's November. Edinburgh, November 2018, 25. I have all my life regretted that I did not keep a regular journal. I have myself lost recollection of much that was interesting, and I have deprived my family and the public of some curious information by not carrying this resolution into effect. I have bethought me on seeing lately some volumes of Byron's notes that he probably had hit upon the right way of keeping such a memorandum book, by throwing aside all pretense to regularity and order and marking down events just as they occurred to recollection. I will try this plan, and behold, I have a handsome locked volume, such as might serve for a ladies' album. Nota bene, John Lockhart and Anne and I are to raise a society for the suppression of albums. It is a most troublesome shape of mendicity. So your autograph a line of poetry, or a prose sentence among all the sprawling sonnets and blotted trumpery that dishonors these miscellanies. A man must have a good stomach that can swallow this botheration as a compliment. I was in Ireland last summer and had a most delightful tour. It cost me upwards of 500, including 100 left with Walter and Jane, for we traveled a large party. And in style, there is much less exaggerated about the Irish than is to be expected. Their poverty is not exaggerated. It is on the extreme verge of human misery. Their cottages would scarce serve for pigsties even in Scotland, and their rags seem the very refuse of a rag shop, and are disposed on their bodies with such ingenious variety of wretchedness that you would think nothing but some sort of perverted taste could have assembled so many shreds together. You are constantly fearful that some knot or loop will give and place the individual before you in all the primitive simplicity of paradise. Then, for their food, they have only potatoes, and too few of them, yet the men look stout and healthy, the women buxom and well-colored. Dined with us being Sunday, Will Clerk and Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp W. Roman 100, is the second son of the celebrated author of Naval Tactics, when I have known him intimately since our college days, and to my thinking never met a man of greater powers, or more complete information on all desirable subjects in youth. He had strongly the Edinburgh pruritus disputandi, but habits of society have greatly mellowed it, and though still anxious to gain your suffrage to his views, he endeavors rather to conciliate your opinion than conquer it by force. Still, there is enough of tenacity of sentiment to prevent in London society, where all must go slack and easy W. Roman 100, from rising to the very top of the tree. As a conversation man, who must not only wind the thread of his argument gracefully, but also know when to let go. But I like the Scotch taste better. There is more matter, more information, above all more spirit in it. Clerk will, I am afraid, leave the world little more than the report of his fame. He is too indolent to finish any considerable work too. Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp is another very remarkable man. He was bred a clergyman, but did not take orders, owing, I believe, to a peculiar effeminacy of voice, which must have been unpleasant in reading prayers. Some family quarrels occasioned his being indifferently provided for by a small annuity from his elder brother, extorted by an arbitral decree. He has infinite wit and a great turn for antiquarian lore, as the publications of Kirkton III, etc., bear witness. His drawings are the most fanciful and droll imaginable, a mixture between Hogarth and some of those foreign masters who painted temptations of St. Anthony and such grotesque subjects. As a poet, he has not a very strong touch. Strange that his finger ends can describe so well what he cannot bring out clearly and firmly in words. If he were to make drawing a resource, it might raise him a large income. But though a lover of antiquities, and therefore of expensive trifles, Roman 100 Ks, is too aristocratic to use his art to assist his revenue. He is a very complete genealogist, and has made many detections in Douglas and other books on pedigree, which our nobles would do well to suppress, if they had an opportunity. Strange that a man should be curious after scandal of centuries old. Not but Charles loves it fresh, and fresh also, for being very much a fashionable man, he is always master of the reigning report, and he tells the anecdote with such gusto that there is no helping sympathizing with him. The peculiarity of voice, adding not a little to the general effect. My idea is that Roman 100 Ks, with his oddities, tastes, satire, and high aristocratic feelings, resembles Horace Walpole perhaps in his person, also in a general way. See Miss Hawkins, Anecdotes 4, for a description of the author of the Castle of Otranto. No other company at dinner, except my cheerful and good-humored friend Missy MacDonald. 5, so-called in fondness, 1 bottle of champagne, with the ladies' assistants, 2 of claret. I observed that both these great connoisseurs were very nearly, if not quite, agreed that there are no absolutely undoubted originals of Queen Mary. But how then should we be so very distinctly informed as to her features? What has become of all the originals which suggested these innumerable copies? Surely Mary must have been as unfortunate in this as in other particulars of her life. 6. November 21. I am enamored of my journal. I wish the zeal may. But last once more of Ireland, I said their poverty was not exaggerated. Neither is their witner, their good humorner, their whimsical absurditiner, their courage. Would I gave a fellow a shilling on some occasion, when sixpence was the fee. Remember you owe me sixpence, Pat, may your honor live. Till I pay you there was courtesy as well as wit in this, and all the clothes on Pat's back would have been dearly bought by the sum in question. Good humor there is perpetual kindness in the Irish cabin. Buttermilk, potatoes, a stool is offered, or a stone is rolled that your honor may sit down and be out of the smoke. And those who beg everywhere else seem desirous to exercise free hospitality in their own houses. Their natural disposition is turned to gaiety and happiness, while a Scotchman is thinking about the term day, or if easy. On that subject about hell in the next world, well, an Englishman is making a little hell of his own in the present, because his muffin is not well roasted. Pat's mind is always turned to fun and ridicule. They are terribly excitable, to be sure, and will murder you on slight suspicion, and find out next day that it was all a mistake, and that it was not yourself they meant to kill at all at all. Absurdity. They were widening the road near Lord Claremont's seat. As we passed, a number of cars were drawn up together at a particular point, where we also halted, as we understood they were blowing a rock. And the shot was expected presently to go off. After waiting 2 minutes or so, a fellow called out something, and our carriage, as a planet and the cars for satellites, started all forward at once, the Irishmen whooping and crying, and the horses galloping, unable to learn the meaning of this. I was only left to suppose that they had delayed firing the intended shot till we should pass, and that we were passing quickly to make the delay as short as possible. No such thing. By dint of making great haste, we got within 10 yards of the rock, when the blast took place, throwing dust and gravel on our carriage, and had our postilion brought us a little nearer, it was not for want of hallowing and flogging that he did not. We should have had a still more serious share of the explosion. The explanation I received from the drivers was that they had been told by the overseer that, as the mine had been so long in going off, he dared say we would have time to pass it, so we just waited long enough to make the danger imminent. I have only to add that 2 or 3 people got behind the carriage just for nothing, but to see how our honors got past. Went to the Oil Gas Committee 7 this morning, of which concern I am president or chairman. It has amused me much by bringing me into company with a body of active, business-loving, money-making citizens of Edinburgh, chiefly Whigs, by the way, whose sentiments and proceedings amuse me. The stock is rather low in the market, 35's premium. Instead of 5, it must rise. However, for the advantages of the light are undeniable, and folks will soon become accustomed to idle apprehensions or misapprehensions from 20 to 25. Should light a house capitally, supposing you leave town in the vacation. The 3 last quarters cost me 10 tens, and the first 8 was greatly overcharged. We will see what this, the worst and darkest quarter, costs. Dined with Sir Robert Dundas 8, where we met Lord and Lady Melville, my little nieces ex officio. Gave us some pretty music I do not know, and cannot utter a note of music, and complicated harmonies. Seemed to me a babble of confused though pleasing sounds. Yet songs and simple melodies, especially if connected with words and ideas, have as much effect on me as on most people. But then I hate to hear a young person sing without feeling and expression suited to the song. I cannot bear a voice that has no more life in it than a pianoforte or a buglehorn. There is something about all the fine arts of soul and spirit which, like the vital principle in man, defies the research of the most critical anatomist. You feel where it is not yet. You cannot describe what it is you want. Sir Joshua, or some other great painter, was looking at a picture on which much pains had been bestowed. Why, yes, he said, in a hesitating manner, it is very clever, very well, don't find fault. But it wants something, it wants, damn mate wants. That, throwing his hand over his head and snapping his fingers. Tom Moore's is the most exquisite warbling I ever heard. Next to him, David Macculloch 9, for Scott's songs, the last, when a boy at Dumfries, was much admired by Burns, who used to get him to try over the words, which he composed to new melodies. He is brother of Macculloch of Ardwell. November 22. Moore. I saw Moore for the first time, I may say, this season. We had indeed met in public 20 years ago. There is a manly frankness and perfect ease and good breeding about him, which is delightful, not the least touch of the poet or the pedant, a little, very little man less, I think, than Lewis, and somewhat like him in person. God knows not in conversation, for Matt, though a clever fellow, was a bore of the first description, Moreover, he looked always like a schoolboy. I remember a picture of him being handed about at Dalkeith House. It was a miniature, I think, by Sanders, who had contrived to muffle Lewis Person in a cloak, and place some poignard or dark lanthorn appurtenance, I think, in his hand, so as to give the picture the cast of a bravo that, like Matt Lewis said Duke Henry, to whom it had passed in turn, why, that is like a man. Imagine the effect Lewis was at his elbow. Now Moore has none of this insignificance. To be sure, his person is much stouter than that of Roman 1000 G Roman 50. His countenance is decidedly plain. But the expression is so very animated, especially in speaking or singing, that it is far more interesting than the finest features could have rendered it. I was aware that Byron had often spoken both in private society and in his journal of Moore and myself in the same breath, and with the same sort of regard, so I was curious to see what there could be in common betwixt us, Moore having lived so much in the gay world, I in the country, and with people of business, and sometimes with politicians, Moore a scholar, I none, he a musician and artist, I without knowledge of a note, he a democrat, I an aristocrat, with many other points of difference besides his being an Irishman. I a Scotchman, and both tolerably national, yet there is a point of resemblance, and a strong one. We are both good-humored fellows who rather seek to enjoy what is going forward than to maintain our dignity as lions, and we have both seen the world too widely and too well not to contemn in our souls the imaginary consequence of literary people who walk with their noses in the air, and remind me always of the fellow whom Johnson met in an alehouse, and who called himself the great Twomley inventor of the floodgate. Iron for smoothing linen, he also enjoys the mot pour rire, and so do Roman. One more has, I think, been ill-treated about Byron's memoirs. He surrendered them to the family Lord Byron's executors, and thus lost 2,000, which he had raised upon them at a most distressing moment of his life. It is true they offered and pressed the money on him afterwards, but they ought to have settled it with the booksellers, and not put poor Tom's spirit in arms against his interest. I think at least it might have been so managed at any rate. There must be an authentic life of Byron by somebody. Why should they not give the benefit of their materials to Tom Moore, whom Byron had made the depositary of his own memoirs? But T. Roman 1000 thinks that Cam Hobhouse has the purpose of writing Byron's life. Himself, he and Moore were at sharp words during the negotiation, and there was some explanation necessary before the affair ended. It was a pity that nothing save the total destruction of Byron's memoirs would satisfy his executors, but there was a reason primat nox alta. It would be a delightful addition to life. If T. Roman 1000 had a cottage within 2 miles of one, we went to the theater together, and the house being luckily a good one received T. Roman 1000 with rapture. I could have hugged them, for it paid back the debt of the kind reception I met with in Ireland. Here is a matter for a May morning, but much fitter for a November one. The general distress in the city has affected H&R Constable's great agents. Should they go, it is not likely that Constable can stand, and such an event would lead to great distress and perplexity on the part of JB and myself. Thank God, I have enough at least to pay 40 shillings in the pound, taking matters at the very worst, but much distress and inconvenience must be the consequence. I had a lesson in 1814, which should have done good upon me, but success and abundance erased it from my mind. But this is no time for journalizing or moralizing. Either necessity is like a sourfist cookmaid, and I a turnspit whom she has flogged ere now, till he mounted his wheel. If WSTK can be out by 25th January, it will do much, and it is possible. S. son has saved his comrade on shipboard by throwing himself overboard and keeping the other afloat, a very gallant thing. But the Grand Jiag Asso asks me to write a poem on the civic crown, of which he sends me a description quoted from Adam's Antiquities, which mellifluous performance is to persuade the Admiralty to give the young conservator promotion. Oh, he is a rare headpiece, an admirable Marin. I do not believe there is in nature such a full-acorned boar. Could not write to purpose for thick-coming fancies. The wheel would not turn easily and cannot be forced. My spinning wheel is auld and stiff. The rock ought win a stand, sir. To keep the temperpin in tiff. Employs aft my hand, sir. Went to dine at the Lord Justice Clerk's, as I thought, by invitation, but it was for Tuesday se'nnight. Returned very well pleased, not being exactly in the humor for company, and had a beefsteak. My appetite is surely, excepting in quantity that of a farmer, for eating moderately of anything. My epicurean pleasure is in the most simple diet. Wine I seldom taste when alone, and use instead a little spirits, and water. I have of late diminished the quantity for fear of a weakness inductive to a diabetes, a disease which broke up my father's health, though one of the most temperate men who ever lived, I smoke a couple of cigars, instead, which operates equally as a sedative. Just to drive the cold winter away and drown the fatigues of the day. I smoked a good deal about 20 years ago when at Ashestiel, but coming down one morning to the parlor, I found, as the room was small and confined, that the smell was unpleasant, and laid aside the use of the Nicotian weed for many years, but was again led to use it by the example of my son, a hussar officer, and my son-in-law, an Oxford student. I could lay it aside tomorrow. I laugh at the dominion of custom in this and many things. We make the giants first and then do not kill them. November 23, on comparing notes with Moore, I was confirmed in one or two points, which I had always laid down in considering poor Byron. One was that, like Rousseau, he was apt to be very suspicious, and a plain, downright steadiness of manner was the true mode to maintain his good opinion. Will Rose told me that once, while sitting with Byron, he fixed insensibly his eyes on his feet, one of which, it must be remembered, was deformed. Looking up suddenly, he saw Byron regarding him with a look of concentrated and deep displeasure, which wore off when he observed no consciousness or embarrassment in the countenance of Rose Murray afterwards. Explained this by telling Rose that Lord Byron was very jealous of having this personal imperfection noticed or attended to in another point. Confirmed my previous opinion, namely that Byron loved mischief-making. Moore had written to him, cautioning him against the project of establishing the paper called The Liberal, in communion with such men as P.B. Shelley and Hunt, on whom he said the world had set its mark. Byron showed this to the parties. Shelley wrote a modest and rather affecting expostulation to Moore. These two peculiarities of extreme suspicion and love of mischief are both shades of the malady which certainly tinctured some part of the character of this mighty genius, and without some tendency towards, which genius I mean, that kind which depends on the imaginative power perhaps, cannot exist to great extent. The wheels of a machine to play rapidly must not fit with the utmost exactness, else the attrition diminishes the impetus. Another of Byron's peculiarities was the love of mystifying, which indeed may be referred to that of mischief. There was no knowing how much or how little to believe of his narratives. Instance Mr. Banks, expostulating with him upon a dedication, which he had written in extravagant terms of praise, to Cam Hobhouse. Byron told him that Cam had teased him into the dedication till he had said, "Well, it shall be so, providing you will write the dedication yourself," and affirmed that Cam Hobhouse did write the high-colored dedication accordingly. I mentioned this to Murray, having the report from Will Rose, to whom Banks had mentioned it. Murray, in reply, assured me that the dedication was written by Lord Byron himself, and showed it me in his own hand. I wrote to Rose to mention the thing to Banks, as it might have made mischief had the story got into the circle. Byron was disposed to think all men of imagination were addicted to mix fiction or poetry with their prose. He used to say he dared believe the celebrated courtesan of Venice, about whom Rousseau makes so piquante a story, was, if one could see her, a draggle-tailed wench enough. I believe that he embellished his own amours considerably, and that he was in many respects le fanfaron devices quil ne voit pas. He loved to be thought awful, mysterious, and gloomy, and sometimes hinted at strange causes. I believe the whole to have been the creation and sport of a wild and powerful fancy. In the same manner he crammed people, as it is termed, about duels, etc., which never existed, or were much exaggerated. Constable has been here as lame as a duck upon his legs, but his heart and courage as firm as a cock. He has convinced me we will do well to support the London house. He has sent them about 5,000, and proposes we should borrow on our joint security 5,000 for their accommodation. JB and R. Cadle present. I must be guided by them, and hope for the best. Certainly to part company would be to incur an awful risk. What I liked about Byron, besides his boundless genius, was his generosity of spirit as well as purse, and his utter contempt of all the affectations of literature, from the school magisterial style to the lackadaisical. Byron's example has formed a sort of upper house of poetry. There is Lord Levison Gower, a very clever young man; Lord Porchester, two nephew to Mrs. Scott of Harden, a young man who lies on the carpet and looks poetical and dandyish, fine lad too, but there will be many peers ere such another Byron. Talking of Abbotsford, it begins to be haunted by too much company of every kind, but especially foreigners. I do not like them. I hate fine waistcoats and breastpins upon dirty shirts. I detest the impudence that pays a stranger compliments and harangues about his works in the author's house, which is usually ill-breeding. Moreover, they are seldom long of making it evident that they know nothing about what they are talking of, except having seen the Lady of the Lake at the opera, dined at St. Catherine's with Lord Advocate Lord and Lady Melville Lord Justice Clerk, Sir Archibald Campbell of Succote all class companions, and acquainted well for more than 40 years all, except Lord Jerome in 100, were at Fraser's class high school Boyle joined us at college. There are besides Sir Adam Ferguson Colin Mackenzie James, Hope Dr. James Butchin Claude Russell, and perhaps 2 or 3 more of and about the same period but apparent rari nant ingurgate vasto. November 24 talking of strangers, London held some 4 or 5 years since one of those animals who are lions at first, but by transmutation of 2 seasons, become in regular coursebores Hugo Foscolo, by name a haunter of Murray's shop, and of literary parties ugly as a baboon, and intolerably conceited, he spluttered, blustered, and disputed without even knowing the principles upon which men of sense render a reason, and screamed all the while like a pig when they cut its throat. Another such animaluccio is a brute of a Sicilian marquis, de who wrote something about Byron. He inflicted 2 days on us at Abbotsford. They never know what to make of themselves in the forenoon, but sit tormenting the women to play at proverbs and such trash. Foreigner of a different caste Count Alanim, Alaninth that's it son of the president of the Royal Society, and a captain in the Imperial Guards. He is mean-looking and sickly, but has much sense, candor, and general information. There was at Abbotsford, and is here for education just now a young Count Davidoff with a tutor Mr. Collier. He is a nephew of the famous Orloffs. It is quite surprising how much sense and sound thinking this youth has at the early age of 16, without the least self-conceit or forwardness. On the contrary, he seems kind, modest, and ingenuous to questions, which I asked about the state of Russia. He answered, with the precision and accuracy of twice his years. I should be sorry the saying were verified in him. So wise so young they say do near live long. Saw also at Abbotsford 2 Frenchmen whom I liked, friends of Miss Dumergue. One called Lenoir is the author of a tragedy which he had the grace never to quote, and which I, though poked by some malicious persons, had not the grace even to hint at. They were disposed at first to be complimentary, but I convinced them it was not the custom here, and they took it well and were agreeable. A little bilious this morning for the first time. These 6 months it cannot be the London matters which stick on my stomach, for that is mending, and may have good effects on myself and others. Dined with Robert Cockburn Company, Lord Melville and family, Sir John, and Lady Hope Lord and Lady Arcare, and so forth. Combination of colliers general, and coals up to double price. The men will not work, although, or rather, because they can make from 30 to 40 shillings per week. Lord Arcay told us that he had a letter from Lord Forbes, son of Earl Granard, Ireland, that he was asleep in his house at Castle Forbes, when awakened by a sense of suffocation, which deprived him of the power of stirring a limb, yet left him the consciousness that the house was on fire at this moment, and while his apartment was in flames, his large dog jumped on the bed, seized his shirt, and dragged him to the staircase, where the fresh air restored his powers of exertion and of escape. This is very different from most cases of preservation of life by the canine race, when the animal generally jumps into the water, in which element he has force and skill. That of fire is as hostile to him as to mankind. November 25, read Jeffrey's neat and well-intended address to the mechanics upon their combinations. Will it do good? It takes only the hand of a Lilliputian to light a fire, but would require the diuretic powers of Gulliver. To extinguish it, the Whigs will live and die in the heresy that the world is ruled by little pamphlets and speeches, and that if you can sufficiently demonstrate that a line of conduct is most consistent with men's interest, you have therefore, and thereby demonstrated that they will at length, after a few speeches on the subject adopted of course in this case, we would have no need of laws or churches, for I am sure there is no difficulty in proving that moral, regular, and steady habits conduce to men's best interest, and that vice is not sin merely, but folly. But of these men each has passions and prejudices, the gratification of which he prefers not only to the general weal, but to that of himself as an individual under the action of these wayward impulses. A man drinks today, though he is sure of starving tomorrow. He murders tomorrow, though he is sure to be hanged on Wednesday, and people are so slow to believe that which makes against their own predominant passions, that mechanics will combine to raise the price for 1 week, though they destroy the manufacture. For ever the best remedy seems to be the probable supply of laborers from other trades. Geoffrey proposes each mechanic shall learn some other trade than his own, and so have 2 strings to his bow. He does not consider the length of a double apprenticeship to make a man a good weaver, and a good tailor would require as much time as the patriarch served for his 2 wives, and after all he would be but a poor workman at either craft. Each mechanic has indeed a second trade, for he can dig and do rustic work, Perhaps the best reason for breaking up. The association will prove to be the expenditure of the money which they have been. Simple enough to levy from the industrious, for the support of the idle, how much provision for the sick, and the aged, the widow, and the orphan has been expended in the attempt to get wages, which the manufacturer cannot afford them, with any profitable chance of selling his commodity. I had a bad fall last night coming home. There were unfinished houses at the east end of Athol Place, and as I was on foot, I crossed the street to avoid the material which lay about, but deceived by the moonlight, I stepped ankle-deep in a sea of mud honest. Earth and water, thank God, and fell on my hands. Never was there such a representative of wall in Pyramus and Thisbe, was absolutely rough cast. Luckily Lady S had retired when I came home, so I enjoyed my tub of water without either remonstrance or condolences. Cockburn's hospitality will get the benefit and renown of my downfall, and yet has no claim to it in future, though I must take a coach at night a control on one's freedom. But it must be submitted to. I found a letter from R. Cadle, giving a cheering account of things in London. Their correspondent is getting into his strength 3 days ago. I would have been contented to buy this consola, as Judy says, dearer than by a dozen falls in the mud. For had the great constable fallen, oh my countrymen, what a fall were there. N.B. Within 8 weeks, after recording this graceful act of submission, I found I was unable to keep a carriage at all. Mrs. Coutts with the Duke of St. Albans and Lady Charlotte Beauclerk called to take leave of us when at Abbotsford his suit throve. But coldly, she made me I believe her confidant in sincerity. She had refused him twice, and decidedly. He was merely on the footing of friendship. I urged it was akin to love. She allowed she might marry the Duke. Only she had at present not the least intention. That way is this frank admission more favorable for the Duke than an absolute protestation against the possibility of such a marriage. I think not. It is the fashion to attend Mrs. Coutts' parties, and to abuse her. I have always found her a kind, friendly woman, without either affectation or insolence in the display of her wealth, and most willing to do good if the means be shown to her. She can be very entertaining too, as she speaks without scruple of her stage life. So much wealth can hardly be enjoyed without some ostentation. But what then if the Duke marries her? He ensures an immense fortune if she marries him. She has the first rank if he marries a woman older than himself by 20 years. She marries a man younger in wit by 20 degrees. I do not think he will dilapidate her fortune. Seems quiet and gentle. I do not think that she will abuse his softness of disposition, shall I say? Or of heart. The disparity of ages concerns no one but themselves, so they have my consent to marry if they can get each. Others, just as this is written, enter my Lord of St. Albans and Lady Charlotte. To beg, I would recommend a book of sermons to Mrs. Coutts. Much obliged for her good opinion. Recommended Logan's. 36. One poet should always speak for another. The mission, I suppose, was a little display on the part of good Mrs. Coutts of authority over her high aristocratic suitor. I do not suspect her of turning devout, and retract my consent given as above unless she remains lively, brisk, and jolly. Dined quiet with wife and daughter. Robert Cadle looked in the evening on business. I here register my purpose to practice economics. I have little temptation to do otherwise. Abbotsford is all that I can make it, and too large for the property, so I resolve. No more building. No purchases of land till times are quite safe. No buying books or expensive trifles. I mean to any extent, and clearing off encumbrances with the returns of this year's labor. Which resolutions with health and my habits of industry will make me sleep in spite of thunder. After all, it is hard that the vagabond stock-jobbing Jews should for their own purposes make such a shake of credit as now exists in London and Menace. The credit of men trading on sure funds like Hearst and Robinson, it is just like a set of pickpockets who raise a mob in which honest folks are knocked down and plundered that they may pillage safely in the midst of the confusion they have excited. I was obliged to give this up in consequence of my own misfortunes. November 26, the court met late and sat till one, detained from that hour till 4 o'clock, being engaged in the perplexed affairs of Mr. James Stewart of Brugg. This young gentleman is heir to a property of better than 1,000 a year in Orkney. His mother married very young and was wife, mother, and widow in the course of the first year, being unfortunately under the direction of a careless agent. She was unlucky enough to embarrass her own affairs by many transactions with this person. I was asked to accept the situation of one of the son's curators and trust to clear out his affairs, and hers at least I will not fail for want of application. I have lent her 300 on a second, and therefore doubtful security over her house in Newington, bought for 1,000, and on which 600 is already secured. I have no connection with the family. except that of compassion, and may not be rewarded even by thanks. When the young man comes of age, I have known my father often so treated by those whom he had labored to serve. But if we do not run some hazard in our attempts to do good, where is the merit of them? So I will bring through my Orkney laird, if I can dine at home quiet with Lady S. and Anne. November 27, some time since John Murray entered into a contract with my son-in-law John G. Lockhart, giving him on certain ample conditions the management and editorship of the Quarterly Review, for which they could certainly scarcely find a fitter person, both from talents and character. It seems that Barrow and one or two stagers have taken alarm at Lockhart's character as a satirist, and his supposed accession to some of the freaks in Blackwood's magazine, and down comes young Disraeli to Scotland imploring Lockhart to make interest with my friends in London, to remove objections, and so forth. I have no idea of telling all and sundry that my son-in-law is not a slanderer or a silly, thoughtless lad, although he was 6 or 7 years ago engaged in some light satires. I only wrote to Heber and to Southith first upon the subject of the reports, which had startled Murray the most timorous, as Byron called him, of all God's booksellers, and such a letter as he may show Barrow, if he judges proper, to Southey. I wrote more generally, acquainting him of my son's appointment to the editorship, and mentioning his qualifications, touching at the same time on his very slight connection with Blackwood's magazine, and his innocence as to those gambades which may have given offense, and which I fear they may ascribe too truly to an eccentric neighbor of their own. I also mentioned that I had heard nothing of the affair until the month of October. I am concerned that Southey should know this, for having been at the Lakes in September, I would not have him suppose that I had been using interest with Canning or Ellis to supersede young Mr. Coleridge, their editor, and place my son-in-law in the situation. Indeed, I was never more surprised than when this proposal came upon us. I suppose it had come from Canning, originally, as he was sounding Anne, when at Colonel Bolton's about Lockhart's views, etc. To me, he never hinted anything on the subject. Other views are held out to Lockhart, which may turn to great advantage. Only one person, John Key of Charlton, knows their object, and truly I wish it had not been confided to anyone. Yesterday, I had a letter from Murray in answer to one I had written in something a determined style, for I had no idea of permitting him to start from the course after my son giving up his situation and profession merely because a contributor or two chose to suppose gratuitously that Lockhart was too imprudent for the situation. My physic has wrought well, for it brought a letter from Murray saying all was right, that Disraeli was sent to me, not to Lockhart, and that I was only invited to write 2 confidential letters, and other incoherences which intimate his fright has got into another quarter. It is interlined and franked by Barrow, which shows that all is well, and that John's induction into his office will be easy and pleasant. I have not the least fear of his success. His talents want only a worthy sphere of exertion. He must learn, however, to despise petty adversaries. No good sportsman ought to shoot at crows, unless for some special purpose. To take notice of such men as Hazlitt and Hunt in the Quarterly would be to introduce them into a world which is scarce conscious of their existence. It is odd enough that many years since I had the principal share in erecting this review, which has been since so prosperous, and now it is placed under the management of my son-in-law, upon the most honorable principle of deter dignity. Yet there are sad drawbacks so far as family comfort is concerned. Today is Sunday, when they always dined with us, and generally met a family friend or two, but we are no longer to expect them in the country, where their little cottage was within a mile or two of Abbotsford. We shall miss their society still more, for Chiefswood was the perpetual object of our walks, rides, and drives. Lockhart is such an excellent family man, so fond of his wife and child, that I hope all will go well. A letter from Lockhart in the evening, all safe as to his unanimous reception in London. His predecessor, young Coleridge, handsomely, and like a gentleman, offers his assistance as a contributor, etc. November 28, I have the less dread, or rather the less anxiety, about the consequences of this migration, that I repose much confidence in Sophia's tact and good sense. Her manners are good, and have the appearance of being perfectly natural. She is quite conscious of the limited range of her musical talents, and never makes them common, or produces them out of placia rare. Virtue, moreover, she is proud enough, and will not be easily netted and patronized by any of that class of ladies who may be called lion providers for town and country. She is domestic besides, and will not be disposed to gad about. Then she seems an economist, and on 300,043 living quietly, there should be something to save. Lockhart must be liked where his good qualities are known, and where his fund of information has room to be displayed. But notwithstanding a handsome exterior And face, I am not sure he will succeed in London society. He sometimes reverses the proverb and gives the vault stret e pensier silty, withdraws his attention from the company, or attaches himself to some individual gets into a corner, and seems to be quizzing the rest. This is the want of early habits of being in society, and a life led much at college. Nothing is, however, so popular, and so deservedly so as to take an interest in whatever is going forward in society. A wise man always finds his account in it, and will receive information and fresh views of life even in the society of fools. Abstain from society altogether, when you are not able to play some part in it. This reserve, and a sort of hidalgo air joined to his character, as a satirist have done the best humoured fellow in the world, some injury in the opinion of Edinburgh folks in London. It is of less consequence whether he please in general society, or not, since, if he can establish himself as a genius, it will only be called Pretty Fanny's way. People make me the oddest requests. It is not unusual for an Oxonian or Cantab, who has outrun his allowance, and of whom I know nothing, to apply to me for the loan of 20, 50, or 100. A captain of the Danish naval service writes to me that, being in distress for a sum of money by which he might transport himself to Colombia, to offer his services in assisting to free that province, he had dreamed I generously made him a present of it. I can tell him his dream by contraries. I begin to find, like Joseph Surface, that too good a character is inconvenient. I don't know what I have done to gain so much credit for generosity, but I suspect I owe it to being supposed as puff, says one of those whom heaven has blessed with affluence. Not too much of that, neither, my dear petitioners, though I may thank myself that your ideas are not correct. Dined at Melville Castle, whither I went through a snowstorm. I was glad to find myself once more in a place connected with many happy days. Met Sir R. Dundas, and my old friend George, now Lord Abercrombie, with his lady, and a beautiful girl, his daughter. He is what he always was, the best humoured man living, and our meetings, now more rare than usual, are seasoned with a recollection of old frolics and old friends. I am entertained to see him, just the same he has always been, never yielding up his own opinion, in fact, and yet in words acquiescing in all that could be said against it. George was always like a willow, never offered resistance to the breath of argument, but never moved from his rooted opinion. Blow, as it listed exaggeration, might make these peculiarities highly dramatic. Conceive a man who always seems to be acquiescing in your sentiments, yet never changes his own, and this with a sort of bonhomie, which shows there is not a particle of deceit intended. He is only desirous to spare you the trouble of contradiction. November 29, a letter from Southey, malcontent about Murray having accomplished the change in the quarterly, without speaking to him, and quoting the twaddle of some old woman, male or female, about Lockhart's earlier Jew desprit, but concluding most kindly that, in regard to my daughter and me, he did not mean to withdraw, that he has done yeoman's service to the review, is certain, with his genius, his universal reading, his powers of regular industry, and at the outset a name which, though less generally popular than it deserves, is still too respectable to be withdrawn without injury. I could not in reply point out to him what is the truth, that his rigid Toryism and high church prejudices rendered him an unsafe counselor in a matter where the spirit of the age must be consulted. But I pointed out to him what I am sure is true, that Murray, apprehensive of his displeasure, had not ventured to write to him out of mere timidity, and not from any intention to offend. I treated lightly his old woman's apprehensions and cautions, and all that gossip about friends and enemies, to which a splendid number or two will be a sufficient answer, and I accepted with due acknowledgment his proposal of continued support. I cannot say I was afraid of his withdrawing. Lockhart will have hard words with him, for great as Southey's powers are, he has not the art to make them work popularly. He is often diffuse, and frequently sets much value on minute and unimportant facts, and useless pieces of abstruse knowledge, living too exclusively in a circle where he is idolized. Both for his genius and the excellence of his disposition, he has acquired strong prejudices, though all of an upright and honorable cast. He rides his high church hobby too hard, and it will not do to run a tilt upon it. Against all the world Gifford used to crop his articles considerably, and they bear mark of it, being sometimes decausus. Southey said that Gifford cut out his middle joints when John comes to use the carving knife. I fear Dr. Southey will not be so tractable. Newsferens. I will not show Southey's letter to Lockhart, for there is to him personally no friendly tone, and it would startle the Hidalgo's pride. It is to be wished they may draw kindly together. Southey says most truly that even those who most undervalue his reputation would, were he to withdraw from the review, exaggerate the loss it would thereby sustain. The bottom of all these feuds, though not named, is Blackwood's magazine, all the squibs of which have sometimes exploded among the Lakers. Lockhart is rendered accountable, for he must now exert himself at once, with spirit and prudence. He has good backing Canning, Bishop Blomfield, Gifford Wright Croker. Will Rosend is there not? Besides the Douglas, an excellent plot, excellent friends, and full of preparations. It was no plot of my making, I am sure, yet men will say and believe that it was, though I never heard a word of the matter, till first a hint from Wright, and then the formal proposal of Murray to Lockhart announced. I believe Canning and Charles Ellis were the prime movers. Ill puzzle my brains no more about it. Dined at Justice Clerk's, President Captain Smollett Ecker, new Commander-in-Chief, Sir Robert O'Callaghan, brother to Earl of Lismore, a fine soldierly-looking man, with orders and badshees, brother an agreeable man whom I met at Lothier Castle this season. He composes his own music and sings his own. Poetry has much humor enhanced by a strong touch of national dialect, which is always a rich sauce to an Irishman's good things dandyish, but not offensively, and seems to have a warm feeling for the credit of his country rather, inconsistent with the trifling and selfish quietude of a mere man of society. November 30, I am come to the time when those who look out of the windows shall be darkened. I must now wear spectacles constantly in reading and writing, though till this winter I have made a shift by using only their occasional assistance. Although my health cannot be better, I feel my lameness becomes sometimes painful, and often inconvenient. Walking on the pavement or causeway gives me trouble, and I am glad when I have accomplished my return on foot from the Parliament House to Castle Street, though I can taking a competent time, as old Braxy said on another occasion, walk 5 or 6 miles in the country, with pleasure. Well, such things must come and be received with cheerful submission. My early lameness considered it was impossible for a man, laboring under a bodily impediment, to have been stronger or more active than I have been, and that for 20 or 30 years seems, will slit and elbows will outquote the tailor. And as I was 54 on 15th August last, my mortal vestments are none of the newest. Than Walter, Charles, and Lockhart are as active and handsome young fellows as you can see, and while they enjoy strength and activity, I can hardly be said to want it. I have perhaps all my life set an undue value on these gifts, yet it does appear to me that high and independent feelings are naturally, though not uniformly or inseparably connected with bodily advantages. Strong men are usually good-humored, and active men often display the same elasticity of mind as of body. These are superiorities, however, that are often misused, but even for these things God shall call us to judgment. Some months since I joined with other literary folks in subscribing a petition for a pension to Mrs. G of Roman 5049, which we thought was a tribute merited by her works as an authoress, and in my opinion much more by the firmness and elasticity of mind with which she had borne a succession of great domestic calamities. Unhappily, there was only about 100 open on the pension list, and this the minister assigned in equal portions to Mrs. G and a distressed lady granddaughter of a forfeited Scottish nobleman. Mrs. G, proud as a Highland woman, vain as a poetess, and absurd as a bluestocking, has taken this partition in malam partum, and written to Lord Melville about her merits, and that her friends do not consider her claims as being fairly canvassed, with something like a demand that her petition be submitted to the king. This is not the way to make her plaque a bawbee, and Lord Roman 1000, a little miffed in turn, sends the whole correspondence to me to know whether Mrs. Gwill accept the 50 or not, now hating to deal with ladies when they are in an unreasonable humor. I have got the good-humored man of feeling to find out the lady's mind, and I take on myself the task of making her peace with Lord Roman 1000. There is no great doubt how it will end, for your scornful dog will always eat your dirty pudding. After all, the poor lady is greatly to be pitied. Her sole remaining daughter, deep and far gone in a decline, has been seized with alienation of mind. Dined with my cousin Robert Rutherford, being the first invitation since my uncle's death, and our cousin Lieutenant Colonel Russell of Ashestiel with his sister, Anna, the former newly returned from India, fine gallant fellow, and distinguished as a cavalry officer. He came overland from India, and has observed a good deal. General L of L in Logan's orthography, a foul Sir William Hamilton, Miss Peggy Swinton, William Keith, and others. Knight Marischal, not well, so unable to attend the convocation of kith and kin. December 1st, Colonel Russell told me that the European government had discovered an ingenious mode of diminishing the number of burnings of widows. It seems the Shaster positively enjoins that the pile shall be so constructed that if the victim should repent even at the moment when it is set on fire, she may still have the means of saving herself. The Brahmins soon found it was necessary to assist the resolution of the sufferers by means of a little pit into which they contrived to let the poor widow sink, so as to prevent her reaping any benefit from a late repentance. But the government has brought them back to the regard of their law, and only permit the burning to go on when the pile is constructed with full opportunity of a locus penitendi. Yet the widow is so degraded, if she dare to survive, that the number of burnings is still great. The quantity of female children destroyed by the Rajput tribes, Colonel R describes as very great indeed. They are strangled by the mother. The principal is the aristocratic pride of these high castes, who breed up no more daughters than they can reasonably hope to find matches for in their own tribe. Singular, how artificial systems of feeling can be made to overcome that love of offspring, which seems instinctive in the females, not of the human race only, but of the lower animals. This is the reverse of our system of increasing game. By shooting the old cockbirds, it is a system would aid Malthus rarely. Nota bene, the day before yesterday, I signed the bond for 5,000 with constable for relief of Robinson's house. I am to be secured by good bills. I think this journal will suit me well if I can coax myself into an idea that it is purely voluntary. It may go on nulla dies sine linea, but never a being from my infancy upwards hated taskwork as I hate it. And yet I have done a great deal in my day. It is not that I am idle in my nature neither, but proposed to me to do one thing, and it is inconceivable the desire. I have to do something else, not that it is more easy or more pleasant, but just because it is escaping from an imposed task. I cannot trace this love of contradiction to any distinct source, but it has haunted me all my life. I could almost suppose it was mechanical, and that the imposition of a piece of duty labor operated on me like the mace of a bad billiard player, which gives an impulse to the ball indeed, but sends it off at a tangent different from the course designed by the player. Now, if I expend such eccentric movements on this journal, it will be turning this wretched propensity to some tolerable account. If I had thus employed the hours and half-hours which I have whiled away in putting off something that must needs be done at last, my conscience, I should have had a journal with a witness Sophia, and Lockhart came to Edinburgh today, and dined with us, meeting Hector, MacDonald Buchanan, his lady, and Missy James Skene, and his lady Lockhart's friend Key, etc. They are lucky to be able to assemble so many real friends whose good wishes, I am sure, will follow them in their new undertaking. December 2, rather a blank day for the journal, correcting proofs in the morning court from 10:30 till 2. Poor dear Colin Mackenzie, one of the wisest, kindest, and best men of his time in the country, I fear, with very indifferent health, from 2 till 3, transacting business with J.B. All seems to go smoothly. Sophia dined with us alone, Lockhart being gone to the west to bid farewell to his father and brother's. Evening spent in talking with Sophia on their future prospects. God bless her, poor girl. She never gave me a moment's reason to complain of her. But oh my God, that poor delicate child, so clever, so animated, yet holding by this earth, with so fearfully slight a tenure, never out of his mother's thoughts, almost never out of his father's arms, when he has but a single moment to give to anything Deus provide bit. December 3, RPG came to call last night to excuse himself from dining with Lockhart's friends. Today, I really fear, he is near an actual standstill. He has been extremely improvident. When I first knew him, he had an excellent estate, and now he is deprived, I fear, of the whole reversion of the price, and this from no vice or extreme, except a wasteful mode of buying pictures and other costly trifles at high prices, and selling them again for nothing besides an extravagant housekeeping and profuse hospitality. An excellent disposition with a considerable fund of acquired knowledge would have rendered him an agreeable companion had he not affected singularity, and rendered himself accordingly singularly affected. He was very near being a poet, but a miss is as good as a mile, and he always fell short of the mark. I knew him first many years ago when he was desirous of my acquaintance, but he was too poetical for me, or I was not poetical enough for him, so that we continued only ordinary acquaintance with goodwill on either side, which RPG really deserves as a more friendly, generous creature. Never lived. Lockhart hopes to get something done for him, being sincerely attached to him, but says he has no hopes till he is utterly ruined. That point, I fear, is not far distant, but what Lockhart can do for him, then, I cannot guess. His last effort failed owing to a curious reason. He had made some translations from the German, which he does extremely well for, give him ideas, and he never wants choice of good words. Sen Lockhart had got Constable to offer some sort of terms for them. RPG has always, though possessing a beautiful power of handwriting, had some whim or other about imitating that of some other person, and has written for months in the imitation of one or other of his friends. At present, he has renounced this amusement, and chooses to write with a brush upon large cartridge paper somewhat in the Chinese fashion so, when his work, which was only to extend to 1 or 2 volumes, arrived on the shoulders of 2 porters, in immense bales are jolly. Bibliopolist backed out of the treaty, and would have nothing more to do with RP, he is a creature that is, or would be thought of imagination all compact, and is influenced by strange whims, but he is a kind, harmless, friendly soul, and I fear has been cruelly plundered of money which he now wants sadly. Dined with Lockhart's friends, about 50 in number, who gave him a parting entertainment, John Hope, Solicitor General, in the chair, and Robert Dundas of Arniston, croupier, the company most highly respectable, and any man might be proud of such an indication of the interest they take in his progress, in life Tory principles, rather too violently upheld by some speakers. I came home about 10, the party sat late. December 4 Lockhart and Sophia with his brother William dined with us, and talked over our separation, and the mode of their settling in London and other family topics. December 5 this morning, Lockhart and Sophia left us early, and without leave-taking when I rose at 8 o'clock. They were gone. This was very right. I hate red eyes, and blowing of noses, ager et pati Romanum est, of all schools commend me to the Stoics. We cannot indeed overcome our affections, nor ought we if we could, but we may repress them within due bounds, and avoid coaxing them to make fools of those who should be their masters. I have lost some of the comforts to which I chiefly looked for enjoyment. Well, I must make the more of such as remain. God bless them. And so I will unto my holy work again, which at present is the description of that Heilige Cleiblet, that worshipful triumvirate Danton, Robespierre, and Marat. I cannot conceive what possesses me over every person. Besides, to mislay papers, I received a letter Saturday at Ean, enclosing a bill for 750 no def nuts. Well, I read it, and note the contents, and this day, as if it had been a wind bill in the literal sense of the words, I search everywhere, and lose 3 hours of my morning turn. Over all my confusion in the writing desk break, open 1 or 2 letters lest I should have enclosed the sweet and quickly convertible document in them send, for a joiner, and disorganize my scrutoire, lest it should have fallen aside by mistake. I find it at last the place, where is of little consequence, but this trick must be amended. Dined at the Royal Society Club, where as usual was a pleasant meeting of from 20 to 25. It is a very good institution. We pay 2 guineas only for 6 dinners in the year, present or absent. Dine at 5, or rather 5:30 at the Royal Hotel, where we have an excellent dinner with soups, fish, etc., and all in good order, port and sherry, till 7:30, then coffee, and we go to the society. This has great influence in keeping up the attendance, it being found that this preface of a good dinner to be paid for whether you partake or not brings out many a philosopher who might not otherwise have attended the society. Harry Mackenzie, now in his Eidicond or 3rd year, read part of an essay on dreams, supped at Dr. Russell's usual party, which shall serve for one while. December 6, a rare thing, this literature, or love of fame, or notoriety, which accompanies it here, is Mr. Henry Mackenzie, on the very brink of human dissolution, as actively anxious about it, as if the curtain must not soon be closed on that, and everything else. He calls me his literary confessor, and I am sure I am glad to return the kindnesses, which he showed me long since in George Square. No man is less known from his writings. We would suppose a retired, modest, somewhat affected man, with a white handkerchief, and a sigh ready for every sentiment. No such thing. Atroman 1000 is alert as a contracting tailor's needle, in every sort of business. A politician, and a sportsman, shoots and fishes, in a sort even to this day, and is the life of the company with anecdote and fun. Sometimes his daughter tells me he is in low spirits at home, but really I never see anything of it in society. There is a maxim almost universal in Scotland, which I should like much to see controlled. Every youth of every temper, and almost every description of character, is sent either to study for the bar, or to a writer's office as an apprentice. The Scottish seem to conceive Themis, the most powerful of goddesses, is a lad stupid. The law sharpen him, is he too mercurial, the law will make him sedate hus. He in a state he may get a sheriffdomus. He poor, the richest lawyers have emerged from poverties. He a Tory, he may become a deputy vacates. He a Whig, he may with far better hope expect to become in reputation at least that rising counsel Mr., when in fact he only rises at tavern dinners. Upon some such wild views lawyers and writers multiply, till there is no life for them, and men give up the chase hopeless and exhausted, and go into the army at 25, instead of 18, with a turn for expense, perhaps almost certainly for profligacy, and with a heart embittered against the loving parents or friends who compelled them to lose 6 or 7 years in dusting the rails of the stair with their black gowns, or scribbling nonsense, for tuppence a page all day, and laying out twice their earnings at night in Whiskapunch here, is our Roman 50 now 4 or 5 years ago from certain indications. I assured his friends he would never be a writer. Good-natured lad too, when Bacchus is out of the question, but at other times so pugnacious that it was wished he could only be properly placed where fighting was to be a part of his duty regulated by time and place, and paid for accordingly. Well, time, money and instruction have been thrown away, and now, after fighting 2 regular boxing matches and a duel with pistols in the course of 1 week, he tells them roundly, he will be no writer, which common sense might have told them, before he has now perhaps acquired habits of insubordination, unfitting him for the army, where he might have been tamed at an earlier period. He is too old for the navy, and so he must go to India. A guinea pig on board a Chinaman with what hope or view it is melancholy, to guess his elder brother did all man could to get his friends to consent to his going into the army. In time the lad has good humor, courage, and most gentlemanlike feelings. But he is incurably dissipated, I hear, so goes to die in youth in a foreign land. Thank God I let Walter take his own way, and I trust he will be a useful honored soldier, being for his time high in the service, whereas at home, he would probably have been a wine-bibbing, moorfowl-shooting, fox-hunting fife squire living at Lochore, without either aim, or in damned well if he were no worse dined at home, with Lady S. and Anne wrote in the evening. December 7 day 58, at home of course, wrote answers to 1 or 2 letters, which have been lying on my desk like snakes, hissing at me for my dilatoriness bespoke. A ton of pommel for Sir John Forbes, received a letter from Sir W. Knighton mentioning that the King acquiesced in my proposal that Constable's Miscellany should be dedicated to him, enjoined however not to make this public, till the draft of dedication shall be approved. This letter tarried so long I thought someone had insinuated the proposal was infra-dig. I don't think so. The purpose is to bring all the standard works both in sciences and the liberal arts within the reach of the lower classes, and enable them thus to use with advantage the education which is given them at every hand, to make boys learn to read, and then place no good books within their reach, is to give men an appetite and leave nothing in the pantry save unwholesome and poisonous food, which depend upon it, they will eat rather than starve. Sir William, it seems, has been in Germany. Mighty dark this morning. It is past 10, and I am using my lamp. The vast number of houses built beneath us to the north certainly render our street darker, during the days when frost or haze prevents the smoke from rising. After all, it may be my older eyes. I remember 2 years ago, when Lord H. began to fail somewhat in his limbs, he observed that Lord S. came to court at a more early hour than usual, whereas it was he himself who took longer time to walk the usual distance betwixt his house and the Parliament Square. I suspect old gentlemen often make such mistakes. A letter from Southey, in a very pleasant strain, as to Lockhart and myself of Murray. He has perhaps ground to complain as well for consulting him late in the business, as for the manner in which he intimated to young Coleridge, who had no reason to think himself handsomely treated, though he has acquiesced in the arrangement, in a very gentlemanlike tone. With these matters we of course have nothing to do, having no doubt that the situation was vacant when Roman 1000 offered it, as such Southey says, in alteration of Byron's phrase, that Roman 1000 is the most timorous not of gods, but of the devil's booksellers. The truth I take to be that Murray was pushed in the change of editor, which was really become necessary probably by Gifford, Canning, Ellis, etc., and when he had fixed with Lockhart, by their advice, his constitutional nervousness made him delay entering upon a full explanation with Coleridge. But it is all settled now. I hope Lockhart will be able to mitigate their high church bigotry. It is not for the present day, savoring too much of jure divino. Dine quiet with Lady S., and Anne is practicing Scott's songs, which I take as a kind compliment to my own taste, as hers leads her chiefly to foreign music. I think the good girl sees that I want, and must miss her sister's peculiar talent in singing the airs of our native country, which, imperfect as my musical ear is, make, and always have made the most pleasing impression on me. And so if she puts a constraint on herself for my sake, I can only say in requital, God bless her. I have much to comfort me in the present aspect of my family, my eldest son independent in fortune, united to an affectionate wife and of good hopes in his profession, my second, with a good deal of talent, and in the way I trust of cultivating it to good purpose, and an honest, downright good Scots lass in whom I would only wish to correct a spirit of satire, and Lockhart is Lockhart, to whom I can most willingly confide the happiness of the daughter who chose him, and whom he has chosen my dear wife, the partner of early cares and successes, is I fear frail in health, though I trust and pray she may see me out. Indeed, if this troublesome complaint goes on, it bodes No long existence. My brother was affected with the same weakness which before he was 50 brought on mortal symptoms. The poor major had been rather a free liver. But my father, the most abstemious of men save, when the duties of hospitality required him to be very moderately free with his bottle, and that was very seldom, had the same weakness which now annoys me, and he I think was not above 70 when cut off square the odds, and good night Sir Walter about 60. I care not if I leave my name unstained, and my family properly settled sat est vixis. December 8. Talking of the Vixis, it may not be impertinent to notice that Knox, a young poet of considerable talent, died here a week or two, since his father was a respectable yeoman, and he himself succeeding to good farms under the Duke of Buccleuch, became too soon his own master and plunged into dissipation, and ruin his poetical talent, a very fine one, then showed itself in a fine strain of pensive poetry, called I think the Lonely Hearth, far superior to those of Michael Bruce, whose consumption, by the way, has been the life of his verses, but poetry nay. Good poetry is a drug in the present day. I am a wretched patron. I cannot go with a subscription paper like a pocket pistol about me, and draw unawares on some honest country gentleman, who has as much alarm as if I had used the phrase stand and deliver, and parts with his money with a grimace indicating some suspicion that the crown piece thus levied goes ultimately into the collector's own pocket. This I see daily done, and I have seen such collectors, when they have exhausted papa and mamma, continue their trade among the misses and conjure out of their pockets those little funds which should carry them to a play or an assembly. It is well people will go through this. It does some good, I suppose, and they have great merit who can sacrifice their pride so far as to attempt it in this way. For my part, 1. I'm a bad promoter of subscriptions, but I wished to do what I could for this lad, whose talent I really admired, and I am not addicted to admire heaven-born poets or poetry, that is reckoned very good considering. I had him Knox at Abbotsford about 10 years ago, but found him unfit for that sort of society. I tried to help him, but there were temptations he could never resist. He scrambled on writing for the booksellers and magazines, and living like the Otways and Savages and Chattertons of former days. Though I do not know that he was in actual want, his connection with me terminated in begging subscription or a guinea now, and then his last works were spiritual hymns, and which he wrote very well in his own line of society. He was said to exhibit infinite humor, but all his works are grave and pensive, a style perhaps like Master Stephen's melancholy, affected for the nonce. Mrs. Grant of Roman 50 intimates that she will take her putting her pension, I mean see 30th November. And as contrite as Henry Mackenzie vouches, I am glad. The stout old girl is not foreclosed. Faith, cabbing a pension in these times is like hunting a pig with a soap-tail monstrous, apt to slip through your fingers. Dined at home with Lady S. and Anne. December 9. Yesterday I read, and wrote the whole day and evening today. I shall not be so happy having gaslight company to attend it too. I must be brief in journalizing. The gay world has been kept in hot water lately by the impudent publication of the celebrated Harriet Wilson, from earliest possibility, I suppose, who lived with half the gay world at hack and manger, and now obliges such as will not pay hush money, with a history of whatever she knows or can invent about them. She must have been assisted in the style, spelling, and diction, though the attempt at wit is very poor, that at pathos sickening, but there is some good retailing of conversations, in which the style of the speakers, so far as known to me, is exactly imitated, and some things told as said by individuals of each other, which will sound unpleasantly in each other's ears. I admire the address of Lord I himself, very severely handled from time to time. Someone asked him if H.W. had been pretty correct on the whole. Why, faith, he replied, I believe so. And raising his eyes, he saw Quentin Dick, whom the little jilt had treated atrociously. What concerns the present company, always excepted, you know, added Lord I with infinite presence of mind, as he was in Paricaju with Curoman 500. No more could be said. After all, H.W. beats Con Phillips and Bellamy, and all former demi-reps out and out. I think I supped once in her company more than 20 years since at Matt Lewis in Argyle Street, where the company, as the Duke says to Lucio, chanced to be fairer than honest. She was far from beautiful, if it be the same chiffon, but a smart, saucy girl with good eyes and dark hair, and the manners of a wild schoolboy. I am glad this accidental meeting has escaped her memory, or perhaps is not accurately recorded in mine, for, being a sort of French falconer who hawk at all they see, I might have had a distinction which I am far from desiring. Dined at Sir John Hayes, a large party, Skens there, the Newenhams and others strangers in the morning. A meeting of oil gas committee. The concern lingers a little. It may do weel for aught it's done yet. but only it's no just begun yet. December 10, a stormy and rainy day, walked from the court through the rain. I don't dislike this egad. I rather like it, for no man that ever stepped on heather has less dread than I have catchcold. And I seem to regain in buffeting with the wind a little of the high spirit with which in younger days I used to enjoy a tam o' shanter ride through darkness wind, and rain boughs groaning, and cracking over my head the good horse free to the road, and impatient for home, and feeling the weather as little as I Roman 999, the storm around might roar and rustle. We didna mind the storm a whistle. Answered two-letter-sown answer to a schoolboy, who writes himself captain of Gigglesick School, a most imposing title entreating the youngster, not to commence editor of a magazine, to be entitled the Yorkshire Muffin, I think at 17 years old second, to a soldier of the 79th, showing why I cannot oblige him by getting his discharge, and exhorting him rather to bear with the wickedness and profanity of the service, than take the very precarious step of desertion. This is the old receipt of Durandart patience, cousin, and shuffle the cards, and I suppose the correspondents will think I have been too busy in offering my counsel, where I was asked for assistance. A third rogue writes to tell Merather of the latest, if the matter was of consequence at that. He approves of the first 3 volumes of The Heart of Midlothian, but totally condemns the fourth doubtless. He thinks his opinion worth the 7 pence sterling which his letter costs. However, authors should be reasonably well pleased when 3/4 of their work are acceptable to the reader. The knave demands of me in a postscript to get back the sword of Sir William Wallace from England, where it was carried from Dumbarton Castle. I am not Master General of the Ordnance, that I know it was wrong however to take away that, and Mons Meg. If I go to town this spring, I will renew my negotiation with the great Duke for recovery of Mons Meg. There is no theme more awful than to attempt to cast a glance among the clouds and mists which hide the broken extremity of the celebrated bridge of Mirza. Yet when every day brings us nearer that termination, one would almost think that our views should become clearer, as the regions we are approaching are brought nigher, alas. It is not so. There is a curtain to be withdrawn, a veil to be rent before we shall see things as they really are. There are few, I trust, who disbelieve the existence of a God, nay, I doubt if at all times, and in all moods, any single individual ever adopted that hideous creed, though some have professed it with the belief of a deity, that of the immortality of the soul, and of the state of future rewards and punishments, is indissolubly linked. More we are not to know, but neither are we prohibited from our attempts, however vain, to pierce the solemn sacred gloom. The expressions used in Scripture are doubtless metaphorical for penal fires, and heavenly melody are only applicable to bodies endowed with senses, and at least till the period of the resurrection of the body, the spirits of men, whether entering into the perfection of the just, or committed to the regions of punishment, are incorporeal. Neither is it to be supposed that the glorified bodies which shall arise in the last day will be capable of the same gross indulgences with which they are now solaced. That the idea of Mahomet's paradise is inconsistent with the purity of our heavenly religion will be readily granted. And see Mark Roman 12 harmony is obviously chosen as the least corporeal of all gratifications of the sense, and as the type of love unity, and a state of peace and perfect happiness. But they have a poor idea of the deity, and the rewards which are destined for the just made perfect, who can only adopt the literal sense of an eternal concerta, never-ending birthday ode. I rather suppose there should be understood some commission from the highest, some duty to discharge with the applause of a satisfied conscience, that the deity, who himself must be supposed to feel love and affection for the beings he has called into existence, should delegate a portion of those powers. I, for one, cannot conceive altogether so wrong a conjecture. We would then find reality in Milton's sublime machinery of the guardian saints or genii of kingdoms. Nay, we would approach to the Catholic idea of the employment of saints, though without approaching the absurdity of saint worship, which degrades their religion. There would be, we must suppose, in these employments difficulties to be overcome, and exertions to be made for all which the celestial beings employed would have certain appropriate powers. I cannot help thinking that a life of active benevolence is more consistent with my ideas than an eternity of music. But it is all speculation, and it is impossible even to guess what we shall do, unless we could ascertain the equally difficult previous question, what we are to be. But there is a God, and a just go to judgment, and a future life, and all who own so much, let them act according to the faith that is in them. I would not, of course, limit the range of my genii to this confined earth. There is the universe with all its endless extent of worlds. Company at home Sir Adam Ferguson, and his Lady Colonel and Miss Russell, Count Davidoff, and Mr. Collier. By the by, I observe that all men whose names are obviously derived from some mechanical trade endeavor to disguise and antiquate, as it were their names, by spelling them after some quaint manner or other. Thus, we have Collier Smythe Taylor, as much as to say my ancestor was indeed a mechanic, but it was a world of time ago, when the word was spelled very differently. Then we had young Whitbank, and Will Allen the artist, a very agreeable, simple-mannered, and pleasant man. December 11, a touch of the morbus eruditorum, to which I am as little subject as most folks, and have it less now than when young. It is a tremor of the heart, the pulsation of which becomes painfully sensibly a disposition to causeless alarm much, lassitudine decay of vigor of mind and activity of intellect. The reins feel weary and painful, and the mind is apt to receive and encourage gloomy apprehensions and causeless fears. Fighting with this fiend is not always the best way to conquer him. I have always found exercise and the open air better than reasoning. But such weather as is now without doors does not encourage la petite guerre, so we must give him battle in form, by letting both mind and body know that supposing one the House of Commons, and the other the House of Peers, my will is sovereign over both. There is a good description of this species of mental weakness in the fine play of Beaumont and Fletcher, called The Lover's Progress, where the man warned that his death is approaching, works himself into an agony of fear, and calls for assistance. Though there is no apparent danger, the apparition of the innkeeper's ghost in the same play hovers between the ludicrous and the terrible. To me, the touches of the former quality, which it contains, seem to augment the effect of the latter. Seem to give reality to the supernatural, as being circumstances with which an inventor would hardly have garnished his story. Will Clerk says he has a theory on the vitrified forts. I wonder if he and I agree. I think accidental conflagration is the cause. December 12, Hogg came to breakfast this morning, having taken and brought for his companion the Galashiels bard David Thompson. As to a meeting of Hus Tividale poets, the honest grunter opines, with a delightful naivete, that Moore's verses are far o'er sweet. Answered by Thompson, that Moore's ear or notes, I forget which were, finely strung. They are far o'er finely strung, replied he of the forest, for mine are just reet. It reminded me of Queen Bess when questioning Melville sharply and closely whether Queen Mary was taller than her, and extracting an answer in the affirmative, she replied, "Then your queen is too tall, for I am just the proper height." Was engaged the whole day with sheriff court processes. There is something sickening in seeing poor devils drawn into great expense about trifles by interested attorneys, but too cheap access to litigation has its evils. On the other hand, for the proneness of the lower class to gratify spite and revenge in this way would be a dreadful evil were they able to endure the expense. Very few cases come before the sheriff court of Selkirkshire that ought to come anywhere. Wretched wranglings about a few pounds begun in spleen, and carried on from obstinacy, and at length from fear of the conclusion, to the banquet of ill-humor. DNN of expenses, I try to check it as well as I can, but so 'twill be when I am gone. December 12 dined at home, and spent the evening in writing Anne and Lady Scott at the theatre, to see Matthews, a very clever man, my friend Matthews. But it is tiresome to be funny for a whole evening, so I was content and stupid at home. An odd optical delusion has amused me these 2 last nights. I have been of late, for the first time, condemned to the constant use of spectacles. Now, when I have laid them aside to step into a room, dimly lighted out of the strong light, which I use for writing, I have seen, or seem to see through the rims of the same spectacles which I have left behind me. At first the impression was so lively that I put my hand to my eyes, believing I had the actual spectacles on at the moment. But what I saw was only the eidolon or image of said useful servants. This fortifies some of Dr. Hibbert's positions about spectral appearances. December 13 letter from Lady Stafford, kind and friendly, after the want of Banzu Morarchat. This is wrong spelled. I know her countenance is something for Sophia, whose company should be us ladies are said to choose their liquor little, and good to be acquainted with persons of mere ton is a nuisance, and a scrapito be known to persons of real fashion and fortune is in London a very great advantage. She is besides sure of the hereditary and constant friendship of the Buccleuch ladies, as well as those of Montagu, and of the Harden family of the Marchioness of Northampton, Lady Melville, and others also, the Miss Ardens, upon whose kind offices I have some claim, and would count upon them whether such claim existed or no. So she is well enough established among the right-hand file, which is very necessary in London, where second-rate fashion is like false jewels. Went to the yearly court of the Edinburgh Assurance Company, to which I am one of those graceful and useless appendages, called directors extraordinary and extraordinary director. I should prove, had they elected me an ordinary one, there were their moneyers and great one-ears men of metal discounters and counters sharp, grave prudential faces eyes weak with, ciphering by lamplight men who say to gold be thou paper, and to paper be thou turned into fine gold, many a bustling sharp-faced keen-eyed writer to some, perhaps speculating with their client's property. My reverend Senias had expected a motion for printing their contract, which I as a piece of light artillery was brought down, and got into battery to oppose. I should certainly have done this on the general ground that while each partner could at any time obtain sight of the contract at a call on the directors or managers, it would be absurd to print it for the use of the company, and that exposing it to the world at large was in all respects unnecessary, and might teach novel companies to avail themselves of our rules and calculations if false for the purpose of exposing our errors, if correct for the purpose of improving their own schemes on our model. But my eloquence was not required, no one renewing the motion under question. So off I came, my ears still ringing with the sounds of thousands and tens of thousands, and my eyes dazzled with the golden gleam offered by so many capitalists. Walked home with the solicitor 73 decidedly, the most hopeful young man of his time, high connection, great talent, spirited ambition, a ready and prompt elocution with a good voice, and dignified manner, prompt and steady courage, vigilant and constant assiduity, popularity with the young men, and the good opinion of the old will, if I mistake not, carry him as high as any man who has been since the days of old Hal. Done as he is hot though, and rather hasty. This should be amended. They who would play at single stick must bear with patience a rap over the knuckles. Dined quietly with Lady Scott and Anne. December 14, affairs very bad in the money market in London. It must come here. And I have far too many engagements not to feel it to end the matter at once. I intend to borrow 10,000, with which my son's marriage contract allows me to charge my estate at Whitsunday and Martinmas. I will have enough to pay up the encumbrance of 3,000 due to old Moss' daughter, and 5,000 to Mrs. Ferguson in whole or part. This will enable us to dispense in a great measure with bank assistance, and sleep in spite of thunder. I do not know whether it is this business which makes me a little bilious, or rather the want of exercise during the season of late and change of the weather to too much heat. Thank God my circumstances are good upon a fair balance, which I have made certainly not less than 40,000 or nearly 50,000 above the world. But the sun and moon shall dance on the green air. Carelessness, or hope of gain, or facility of getting cash, shall make me go too deep again were it. But for the disquiet of the thing, dined Lady Scott and Anne quietly. December 15, R.P. Gillies came sic ut mos est at 5 o'clock, to make me confidant of the extremities of his distress. It is clear all he has to do is to make the best agreement he can with his creditors. I remember many years since the poor fellow told me he thought there was something interesting in having difficulties. Poor lad, he will have enough of them now. He talks about writing translations for the booksellers from the German to the amount of 500 or 600 pounds. But this is like a man proposing to run a whole day at top speed, yet if he had good subjects, RPG is one of the best translators I know, and something must be done for him. Certainly, though I fear it will be necessary to go to the bottom of the ulcer palliatives. Won't do, he is terribly imprudent, yet a worthy and benevolent creaturia, great bore, withal dined alone with family. I am determined not to stand mine host to all Scotland and England, as I have done. This shall be a saving, since it must be a borrowing year. We heard from Sophia they are got safe to town, but as Johnny had a little bag of meal with him, to make his porridge on the road, the whole innyard assembled to see the operation. Junior, his maid, was of opinion that England was an awful country to make parich, and God bless the poor baby, and restore his perfect health. December 16, RPG and his friend Robert Wilson, cameth former at 5, as usual, the latter at 3. As appointed, Robert Wilson frankly said that RPG's case was quite desperate, that he was insolvent, and that any attempt to save him at present would be just so much cash thrown away. God knows at this moment I have none to throw away uselessly for poor Gillies. There was a melancholy mixture of pathos and affectation in his statement, which really affected me, while it told me that it would be useless to help him to money. On such very empty plans, I endeavored to persuade him to make a virtue of necessity, resign all to his creditors, and begin the world on a new leaf. I offered him Chiefswood for a temporary retirement. Lady Scott thinks I was wrong, and nobody could less desire such a neighbor, all his affectations being caviar to me. But then the wife and children went again to the solicitor, on a wrong night being asked for tomorrow. Lady Scott undertakes to keep my engagements recorded in future, said, quis custodiet ipsum custodum. December 17, dined with the Solicitor Lord Chief Baron 76, Sir William Boothby nephew of old, Sir Brooke the dandy poet, etc., annoyed with anxious presentiments, which the night's post must dispel or confirm all in London, as bad as possible. December 18 Ballantyne called on me this morning venet. Illa suprema dies my extremity is come. Cadle has received letters from London, which all but positively announce the failure of Hurst and Robinson, so that Constable Co. must follow, and I must go with poor James Ballantyne for company. I suppose it will involve my all, but if they leave me 500 I can still make it 1,000 or 1,200 a year. And if they take my salaries of 1,300 and 300, they cannot but give me something out of them. I have been rash in anticipating funds to buy land, but then I made from 5,000 to 10,000 a year, and land was my temptation. I think nobody can lose a penny. That is one comfort. Men will think pride has had a fall. Let them indulge their own pride in thinking that my fall makes them higher, or seems so. At least I have the satisfaction to recollect that my prosperity has been of advantage to many, and that some at least will forgive my transient wealth, on account of the innocence of my intentions, and my real wish to do good to the poor. This news will make sad hearts at Darnick and in the cottages of Abbotsford, which I do not nourish the least hope of preserving. It has been my Delilah, and so I have often termed it, and now the recollection of the extensive woods I planted, and the walks I have formed from which strangers must derive both the pleasure and profit will excite feelings likely to sober my gayest moments. I have half resolved never to see the place again. How could I tread my hall with such a diminished crest? How live a poor indebted man where I was once the wealthy? The honored my children are provided, thank God, for that I was to have gone there on Saturday in joy and prosperity. To receive my friends, my dogs, will wait for me in vain. It is foolish, but the thoughts of parting from these dumb creatures have moved me. More than any of the painful reflections I have put down. Poor things, I must get them kind. Masters there may be, yet those who loving me may love my dog. Because it has been mine, I must end this, or I shall lose the tone of mind with which men should meet distress. I find my dog's feet on my knees, I hear them whining, and seeking me everywhere. This is nonsense. But it is what they would do could they know how things are. Poor Will Laidlaw, poor Tom Purdy. This will be news to wring your heart, and many a poor fellow's besides, to whom my prosperity was daily bread. Ballantyne behaves like himself, and sinks his own ruin in contemplating mine. I tried to enrich him indeed, and now Allol is gone he will have the journal still. That is a comfort, for sure they cannot find a better editor. Thealas, who will they beth unbecant Oburn, who are to dispose of my all as they will some hardied banker. Some of those men of millions, whom I described. Cadle showed more kind and personal feeling to me than I thought he had possessed. He says there are some properties of works that will revert to me, the copy money not being paid, but it cannot be any very great matter, I should think. Another person did not afford me all the sympathy I expected, perhaps, because I seem to need little support. Yet that is not her nature, which is generous and kind. She thinks I have been imprudent trusting men. So far, perhaps, saw, but what could I do? I must sell my books to someone. And these folks gave me the largest price. If they had kept their ground, I could have brought myself round fast enough by the plan of 14th December. I now view matters at the very worst, and suppose that my all must go to supply the deficiencies of Constable. I fear it must be so. His connections with Hurst and Robinson have been so intimate that they must be largely involved. This is the worst of the concern. Our own is comparatively plain sailing. Poor Gillies called yesterday to tell me he was in extremity. God knows, I had every cause to have returned him the same answer. I must think his situation worse than mine, as through his incoherent, miserable tale, I could see that he had exhausted each access to credit, and yet fondly imagines that bereft of all his accustomed indulgences, he can work with a literary zeal unknown to his happier days. I hope he may labor enough to gain the mere support of his family. For myself, the magic wand of the unknown is shivered in his grasp. He must henceforth be termed the tool known. The feast of fancy is over with the feeling of independence. I can no longer have the delight of waking in the morning, with bright ideas, in my mind haste to commit them to paper, and count them monthly, as the means of planting such groves and purchasing such wastes, replacing my dreams of fiction by other prospective visions of walks by fountain heads and pathless groves, places which pale passion loves. Footnote to page 44 in the original MS. Turn back to page 41 and 42. I turned the page accidentally, and the partner of a bankrupt concern ought not to waste 2 leaves of paper. This cannot be, but I may work substantial husbandry work history. And such concerns, they will not be received with the same enthusiasm, at least I much doubt the general knowledge, that an author must write for his bread, at least for improving his pittance degrades him, and his productions in the public eye, he falls into the second-rate rank of estimation. While the harness sore galls, and the spurs his sides goad, the high-mettled racer's a hack on the road. It is a bitter thought, but if tears start at it, let them flow. I am so much of this mind that, if anyone would now offer to relieve all my embarrassments on condition, I would continue the exertions which brought it there, dear as the place is to me. I hardly think I could undertake the labor, on which I entered with my usual alacrity, only this morning, though not without a boding feeling of my exertions proving useless, yet to save Abbotsford I would attempt all that was possible. My heart clings to the place I have created, there is scarce a tree on it that does not owe its being to me, and the pain of leaving it is greater than I can tell. I have about 10,000 of constables, for which I am bound to give literary value, but if I am obliged to pay other debts for him, I will take leave to retain this sum at his credit. We shall have made some kittle questions of literary property amongst us, once more patience, cousin, and shuffle the cards. I have endeavored at times to give vent to thoughts naturally so painful, by writing these notices partly, to keep them at bay by busying myself with the history of the French Convention. I thank God I can do both with reasonable composure. I wonder how Anne will bear this affliction. She is passionate but stout-hearted and courageous in important matters. Though irritable in trifles, I am glad Lockhart and his wife are gone, why I cannot tell. But I am pleased to be left to my own regrets, without being melted by condolences, though of the most sincere and affectionate kind. Anne bears her misfortune gallantly, and well, with a natural feeling no doubt of the rank and consideration she is about to lose. Lady Scott is incredulous, and persists in cherishing hope, where there is no ground for hope. I wish it may not bring on the gloom of spirits which has given me such distress. If she were the active person she once was, that would not be now. I fear it more than what Constable or Cadle will tell me this evening, so that my mind is made up. Oddly enough, it happened mine honest friend Hector came in before dinner to ask a copy of my seal of arms, with a sly kindliness of intimation that it was for some agreeable purpose. Half-past 8 I closed this book under the consciousness of impending ruin. I open it an hour after, thanks be to God, with the strong hope that matters may be got over safely and honorably, in a mercantile sense. Cadle came at 8 to communicate a letter from Hurst and Robinson, intimating they had stood the storm, and though clamorous for assistance from Scotland, saying they had prepared their strongholds without need of the banks. This was a mistake. This is all so far well, but I will not borrow any money on my estate till I see things reasonably safe. Stocks have risen from to a strong proof that confidence is restored. But I will yield to no delusive hopes, and fall back, edge my resolutions hold. I shall always think the better of Cadle for this, not merely because his feet are beautiful on the mountains who brings good tidings, but because he showed feeling, deep feeling, poor fellow, who I thought had no more than his numeration table, and who, if he had had his whole counting-house full of sensibility, had yet his wife and children to bestow it upon. I will not forget this. If I get through, I love the virtues of rough and round men. The others are apt to escape in salt-room salvolatile, and a white pocket-handkerchief. An odd thought strikes me when I die. Will the journal of these days be taken out of the ebony cabinet at Abbotsford, and read as the transient pout of a man worth 60,000, with wonder that the well-seeming baronet should ever have experienced such a hitch? Or will it be found in some obscure lodging-house, where the decayed son of chivalry has hung up his scutcheon for some 20s a week, and where one or two old friends will look grave and whisper to each other, "Poor gentleman, a well-meaning man, nobody's enemy"? But his own thought his parts could never wear out. Family poorly left. Pity he took that foolish title. Who can answer this question? What a life mine has been, half educated, almost wholly neglected or left to myself, stuffing my head with most nonsensical trash, and undervalued in society for a time, by most of my companions getting forward, and held a bold and clever fellow contrary to the opinion of all who thought me a mere dreamer. Broken-hearted for 2 years, my heart handsomely pieced again, but the crack will remain to my dying day. Rich and poor 4 or 5 times, once on the verge of ruin, yet opened new sources of wealth almost overflowing, now taken in my pitch of pride, and nearly winged, unless the good news hold, because London chooses to be in an uproar, and in the tumult of bulls and bears, a poor inoffensive lion like myself is pushed to the wall. and what is to be the end of it God knows, and so ends the catechism. December 19 Valentine here before breakfast. He looks on Cadle's last night's news with more confidence than I do. But I must go to work be my thoughts sober, or lively constable. Came in and sat an hour the old gentleman is firm as a rock, and scorns the idea of Hurst and Robinson's, stopping he talks of going up to London next week, and making sales of our interest in Woodstock and Boney, which would put a hedge round his finances. He is a very clever fellow, and will I think bear us through. Dined at Lord Chief Baron's Lord Justice Clerk Lord President Captain Scarlett, a gentlemanlike young man, the son of the great council, and a friend of my son Walter Lady Charlotte Hope, and other womankind R. Dundas of Arniston, and his pleasant and good-humoured little wife, whose quick intelligent look pleases me more though her face be plain than 100 mechanical beauties. December 20 I like Ch. Boss Shepherd very much I think, as any man I have learned to know of late years. There is a neatness and precision, a closeness and truth in the tone of his conversation, which shows what a lawyer he must have been, perfect good humor and suavity of manner, with a little warmth of temper on suitable occasions. His great deafness alone prevented him from being Lord Chief Justice. I never saw a man so patient under such a malady. He loves society and converses excellently, yet is often obliged in a mixed company, particularly, to lay aside his trumpet, retire into himself, and withdraw from the talk. He does this with an expression of patience on his countenance, which touches one much. He has occasion for patience, otherwise, I should think, for Lady S. is fine and fidgety, and too anxious to have everything point devise. Constable's license for the dedication is come, which will make him happy. Dined with James Ballantyne, and met my old friend Matthews the comedian with his son, now grown up, a clever, rather forward lad who makes songs in the style of James Smith or Coleman, and sings them with spirit, rather lengthy though. December 21, there have been odd associations attending my two last meetings, with Matthews the last time I saw him before yesterday evening. He dined with me in company with poor Sir Alexander Boswell, who was killed within 2 or 3 months. I never saw Sir Alexander more. The time before was in 1815, when John Scott of Gala and I were returning from France and passed through London, when we brought Matthews down as far as Leamington. Poor Byron lunched, or rather made an early dinner with us at Long's, and a most brilliant day we had of it. I never saw Byron so full of fun, frolic, wit, and whim. He was as playful as a kitten. Well, I never saw him again, so this man of mirth with his merry meetings has brought me no luck. I like better that he should throw in his talent of mimicry and humor into the present current tone of the company, than that he should be required to give this, that, and t'other bit selected from his public recitations. They are good, certainly excellent. But then you must laugh, and that is always severe to me. When I do laugh in sincerity, the joke must be or seem unpremeditated. I could not help thinking in the midst of the glee, what gloom had lately been over the minds of three of the company, Cadle, J.B., and the journalist. What a strange scene, if the surge of conversation could suddenly ebb like the tide, and show us the state of people's real minds. Savary might have been gay in such a party with all his forgeries in his heart. No eyes the rooks discover, which lurk beneath the deep. Life could not be endured were it seen in reality. Things are mending in town, and Hurst and Robinson write with confidence, and are, it would seem, strongly supported by wealthy friends. Cadle and Constable are confident of their making their way through the storm, and the impression of their stability is general in London. I hear the same from Lockhart. Indeed, I now believe that they wrote gloomy letters to Constable chiefly to get as much money out of them as they possibly could, but they had well nigh overdone it. This being Tay and Wednesday must be a day of leisure, and Labor. Sophia has got a house 25 Pall Mall. Dined at home with Lady Scott and Anne. December 22, I wrote 6 of my close pages yesterday, which is about 24 pages in print. What is more, I think it comes off twangingly. The story is so very interesting in itself that there is no fear of the book answering superficial. It must be, but I do not disown the charge. Better a superficial book which brings well and strikingly together the known and acknowledged facts, than a dull, boring narrative pausing to see further into a millstone at every moment than the nature of the millstone admits. Nothing is so tiresome as walking through some beautiful scene with a minute philosopher, a botanist or pebble gatherer, who is eternally calling your attention from the grand features of the natural scenery to look at grasses and chuckastones. Yet in their way they give useful information. And so does the minute historian. Gad, I think that will look well in the preface. My bile is quite gone. I really believe it arose from mere anxiety. What a wonderful connection between the mind and body. The air of Bonnie Dundee running in my head today. I wrote a few verses to it before dinner, taking the keynote from the story of Clavers, leaving the Scottish Convention of Estates in 1,688,990. I wonder if they are good or poor. Will Erskine thou couldst, and wouldst have told me I must. Consult JB, who is as honest as was we. But then though he has good taste too, there is a little of big boa about it. Can't say what made me take a frisk so uncommon of late years, as to write verses of free will. I suppose the same impulse which makes birds sing when the storm seems blown over. Dined at Lord Minto's. There were Lord and Lady Ruthven, Will Clerk and Thomas Timsona right choice party. There was also my very old friend Mrs. Brydone, the relict of the traveller and daughter of Principal Robertson, and really worthy of such a connection Lady Minto, who is also peculiarly agreeable, and her sister Mrs. Admiral Adam in the evening. December 23, the present Lord Minto is a very agreeable, well-informed and sensible man, but he possesses neither the high-breeding ease of manner, nor eloquence of his father. The first Earl, that Sir Gilbert, was indeed a man among 1,000. I knew him very intimately in the beginning of the century, and which was very agreeable, was much at his house on very easy terms. He loved the muses, and worshipped them in secret, and used to read some of his poetry, which was but middling. Tom Campbell lived at Minto, but it was in a state of dependence which he brooked very Roman 99. He was kindly treated, but would not see it in the right view, and suspected slights. And so on, where no such thing was meant, there was a turn of savage about Tom, though without his blackguardism, kind of waywardness of mind and irritability, that must have made a man of his genius. Truly unhappy Lord Minto, with the mildest manners, was very tenacious of his opinions, although he changed them twice in the crisis of politics. He was the early friend of Fox, and made a figure towards the end of the American War, or during the struggles betwixt Fox and Pitt. Then came the Revolution, and he joined the anti-Gallican party so keenly that he declared against Addington's peace with France, and was for a time, I believe, a Wyndhamite. He was reconciled to the Whigs on the Fox and Grenville coalition, but I have heard that Fox, contrary to his wont, retained such personal feelings as made him object to Sir Gilbert Elliot's having a seat in the cabinet. So he was sent as Governor-General to India. Better thing, I take it, for his fortune. He died shortly after his return at Hatfield, or Barnet, on his way down to his native country. He was a most pleasing and amiable man. I was very sorry for his death, though I do not know how we should have met, for the contested election in 1805, in Roxburghshire, had placed some coldness betwixt the present lord and me. I was certainly anxious for Sir Alexander Donne, both as friend of my most kind friend Charles, Duke of Buccleuch, and on political accounts. And those thwartings are what men in public life do not like to endure. After a cessation of friendship for some years, we have come about again. We never had the slightest personal dispute or disagreement, but politics are the blowpipe beneath whose influence the best cemented friendships too often dissever, and ours, after all, was only a very familiar acquaintance. It is very odd that the common people at Minto and the neighborhood will not believe to this hour that the first Earl is dead. They think he had done something in India, which he could not answer forth, that the house was rebuilt on a scale unusually large to give him a suite of secret apartments, and that he often walks about the woods and crags of Minto at night with a white nightcap and long white beard. The circumstance of his having died on the road down to Scotland is the sole foundation of this absurd legend, which shows how willing the vulgar are to gull themselves when they can find no one else to take the trouble. I have seen people who could read, write, and cipher shrug their shoulders and look mysterious when this subject was mentioned. One very absurd addition was made on occasion of a great ball at Minto House, which it was said was given to draw all people away from the grounds, that the concealed Earl might have leisure for his exercise. This was on the principle in the German play, where, to hide their conspiracy, the associates join in a chorus song. We dined at home. Mr. Davidoff and his tutor kept an engagement with us to dinner. Notwithstanding the death of the Emperor Alexander, they went to the play with the womankind. I stayed at home to write. December 24, wrote Walter and Jane, and gave the former an account of how things had been in the money market, and the loan of 10,000. Constable has a scheme of publishing the works of the author of Waverley, in a superior style, at one's volume. He says he will answer for making 20,000 of this, and liberally offered me any share of the profit. Have no great claim to any, as I have only to contribute the notes, which are light work, yet a few thousands coming in will be a good thing. Besides, the printing office constable, though valetudinary and cross with his partner, is certainly as good a pilot in these rough seas as ever man. Put faith in his rally has put me in mind of the old song. The tailor raise and shook his duds. He guard the bills flee aff in cluds, and they that stayed gat fearfu thuds. The tailor proved a man. Oh, we are for Abbotsford today with a light heart. Abbotsford December 25, arrived here last night at 7. Our halls are silent compared to last year. But let us be thankful when we think how near the chance appeared. But a week since that these halls would have been ours, no longer barbarous has segits nullum numen abest si sit prudentia. There shall be no lack of wisdom, but camale faut cultivar, nodder jardin. Let us see. I will write out the bonnets of Bonnie Dundee. I will sketch a preface to La Roche Jacqueline, for Constable's Miscellany, and try about a specimen of notes for the Waverley novels together with letters and by business. It will be a good day's work. I make a vow, and keep it true. I will accept no invitation for dinner save one to Newtondon and Merton tomorrow, instead of Christmas Day on this day of general devotion. I have a particular call for gratitude. My God, what poor creatures we are after all my fair proposals yesterday. I was seized with a most violent pain in the right kidney and parts adjacent, which joined to deadly sickness, which it brought on forced me instantly to go to bed and send for Clarkson. He came and inquired, pronouncing the complaint to be gravel augmented by bile. I was in great agony till about 2 o'clock, but awoke with the pain gone. I got up, had a fire in my dressing closet, and had Dalgleish to shave metwo trifles, which I only mention because they are contrary to my hardy and independent personal habits. But although a man cannot be a hero to his valet in sickness becomes of great use to him, I cannot expect that this first will be the last visit of this cruel complaint, but shall we receive good at the hand of God, and not receive evil? December 27th, slept 12 hours at a stretch, being much exhausted, totally without pain today, but uncomfortable from the effects of calomel, which with me at least is like the assistance of an auxiliary army, just 1 degree more tolerable than the enemy. It chases away calomel. Contemplations are not worth recording. I wrote an introduction and a few notes to the memoirs of Madame La Roche Jacqueline, being all that I was equal to. Sir Adam Ferguson came over and tried to marry my verses to the tune of Bonnie Dundee. They seem well adapted to each other. Dined with Lady Scott and Anne. Worked at Pepys in the evening, with the purpose of review for Lockhart. Notwithstanding the depressing effects of the calomel, I feel the pleasure of being alone and uninterrupted. Few men leading a quiet life, and without any strong or highly varied change of circumstances, have seen more variety of society than I who have enjoyed it more, or been bored, as it is called, less by the company of tiresome people. I have rarely, if ever, found any one out of whom I could not extract amusement or edification. And were I obliged to account for hints afforded on such occasions, I should make an ample deduction from my inventive powers. Still, however, from the earliest time I can remember, I preferred the pleasure of being alone to waiting for visitors, and have often taken a bannock and a bit of cheese to the wood or hill to avoid dining with company. As I grew from boyhood to manhood, I saw this would not do, and that to gain a place in men's esteem, I must mix and bustle with them. Pride and an excitation of spirits supplied the real pleasure which others seemed to feel in society, and certainly, upon many occasions, it was real still if the question was eternal company, without the power of retiring within yourself, or solitary confinement for life. I should say turnkey lock the cell. My life, though not without its fits of waking and strong exertion, has been a sort of dream spent in chewing the cud of sweet and bitter fancy. I have worn a wishing cap, the power of which has been to divert present griefs, by a touch of the wand of imagination, and gild over the future prospect, by prospects more fair than can ever be realized somewhere. It is said that this castle building is wielding of the aerial trowellies, fatal to exertions in actual life. I cannot tell, I have not found it, so I cannot indeed say, like Madame Genlis, that, in the imaginary scenes in which I have acted a part one, ever prepared myself for anything which actually befell me, but I have certainly fashioned out much that made the present hour pass pleasantly away, and much that has enabled me to contribute to the amusement of the public. Since I was 5 years old, I cannot remember the time when I had not some ideal part to play for my own solitary amusement. December 28, somehow I think the attack on Christmas Day has been of a critical kind, and having gone off so well may be productive rather of health than continued indisposition. If one is to get a renewal of health in his 51st year, he must look to pay fine for it. Last night George Thompson came to see how I was. Poor fellow, he has talent, is well informed, and has an excellent heart, but there is an eccentricity about him that defies description. I wish to God I saw him provided in a country kirk, that with a rational wife that, is if there is such a thing to be got for him, would, I think, bring him to a steady temper. At present, he is between the Tyning and the winning if I could get him to set to any hard study, he would do something clever. How to make a critique sly rogue, sheltering himself under the generic name of Mr. Campbell, requested of me, through the penny-post, the loan of 50, for 2 years having an impulse, as he said to make this demand, as I felt no corresponding impulse. I begged to decline a demand, which might have been as reasonably made by any Campbell on earth, and another impulse has determined the man of £50 to send me anonymous abuse of my works and temper and selfish disposition. The severity of the joke lies in 14d for postage, to avoid which his next epistle shall go back to the clerks of the post office. As not for SWS, how the severe rogue would be disappointed, if he knew I never looked at more than the first and last lines of his satirical effusion. When I first saw that a literary profession was to be my fate, I endeavored by all efforts of stoicism to divest myself of that irritable degree of sensibility, or, to speak plainly, of vanity, which makes the poetical race miserable and ridiculous, the anxiety of a poet for praise, and for compliments I have always endeavored to keep down. December 29, base feelings. This same calomel gives one me poor and abject a wretch, as Will Rose says. Fie on silly coward man, that he should be the slave ought. Then it makes one woefully dogged and snappish, as Dr. Ruddy, the Quaker, says in his Journal. Sent Lockhart 4 pages on Sheridan's plays, not very good I think, but the demand came sudden, must go to WK, yet am vexed by that humor of contradiction, which makes me inclined to do anything else in preference. Commenced preface for new edition of my novels. The City of Cork send my freedom in a silver box. I thought I was out of their grace for going to see Blarney, rather than the Cove, for which I was attacked and defended in the papers, when in Ireland I am sure they are so civil that I would have gone wherever they wished me to go, if I had had anyone to have told me what I ought to be most inquisitive about. For if I should as lion come in strife into such place, were pity of my life. December 30 spent at home, and in labour with the weight of unpleasant news from Edinburgh. JB is like to be pinched next week. Unless the loan can be brought forward, I must, and have endeavoured to supply him. At present the result of my attempts is uncertain. I am even more anxious about Constable Co., unless they can get assistance from their London friends, to whom they gave much. All is in God's hands. The worst can only be what I have before anticipated. But I must, I think, renounce the cigars they brought back, using 2 this evening, the irritation of which I had no feelings, while abstaining from them. Dined alone with Gordon, Lady S., and Anne James. Colonel Melrose has handsomely lent me 600. He has done kindly. I have served him before, and will again, if in my power. December 31 took a good sharp walk the first time since my illness, and found myself the better in health and spirits. Being Hogmanay, there dined with us Colonel Russell, and his sisters Sir Adam Ferguson, and Lady Colonel Ferguson, with Mary and Margaret, an old-world party, who made themselves happy in the old fashion. I felt so tired about 11 that I was forced to steal to bed. January 1. A year has passed. Another has commenced. These solemn divisions of time influence our feelings as they recur, yet there is nothing in it, for every day in the year closes a 12-month, as well as the 31st December. The latter is only the solemn pause, as when a guide showing a wild and mountainous road calls on a party to pause and look back at the scenes which they have just passed. To me, this new year opens sadly. There are these troublesome pecuniary difficulties, which, however, I think this week should end. There is the absence of all my children, Anne, excepted from our little family festival. There is besides that ugly report of the 15th Hussars going to India. Walter, I suppose, will have some step in view, and will go, and I fear Jane will not dissuade him. A hard frosty day, cold but dry and pleasant underfoot, walked into the plantations with Anne and Anne. Russell, a thought strikes me alluding to this period of the year. People say that the whole human frame in all its parts and divisions is gradually in the act of decaying and renewing. What a curious timepiece it would be that could indicate to us the moment this gradual and insensible change had so completely taken place, that no atom was left of the original person who had existed at a certain period, but there existed in his stead another person having the same limbs, thews, and sinews, the same face, and lineaments, the same consciousness. A new ship, built on an old plank, a pair of transmigrated stockings, like those of Sir John Cutler, all green silk, without one thread of the original black silk, left singulardo be at once another, and the same. January 2, weather clearing up in Edinburgh once more, and all will, I believe, do well. I am pressed to get on with Woodstock, and must try. I wish I could open a good vein of interest which would breathe freely. I must take my old way, and write myself into good humor with my task. It is only when I dally with what I am about look back and aside instead of keeping my eyes straight forward that I feel these cold sinkings of the heart. All men I suppose do less or more. They are like the sensation of a sailor, when the ship is cleared for action. And all are at their place gloomy enough, but the first broadside puts all to rights dined at Huntley Burn, with the Fergusons en masse. January 3 promises a fair day, and I think the progress of my labors will afford me a little exercise, which I greatly need to help off the calomel feeling. Walked with Colonel Russell from 11 till 2th first good day's exercise I have had since coming here. We went through all the terrace the Roman planting over by the Steel and Haxelklooch, and so by the Reimer's Glen to Chiefswood, which gave my heart a twinge, so disconsolate it seemed, yet all is for the best. Called at Huntley Burn and shook hands with Sir Adam, and his lady just going off when I returned signed the bond for 10,000, which will disencumber me of all pressing claims, when I get forward WK. And Nap, there will be 12,000 and upwards. And I hope to add 3,000 against this time, next year, or the devil must hold the dice. JB writes me seriously on the carelessness of my style. I do not think I am more careless than usual, but I dare say he is right, I will be more cautious. January 4 dispatched the deed yesterday executed Mr. and Mrs. Skene. My excellent friends came to us from Edinburgh. Skene, distinguished for his attainments as a draftsman, and for his highly gentlemanlike feelings and character, is Laird of Rubislaw near Aberdeen, having had an elder brother his education was somewhat neglected in early life, against which disadvantage, he made a most gallant fight, exerting himself much to obtain those accomplishments which he has since possessed admirable in all exercises. There entered a good deal of the cavalier into his early character of late. He has given himself much to the study of antiquities. His wife, a most excellent person, was tenderly fond of Sophia. They bring so much old-fashioned kindness and good humor with them, besides the recollections of other times, that they must be always welcome guests. Letter from Mr. Scrope, announcing a visit. January 5 got the desired accommodation with Coutts, which will put JB quite straight, but am a little anxious still about Constable. He has immense stock to be sure and most valuable, but he may have sacrifices to make to convert a large proportion of it into ready money. The accounts from London are most disastrous, many wealthy persons totally ruined, and many more have been obliged to purchase their safety at a price they will feel all their lives. I do not hear things are so bad in Edinburgh, and JB's business has been transacted by the banks with liberality. Colonel Russell told us last night that the last of the Moguls, a descendant of Kubla Khan, though having no more power than his effigies at the back of a set of playing cards, refused to meet Lord Hastings, because the Governor-General would not agree to remain standing in his presence pretty well for the blood of Timur in these degenerate days. Much alarmed, I had walked till 12 with Skene and Call Russell, and then sat down to my work. To my horror and surprise, I could neither write nor spell, but put down one word for another and wrote nonsense. I was much overpowered at the same time, and could not conceive the reason. I fell asleep, however, in my chair, and slept for 2 hours. On waking, my head was clearer, and I began to recollect that last night I had taken the anodyne left for the purpose by Clarkson, and being disturbed in the course of the night, I had not slept it off. Obliged to give up writing arid peppies, instead the Scots of Harden were to have dined, but sent an apologistorm coming on. Russell's left us this morning to go to Haining. January 6, this seems to be a feeding storm coming on by little and little rot all day, and dined quiet. My disorder is wearing off, and the quiet society of the Skens suits with my present humor. I really thought I was in for some very bad illness. Curious expression of an Indian-born boy, just come from Bengal, a son of my cousin George Swinton. The child saw a hare run across the fields, and exclaimed, "See, there is a little tiger." January 7, Sunday night, a young artist, son of the performer, came to paint my picture at the request of Terry. This is very far from being agreeable, as I submitted to this distressing state of constraint last year to Newton at request of Lockhart, to Leslie at request of my American friend, to Wilkie for his picture of the king's arrival at Holyrood House, and someone besides. I am as tired of the operation as old Maida, who had been so often sketched that he got up and went away with signs of loathing whenever he saw an artist unfurl his paper and handle his brushes. But this young man is civil and modest, and I have agreed he shall sit in the room while I work, and take the best likeness he can without compelling me into fixed attitudes or the yawning fatigues of an actual sitting. I think, if he has talent, he may do more my way than in the customary mode. At least, I can't have the hangdog look which the unfortunate Theseus has, who is doomed to sit for what seems an eternity. I wrought till 2 o'clock till I was almost nervous with correcting and scribbling. I then walked, or rather was dragged through the snow by Tom Purdy. While Skene accompanied what a blessing there is in a man like Tom, whom no familiarity can spoil, whom you may scold and praise and joke, with knowing the quality of the man is unalterable in his love and reverence to his master. Use an ordinary servant in the same way, and he will be your master in a month. We should thank God for the snow as well as summer flowers. This brushing exercise has put all my nerves into tone again, which were really jarred with fatigue, until my very backbone seemed breaking. This comes of trying to do too much. JB's news are as good as possible. Prudence, and all will do excellently. January 8, frost and snow, still write to excuse myself from attending the funeral of my Aunt Mrs. Curl, which takes place tomorrow at Kelso. She was a woman of the old Sandino breed with the strong sense, high principle, and indifferent temper, which belonged to my father's family. She lived with great credit on a moderate income, and I believe gave away a great deal of it. January 9, Matthews the comedian and his son came to spend a day at Abbotsford. The last is a clever young man, with much of his father's talent for mimicry. Rather forward, though Mr. Scrope also came out, which fills our house. January 10, bodily health, the mainspring of the microcosm, seems quite restored, no more flinching or nervous fits. But the sound mind in the sound body, what poor things does a fever fit, or an overflowing of the bile make of the masters of creation? The snow begins to fall thick this morning. The landlord then aloud did say, as how he wished they would go away. To have our friends shut up here would be rather too much of a good thing. The day cleared up and was very pleasant. Had a good walk, and looked at the curling. Mr. Matthews made himself very amusing in the evening. He has the good nature to show his accomplishments without pressing, and without the appearance of feeling pain. On the contrary, I dare say, he enjoys the pleasure he communicates. January 11, I got proof sheets in which it seems I have repeated a whole passage of history, which had been told before. James is in an awful stew, and I cannot blame him. But then he should consider the hyoscyamus which I was taking, and the anxious botheration about the money market. However, as Chaucer says, there is no workman that can both worken well and hastily. This must be done at leisure parfitly. January 12, Matthews last night gave us a very perfect imitation of old Cumberland, who carried the poetic jealousy and irritability further than any man I ever saw. He was a great flatterer too, the old rogue. Will Erskine used to admire him? I think he wanted originality, a very high-bred man, in point of manners in society. My little artist knight gets on better with his portrait. The features are however too pinched, I think. Upon the whole the days pass pleasantly enough. Work till 1 or 2, then an hour or two's walk in the snow, then lighter work or reading, late dinner, and singing or chat in the evening. Matthews has really all the will as well as the talent to be amusing. He confirms my idea of ventriloquism, which is an absurd word, as being merely the art of imitating sounds at a greater or less distance, assisted by some little points of trick, to influence the imagination of the audience. The vulgar idea of a peculiar organization, beyond fineness of ear and of utterance, is nonsense. January 13, our party are about to disperse. Like youthful steers unyoked east, north, and south. I am not sorry, being one of those whom too much mirth always inclines to sadness. The missing so many of my own family, together with the serious inconveniences to which I have been exposed, gave me at present a desire to be alone. The Skens return to Edinburgh, so does Mr. Scropitum, the little artist. Matthews to Newcastle, his son to Liverpool, so exeunt omnes. Matthews assures me that Sheridan was generally very dull in society, and sate sullen and silent, swallowing glass after glass, rather a hindrance than a help. But there was a time when he broke out with a resumption of what had been going on, done with great force, and generally attacking some person in the company, or some opinion, which he had expressed. I never saw Sheridan but in large parties. He had a Bardolph countenance with heavy features, but his eye possessed the most distinguished brilliancy. Matthews says it is very simple in Tom Moore to admire how Sheridan came by the means of paying the price of Drury Lane Theatre, when all the world knows he never paid it at all, and that Lacey, who sold it, was reduced to want by his breach of faith. Dined quiet with Anne, Lady Scott, and Gordon. January 14, an odd mysterious letter from Constable, who is gone post to London to put something to rights which is wrong betwixt them, their banker, and another moneyed friend. It strikes me to be that sort of letter which I have seen men write when they are desirous that their disagreeable intelligence should be rather apprehended than avowed. I thought he had been in London a fortnight ago disposing of property to meet this exigence. And so I think he should. Well, I must have patience. But these terrors and frights are truly annoying. Luckily, the funny people are gone, and I shall not have the task of grinning when I am serious enough. Dined as yesterday. A letter from J.B. mentioning Constable's journey, but without expressing much if any apprehension. He knows Roman 100 well, and saw him before his departure, and makes no doubt of his being able easily to extricate whatever may be entangled. I will not therefore make myself uneasy. I can help doing so surely, if I will. At least I have given up cigars since the year began, and have now no wish to return to the habit, as it is called. I see no reason why one should not be able to vanquish with God's assistance these noxious thoughts which foretell evil but cannot remedy it. January 15, like yesterday, a hard frost thermometer, at 10 water in my dressing room frozen to flint. Yet I had a fine walk yesterday, the sun dancing delightfully on grim nature's visage hoar. Were it not the plague of being dragged along by another person, I should like such weather as well as summer, but having Tom Purdy to do this office reconciles me to it. I cannot clake with John, as old Mrs. Muir of Caldwell used to say. I mean that an ordinary menial servant thus hooked to your side reminds me of the twin bodies mentioned by Pizzcati being two trunks on the same waist, and legs one died before the other, and remained a dead burden on the back of its companion. Such is close union with a person whom you cannot well converse with, and whose presence is yet indispensable to your getting on. An actual companion, whether humble or your equal, is still worse. But Tom Purdy is just the thing needed up between the friend and servant, as well as Uncle Toby's bowling green between sand and clay. You are certain he is proud as well as patient under his burthen, and you are under no more constraint than with a pony. I must ride him today, if the weather holds up. Meantime, I will correct that curious fellow Pepe's diary. I mean the article I have made of it for the Quarterly. Edinburgh, January 16, came through cold roads too, as cold news. Hurst and Robinson have suffered a bill of 1,000 to come back upon Constable, which I suppose infers the ruin of both houses. We shall soon see Constable, it seems, who was to have set off in the last week of December, dawdled here, till in all human probability his going or staying became a matter of mighty little consequence. He could not be there till Monday night, and his resources must have come too late. Dined with the Skens. January 17, James Ballantyne. This morning good honest fellow, with a visage as black as the crook he hopes no salvation, has indeed taken measures to stop it. Is hard, after having fought such a battle, have apologized for not attending the Royal Society Club, who have a gaudimus on this day, and seem to count much on my being the preses. My old acquaintance, Miss Elizabeth Clerk, sister of Willie, died suddenly. I cannot choose but wish it had been SWS. And yet the feeling is unmanly. I have Anne, my wife, and Charles to look after. I felt rather sneaking, as I came home from the Parliament House, felt as if I were liable monstrari digito in no very pleasant way. But this must be borne cum ceteris, and thank God, however uncomfortable, I do not feel despondent. I have seen Cadle, Ballantyne, and Hogarth all advise me to execute a trust of my property for payment of my obligations. So does John Gibson. And so I resolve to do. My wife and daughter are gloomy, but yet patient. I trust by my hold on the works to make it every man's interest to be very gentle with me. Cadle makes it plain that by prudence they will in 6 months realize 20,000, which can be attainable by no effort of their own. January 18, he that sleeps too long in the morning, let him borrow the pillow of a debtor, so says the Spaniard. And so say Roman. When I had, of course, an indifferent night of it, I wish these 2 days were over. But the worst is over. The Bank of Scotland has behaved very well, expressing a resolution to serve Constable's house and me to the uttermost. But as no one can say to what extent Hurst and Robinson's failure may go, borrowing would but linger it out. January 19, during yesterday, I received formal visits from my friends Skene and Colin Mackenzie, who I am glad to see looks well with every offer of service. The Royal Bank also sent Sir John Hope and Sir Henry Jardine to offer to comply with my wishes. The advocate came on the same errand, but I gave all the same answer that my intention was to put the whole into the hands of a trustee, and to be contented with the event, and that all I had to ask was time to do so, and to extricate my affairs. I was assured of every accommodation in this way from all quarters. I have had the same kindness. Letters from Constable and Robinson have arrived. The last persist in saying they will pay all and everybody. They say, moreover, in a postscript, that had Constable been in town 10 days sooner, all would have been well. When I saw him on 24th December, he proposed starting in 3 days, but dallied God knows, why in a kind of infatuation. I think till things had got irretrievably wrong, there would have been no want of support then, and his stock under his own management would have made a return immensely greater than it can under any other now. I fear the loss must be great, as his fall will involve many of the country dealers who traded with him. I feel quite composed and determined to labor. There is no remedy, I guess, as Matthews makes his Yankees say that we shall not be troubled with visitors. And I calculate that I will not go out at all, so what can I do better than labor even yesterday? I went about making notes on Waverley according to Constable's plan. It will do good one day today. When I lock this volume, I go to Woodstock Hay. Knight came to stare at me to complete his portrait. He must have read a tragic page, compared to what he saw at Abbotsford. We dined, of course, at home, and before and after dinner, I finished about 20 printed pages of Woodstock. But to what effect others must judge a painful scene after dinner, and another after supper, endeavoring to convince these poor dear creatures that they must not look for miracles, but consider the misfortune as certain, and only to be lessened by patience and labor. January 20, Indifferent Nightvery Bilious, which may be one of exercise, a letter from Sir J. Sinclair, whose absurd vanity bids him thrust his finger into every man's pie, proposing that Hurst and Robinson should sell their prints, of which he says they have a large collection, by way of lottery like Boydell. In scenes like these which break our heart, comes Punch like you, and my's portant cultivans notter jarred in the public favor, is my only lottery. I have long enjoyed the foremost prize, and something in my breast tells me my evil genius will not overwhelm me if I stand by myself. Why should I not? I have no enemies many. Attached friends, the popular ascendancy, which I have maintained, is of the kind which is rather improved by frequent appearances before the public. In fact, critics may say what they will, but hang your reputation, and tine your reputation, is a true proverb. Sir William Forbes Khalid, same kind honest friend as ever, with all offers of assistance, etc., etc., all anxious to serve me and careless about their own risk of loss. And these are the cold hard money-making men whose questions and control I apprehended. Lord Chief Commissioner Adam also came to see me, and the meeting, though pleasing, was melancholy. It is the first time we have met since the break-up of his hopes, in the death of his eldest son on his return from India, where he was chief in council, and highly esteemed. The commissioner is not a very early friend of mine, for I scarce knew him till his settlement in Scotland with his present office, but I have since lived much with him, and taken kindly to him, as one of the most pleasant, kind-hearted, benevolent, and pleasing men I have ever known. It is high treason among the Tories to express regard for him, or respect for the jury court in which he presides. I was against that experiment as much as anyone. But it is an experiment, and the establishment which the fools will not perceive is the only thing which I see likely to give some prospects of ambition to our bar, which has been otherwise so much diminished. As for the chief commissioner, I dare say he jobs as all other people of consequence do in elections and so forth, but he is the personal friend of the king, and the decided enemy of whatever strikes at the constitutional rights of the monarch. Besides, I love him for the various changes which he has endured through life, and which have been so great as to make him entitled to be regarded in one point of view as the most fortunate, in the other the most unfortunate man in the world. He has gained and lost two fortunes by the same good luck and the same rash confidence, which raised and now threatens my peculium, and his quiet, honorable, and generous submission under circumstances more painful than mine. For the loss of world's wealth was to him aggravated by the death of his youngest and darling son in the West. Indus furnished me at the time, and now with a noble example, so the Tories and Whigs may go BDD together, as names that have disturbed old Scotland and torn asunder the most kindly feelings, since the first day they were invented. Yes, them. They are spells to rouse all our angry passions, and I dare say, notwithstanding the opinion of my private and calm moments, I will open on the cry again, so soon as something occurs to chafe my mood. And yet, God knows, I would fight in honorable contest with word or blow for my political opinions, but I cannot permit that strife to mix its waters with my daily meal, those waters of bitterness, which poison all mutual love and confidence, betwixt the well-disposed on either side, and prevent them, if need were, from making mutual concessions, and balancing the constitution against the ultras of both parties. The good man seems something broken by these afflictions. January 21, Susanna in Tristram Shandy thinks death is best met in bed. I am sure trouble and vexation Are not the watches of the night pass wearily, when disturbed by fruitless regrets and disagreeable anticipations, but let it pass. Well, Goodman, time, or blunt or keen. Move thou quick, or take thy leisure. Longest day will have its e'en. Weariest life but treads a measure. I have seen Cadle, who is very much downcast for the risk of their copyrights being thrown away by a hasty sale. I suggested that if they went very cheap, some means might be fallen on to keep up their value or purchase them. In I fear the split betwixt Constable and Cadle will render impossible what might otherwise be hopeful enough. It is the Italian racehorses, I think, which instead of riders have spurs tied to their sides, so as to prick them into a constant gallop. Cadle tells me their gross profit was sometimes 10,000 a year, but much swallowed up with expenses, and his partner's drafts, which came to 4,000 yearly. What there is to show for this, God knows. Constable's apparent expenses were very much within bounds. Colin Mackenzie entered, and with his usual kindness, engages to use his influence to recommend some moderate proceeding to Constable's creditors, such as may permit him to go on and turn that species of property to account which no man alive can manage so well as he. Followed Mr. Gibson with a most melancholy tale. Things are so much worse with Constable than I apprehended that I shall neither save Abbotsford nor anything else. Naked we entered the world, and naked we leave it. Blessed be the name of the Lord. January. I feel neither dishonored nor broken down by the bad, no really bad news I have received. I have walked my last on the domains. I have planted sate the last time in the halls I have built. But death would have taken them from me if misfortune had spared them. My poor people, whom I loved so well, there is just another die to turn up against me in this run of a luck. Roman 1e. If I should break my magic wand in the fall from this elephant, and lose my popularity with my fortune, then Woodstock and Boney may both go to the papermaker, and I may take to smoking cigars and drinking grog or turn devotee, and intoxicate the brain another way in prospect of absolute ruin. I wonder if they would let me leave the court of session. I would like, methinks, to go abroad and lay my bones far from the Tweed. But I find my eyes moistening, and that will not do. I will not yield without a fight for it. It is odd, when I set myself to work doggedly, as Dr. Johnson would say, I am exactly the same man that I ever was, neither low-spirited nor distrait in prosperous times. I have sometimes felt my fancy and powers of language flag. But adversity is to me at least a tonic, and Bracer the fountain is awakened from its inmost recesses, as if the spirit of affliction had troubled it in his passage. Poor Mr. Pole the harper sent to offer me 500 or 600, probably his all. There is much good in the world after all, but I will involve no friend, either rich or poor. My own right hand shall do idles. Will I be done in the slang language, and undone in common parlance? I am glad that beyond my own family, who are accepting Roman 50s young, and able to bear sorrow, of which this is the first taste to some of them, most of the hearts are past aching, which would have once been inconsolable on this occasion. I do not mean that many will not seriously regret, and some perhaps lament my misfortunes, but my dear mother, my almost sister Christy Rutherford, poor, will Erskine, these would have been mourners indeed. Well, exertion, O invention, rouse thyself. May man be kind, may God be propitious. The worst is I never quite know when I am right or wrong, and Ballantyne, who does know in some degree, will fear to tell me Lockhart would be worth gold just now, but he too would be too diffident to speak broad out. All my hope is in the continued indulgence of the public. I have a funeralator to the burial of the Chevalier Yellin, a foreigner of learning and talent who has died at the Royal Hotel. He wished to be introduced to me, and was to have read a paper before the Royal Society. When this introduction was to have taken place, I was not at the society that evening, and the poor gentleman was taken ill at the meeting, and unable to proceed, he went to his bed and never rose again, and now his funeral will be the first public place I shall appear at. He dead, and I ruined. This is what you call a meeting. January 23, slept ill, not having been abroad these 8 days. Splendid abilities, then a dead sleep in the morning, and when the awakening comes a strong feeling, how well I could dispense with it for once. And forever this passes away. However, as better and more dutiful thoughts arise in my mind, I know not if my imagination has flagged. Probably it has, but at least my powers of labor have not diminished. During the last melancholy week, on Monday and Tuesday, my exertions were suspended. Since Wednesday inclusive, I have written 38 of my close manuscript pages, of which 70 make a volume of the usual novel size. Wrote till 12 Roman 1000, finishing half of what I call a good day's work in pages of print, or rather 12. Then walked in Prince's Street pleasure grounds, with Good Samaritan James Skeen, the only one among my numerous friends, who can properly be termed amicus curiarum mirum, others being too busy or too gay, and several being estranged by habit. The walks have been conducted on the whole with much taste, though Skeen has undergone much criticism, the usual reward of public exertions on account of his plans. It is singular to walk close beneath the grim old castle, and to think what scenes it must have seen, and how many generations of 70 have risen and passed away. It is a place to cure one of too much sensation over earthly subjects of mutation. My wife and girls' tongues are chatting in a lively manner in the drawing room. It does me good to hear them. January 24, Constable came yesterday, and saw me for half an hour. He seemed irritable, but kept his temper under command, was a little shocked when I intimated that I was disposed to regard the present works in progress as my own. I think I saw two things: one, that he is desirous to return into the management of his own affairs, without cattle; if he can; two, that he relies on my connection, as the way of helping us out of the slough. Indeed, he said he was ruined utterly. Without my countenance, I certainly will befriend him, if I can, but constable without cattle is like getting the clock without the pendulum, the one having the ingenuity, the other the caution of the business. I will see my way before making any bargain, and I will help them, I am sure, if I can, without endangering my last cast for freedom. Worked out my task. Yesterday, my kind friend Mrs. Coutts has got the cadetship for Pringle's shortreed, in which he was peculiarly interested. I went to the court for the first time today, and like the man with the large nose, thought everybody was thinking of me and my mishaps. Many were undoubtedly, and all rather regrettingly, some obviously affected. It is singular to see the difference of men's manner, whilst they strive to be kind or civil in their way of addressing me. Some smile, as they wish me good day, as if to say, think nothing about it. My lad, it is quite out of our thoughts. Others greeted me with the affected gravity, which one sees and despises at a funeral. The best Bredall, I believe, meaning equally well, just shook hands, and went on a foolish puff in the papers, calling on men and gods to assist a popular author, who, having choused the public of many thousands, had not the sense to keep wealth when he had it. If I am hard pressed, and measures used against me, I must use all means of legal defense, and subscribe myself bankrupt in a petition for sequestration. It is the course I would have advised a client to take, and would have the effect of saving my land, which is secured by my son's contract of marriage. I might save my library, etc., by assistance of friends, and bid my creditors defiance. But for this, I would in a court of honor deserve to lose my spurs. No, if they permit me, I will be their vassal for life, and dig, in the mine of my imagination, to find diamonds, or what may sell for such, to make good my engagements, not to enrich myself, and this from no reluctance to allow myself to be called the insolvent, which I probably am, but because I will not put out of the power of my creditors the resources mental or literary which yet remain to me. Went to the funeral of Chevalier Yellin, the literary foreigner mentioned on 22d. How many and how various are the ways of affliction! Here is this poor man dying at a distance from home, his proud heart broken, his wife and family anxiously expecting letters, and doomed only to learn they have lost a husband and father forever. He lies buried on the Calton Hill, near learned and scientific dust, the graves of David Hume and John Playfair being side by side. January 25. Anne is ill this morning. May God help us if it should prove serious, as I have known it in such cases. Where am I to find courage or comfort? A thought has struck me. Can we do nothing for creditors with the goblin drama called Fortunes of Devorgal? Could it not be added to Woodstock as a fourth volume? Terry refused a gift of it, but he was quite and entirely wrong. It is not good, but it may be made so poor. Will Erskine liked it much. Gave my wife her 12 allowance, 24 to last till Wednesday fortnight. January 26. Spoke to JB last night about Devorgal, who does not seem to relish the proposal, alleging the comparative failure of Halidon Hill. I says self-conceit, but he has not read it, and when he does, it is the sort of wild fanciful work betwixt heaven and earth, which men of solid parts do not estimate. Pepys thought Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream the most silly play he had ever seen, and Pepys was probably judging on the same grounds with JB, though presumptuous enough to form conclusions against a very different work from any of mine. How, if I send it to Lockhart by and by? I called today at Constable's. Both partners seemed secure that Hurst and Robinson were to go on, and pay. Strange that they should have stopped. Constable very anxious to have husbanding of the books. I told him the truth, that I would be glad to have his assistance, and that he should have the benefit of the agency, but that he was not to consider past transactions as a rule for selling them in future since I must needs make the most out of the labors I could item that I or whoever might act for me would of course after what has happened look, especially to the security he said. If Hearst and Robinson were to go on banknotes would be laid down I conceive, indeed, that they would take Woodstock and Napoleon almost at loss. Rather than break the connection in the public eye Sir William Arbuthnot and Mr. Kinnear were very kind but cui bono. Gibson comes with a joyful face, announcing all the creditors had unanimously agreed to a private trust. This is handsome and confidential, and must warm my best efforts to get them out of the scrape. I will not doubt, is to lose Sir William Forbes took the chair, and behaved as he has ever done with the generosity of ancient faith and early friendship. They are deeper concerned than most in. What scenes have Sir William, and I not born share told their desperate, and almost bloody affrays rivalries deep drinking matches and finally with the kindest feelings on both sides, somewhat separated by his retiring much within the bosom of his family, and I moving little beyond mine, it is fated our planets should cross though, and that at the periods most interesting for me down in 100 thoughts. Jane Russell drank tea with us. I hope to sleep better tonight. If I do not, I shall get ill, and then I cannot keep my engagements. Is it not odd I can command my eyes to be awake, when toil and weariness sit on my eyelids? But to draw the curtain of oblivion is beyond my power. I remember some of the wild buccaneers in there. Impiety succeeded pretty well by shutting hatches and burning brimstone and asafoetida, in making a tolerable imitation of hell. But the pirate's heaven was a wretched affair. It is one of the worst things about this system of ours, that it is 100 times more easy to inflict pain than to create pleasure. January 27, slept better and less bilious owing doubtless to the fatigue of the preceding night, and the more comfortable news I drew my salaries of various kinds, amounting to 300 and upwards, and sent with John Gibson's consent 200 to pay off things at Abbotsford, which must be paid wrote Laidlaw with the money directing him to make all preparations for reduction, and ill of rheumatism, I believe caught cold by vexation, and exposing herself to bad weather. The Celtic Society present me with the most splendid broadsword. I ever saw a beautiful piece of art, and a most noble weapon Honourable Mr. Stewart, second son of the Earl of Moray General Graham Stirling, and MacDougall attended as a committee to present it. This was very kind of my friends the Celts with whom I have had so many merry meetings. It will be a rare legacy to Walter for myself. Good lack. It is like Lady Dowager Dawn's prize, in a lottery of hardware she venerable lady, who always wore a haunchoop silk neglige and triple ruffles at the elbow having the luck to gain a pair of silver spurs and a whip to correspond. January 28, Ballantyne and Cadle wish that Mr. Alex Cowan should be Constable's trustee, instead of J.B.'s Gibson, is determined to hold by Cowan. I will not interfere, although I think Cowan's services might do us more good as Constable's trustee than as our own, but I will not begin with thwarting the managers of my affairs, or even exerting strong influence. It is not fair these last 4 or 5 days I have wrought little today I set on the steam, and ply my paddles. January 29, the proofs of Vol Roman 1139 came so thick in yesterday that much was not done, but I began to be hard at work today, and must not journalize much. Mr. Jolly, who is to be my trustee in conjunction with Gibson, came to see me pleasant and good-humored man, and has high reputation as a man of business I told him, and I will keep my word that he would at least have no trouble by my interfering and thwarting their management, which is the not unfrequent case of trusters and trustees. Constable's business seems unintelligible. No man thought the house worth less than 150,000. Constable told me, when he was making his will, that he was worth 80,000. Great profits on almost all the adventures. No bad speculations yet, neither stock nor debt to show. Constable might have eaten up his share, but Cadle was very frugal. No doubt trading almost entirely on accommodation is dreadfully expensive. January 30, false delicacy. Mr. Gibson, Mr. Cowan, Mr. J.B. were with me last night to talk over important matters and suggest an individual for a certain highly confidential situation. I was led to mention a person of whom I knew nothing, but that he was an honest and intelligent man. All seemed to acquiesce and agreed to move the thing to the party concerned this morning. And so Mr. G. and Mr. Roman 100 left me, when J.B. let out that it was their unanimous opinion that we should be in great trouble were the individual appointed from faults of temper, etc., which would make it difficult to get on with him. With a hearty curse I hurried J.B. to let them know that I had no partiality for the man whatever, and only named him because he had been proposed for a similar situation elsewhere, This is provoking enough that they would let me embarrass my affairs with a bad man, an unfit one, I mean, rather than contradict me. I dare say great men are often used so. I labored freely yesterday, the stream rose fast if clearly, is another question, but there is bulk for it, at least about 30 printed pages. And now again, boys to the oar. January 31, there being nothing in the roll today, I stay at home from the court, and add another day's perfect labor to Woodstock, which is worth 5 days of snatched intervals, when the current of thought and invention is broken in upon, and the mind shaken and diverted from its purpose by a succession of petty interruptions. I have now no pecuniary provisions to embarrass me, and I think now the shock of the discovery is past, and over I am much better off on the whole. I am, as if I had shaken off from my shoulders a great mass of garments, rich indeed, but cumbrous and always more a burden than a comfort. I am free of 100 petty public duties, imposed on me as a man of consideration off the expense of a great hospitality and, what is better, of the great waste of time connected with it. I have known in my day all kinds of society, and can pretty well estimate how much or how little one loses by retiring from all but that which is very intimate. I sleep and eat and work as I was wont, and if I could see those about me as indifferent to the loss of rank as I am, I should be completely happy. As it is, time must salve that sore, and to time I trust it. Since the 14th of this month, no guest has broken bread in my house, save G.H. Gordon one morning at breakfast. This happened never before since I had a house of my own, but I have played Abu Hassan long enough, and if the Caliph came, I would turn him back again. February 1, a most generous letter, though not more so than I expected, from Walter and Jane, offering to interpose with their fortune, etc. God Almighty forbid that were too unnatural in me, to accept though dutiful and affectionate in them, to offer. They talk of India still with my damaged fortune, I cannot help them to remain by exchange, and so forth. He expects, if they go out, eldest captain, when by staying 2 or 3 years, he will get the step of major. His whole thoughts are with his profession, and I understand that when you quit or exchange when a regiment goes on distant or disagreeable service, you are not accounted as serious in your profession. God send what is for the best remitted. Charles a bill for 40-35 advance at Christmas, makes 75. He must be frugal. Attended the court and saw J.B. and Cadle. As I returned, both very gloomy, came home to work, etc. About 2. February 2, an odd visit this morning from Miss Jane Bell of North Shields, whose lawsuit with a Methodist parson of the name of Hill made some noise. The worthy divine had in the basest manner interfered to prevent this lady's marriage by 2 anonymous letters, in which he contrived to refer the lover to whom they were addressed. For further corroboration to himself, the whole imposition makes the subject of a little pamphlet published by Marshal Newcastle. The lady ventured for redress into the thicket of English law lost. One suit gained another, with 300 damages, and was ruined. The appearance and person of Miss Bell are prepossessing. She is about 30 years old, a brunette with regular and pleasing features, marked with melancholy, an enthusiast in literature, and probably in religion. She had been at Abbotsford to see me, and made her way to me here in the vain hope that she could get her story worked up into a novel, and certainly the thing is capable of interesting situations. It throws a curious light upon the aristocratic, or rather hieratic, influence exercised by the Methodist preachers within the connection, as it is called, admirable food. This would be for the Quarterly or any other reviewers who might desire to feed fat their grudge against these sectarians. But there are 2 reasons against such a publication. First, it would do the poor sufferer no good. Secondly, it might hurt the Methodistic connection very much, which I for one would not like to injure. They have their faults, and are peculiarly liable to those of hypocrisy and spiritual ambition, and priestcraft. On the other hand, they do infinite good, carrying religion into classes in society where it would scarce be found to penetrate, did it rely merely upon proof of its doctrines, upon calm reasoning, and upon rational argument. Methodists add a powerful appeal to the feelings and passions, and though I believe this is often exaggerated into absolute enthusiasm, yet I consider upon the whole they do much to keep alive a sense of religion and the practice of morality necessarily connected with it. It is much to the discredit of the Methodist clergy that when this calumniator was actually convicted of guilt, morally worse than many men are hanged, for they only degraded him from the first to the second class of their preacher-sleeving man, who from mere hatred at Miss Bell's brother, who was a preacher like himself, had proceeded in such a deep and infamous scheme to ruin the character and destroy the happiness of an innocent person, in possession of the pulpit, and an authorized teacher of others. If they believed him innocent, they did too much; if guilty, far too little. I wrote to my nephew Walter today cautioning him against a little disposition, which he has to satire, or meconceit, which may be a great stumbling block in his course in life. Otherwise I presage well of him. He is lieutenant of engineers with high character for mathematical sciences, acute, very well-mannered. And I think good-hearted; he has seen enough of the world, too, to regulate his own course through life, better than most lads at his age. February 3, this is the first morning since my troubles that I felt at awaking. I had drunken deep of all the blessedness of sleep. I made not the slightest pause, nor dreamed a single dream, nor even changed my side. This is a blessing to be grateful for; there is to be a meeting of the creditors today. But I care not for the issue if they drag me into the court of Tordo Calo. Instead of going into this scheme of arrangement, they would do themselves a great injury and perhaps eventually do me good, though it would give me much pain. James Ballantyne is severely critical on what he calls imitations of Mrs. Radcliffe in Woodstock. Many will think with him, yet I am of opinion he is quite wrong, or as friend J. Ferrier says, wrong in the first place. I am to look on the mere fact of another author having treated a subject happily as a bird looks on a potato boggle, which scares it away from a field otherwise as free to its depredations as anyone's else in 2D place. I have taken a wide difference. My object is not to excite fear of supernatural tilings in my reader, but to show the effect of such fear upon the agents in the story own, a man of sense and firmness own, a man unhinged by remorsion, a stupid, uninquiring clownon, a learned and worthy but superstitious divine in the third place. The book turns on this hinge and cannot want it, but I will try to insinuate the refutation of Aldebarante's exception into the prefatory matter. From the 19th January to the 2D February inclusive is exactly 15 days, during which time, with the intervention of some days' idleness to let imagination brood on the task, a little, I have written a volume. I think for a bet I could have done it in 10 days. Then I must have had no court of session to take me up 2 or 3 hours every morning and dissipate my attention and powers of working for the rest of the day. A volume at cheapest is worth 1,000. This is working at the rate of 24,000 a year. But then we must not bake buns faster than people have appetite to eat them. They are not essential to the market like potatoes. John Gibson came to tell me in the evening that a meeting today had approved of the proposed trust. I know not why, but the news gives me little concern. I heard it as a party indifferent. I remember hearing that Mandarin testified some horror when he found himself bound alive on the wheel, and saw an executioner approach with a bar of iron to break his limbs. After the second and third blow, he fell a laughing, and being asked the reason by his confessor, said he laughed at his own folly, which had anticipated increased agony at every blow, when it was obvious that the first must have jarred and confounded the system of the nerves, so much as to render the succeeding blows of little consequence. I suppose it is so with the moral feelings; at least I could not bring myself to be anxious whether these matters were settled one way or another. February 4 wrote to Mr. Laidlaw to come to town upon Monday and see the trustees to farm or not to farm. That is the question. With our careless habits, it were best, I think, to risk as little as possible. Lady Scott will not exceed with ready money in her hand, but calculating on the produce of a farm is different, and neither she nor I are capable of that minute economy. 2 cows should be all we should keep. But I find Lady S. inclines much for the 4. If she had her youthful activity and could manage things, it would be well and would amuse her. But I fear it is too late. A week returned from court by constables, and found Cadell had fled to the sanctuary, being threatened with ultimate diligence by the Bank of Scotland. If this be a vindictive movement, it is harsh, useless, and bad of them. And flight, on the contrary, seems no good sign on his part. I hope he won't prove his father or grandfather at Preston Pans. Cadell dressed among the rest. Why gun and good claymore man? On gelding grey he rode that day. Why pistols set before man? The cause was gude, he did spend his bluid. Before that he would yield man. But the night before he left the court, and never faced the field man. Harden and Mrs. Scott called on Mamma. I was abroad. Henry called on me, wrote only 2 pages of manuscript and a half today. As the boatswain said, one can't dance always nouther. But were we sure of the quality of the stuff, what opportunities for labor does this same system of retreat afford us? I am convinced that in 3 years I could do more than in the last 10. But for the mind being I fear exhausted, give me my popularity and awful postulate and all my present difficulties shall be a joke in 5 years. And it is not lost yet at least. February 5 rose after a sound sleep, and here am I without bile or anything to perturb my inward man. It is just about 3 weeks since so great a change took place in my relations in society. And already I am indifferent to it, but I have been always told my feelings of joy and sorrow pleasure, and pain enjoyment and privation, are much colder than those of other people. I think the Romans call it stoicism. Missy was in the drawing room, and overheard William Clerk and me laughing excessively at some foolery or other in the back room to her no small surprise, which she did not keep to herself. But do people suppose that he was less sorry for his poor sister, or I for my lost fortune? If I have a very strong passion in the world it is pride, and that never hinged upon world's gear which was always with me light come light go. February 6 letters received yesterday from Lord Montagu, John Morritt, and Mrs. Hewiskind, and dear friends, all with solicitous inquiries. But it is very tiresome to tell my story over again, and I really hope I have few more friends intimate enough to ask me for it. I dread letter writing, and envy the old hermit of Prague who never saw pen or ink. What then one must write it, is a part of the law we live on talking of writing. I finished my 6 pages neat and handsome yesterday, and at night I fell asleep and the oil dropped from the lamp upon my manuscript. Will this extreme unction make it go smoothly down with the public? Thus idly we profane the sacred time. By silly prose, light jest, and lighter rhyme. I have a song to write too, and I am not thinking of it. I trust it will come upon me at once a sort of catch. It should be I walked out feeling a little overwrought, saw Constable, and turned over Clarendon Cadle, not yet out of hiding. This is simple work, obliged to borrow 240 to be refunded in spring from John Gibson, to pay my nephew's outfit and passage to Bombay. I wish I could have got this money otherwise. But I must not let the orphan boy, and such a clever fellow miscarry, through my fault. His education, etc., has been at my expense ever since he came from America. February 7 had letters yesterday from Lady Davy and Lady Louisa Stuart, two very different persons. Lady Davy, daughter and co-heiress of a wealthy Antigua merchant, has been known to me all my life. Her father was a relation of ours of a Scotch calculation. He was of a good family, care of bloody laws. But decayed Miss Jane Care married first Mr. a priest, son of a Welsh baronet. The match was not happy. I had lost all acquaintance with her for a long time, when about 20 years ago we renewed it in London. She was then a widow, gay, clever, and most actively ambitious to play a distinguished part in London society. Her fortune, though handsome and easy, was not large enough to make way by dint of showy entertainments. And so forth, so she took the blue line, and by great tact and management actually established herself as a leader of literary fashion. Soon after she visited Edinburgh for a season or two, and studied the Northern Lights. One of the best of them, poor Jack Playfair, was disposed to shoot madly from his sphere, and I believe asked her. But he was a little too old. She found a fitter husband in every respect in Sir Humphrey Davy, to whom she gave a handsome fortune, and whose splendid talents and situation as president of the Royal Society gave her naturally a distinguished place in the literary society of the metropolis now. This is a very curious instance of an active-minded woman forcing her way to the point, from which she seemed furthest excluded, for though clever, and even witty, she had no peculiar accomplishment, and certainly no good taste either for science or letters naturally. I was once in the Hebrides with her, and I admired to observe how amidst seasickness, fatigue, some danger, and a good deal of indifference as to what she saw, she gallantly maintained her determination to see everything. It marked her strength of character, and she joined to it much tact, and always addressed people on the right side. So she stands high, and deservedly so, for to these active qualities, more French, I think, than English, and partaking of the Creole vivacity and suppleness of character, she adds, I believe, honorable principles, and an excellent heart. As a lion catcher, I could pit her against the world. She flung her lasso sea halls South America over Byron himself. But then, poor soul, she is not happy. She has a temper, and Davy has a temper. And these tempers are not one temper but two tempers, and they quarrel like cat and dog, which may be good for stirring up the stagnation of domestic life, but they let the world see it, and that is not so well now. In all this, I may be thought a little harsh on my friend, but it is between my girl and me, and moreover I would cry heartily if anything were to ail my little cousin, though she be addicted to rule the cerulean atmosphere. Then I suspect the cares of this as well as other empires overbalance its pleasures. There must be difficulty in being always in the right humor to hold a court. There are usurpers to be encountered, and insurrections to be put down an incessant troop, biencences to be discharged a sort of etiquette, which is the curse of all courts. An old lion cannot get hamstrung quietly at 400 miles distance, but the empress must send him her condolence, and a pot of lip salve to be sure the monster is consanguinean, as Sir Toby says. Looked in at constables coming home Cadle, emerged from Alsatia, borrowed Clarendon home by 12:30. My old friend Sir Peter Murray called to offer his own assistance, Lord Justice Clerks, and Abercrombies to negotiate for me a seat upon the bench of the Court of Session. Instead of my sheriffdom and clerkship, I explained to him, the use which I could make of my pen was not, I thought, consistent with that situation, and that besides I had neglected the law too long to permit me to think of it. But this was kindly and honorably done. I can see people think me much worse off than I think myself. They may be right, but I will not be beat till I have tried a rally and a bold one. February 8 slept ill, and rather bilious in the morning. Many of the bench now are my juniors. I will not seek ex Elemosina, a place which had I turned my studies that way I might have aspired to long ago. Ex Meritus, my pen, should do much better for me than the odd 1,000 a year. If it fails, I will lean on what they leave me. Another chance might be, if it fails in the patronage, which might after a year or two place me in exchequer. But I do not count on this unless, indeed, the Duke of Buccleuch, when he comes of age, should choose to make play. Got to my work again, and wrote easier than the 2 last days. Mr. Laidlaw came in from Abbotsford and dined with us. We spent the evening in laying down plans for the farm, and deciding whom we should keep, and whom dismiss among the people. This we did on the true Negro-driving principle of self-interest, the only principle, I know, which never swerves from its objects. We chose all the active young and powerful men, turning old age and infirmity adrift. I cannot help this, for a guinea cannot do the work of 5, but I will contrive to make it easier to the sufferers. February 9, a stormy morning, lowering and blustering, like our fortunes, me virtute me involvo. But I must say to the muse of fiction, as the Earl of Pembroke said to the ejected nuns of Wilton, go spin, you jades, go spin. Perhaps she has no toe on her rock. When I was at Kilkenny last year, we went to see a nunnery, but could not converse with the sisters, because they were in strict retreat. I was delighted with the red-nosed padre, who showed us the place with a sort of proud, unctuous humiliation, an apparent dereliction of the world, that had to me the air of a complete Tartuffe, a strong, sanguine, square-shouldered son of the Church, whom a Protestant would be apt to warrant against any sufferings. He was like to sustain by privation. My purpose, however, just now, was to talk of the strict retreat, which did not prevent the nuns from walking in their little garden breviary, in hand, peeping at us, and allowing us to peep at them. Well, now, we are in strict retreat, and if we had been so last year, instead of gallivanting to Ireland, this affair might not have befallen. If literary labor could have prevented it, but who could have suspected Constable's timbers to have been rotten from the beginning? Visited the exhibition on my way home from the court. The new rooms are most splendid, and several good pictures. The institution has subsisted but 5 years, and it is astonishing how much superior the worst of the present collection are to the teaboard-looking things, which first appeared. John Thomson of Duddingston has far the finest picture in the exhibition of a large size subject, Dunluce, a ruinous castle of the Antrim family near the Giant's Causeway, with one of those terrible seas and skies, which only Thomson can paint. Found Scrope there improving a picture of his own, an Italian scene in Calabria. He is, I think, greatly improved, and one of the very best amateur painters I ever saw. Sir George Beaumont scarcely accepted, yet hang it, I do accept Sir George. I would not write today after I came home. I will not say could not, for it is not true, but I was lazy, felt the desire far niente, which is the sign of one's mind being at ease. I read the English in Italy, which is a clever book. Byron used to kick and frisk more contemptuously against the literary gravity and slang than anyone I ever knew who had climbed so high. Then, it is true, I never knew anyone climb so high. And before you despise the eminence carrying people along with you, as convinced that you are not playing the fox and the grapes, you must be at the top. Moore told me some delightful stories of him. One was that, while they stood at the window of Byron's palazzo in Venice, looking at a beautiful sunset, Moore was naturally led to say something of its beauty, when Byron answered in a tone that I can easily conceive, "Oh, come, dn me, Tom, don't be poetical another time." Standing with Moore on the balcony of the same palazzo, a gondola passed with 2 English gentlemen who were easily distinguished by their appearance. They cast a careless look at the balcony, and went on. Byron crossed his arms and, half stooping over the balcony, said, "Ah, dn ye, If he had known what two fellows you were staring at you, would have taken a longer look at us. This was the man. Quaint, capricious, and playful with all his immense genius, he wrote from impulse, never from effort, and therefore, I have always reckoned Burns and Byron the most genuine poetical geniuses of my time and half a century before me. We have, however, many men of high poetical talent, but none, I think, of that ever-gushing and perennial fountain of natural water. Mr. Laidlaw dined with us, says Mr. Gibson told him. He would dispose of my affairs were it any, but SWS no doubt, so should I, and am well nigh doing so at any rate. But fortuna juvante, much may be achieved, at worst the prospect is not very discouraging to one who wants little. Methinks I have been like Burnt's poor labourer, so constantly in ruin's sight. The view aught gives me little fright. Edinburgh, February 10, went through for a new day the task of buttoning, which seems to me somehow to fill up more of my morning than usual, not certainly that such is really the case, but that my mind attends to the process, having so little left to hope or fear. The half hour between waking and rising has all my life proved propitious to any task, which was exercising my invention, when I get over any knotty difficulty in a story, or have had in former times to fill up a passage in a poem. It was always when I first opened my eyes that the desired ideas thronged upon me. This is so much the case that I am in the habit of relying upon it, and saying to myself, when I am at a loss, never mind, we shall have it at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, if I have forgot a circumstance or a name or a copy of verses. It is the same thing. There is a passage about this sort of matutinal inspiration in the Odyssey, which would make a handsome figure here if I could read or write Greek. I will look into Pope for it, who 10 to 1 will not tell me the real translation. I think the first hour of the morning is also favorable to the bodily strength among other feats. When I was a young man, I was able at times to lift a smith's anvil with one hand by what is called the horn, or projecting piece of iron on which things are beaten to turn them round, but I could only do this before breakfast, and shortly after rising, it required my full strength undiminished by the least exertion, and those who choose to try it will find the feat no easy one. This morning I had some good ideas respecting Woodstock, which will make the story better. The devil of a difficulty is that one puzzles the skein in order to excite curiosity, and then cannot disentangle it for the satisfaction of the prying fiend they have raised. A letter from Sir James Mackintosh of condolence prettily expressed, and which may be sung to the old tune of Welcome, welcome, brother debtor, a brother son of chivalry dismounted by mischance, is sure to excite the compassion of one laid on the arena before him. Yesterday I had an anecdote from old Sir James Stuart Denham, which is worth writing down. His uncle Lord Elcho was, as is well known, engaged in the affair of 1745. He was dissatisfied with the conduct of matters from beginning to end, but after the left wing of the Highlanders was repulsed and broken at Culloden, Elcho rode up to the Chevalier and told him all was lost, and that nothing remained except to charge at the head of 2,000 men who were still unbroken, and either turn the fate of the day or die sword in hand. As became his pretensions, the Chevalier gave him some evasive answer, and turning his horse's head rode off the field. Lord Elcho called after him, I write the very words there you go for a damned cowardly Italian, and never would see him again though he lost his property and remained in exile in the cause. Lord Elcho left 2 copies of his memoirs, one with Sir James Stuart's family, one with Lord Wemyss. This is better evidence than the romance of Chevalier Johnstone, and I have little doubt it is true, yet it is no proof of the prince's cowardice, though it shows him to have been no John of Gaunt. Princes are constantly surrounded with people who hold up their own life and safety to them as by far the most important stake in any contest. And this is a doctrine in which conviction is easily received. Such an eminent person finds everybody's advice save here and there that of a desperate Elcho recommend obedience to the natural instinct of self-preservation, which very often men of inferior situations find it difficult to combat when all the world are crying to them to get on and be damned. Instead of encouraging them to run away at Preston Pans, the Chevalier offered to lead the van, and he was with the second line, which during that brief affair followed the first very close. Johnston's own account, carefully read, brings him within a pistol shot of the first line. At the same time, Charles Edward had not a head or heart for great things, notwithstanding his daring adventure, and the Irish officers by whom he was guided were poor creatures. Lord George Murray was the soul of the undertaking. February 11, court sat till 1:30. I had but a trifle to do, so wrote letters to Mrs. Maclean Cleffin, and nephew Walter sent the last 40 in addition to 240, sent on the 6th making his full equipment 280, a man calling himself Charles Gray. Of course wrote to me expressing sympathy for my misfortunes, and offering me half the profits of what, if I understand him right, is a patent medicine, to which I suppose he expects me to stand trumpeter. He endeavors to get over my objections to accepting his liberality, supposing me to entertain them, by assuring me his conduct is founded on a sage selfishness. This is diverting enough. I suppose the commissioners of police will next send me a letter of condolence, begging my acceptance of a broom, a shovel, and a scavenger's greatcoat, and assuring me that they had appointed me to all the emoluments of a well-frequented crossing. It would be doing more than they have done of late for the cleanliness of the streets, which witness my shoes are. A piteous pickle. I thank the selfish sage with due decorum. For what purpose can anger serve? I remember once before a mad woman from about Alnwick baited me with letters and plants, first for charity to herself or some protege. I gave my guinea, then she wanted to have half the profit of a novel which I was to publish under my name and auspices. She sent me the manuscript, and a moving tale it was, for some of the scenes lay in the cabinet. Alo, I declined the partnership. Lastly, my fair correspondent insisted I was a lover of speculation, and would be much profited by going shares in a patent medicine, which she had invented for the benefit of little babies. I believe I dreaded to have anything to do with such a Herod-like affair, and begged to decline the honor of her correspondence in future. I should have thought the thing a quiz, but that the novel was real and substantial. Anne goes to Ravelston today, to remain tomorrow. Sir Alexander Don called, and we had a good laugh together. February 12. Having ended the second volume of Woodstock last night, I have to begin the third this morning now. I have not the slightest idea how the story is to be wound up to a catastrophe. I am just in the same case as I used to be when I lost myself in former days in some country to which I was a stranger. I always pushed for the pleasantest road, and either found or made it the nearest. It is the same in writing. I never could lay down a planner. Having laid it down, I never could adhere to it. The action of composition always diluted some passages and abridged or omitted others, and personages were rendered important or insignificant not according to their agency in the original conception of the plan, but according to the success or otherwise with which I was able to bring them out. I only tried to make that which I was actually writing diverting and interesting, leaving the rest to fate. I have been often amused with the critics distinguishing some passages as particularly labored, when the pen passed over the whole as fast as it could move, and the eye never again saw them, except in proof verse. I write twice, and sometimes 3 times over. This may be called in Spanish the dar don dier mode of composition, in English hab nab. At a venture, it is a perilous style, I grant, but I cannot help it when I chain my mind to ideas which are purely imaginative. If her argument is a different thing, it seems to me that the sun leaves the landscape, that I think away the whole vivacity and spirit of my original conception, and that the results are cold, tame, and spiritless. It is the difference between a written oration and one bursting from the unpremeditated exertions of the speaker, which have always something the air of enthusiasm and inspiration. I would not have young authors imitate my carelessness, however concilium non curam ep. Read a few pages of Will D. Avenant, who was fond of having it supposed that Shakespeare intrigued with his mother. I think the pretension can only be treated as Phaeton's was according to Fielding's farce. Besides, by all the village boys I am shamed. You the sun's son, you rascal, you be damn Roman 500. Egadil put that into Woodstock. It might come well from the old admirer of Shakespeare. Then Fielding's lines were not written. What then? It is an anachronism for some sly rogue to detect. Besides, it is easy to swear they were written, and that Fielding adopted them from tradition, walked with Skene on the Calton Hill. February 13, the Institution for the Encouragement of the Fine Arts opens today with a handsome entertainment in the exhibition room. As at Somerset House, it strikes me that the direction given by amateurs and professors to their protégés and pupils who aspire to be artists is upon a pedantic and false principle. All the fine arts have it for their highest and more legitimate end and purpose to affect the human passions, or smooth and alleviate for a time the more unquiet feelings of the mind, to excite wonder or terror or pleasure or emotion of some kind or other. It often happens that in the very rise and origin of these arts, as in the instance of Homer, the principal object is obtained in a degree not equaled by his successors, but there is a degree of execution which in more refined times the poet or musician begins to study, which gives a value of its own to their productions of a different kind from the rude strength of their predecessors. Poetry becomes complicated in its rules, music learned in its cadences, and harmonious rhetoric subtle in its periods. There is more given to the labor of executing less, attained by the effect produced, still the nobler and popular end of these arts is not forgotten. And if we have some productions to learn to researches for public, feeling we have every now and then music that electrifies a whole assembly eloquence, which shakes the forum and poetry, which carries men up to the third heaven. But in painting, it is different. It is all become a mystery, the secret of which is lodged in a few connoisseurs, whose object is not to praise the works of such painters as produce effect on mankind at large, but to class them according to their proficiency in the inferior rules of the art which, though most necessary to be taught and learned, should yet only be considered as the greatest ad parnasum, steps by which the higher and ultimate object of a great popular effect is to be attained. They have all embraced the very style of criticism, which induced Michelangelo to call some pope a poor creature. When turning his attention from the general effect of a noble statue, his holiness began to criticize the hem of the robe. This seems to me the cause of the decay of this delightful art, especially in history, its noblest branch. As I speak to myself, I may say that a painting should to be excellent have something to say to the mind of a man like myself, well educated and susceptible of those feelings, which anything strongly recalling natural emotion is likely to inspire. But how seldom do I see anything that moves me much. Wilkie, the far more than 10 years of Scotland, certainly gave many new ideas. So does Will Allen, though overwhelmed with their rebukes about coloring and grouping, against which they are not willing to place his general and original merits. Landseer's dogs were the most magnificent things I ever saw, leaping and bounding and grinning on the canvas. Leslie has great powers, and the scenes from Molière by Newton are excellent. Yet painting wants a regenerator, someone who will sweep the cobwebs out of his head before he takes the palette, as Chantry has done in the sister art. At present, we are painting pictures from the ancients, as authors in the days of Louis XIV wrote epic poems, according to the recipe of Madame Dacier. And the poor reader or spectator has no remedy. The compositions are secundum artem, and if he does not like them, he is no judge at all. February 14. I had a call from Glengarry yesterday, as kind and friendly as usual. This gentleman is a kind of Quixote in our age, having retained in their full extent the whole feelings of clanship and chieftainship elsewhere, so long abandoned. He seems to have lived a century too late, and to exist in a state of complete law and order, like a Glengarry of old, whose will was law to his sept, warm-hearted, generous, friendly. He is beloved by those who know him, and his efforts are unceasing to show kindness to those of his clan, who are disposed fully to admit his pretensions. To dispute them is to incur his resentment, which has sometimes broken out in acts of violence which have brought him into collision with the law. To me, he is a treasure, as being full of information as to the history of his own clan, and the manners and customs of the Highlanders in general. Strong, active, and muscular, he follows the chase of the deer for days and nights together, sleeping in his plaid. When darkness overtakes him in the forest, he was fortunate in marrying a daughter of Sir William Forbes, who, by yielding to his peculiar ideas, in general possesses much deserved influence with him. The number of his singular exploits would fill a volume, for, as his pretensions are high, and not always willingly yielded to, he is every now and then giving rise to some rumor. He is on many of these occasions as much sinned against as sinning, for men, knowing his temper, sometimes provoke him, conscious that Glengarry, from his character for violence, will always be put in the wrong by the public. I have seen him behave in a very manly manner. When thus tempted, he has of late prosecuted a quarrel ridiculous enough in the present day to have himself admitted and recognized as chief of the whole clan, Ranald, or surname of MacDonald. The truth seems to be that the present clan Ranald is not descended from a legitimate chieftain of the tribe, for having accomplished a revolution in the 16th century, they adopted a tannist or captain that is a chief not in the direct line of succession, a certain Ian Moidart or John of Moidart, who took the title of captain of Clan Ranald with all the powers of chief, and even Glengarry's ancestor recognized them as chiefs de facto, if not de jure. The fact is that this elective power was in cases of insanity, imbecility, or the like, exercised by the Celtic tribes, and though Ian Moidart was no chief by birth, yet by election he became so, and transmitted his power to his descendants, as would King William Roman III, if he had had any. So it is absurd to set up the jus sanguinis now, which Glengarry's ancestors did not or could not make good, when it was a right worth combating. For I wrought out my full task yesterday. Saw Cadle as I returned from the court. He seems dejected, apprehensive of another trustee being preferred to Cowan, and gloomy about the extent of stock of novels, etc. on hand. He infected me with his want of spirits, and I almost wish my wife had not asked Mr. Scrope and Charles K. Sharp for this day. but the former sent such loads of game that Lady Scott's gratitude became ungovernable. I have not seen a creature at dinner since the direful 17th January except my own family and Mr. Laidlaw. The love of solitude increases by indulgence. I hope it will not diverge into misanthropy. It does not mend the matter that this is the first day that a ticket for sale is on my house. Poor no 39,171. Gets accustomed even to stone walls, and the place suited me very well. All our furniture, too, is to go 100 little articles that seem to me connected with all the happier years of my life. It is a sorry business, but sursum corda. My two friends came as expected, also Missy, and stayed till 10:30, promised sharp the set of Pyrenees views in the dining parlor. They belong to my uncle, so I do not like to sell them. February 15 yesterday, I did not write a line of Woodstock. Partly I was a little out of spirits, though that would not have hindered. Partly I wanted to wait for some new ideas, a sort of collecting of straw, to make bricks of. Partly I was a little too far beyond the press. I cannot pull well in long traces when the draft is too far behind me. I love to have the press thumping, clattering, and banging in my rear. It creates the necessity, which almost always makes me work. Best needs must, when the devil drives send drive. He does even according to the letter. I must work today, however. Attended a meeting of the faculty about our new library. I spoke, saying that I hoped we would now at length act upon a general plan, and look forward to commencing upon such a scale as would secure us at least for a century against the petty and partial management, which we have hitherto thought sufficient of fitting up one room after another, disconnected and distant. These have been costing large sums of money from time to time, all now thrown away. We are now to have space enough for a very large range of buildings, which we may execute in a simple taste, leaving government to ornament them, if they shall think proper, otherwise to be plain, modest, and handsome, and capable of being executed by degrees, and in such portions as convenience may admit of. Poor James Hogg, the Ettrick shepherd, came to advise with me about his affairs, is sinking under the times, having no assistance to give him. My advice, I fear, will be of little service. I am sorry for him, if that would help him, especially as by his own account, a couple of £100 would carry him on. February 16 misfortunes. Gallingbark comes louder and louder, by assigning my whole property to trustees for behoof of creditors, with 2 works in progress and nigh publication, and with all my future literary labors. I conceived I was bringing into the field a large fund of payment, which could not exist without my exertions, and that thus far I was entitled to a corresponding degree of indulgence. I therefore supposed, on selling this house and various other property, and on receiving the price of Woodstock and Napoleon, that they would give me leisure to make other exertions, and be content with the rents of Abbotsford, without attempting a sale. This would have been the more reasonable, as the very printing of these works must amount to a large sum, of which they will reap the profits in the course of this delay. I supposed I was to have the chance of getting some insight both into Constable's affairs and those of Hurst and Robinson, nay, employing these houses, under precautions, to sell the works. The publisher's profit would have come in to pay part of their debts, but Gibson last night came in after dinner, and gave me to understand that the Bank of Scotland see this in a different point of view, and consider my contribution of the produce of past, present, and future labors as compensated in full by their accepting of the trust deed, instead of pursuing the mode of sequestration, and placing me in the Gazette. They therefore expected the trustees instantly to commence a lawsuit to reduce the marriage settlement, which settles the estate upon Walter, thus loading me with a most expensive suit, and I suppose selling library, and whatever they can lay hold on. Now this seems unequal measure, and would besides of itself totally destroy any power of fancy or genius, if it deserves the name which may remain to me. A man cannot write in the house of correction, and this species of pain forte et dure which is threatened would render it impossible for one to help himself or others. So I told Gibson I had my mind made up as far back as the 24th of January, not to suffer myself to be harder pressed than law would press me, if this great commercial company, through whose hands I have directed so many thousands, think they are right in taking every advantage, and giving none. It must be my care to see that they take none. But what law gives them if they take the sword of the law? I must lay hold of the shield if they are determined to consider me as an irretrievable bankrupt. They have no title to object to my settling upon the usual terms, which the statute requires. They probably are of opinion that I will be ashamed to do this, by applying publicly for a sequestration. Now my feelings are different. I am ashamed to owe debts I cannot pay, but I am not ashamed of being classed with those to whose rank I belong. The disgrace is in being an actual bankrupt, not in being made a legal one. I had liked to have been too hasty in this matter. I must have a clear understanding that I am to be benefited or indulged in some way if I bring in two such funds as those works in progress worth certainly from 10,000 to 15,000. Clerk came in last night and drank wine and water. Slept ill and bilious in the morning. NBI smoked a cigar the first for this present year yesterday evening. February 17 slept sound for nature repays herself for the vexation the mind sometimes gives her. This morning put interlocutors on several sheriff court processes from Selkirkshire. Gibson came tonight to say that he had spoken at full length with Alexander Montepenny, proposed as trustee on the part of the Bank of Scotland, and found him decidedly in favour of the most moderate measures and taking burthen on himself for the Bank of Scotland, proceeding with such lenity as might enable me to have some time and opportunity to clear these affairs. Out I repose trust in Mr. Roman 1000 entirely. His father, old Colonel Montepenny, was my early friend, kind and hospitable to me when I was a mere boy. He had much of old Withers about him, as expressed in Pope's epitaph. O youth in arms approved! O soft humanity in age beloved! His son David and a younger brother Frank, a soldier who perished by drowning on a boating party from Gibraltar, were my schoolfellows, and with the survivor, now Lord Pitmley, I have always kept up a friendly intercourse of this gentleman, on whom my fortunes are to depend. I know little. He was Colin Mackenzie's partner in business while my friend pursued it, and he speaks highly of him. That's a great deal. He is secretary to the Pitt Club, and we have had all our lives the habit idem center de republica. That's much too. Lastly, he is a man of perfect honor and reputation, and I have nothing to ask which such a man would not either grant or convince me was unreasonable. I have, to be sure, some of my constitutional and hereditary obstinacy, but it is in me a dormant quality, convince my understanding, and I am perfectly docile, stir my passions by coldness or affronts, and the devil would not drive me from my purpose. Let me record, I have striven against this besetting sin, when I was a boy and on foot expeditions, as we had many no creature could be, so indifferent which way our course was directed, and I acquiesced in what anyone proposed. But if I was once driven to make a choice, and felt piqued in honor to maintain my proposition, I have broken off from the whole party, rather than yield to any one. Time has sobered this pertinacity of mind, but it still exists, and I must be on my guard against it. It is the same with me in politics in general. I care very little about the matter, and from year's end to year's end, have scarce a thought connected with them, except to laugh at the fools who think to make themselves great men out of little by swaggering in the rear of a party, but either actually important events, or such as seem so by their close neighborhood to me, have always hurried me off my feet, and made me, as I have sometimes afterwards regretted, more forward and more violent than those who had a regular jog-trot way of busying themselves in public matters. Good luck, for had I lived in troublesome times, and chanced to be on the unhappy side, I had been hanged to a certainty. What I have always remarked has been that many who have hallooed me on at public meetings, and so forth, have quietly left me to the odium, which a man known to the public always has more than his own share of, while on the other hand, they were easily successful in pressing before me, who never pressed forward at all when there was any distribution of public favors or the like. I am horribly tempted to interfere in this business of altering the system of banks in Scotland, and yet I know that if I can attract any notice, I will offend my English friends, without propitiating one man in Scotland. I will think of it till tomorrow. It is making myself of too much importance after. February 18 I said about Malachi Malagrother's letter on the late disposition to change everything in Scotland to an English model, but without resolving about the publication, they do treat us very provokingly. O land of cakes, said the northern bard, though all the world betrays thee, one faithful pen thy rights shall guard, one faithful harp shall praise thee. Called on the Lord Chief Commissioner, who, understanding there was a hitch in our arrangements, had kindly proposed to execute an arrangement for my relief. I could not, I think, have thought of it at any rate, but it is unnecessary. February 19 finished my letter Malachi Malagrother this morning, and sent it to James B., who is to call with the result this forenoon. I am not very anxious to get on with Woodstock. I want to see what constables people mean to do when they have their trustee for an unfinished work. They must treat with the author. It is the old story of the varnish spread over the picture, which nothing but the artist's own hand could remove. A finished work might be seized under some legal pretense. Being troubled with thick-coming fancies, and a slight palpitation of the heart. I have been reading the chronicle of the good knight Messer Jacques de Lalincurious, but dull from the constant repetition of the same species of combats in the same style, and phrase it is like washing bushels of sand for a grain of gold. It passes the time, however, especially in that listless mood, when your mind is half on your book, half on something else, you catch something to arrest the attention every now and then, and what you miss is not worth going back upon. Idle man's studies, in short, still things occur to one, something might be made out of the pass or fountain of tears. A tale of chivalry taken from the passages of arms, which Jacques de Laline maintained for the first day of every month for a 12-month. The first mention, perhaps, of red-hot balls appears in the Siege of Oudenarde, by the citizens of Ghent Chronique p. 293. This would be light summer work. JB came and sat an hour. I led him to talk of Woodstock. And to say truth, his approbation did me much good. I am aware it must partial, yet is he Tom tell truth, and totally unable to disguise his real feelings? I think I make no habit of feeding on praise, and despise those whom I see greedy for it as much as I should an underbred fellow, who after eating a cherry tart proceeded to lick the plate. But when one is flagging a little praise, if it can be had genuine and unadulterated by flattery, which is as difficult to come by as the genuine Mountain Dew, is a cordial, after all. So novamos corazon, let us atone for the loss of the morning. February 20. Yesterday, though late in beginning, I nearly finished my task, which is 6 of my close pages, about 30 pages of print, to a full and uninterrupted day's work. Today, I have already written 4. And with some confidence, thus does flattery or praise oil the wheels. It is but 2. O'Clock Skene was here remonstrating against my taking apartments at the Albin Club, and recommending that I should rather stay with them. I told him that was altogether impossible. I hoped to visit them often, but for taking a permanent residence, I was altogether the country mouse, and voted for a hollow tree, a crust of bread and liberty. The chain of friendship, however bright, does not stand the attrition of constant close contact. February 21. Corrected the proofs of Malachi this morning. It may fall dead, and there will be a squib lost. It may chance to light on some ingredients of national feeling, and set folks' beards in a blaze, and so much the better if it does. I mean better for Scotland. Not a whit for me attended the hearing in Parliament House till near 4 o'clock, so I shall do little tonight, for I am tired and sleepy. One person talking for a long time, whether in pulpit or at the bar or anywhere else, unless the interest be great and the eloquence of the highest character, always sets me to sleep. I impudently lean my head on my hand in the court, and take my nap without shame. The lords may keep awake and mind their own affairs. Quod super nos, nihil ad nos. These clerks' stools are certainly as easy seats as are in Scotland those of the barons of Exchequer, always excepted. February 22. Paid Lady Scott her fortnight's allowance. 24. Ballantyne breakfasted, and is to negotiate about Malachi with Constable and Blackwood. It reads not amiss, and if I can get a few guineas for it, I shall not be ashamed to take them for paying Lady Scott. I have just left between 3 and 4 for any necessary occasion, and my salary does not become due until 20th March, and the expense of removing, etc., is to be provided for. But shall we go mourn for that, my dear? The cold moon shines by night, and when we wander here and there, we then do go most right. The mere scarcity of money so that actual wants are provided is not poverty, it is the bitter draught to owe money, which we cannot pay. Labored fairly at Woodstock today, but principally in revising and adding to Malachi, of which an edition as a pamphlet is anxiously desired. I have lugged in my old friend Cardrona 184. I hope it will not be thought unkindly. The banks are anxious to have it published. They were lately exercising lenity towards me, and if I can benefit them, it will be an instance of the king's errand, lying in the Cadger's Gate. February 23. Corrected 2 sheets of Woodstock this morning. These are not the days of idleness. The fact is that the not seeing company gives me a command of my time, which I possessed at no other period in my life, at least, since I knew how to make some use of my leisure. There is a great pleasure in sitting down to write with the consciousness that nothing will occur during the day to break the spell. Detained in the court till past 3, and came home just in time to escape a terrible squall. I am a good deal jaded, and will not work till after dinner. There is a sort of drowsy vacillation of mind, attends fatigue with me. I can command my pen as the school copy recommends, but cannot equally command my thought, and often write one word for another. Read a little volume called The Omen 185, very well written, deep and powerful language. Out Erasmus, out Diabolus, it is Lockhart, or I am strangely deceived. It is past for Wilson's, though but Wilson has more of the falsetto of assumed sentiment, less of the depth of gloomy and powerful feeling. February 24 went down to printing office after the court and corrected Malachi JB's name, is to be on the imprint, so he will subscribe the book he reproaches me with having taken much more pains on this temporary pamphlet than on works which have a greater interest on my fortunes. I have certainly bestowed enough of revision and correction, but the cases are different in a novel or poem. I run the course alone her, I am taking up the cudgels, and may expect a drubbing in return. Besides, I do feel that this is public matter, in which the country is deeply interested, and therefore is far more important than anything referring to my fame or fortune alone. The pamphlet will soon be out. Meantime, Malachi prospers and excites much attention. The banks have bespoke 500 copies, the country is taking the alarm, and I think the ministers will not dare to press the measure. I should rejoice to see the old red lion ramp a little, and the thistle again claim its Nemo me impugn. I do believe Scotsmen will show themselves unanimous, at least where their cash is concerned. They shall not want backing. I incline to cry with Byron in Love's Labour's Lost. More eights, stir them on. I suppose all imaginative people feel more or less of excitation from a scene of insurrection or tumult, or of general expression of national feeling. When I was a lad, poor Davy Douglas used to accuse me of being Cupidus noverum rerum, and say that I loved the stimulus of a broil. It might be so then, and even still. Even in our ashes glow there wanted fires. Whimsical enough that, when I was trying to animate Scotland against the currency bill, John Gibson brought me the deed of trust, assigning my whole estate to be subscribed by me, so that I am turning patriot, and taking charge of the affairs of the country on the very day I was proclaiming myself incapable of managing my own. What of that? The eminent politician Quidnunc was in the same condition, who would think of their own trumpery debts, when they are taking the support of the whole system of Scottish banking on their shoulders. Odd enough too, on this day, for the first time since the awful 17th January, we entertain at dinner Lady Anna Maria Elliott W. Clerk, John A. Murray, and Thomas Thompson, as if we gave a dinner on account of my cessio fori. February 25, our party yesterday went off very gaily, much laugh and fun, and I think I enjoyed it more from the rarity of the event. I mean, from having seen society at home so seldom of late. My head aches slightly, though yet we were but a bottle of champagne, one of port, one of old sherry, and two of claret among 4 gentlemen and 3 ladies. I have been led from this incident to think of taking chambers near Clerk in Rose Court. Methinks the retired situation should suit me well there. A man and woman would be my whole establishment, my superfluous furniture might serve, and I could ask a friend or two to dinner, as I have been accustomed to do. I will look at the place today. I must set now to a second epistle of Malachi to the Athenians, if I can but get the sulky Scottish spirit set up. The devil won't turn them. Cock up your beaver and cock it foose brush well over the border and give them a brush. There's somebody there well teach better behavior. Hey Johnny lad, cock up your beaver. February 26 spent the morning, until dinner, on Malachi's second epistle to the Athenians. It is difficult to steer betwixt the natural impulse of one's national feelings setting in one direction, and the prudent regard to the interests of the empire and its internal peace and quiet recommending less vehement expression. I will endeavor to keep sight of both. But were my own interests alone concerned, DN me, but I would give it them hot. Had some valuable communications from Colin Mackenzie and Lord Medwin, which will supply my plentiful lack of facts. Received an anonymous satire in doggerel, which, having read the first verse and last, I committed to the flames. Peter Murray, son of the clever Lord Elibank, called, and sat half an hour, an old friend, and who, from the peculiarity and originality of his genius, is one of the most entertaining companions I have ever known. But I must finish Malachi. February 27, Malachi is getting on. I must finish him tonight. I dare say some of my London friends will be displeased, Canning perhaps, for he is in Gow of Huskisson, can't help it. The place I looked at won't do, but I really must get some lodging for reason, or none. Dalgleish will not leave me, and cries, and makes a scene now. If I stayed alone in a little set of chambers, he would serve greatly for my accommodation. There are some nice places of the kind in the new buildings, but they are distant from the court, and I cannot walk well on the pavement. It is odd enough that just when I had made a resolution to use my coach frequently, I ceased to keep one in town at least. February 28 completed Malachi today. It is more serious than the first, and in some places perhaps too peppery. Never mind, if you would have a horse kick make a crupper out of a winkow. and I trust to see Scotland kick and fling to some purpose Woodstock, lies back for this, but quid non pro patria. Marge. March 1 Malachi is in the Edinburgh Journal today and reads like the work of an uncompromising right-forward Scot of the old school. Some of the cautious and pluckless instigators will be afraid of their confederate, for if a man of some energy and openness of character happens to be on the same side with these truckling jobbers, they stand as much in awe of his vehemence as doth the inexperienced conjurer who invokes a fiend whom he cannot manage came home in a heavy shower. With the solicitor I tried him on the question, but found him reserved and cautious. The future Lord Advocate must be cautious. But I can tell my good friend John Hope that if he acts the part of a firm and resolute Scottish patriot, both his own country and England will respect him the more. Ah, Hal Dundas, there was no such truckling in night. Looked out a quantity of things to go to Abbotsford, for we are flitting, if you please. It is with a sense of pain that I leave behind a parcel of trumpery prints and little ornaments, once the pride of Lady S.S. Hart, but which she sees consigned with indifference to the chance of an auction. Things that have had their day of importance with me I cannot forget, though the merest trifles, but I am glad that she with bad health and enough to vex her has not the same useless mode of associating recollections with this unpleasant business. The best part of it is the necessity of leaving behind, viz. Setting rid of a set of most wretched daubs of landscapes, in great gilded frames, of which I have often been heartily ashamed. The history of them was curious. An amateur artist, a lady happened to fall into misfortunes upon which her landscapes, the character of which had been buoyed up far beyond their proper level, sank even beneath it, and it was low enough. One most amiable and accomplished old lady continued to encourage her pencil, and to order picture after picture, which she sent in presents to her friends. I suppose I have 8 or 10 of them, which I could not avoid accepting. There will be plenty of laughing when they come to be sold. It would be a good joke enough to cause it to be circulated that they were performances of my own in early youth, and they would be looked on and bought up as curiosities. True it is that I took lessons of oil painting in youth from a little Jew animalcule, a smouch called Burl, a clever, sensible creature. Though but I could make no progress either in painting or drawing. Nature denied me correctness of eye and neatness of hand, yet I was very desirous to be a draftsman at least, and labored harder to attain that point than at any other in my recollection, to which I did not make some approaches. My old paintings were to Miss Above, commemorated what hers are to Claude Lorraine, yet Burl was not useless to me altogether, neither he was a Prussian. And I got from him many a long story of the battles of Frederick, in whose armies his father had been a commissary, or perhaps a spy. I remember his picturesque account of seeing a party of the Black Hussars, bringing in some forage carts which they had taken from a body of the Cossacks, whom he described as lying on the top of the carts of hay, mortally wounded, and like the dying gladiator eyeing their own blood. As it ran down through the straw, I afterwards took lessons from Walker, whom we used to call Bluebeard. He was one of the most conceited persons in the world, but a good teacherone of the ugliest countenances. He had two enough, as we say, to spien weens. The man was always extremely precise in the quality of everything about him, his dress, accommodations, and everything else. He became insolvent, poor man, and for some reason or other I attended the meeting of those concerned in his affairs. Instead of ordinary accommodations for writing, each of the persons present was equipped with a large sheet of drawing paper and a swan's quill. It was mournfully ridiculous enough. Skirving made an admirable likeness of Walker, not a single scar or mark of the smallpox, which seemed his countenance, but the too accurate brother of the brush had faithfully laid it down in longitude and latitude. Poor Walker destroyed it, being in crayons, rather than let the caricature of his ugliness appear at the sale of his effects. I did learn myself to take some vile views from nature. When Will Clerk and I lived very much together, I used sometimes to make them under his instruction. He, to whom, as to all his family, art is a familiar attribute, wondered at me, as a Newfoundland dog would at a greyhound which showed fear of the water. Going down to Liddesdale, once I drew the castle of Hermitage in my fashion, and sketched it so accurately that with a few verbal instructions, Clerk put it into regular form. Williams the Grecian copied over Clerk's, and his drawing was engraved as the frontispiece of the first volume of the Kelso edition minstrelsy of the Scottish border. Do you know why you have written all this down, Sir W? Because it pleases me to record that this thrice transmitted drawing, though taken originally from a sketch of mine, was extremely like Hermitage, which neither of my colleagues in the task had ever seen. No, that's not the reason you want to put off writing Woodstock. Just as easily done as these memoranda, but which it happens your duty and your prudence recommend, and therefore you are loath to begin. Hey, I can't say no, but this piece of taskwork off I can stave. Oh, For Malachi's posting into an octavo. To correct the proof sheets, only this night I have O. So, Madame Conscience, you've gotten as good as you gave O. But tomorrow's a new day, and well better behave O. So I lay down the pen, and your pardon I crave O. In the evening Mr. Gibson called and transacted business. March 2 I have a letter from Colin Mackenzie, approving Malachi Cold men, may say it is too strong. But from the true men of Scotland, you are sure of the warmest gratitude. I never have yet found, nor do I expect it on this occasion, that ill will dies in debt, or what is called gratitude, distresses herself by frequent payments. The one is like a ward holding, and pays its redendo in hard blows, the other a blanched and is discharged for payment of a red rose or a peppercorn. He that takes the forlorn hope in an attack is often deserted by those that should support him, and who generally throw the blame of their own cowardice upon his rashness. We shall see this will end in the same way, but I foresaw it from the beginning. The bankers will be persuaded that it is a squib which may burn their own fingers, and will curse the poor pyrotechnist that compounded it. If they do, they be D. Roman 500, slept indifferently, and dreamed of Napoleon's last moments, of which I was reading a medical account last night by Dr. Arnott. Horrible death of cancer. On the pylorus, I would have given something to have lain still this morning, and made up for lost time, but desidii valedixi, if you once turn on your side after the hour at which you ought to rise, it is all over. Bolt up at once. Bad night last. Next is sure to be better. When the drum beats, make ready. When the fife plays, march away. To the roll call, to the roll call, to the roll call. Before the break of day. Dined with Chief Commissioner Admiral Adam W. Clerk Thompson, and Roman 1. The excellent old man was cheerful at intervals at times, sad as was natural. A good blunder, he told us, occurred in the Annandale case, which was a question partly of domicile. It was proved that, leaving Lockwood, the Earl had given up his kine and carriages. This, an English counsel contended, was the best of all possible proofs that the noble Earl designed an absolute change of residence, since he laid aside his walking stick and his coach. First epistle of Malachi is getting out of print, or rather, is out of print already. March 3 could not get the last sheets of Malachi's second epistle last night, so they must go out to the world uncorrected. Great loss, for the last touches are always most effectual, and I expect misprints in the additional matter. We were especially obliged to have it out this morning, that it may operate as a gentle preparative for the meeting of inhabitants at 2 o'clock. Vogue la galère. Shall see if Scotsmen have any pluck left. If not, they may kill the next Percy themselves. It is ridiculous enough for me, in a state of insolvency, for the present to be battling about gold and paper currency. It is something like the humorous touch in Hogarth's Distressed Poet, where the poor starveling of the Muses is engaged, when in the abyss of poverty, in writing an essay on payment of the national debt, and his wall is adorned with a plan of the mines of Peru. Nevertheless, even these fugitive attempts from the success which they have had, and the noise they are making, serve to show the truth of the old proverb, when house and land are gone and spent, then learning is most excellent. On the whole, I am glad of this brulzy. As far as I am concerned, people will not dare talk of me as an object of patino more permanning, who asks how many puns Scots the old champion had in his pocket when he set a bugle to his mouth, and blew so loud and shrill, the trees in greenwood shook thereat. Sae loud rang ilka hill. This sounds conceited enough, yet is not far from truth. The meeting was very numerous, 500 or 600 at least, and unanimous save in one Mr. Howden, who, having been all his life, as I am told, in bitter opposition to ministers, proposed on the present occasion that the whole contested measure should be trusted to their wisdom. I suppose he chose the opportunity of placing his own opinion in opposition, single opposition, to that of a large assembly. The speaking was very moderate. Report had said that Geoffrey J. A. Murray and other sages of the economical school were to unbuckle their mails and give us their opinions, but no such great guns appeared. If they had, having the multitude on my side, I would have tried to break a lance with them. A few short, but well-expressed resolutions were adopted unanimously. These were proposed by Lord Rollo, and seconded by Sir James Fergusson Bart. I was named one of a committee to encourage all sorts of opposition to the measure, so I have already broken through 2 good and wise resolutions, sown that I would not write on political controversy, another that I would not be named on public committees. If my good resolves go this way like snaw, affidiceth, Lord help me. March 4 last night, I had a letter from Lockhart, who, speaking of Malachi, says the ministers are sore beyond imagination at present, and some of them I hear have felt this new whip on the raw to some purpose. I conclude he means Canning. Is offended I can't help it, as I said before fiat justicia, ruat coelum no cause in which I had the slightest personal interest, should have made me use my pen gainst them blunt, or pointed, as it may be, but as they are about to throw this country into distress and danger by a measure of useless and uncallid for experiment, they must hear the opinion of the Scotsman, to whom it is of no other consequence than as a general measure affecting the country at large in mine. They shall hear I had determined to lay down the pen. But now they shall have another of Malachi, beginning with buffoonery and ending, as seriously as I can write it is like a frenzy, that they will agitate the upper and middling classes of society, so very friendly to them, with unnecessary and hazardous projects. Oh, thus it was, they loved them dear, and sought how to requite and having no friends left but they did resolve to fight them. The country is very high just now. England may carry the measure if she will, doubtless, but what will be the consequence of the distress ensuing God only can foretell. Lockhart, moreover, inquires about my affairs anxiously, and asks what he is to say about them, says he has inquiries every day, kind, most kind all, and among the most interested and anxious, Sir William Knighton, who told me the king was quite melancholy. All the evening he heard of it. This I can well believe, for the king, educated as a prince, has nevertheless as true and kind a heart as any subject in his dominions. He goes on, I do think they would give you a baron's gown, as soon as possible, etc. I have written to him in answer, showing I have enough to carry me on, and can dedicate my literary efforts. To clear my land, the preferment would suit me well, and the late Duke of Buccleuch gave me his interest for it. I dare say the young Duke would do the same for the unvaried love I have borne his house, and by he will have a voice potential. But there is Sir William Ray in the meantime, whose prevailing claim I would never place my own in opposition to, even were it possible by a tour de force, such as Roman 50 points at to set it aside. Meantime, I am building a barrier betwixt me and promotion. Any prospect of the kind is very distant and very uncertain. Come time, come wrath, as the German says. In the meanwhile now, I am not pulled about for money, etc. Methinks I am happier without my wealth than with it. Everything is paid. I have no one wishing to make up a sum of money, and writing for his account to be paid since 17th January. I have not laid out a guinea out of my own hand, save 2 or 3 in charity, and 6 shillings for a pocket-book. But the cash with which I set out having run short for family expenses, I drew on Blackwood through Ballantyne, which was honored for 25 to account of Malachi's letters, of which another edition of 1,000 is ordered, and gave it to Lady Scott, because our removal will require that in hand. This is for a fortnight succeeding Wednesday, next being the 8th March current. On the 20th my quarter comes in, and though I have something to pay out of it, I shall be on velvet for expense seemed regular. I will be, methinks, all trifling objects of expenditure seem to grow light in my eyes, that I may regain independence. I must be saving. But ambition awakes as love of quiet indulgence dies, and is mortified within me. Dark Cuthulin will be renowned or dead. March 5. Something of toddy and cigar in that last quotation. I think yet I only smoked 2, and liquefied with 1 glass of spirits. And water. I have sworn I will not blot out what I have once written here. Malachi goes on, but I am dubious about the common sentiment, must be mended at least. Reads prosy. Had letters from Walter and Jane the Dears, all well, regiment about to move from Dublin. March 6. Finished 3rd Malachi, which I don't much like. It respects the difficulty of finding gold to replace the paper circulation. Now this should have been considered first. The admitting that the measure may be imposed is yielding up the question. And Malachi is like a commandant who should begin to fire from interior defenses before his outworks were carried. If Ballantyne be of my own opinion, I will suppress it. We are all in a bustle shifting things to Abbotsford. I believe we shall stay here till the beginning of next week. It is odd, but I don't feel the impatience for the country which I have usually experienced. March 7. Detained in the court till 3 by a hearing, then to the committee appointed at the meeting on Friday to look after the small note business. A pack of old faineants, incapable of managing such a business, and who will lose the day from mere coldness of heart. There are about 1,000 names at the petition. They have added no designations. A great blunder, for testimonia sunt ponderanda, non numeranda, should never be lost sight of. They are disconcerted and helpless, just as in the business of the king's visit. And when everybody threw the weight on me for which I suffered much in my immediate labor. And after bad health, it brought on a violent eruption on my skin, which saved me from a fever at the time, but has been troublesome more or less ever since I was so disgusted with seeing them sitting in ineffectual helplessness, spitting on the hot iron that lay before them, and touching it with a timid finger, as if afraid of being scalded that at another time I might have dashed in and taken up the hammer summoned the deacons and other heads of public bodies, and by consulting them have carried them with me. But I cannot waste my time, health, and spirits in fighting thankless battles. I left them in a quarter of an hour and presage. Unless the country make an alarm, the cause is lost. The philosophical reviewers manage their affairs better, hold off, avoid committing themselves, but throw their vis inerti into the opposite scale, and neutralize the feelings which they cannot combat to force them to fight on disadvantageous ground, is our policy. But we have more sneakers after ministerial favor than men who love their country, and who upon a liberal scale would serve their party, for to force the Whigs to avow an unpopular doctrine in popular assemblies, or to wrench the government of such bodies from them would be a coup de maître, but they are alike destitute of manly resolution and sound policy. DN, the whole nest of them, I have corrected the last of Malachi. And let the thing take its chance, I have made enemies enough and indisposed enough of friends. March 8 at the court, though a ta'en day, a foolish thing happened. While the court were engaged with the ta'ens, I amused myself with writing on a sheet of paper notes on Frederick Maitland's account of the capture of Bonaparte. And I have lost these notice shuffled in perhaps among my own papers, or those of the ta'en clerks. What a curious document to be found in a process of valuation. Being jaded and sleepy, I took up Le Deux de Guise on Naples. I think this, with the old memoirs on the same subject which I have at Abbotsford, would enable me to make a pretty essay for the quarterly. We must take up Woodstock now, in good earnest. Mr. Cowan, a good and able man, is chosen trustee in constable's affairs with full power. From what I hear, the poor man is not sensible of the nature of his own situation. For myself, I have succeeded in putting the matters perfectly out of my mind, since I cannot help them, and have arrived at a floxipocynilipolification of money. And I thank Shenstone for inventing that long word. They are removing the wine, etc., to the carts. And you will judge if our flitting is not making a noise in the world, or in the street at least. March 9 I foresaw justly, when first I set this dangerous stone arrowling, 'twould fall upon myself. Sir Robert Dundas today put into my hands a letter of between 30 and 40 pages, in angry and bitter reprobation of Malachi, full of general averments, and very untenable arguments, all written at me by name, but of which I am to have no copy, and which is to be shown to me in extenso and circulated to other special friends, to whom it may be necessary to give the sign to hate. I got it at 2 o'clock, and returned it with an answer 4 hours afterwards, in which I have studied not to be tempted into either sarcastic or harsh expressions. A quarrel it is, however, in all the forms between my old friend and myself, and his lordship's reprimand is to be read out in order to all our friends. They all know what I have said is true, but that will be nothing to the purpose if they are desired to consider it as false. As for Lord Melville, I do not wonder that he is angry, though he has little reason, for he, our watchman Stented, has from time to time suffered all manner of tampering to go on under his nose with the institutions and habits of Scotland. As for myself, I was quite prepared for my share of displeasure. It is very curious that I should have foreseen all this so distinctly as far back as 17th February. Nobody, at least, can plague me for interest with Lord Melville, as they used to do. By the way, from the tone of his letter, I think his lordship will give up the measure, and I will be the peace-offering. All will agree to condemn me as too warm, too rash, and get rich on privileges which they would not have been able to save. But for a little rousing of spirit, which will not perhaps fall asleep again, a gentleman called on the part of a Captain Rutherford to make inquiry about the border. Rutherford's not being very clever, as John Fraser used to say at these pedigree matters, referred him to Mrs. Dr. Russell, and robbed Rutherford, the noble captain, conceits he has some title to the honors of Lord Rutherford. Very odd when there is a vacant or dormant title in a Scottish family or name. Everybody, and all connected with the clan, conceive they have quodam modo a right to it. Not being engrossed by any individual, it communicates part of its luster to every individual in the tribe, as if it remained in common stock for that purpose. March 10 I am not made entirely in the same mold of passions like other people. Many men would deeply regret a breach with so old a friend as Lord Melville, and many men would be in despair at losing the good graces of a minister of state for Scotland and all. Pretty visions about what might be done for myself, and my sons especially Charles. But I think my good lord doth ill to be angry like the patriarch of old, and I have in my odd sans souciance character a good handful of meal from the grist of the jolly miller who once dwelled on the river Dee. I care for nobody, no not I. Since nobody cares for me, breakfasted with me Mr. Franks, a young Irishman from Dublin, who brought letters from Walter and Captain Longmore of the Royal Staff. He has written a book of poetry tales of chivalry and romance, far from bad, yet wants spirit. He talks of publishing his recollections in the peninsula, which must be interesting for he has, I think, sense and reflection. Sandy Young came in at breakfast time with a Monsieur Brock of Montpelier. Saw Sir Robert Dundas at court, who condemns Lord Melville, and says he will not show his letter to anyone. In fact, it would be exactly placarding me in a private and confidential manner. He is to send my letter to Lord Melville. Colin Mackenzie concurs in thinking Lord Melville quite wrong. He must cool in the skin he had in. On coming home from the court, a good deal fatigued, I took a nap in my easy-chair, then packed my books and committed the refuse to Jock Stevenson. Left not a limb on which a Dane could triumph. Gave Mr. Gibson my father's cabinet, which suits a man of business well. Gave Jock Stevenson the picture of my old favorite dog Camp, mentioned in one of the introductions to Marmion, and a little croquet drawing of Melrose Abbey by Nelson, whom I used to call the Admiral. Poor fellow, he had some ingenuity, and was in a moderate way a good penman and draftsman. He left his situation of amanuensis to go into Lord Holmes's militia regiment, but his dissipated habits got the better of a strong constitution, and he fell into bad ways and poverty, and died, I believe, in the hospital at Liverpool. Strange enough that Henry Weber, who acted afterwards as my amanuensis for many years, had also a melancholy fate ultimately. He was a man of very superior attainments, an excellent linguist and geographer, and a remarkable antiquary. He published a collection of ancient romances superior, I think, to the elaborate Ritson. He also published an edition of Beaumont and Fletcher, but too carelessly done to be reputable. He was a violent Jacobin, which he thought he disguised from me, while I, who cared not a fig about the poor young man's politics, used to amuse myself with teasing him. He was an excellent and affectionate creature, but unhappily was afflicted with partial insanity, especially if he used strong liquors, to which, like others with that unhappy tendency, he was occasionally addicted. In 1,814,214, he became quite insane, and at the risk of my life I had to disarm him of a pair of loaded pistols, which I did by exerting the sort of authority which I believe gives an effectual control in such cases. His friends, who were respectable, placed him in the York Asylum, where he pined away and died, I think, in 1814, or 1,815,215. My patronage in this way has not been lucky to the parties protected. I hope poor George Huntley Gordon will escape the influence of the evil star. He has no vice, poor fellow, but his total deafness makes him helpless. March 11. This day, the court rose after a long and laborious sederunt. I employed the remainder of the day in completing a set of notes on Captain Maitland's manuscript, narrative of the reception of Napoleon Bonaparte on board the Bellerophon. It had been previously in the hands of my friend Basil Hall, who had made many excellent corrections in point of style, but he had been hypercritical in wishing in so important a matter, where everything depends on accuracy, this expression to be altered for delicacies, sackathat to be omitted for fear of giving offensind, that other to be abridged for fear of being tedious, the plain sailor's narrative for me written on the spot, and bearing in its minuteness the evidence of its veracity. Lord Elgin sent me some time since a curious account of his imprisonment in France, and the attempts which were made to draw him into some intrigue, which might authorize treating him with rigor. He called today, and communicated some curious circumstances on the authority of Fauch-Denon and others, respecting Bonaparte and the Empress Maria Louise, whom Lord Elgin had conversed with on the subject. In Italy his conduct towards her was something like that of Ethwold to Elberga in Joanna Baillie's fine tragedy, making her postpone her high rank by birth to the authority which he had acquired by his talents. Dinner was usually announced for a particular hour, and Napoleon's business often made him late. She was not permitted to sit down to table in etiquette, which was reasonable enough, but from the hour of dinner till the emperor appeared, she was to be in the act of sitting down. That is to say, he was displeased if he found her engaged with a book, with work, or with anything else. She was obliged to be in a state of absolute being about to sit down, She seemed a good deal Jenny, by something of that kind, though remembering with pride she had been empress, it might almost be said of the world the rest for tomorrow. March 12 resumed Woodstock, and wrote my task of 6 pages. I was interrupted by a slumberous feeling, which made me obliged to stop once or twice. I shall soon have a remedy in the country, which affords the pleasanter resource of a walk. When such feelings come on, I hope I am the reverse of the well-known line sleepy myself. To give my readers sleep I cannot gurnalize at any rate, having wrought my eyes nearly out. March 13 wrote to the end of a chapter, and knowing no more than the man in the moon what comes next, I will put down a few of Lord Elgin's remembrances, and something may occur to me in the meanwhile. When Maria Louise first saw Bonaparte, she was in the carriage with his representative general, when she saw a horseman ride forward at the gallop, passing and repassing the carriage in a manner which, joined to the behavior of her companion, convinced her who it was, especially as he endeavored with a curiosity which would not have been tolerated in another to peep into the windows, when she alighted at the inn at Napoleon, presented himself, pulled her by the ear, and kissed her forehead. Bonaparte's happiest days passed away when he dismissed from about him such men as Talleyrand and Fouché, whose questions and objections compelled him to recur upon, modify, and render practicable the great plans, which his ardent conception struck out at a heat, when he had Murat and such persons about him, who marveled and obeyed his schemes equally magnificent, were not so well matured, and ended in the projector's ruin. I have hinted in these notes that I am not entirely free from a sort of gloomy fits, with a fluttering of the heart and depression of spirits, just as if I knew not what was going to befall me. I can sometimes resist this successfully, but it is better to evade than to combat it. The hangdog spirit may have originated in the confusion and chucking about of our old furniture, the stripping of walls of pictures and rooms of ornaments, the leaving a house we have so long called our home, is altogether melancholy enough. I am glad Lady S. does not mind it. And yet I wonder too, she insists on my remaining till Wednesday, not knowing what I suffer. Meanwhile, to make my recusant spirit do penance, I have set to work to clear away papers, and pack them for my journey. What a strange medley of thoughts such a task produces! Their lie letters, which made the heart throb when received, now lifeless and uninteresting as, are perhaps their owners, riddles which time has read, schemes which he has destroyed or brought to maturity, memorials of friendships and enmities, which are now alike faded. Thus does the ring of Saturn consume itself today, annihilates yesterday, as the old tyrant swallowed his children, and the snake its tail. But I must say to my Gurnal, as poor Byron did to Moore, damn it, Tom, don't be poetical. Memorandum I received some time since from Mr. Riddoch of Falkirk, a sort of iron mallet said to have been found in the ruins of Graham's Dyke. There, it was reclaimed about 3 months since by the gentleman on whose lands it was found, a Doctorby, a very polite letter from his man of business, having unluckily mislaid his letter, and being totally unable either to recollect the name of the proprietor or the professional gentleman, I returned this day the piece of antiquity to Mr. Riddoch, who sent it to me, wrote at the same time to Tom Graham of Airth, mentioning what I had done. Touch my honor, touch my life, there is the spoon. March 14 JB called this morning to take leave and receive directions about proofs, etc., talks of the uproar about Malachi. But I am tired of Malachi, the humor is off. And I have said what I wanted to say, and put the people of Scotland on their guard, as well as ministers if they like to be warned. They are gradually destroying what remains of nationality and making the country tabula rasa for doctrines of bold innovation. They're loosening and grinding down all those peculiarities which distinguished us as Scotsmen, will throw the country into a state in which it will be universally turned to democracy. And instead of canny Saunders, they will have a very dangerous North British neighborhood. Some English lawyer expressed to Lord Elibank an opinion that at the Union the English law should have been extended all over Scotland. I cannot say how that might have answered our purpose, said Lord Patrick, who was never non-suited for want of an answer. But it would scarce have suited yours, since, by this time, the Aberdeen advocates would have possessed themselves of all the business in Westminster Hall. What a detestable feeling this fluttering of the heart is! I know it is nothing organic, and that it is entirely nervous, but the sickening effects of it are dispiriting to a degree. Is it the body brings it on the mind, or the mind that inflicts it upon the body? I cannot tell. But it is a severe price to pay for the fata morgana with which fancy sometimes amuses men of warm imaginations. As to body and mind, I fancy I might as well inquire whether the fiddle or fiddlestick makes the tune in youth. This complaint used to throw me into involuntary passions of causeless tears, but I will drive it away in the country by exercise. I wish I had been a mechanic, a turning lathe, or a chest of tools would have been a godsend for thought. Makes the access of melancholy. Rather worse than better, I have it seldom, thank God, and I believe lightly in comparison of others. It was the fiddle after all was out of order, not the fiddlestick, the body, not the mind. I walked out, met Mrs. Skeen, who took a turn with me in Prince's Street, bade Constable and Cadle farewell, and had a brisk walk home, which enables me to face the desolation here with more spirit. News from Sophia. She has had the luck to get an antidruggist in a Dr. Gooch, who prescribes care for Johnny instead of drugs, and a little homebrewed ale instead of wine, and like a liberal physician, supplies the medicine he prescribes. As for myself, while I have scarce stirred to take exercise for 4 or 5 days, no wonder I had the mulligrubs. It is an awful sensation, though, and would have made an enthusiast of me had I indulged my imagination on devotional subjects. I have been always careful to place my mind in the most tranquil posture which it can assume during my private exercises of devotion. I have amused myself occasionally very pleasantly, during the last few days, by reading over Lady Morgan's novel of O'Donnell, which has some striking and beautiful passages of situation and description, and in the comic part is very rich and entertaining. I do not remember being so much pleased with it at first. There is a want of story always fatal to a book. The first reading gand it is well if it gets a chance of a second. Alas, poor novel also read again, and for the third time at least. Miss Austen's very finely written novel of Pride and Prejudice. That young lady had a talent for describing the involvements and feelings and characters of ordinary life, which is to me the most wonderful I ever met. With the big bow strain, I can do myself like any now going, but the exquisite touch which renders ordinary commonplace things and characters interesting from the truth of the description. And the sentiment is denied to me. What a pity such a gifted creature died so early. March 15 this morning, I leave No. 39 Castle Street. For the last time the cabin was convenient, and habit had made it agreeable to me. I never reckoned upon a change in this particular, so long as I held an office in the Court of Session. In all my former changes of residence, it was from good to better. This is retrograding. I leave this house for sale, and I cease to be an Edinburgh citizen, in the sense of being a proprietor, which my father and I have been for 60 years at least. So farewell, poor 39. And may you never harbor worse people than those who now leave you, not to desert the Larrys. All at once Lady S and Anne remain till Sunday. As for me, I go as aforesaid this morning. Ha till Meachely. Abbotsford 9 at night. The naturally unpleasant feelings, which influenced me in my ejectment, for such it is, virtually readily evaporated in the course of the journey, though I had no pleasanter companions than Mrs. Mackay the housekeeper, and one of the maids, and I have a shyness of disposition which looks like pride, but it is not, which makes me awkward in speaking to my household domestics, with an outofter's laborer, or an old woman gathering sticks. I can talk forever. I was welcomed here on my arrival by the tumult great of men and dogs, all happy to see me. One of my old laborers killed by the fall of a stone working at Gatside Bridge Old, will straighten my man of wisdom and proverbs, also dead. He was entertaining from his importance and self-conceit, but really a sensible old man. When he heard of my misfortunes, he went to bed, and said he would not rise again, and kept his word. He was very infirm when I last saw him. Tom Purdy, in great glory, being released from all farm duty, and destined to attend the woods, and be my special assistant. The gardener Bogey is to take care of what small farm we have left, which little would make me give up entirely. March 16. Pleasant days make short journals, and I have little to say today. I wrote in the morning at Woodstock, walked from 1 till 4, was down at Huntley Burn, and paid my respects to the ladies. The spring seems promising, and everything in great order. Visited Will Straighton's widow, who squeezed out among many tears a petition for a house. I do not think I shall let her have one, as she has a bad temper, but I will help her otherwise. She is greedy besides, as was the defunct philosopher William. In a year or two, I shall have on the Toft field a gallant show of extensive woodland sweeping over the hill, and its boundaries carefully concealed. In the evening, after dinner, read Mrs. Charlotte Smith's novel of Desmond. 224, decidedly the worst of her compositions. March 17, sent off a packet to J.B. only 3 pages copy, so must work hard for a day or two. I wish I could wind up my bottom handsomely and odd, but accredited phrase, the conclusion will be luminous. We must try to make it dashing. Go spin, you jade, go spin. Have a good deal to do between hands in sorting up the newly arrived accession of books. I need not have exulted so soon in having attained ease and quiet. I am robbed of both with a vengeance. A letter from Lockhart, with one enclosed from Sophia, Announces the medical people think the child is visibly losing strength, that its walking becomes more difficult. And in short, that the spine seems visibly affected, they recommend tepid baths in seawater. So Sophia has gone down to Brighton. Leaving Lockhart in town, who is to visit her once a week here, is my worst augury. Verified the bitterness of this probably impending calamity. Is extreme, the child was almost too good for this world, beautiful in features. And though spoiled by every one, having one of the sweetest tempers, as well as the quickest intellect, I ever saw a sense of humor quite extraordinary in a child, and owing to the general notice which was taken of him, a great deal more information than suited his years. He was born in the 8th month, and such children are never strong, seldom long-lived. I look on this side, and that, and see nothing but protracted misery, a crippled frame, and decayed constitution, occupying the attention of his parents for years, and dying at the end of that period when their hearts were turned on him. Or the poor child may die before Sophia's confinement, and that may again be a dangerous and bad affair. Or she may, by increase of attention to him, injure her own health. In short, to trace into how many branches such a misery may flow is impossible. The poor dear love had so often a slow fever that, when it pressed its little lips to mine, I always foreboded to my own heart what all I fear are now aware of. Lockhart writes me that Croker is the author of the letters in the Courier against Malachi, and that Canning is to make another attack on me in the House of Commons. These things would make a man proud. I will not answer because I must show up Sir William Ray, and even Lord Melville, and I have done enough to draw public attention, which is all I want. Let them call me ungrateful, unkind, and all sorts of names, so they keep their own fingers free of this most threatening measure. It is very curious that each of these angry friends, Melville, Canning, and Croker, has, in former days, appealed to me, in confidence, against each other. While I smoked my cigar after dinner, my mind has been running into 4 threads of bitter fancies, or rather into 3 decidedly bitter, and one that is indifferent. There is the distress incumbent on the country, by these most untimely proceedings, which I would stop with my life, were that adequate to prevent them. 2d. There is the unpleasant feeling of seeing a number of valued friends pass from me that I cannot help. 3d. There is the gnawing misery about that sweet child and its parents. 4th. There is the necessity of pursuing my own labors, for which perhaps I ought to be thankful, since it always wrenches one's mind aside from what it must dwell on with pain. It is odd that the state of excitation with me rather increases than abates the power of labor. I must finish Woodstock well, if I can, otherwise how the Philistines will rejoice. March 18. Slept indifferently, and under the influence of Queen Mab, seldom auspicious to me, dreamed of reading the tale of the Prince of the Black Marble Islands to little Johnny, extended on a paralytic chair, and yet telling all his pretty stories about Hapapa, as he calls me in Chiefswood End. Wake to think I should see the little darling no more, or see him as a thing that had better never have existed. Oh, misery, misery, that the best I can wish for him is early death, with all the wretchedness to his parents that is like to ensue. I intended to have stayed at home today, but Tom more wisely had resolved that I should walk, and hung about the window with his axe and my own in his hand, till I turned out with him, and helped to cut some fine paling. March 19. I have a most melancholy letter from Anne Lady, the faithful and true companion of my fortunes, good and bad for so many years, has, but with difficulty, been prevailed on to see Dr. Abercrombie, and his opinion is far from favorable. Her asthmatic complaints are fast terminating in hydropsy, as I have long suspected, yet the avowal of the truth and its probable consequences are overwhelming. They are to stay a little longer in town, to try the effects of a new medicine on Wednesday. They propose to return hither a new affliction, where there was enough before. Yet her constitution is so good, that if she will be guided by advice, things may be yet ameliorated. God grant it, for really, these misfortunes come too close upon each other. A letter from Croker of a very friendly tone and tenor, which I will answer accordingly, not failing, however, to let him know that, if I do not reply, it is not for fear of his arguments or raillery, far less from diffidence in my cause. I hope and trust it will do good. Max Poppel and 2 of his boys arrived to take part of my poor dinner. I fear the little fellows had little more than the needful, but they had all I had to give them. I wrote a good deal today, notwithstanding heavy thoughts. March 20. Dispatched proofs and copy this morning, and Swanston, the carpenter, coming in, I made a sort of busy idle day of it, with altering and hanging pictures and prints, to find room for those which came from Edinburgh, and by dint of being on foot from 10 to near 5, put all things into apple pie. Order what strange beings we are the serious duties I have on hand cannot divert my mind from the most melancholy thoughts, and yet the talking with these workmen, and the trifling occupation, which they give me serves to dissipate my attention. The truth is I fancy, that a body under the impulse of violent motion cannot be stopped or forced back, but may indirectly be urged into a different channel in the evening I read, and sent off my sheriff court processes. I have a sort of grudging to give reasons why Malachi does not reply to the answers, which have been sent forth. I don't know, I am strongly tempted, but I want to drop the tone might seem mean, and perhaps to maintain it would only exasperate the quarrel without producing any beneficial results, and might be considered as a fresh insult by my alienated friends, so on the whole I want. The thing has certainly had more effect than it deserves, and I suspect my ministerial friends, if they love me less, will not hold me cheaper for the fight I have made. I am far from saying odorant dumb amarant, but there is a great difference betwixt that, and being a mere protege, a poor broken down man, who was to be assisted when existing circumstances, that most convenient of all apologies, and happiest of all phrases would permit. March 21, perused an attack on myself, done with as much ability as truth by no less a man than Joseph, Hume, the nightwork man of the House of Commons, who lives upon petty abuses, and is a very useful man. By so doing he has had the kindness to say that I am interested in keeping up the taxes. I wish I had anything else to do with them than to pay them, but he lies and is an ass, and not worth a man's thinking about Joseph Hume. Indeed I say Joseph Human could add a Swiftian rhyme, but forbear. Busy in unpacking and repacking, I wrote 5 pages of Woodstock, which work begins. To approach an end. March 22, a letter from Lord Downshire's man of business about funds supposed to belong to my wife, or to the estate of my late brother-in-law. The possessor of the secret wants some reward. If any is granted, it should be a percentage on the net. Some received with the condition, no current pay. I expect Lady S. And from Anne's last letter hope to find her better than the first anticipation led me to dread. Send off proofs and copy, and shall indulge a little leisure today to collect my ideas and stretch my limbs. I am again far before the press. March 23, Lady Scott arrived yesterday to dinner. She was better than I expected, but Anne, poor soul, looked very poorly, and had been much worried with the fatigue and discomfort of the last week. Lady S takes the digitalis, and as she thinks with advantage, though the medicine makes her very sick, yet on the whole things are better than my gloomy apprehensions had anticipated. I wrote to Lockhart and to Lord Downshire's agency, Hanley-esque, Pentonville, London. Took a good brushing walk, but not till I had done a good task. March 24, sent off copy proofs, etc. J.B. clamorous for a motto. It is foolish to encourage people to expect mottos and such like decrements. You have no credit for success in finding them, and there is a disgrace in wanting them. It is like being in the habit of showing feats of strength, which you at length gain praise by accomplishing, while some shame occurs in failure. March 25, the end winds out well enough. I have almost finished tonight. Indeed, I might have done so, had I been inclined. But I had a walk in a hurricane of snow for 2 hours, and feel a little tired. Miss Margaret Ferguson came to dinner with us. March 26, here is a disagreeable morning, snowing and hailing with gleams of bright sunshine, between and all the ground white, and all the air frozen. I don't like this jumbling of weather. It is ungenial, and gives chilblains besides with its whiteness, and its coldness, and its glister, and its discomfort. It resembles that most disagreeable of all things, a vain, cold, empty, beautiful woman, who has neither mind nor heart, but only features like a doll. I do not know what is so like this disagreeable day, when the sun is so bright, and yet so uninfluential that one may gaze upon its beams till he is starved with cold. No matter, it will serve as well as another day to finish. Woodstock walked out to the lake, and coquetted with this disagreeable weather, whereby I catch chilblains in my fingers and cold in my head, fed the swans. Finished Woodstock, however, cum tota sequela of titlepage, introduction, etc., and so as Dame Fortune says in Quevedo. Go wheel, and may the devil drive thee. March 27, another bright cold day. I answered 2 modest requests from widow ladies, one, whom I had already assisted in some law business, on the footing of her having visited my mother, requested me to write to Mr. Peel, saying on her authority that her second son, a youth of infinite merit and accomplishment, was fit for any situation in a public office, and that I requested he might be provided accordingly. Another widowed dame, whose claim is having read Marmion and the Lady of the Lake, besides a promise to read all my other works. Gad. It is a rash engagement demands that I shall either pay 200 to get her cub into some place, or other, or settle him, in a seminary of education. Really, this is very much after the fashion of the husbandman of Miguel Turres. Requests of Sancho, when governor have you anything else to ask? Honest man, quoth Sancho, but what are the demands of an honest man to those of an honest woman? And she a widow to boot. I do believe your destitute widow, especially if she hath a charge of children, and one or two fit for patronage, is one of the most impudent animals living. Went to Galashiels, and settled the dispute about Sandy's wall. March 28, we have now been in solitude for some time myself, nearly totally so excepting at meals, or on a call as yesterday from Henry and William Scott of Harden. One is tempted to ask himself knocking at the door of his own heart, do you love this extreme loneliness? I can answer conscientiously, I do. The love of solitude was with me a passion of early youth when in my teens I used to fly from company to indulge in visions and airy castles of my own, the disposal of ideal wealth, and the exercise of imaginary power. This feeling prevailed even till I was 18, when love and ambition, awakening with other passions, threw me more into society, from which I have however at times withdrawn myself, and have been always even glad to do so. I have risen from a feast satiated, and unless it be one or two persons of very strong intellect, or whose spirits and good humor amuse me, I wish neither to see the high, the low, nor the middling class of society. This is a feeling without the least tinge of misanthropy, which I always consider as a kind of blasphemy of a shocking description. If God bears with the very worst of us, we may surely endure each other if thrown into society. I always have, and always will endeavor to bring pleasure with me, at least to show willingness to please. But for all this, I had rather live alone, and I wish my appointment, so convenient otherwise, did not require my going to Edinburgh. But this must be, and in my little lodging I will be lonely enough. Had a very kind letter from Croker, disowning the least idea of personal attack in his answer to Malachi. Reading at intervals a novel called Granby, one of that very difficult class, which aspires to describe the actual current of society, whose colors are so evanescent that it is difficult to fix them on the canvas. It is well written but over-labored too. Much attempt to put the reader exactly up to the thoughts and sentiments of the parties. The women do this better. Edgeworth, Ferrier, Austen, have all had their portraits of real society far superior to anything Vain Man has produced of the like nature. March 29, worked in the morning, had 2 visits from Colonels Russell and Ferguson, walked from 1 till 4:30 a fine, flashy, disagreeable day. Snow clouds, sweeping past among sunshine, driving down the valley and whitening the country behind them. Mr. Gibson came suddenly in, after dinner, brought very indifferent news from Constable's house. It is not now hoped that they will pay above 3 or 4 shillings in the pound. Robinson supposed not to be much better. Mr. G goes to London immediately, and is to sell Woodstock to Robinson, if he can otherwise, to those who will John Murray, etc. This work may fail perhaps, though better than some of its predecessors. If so, we must try some new manner. I think I could catch the dogs yet. A beautiful and perfect lunar rainbow tonight. March 30, Mr. Gibson looks unwell, and complains of cold, bitter, bad weather for his traveling, and he looks but frail. These indifferent news he brought me affect me, but to a little degree. It is being too confident to hope to ensure success in the long series of successive struggles which lie before me, but somehow I do fully entertain the hope of doing a good deal. March 31. He walked and wrote. Poor soul, what then? Why then he wrote and walked again. But I am begun Nap Bon again, which is always a change because it gives a good deal of reading and research, whereas Woodstock, and such like, being extempore from my mother wit, is a sort of spinning of the brains of which a man tires. The weather seems milder today. April 1, ex uno die disse omnes, rose at 7 or sooner, studied and wrote, till breakfast with Anne about 10:15. Lady Scott seldom able to rise, till 12 or 1, then I write or study again, till 1 at that hour today. I drove to Huntley Burn and walked home by one of the 101 pleasing paths which I have made through the woods. I have planted no chatting with Tom Purdy, who carries my plaid and speaks, when he pleases, telling long stories of hits, and misses, in shooting 20 years back sometimes, chewing the cud of sweet and bitter fancy, and sometimes attending to the humors of 2 curious little terriers of the dandy Dinmont breed, together with a noble wolfhound puppy which Glengarry has given me to replace Maida. This brings me down to the very moment I do tell. The rest is prophetic, I will feel sleepy when this book is locked, and perhaps sleep, until Dalgleish brings the dinner summons. Then I will have a chat with Lady S, and Anne some broth or soup, a slice of plain meat, and man's chief business in Dr. Johnson's estimation is briefly dispatched half an hour with my family and half an hour's, coquetting with a cigar, a tumbler of weak whiskey and water, and a novel perhaps lead on to tea, which sometimes consumes another half hour of chat, then write and read in my own room, till 10 o'clock at night, a little bread, and then a glass of porter, and to bed. And this very rarely varied by a visit from someone, is the tenor of my daily life, and a very pleasant one indeed. Were it not for apprehensions about Lady S. and poor Johnny Hugh, the former will I think do well, for the latter I fear. April 2, I am in a wayward mood. This morning, I received yesterday the last proof sheets of Woodstock, and I ought to correct them, now this ought sounds, as like as possible to must, and must I cannot abide. I would go to Prester John's country of free goodwill, sooner than I would must it to Edinburgh. Yet this is all folly, and silly folly too, and so must shall be for once obeyed, after I have thus written myself out of my aversion to its peremptory sound, corrected the said proofs, till 12 o'clock, when I think I will treat resolution not to a dram, as the drunken fellow said, after he had passed the dram shop, but to a walk, the rather that my eyesight is somewhat uncertain, and wavering. I think it must be from the stomach. The whole page waltzes before my eyes. J.B. writes gloomily about Woodstock, but commends the conclusion. I think he is right, besides my manner is nearly caught, and like Captain Bobadil, I have taught nearly 100 gentlemen to fence very nearly, if not altogether as well as myself. I will strike out something new. April 3, I have from Ballantyne and Gibson the extraordinary and gratifying news that Woodstock is sold for 82.28 in all ready money, a matchless sum, for less than 3 months' work. If Napoleon does as well or near it will put the trust affairs in high flourish. 4 or 5 years of leisure and industry would with such success amply replace my losses and put me on a steadier footing than ever. I have a curious fancy I will go set 2 or 3 acorns, and judge by their success in growing whether I will succeed in clearing my way or not. I have a little toothache, keeps me from working much today. Besides, I sent off per Blutcher copy for Napoleon as well as the DD proofs. A blank forenoon, but how could I help it, Madam Duty? I was not lazy on my soul. I did not cry for half holiday for the sale of Woodstock. But in came Colonel Ferguson with Mrs. Stewart of Blackhill, or Hall, or something, and I must show her the garden pictures, etc. This lasts till 1, and just as they are at their lunch and about to go off, guard is relieved by the Laird and Lady Harden, and Miss Eliza Scotland, my dear chief, whom I love very much, though a little obsidional, or so remains, till 3, that same crown composed of the grass which grew on the walls of besieged places should be offered to visitors who stay above an hour in any ident person's house. Wrote letters this evening. April 4, wrote 2 pages in the morning, then went to Ashestiel in the sociable, with Colonel Ferguson, found my cousin Russell settled kindly to his gardening, and his projects. He seems to have brought home with him the enviable talent of being interested and happy in his own place. Ashestiel looks worst, I think, at this period of the year, but is a beautiful place in summer, where I passed 9 happy years. Did I ever pass unhappy years anywhere? None, that I remember, save those at the high school, which I thoroughly detested on account of the confinement. I disliked serving in my father's office, too, from the same hatred to restraint in other respects. I have had unhappy days and happy weeks, 7, on 1 or 2 occasions, unhappy months. But fortune's finger has never been able to play a dirge on me for a quarter of a year together. I am sorry to see the peelwood and other natural coppice decaying and abridged about Ashestiel. The horrid plough has raised the green where once my children played. The axe has felled the hawthorn screen, the schoolboy's summer shade. There was a very romantic pasturage called the Cowpark, which I was particularly attached to from its wild and sequestered character, having been part of an old wood which had been cut down. It was full of copsey hazel and oak, and all sorts of young trees irregularly scattered over fine pasturage, and affording 100 intricacies so delicious to the eye and the imagination. But some misjudging friend had cut down and cleared away without mercy, and divided the varied and sylvan scene, which was divided by a little rivulet, into the 2 most formal things in naturia, thriving plantation, maniongled as usual, and a park laid down in grass, wanting therefore the rich graminivorous variety, which nature gives its carpet, and having instead a braid of 6 days growthlian and hungry growth two off ryegrass and clover. As for the rill, it stagnates in a deep square ditch, which silences its prattle, and restrains its meanders with a witness. The original scene was of course imprinted still deeper on Russell's mind than mine, and I was glad to see he was intensely sorry for the change. April 5 rose late in the morning, past 8, to give the cold and toothache time to make themselves scarce, which they have obligingly done yesterday. Every tooth on the right side of my head was absolutely waltzing. I would have drawn by the half dozen, but country dentists are not to be. Lippen to today, all is quiet, but a little swelling and stiffness in the jaw went to Chiefswood at 1, and marked with regret 40 trees, indispensably necessary for paling much, like drawing a tooth. They are wanted, and will never be better, but I am avaricious of grown trees having so few. Worked a fair task, dined, and read Clapperton's Journey and Denham's into Bornu, very entertaining, and less botheration about mineralogy botany. And so forth than usual. Pity Africa, picks up so many brave men however work in the evening. April 6 wrote in the morning, when at 1, to Huntley Burn, where I had the great pleasure to hear through a letter from Sir Adam, that Sophia was in health and Johnny gaining strength. It is a fine exchange from deep and aching uncertainty, on so interesting a subject, to the little Spitfire feeling of well. But they might have taken the trouble to write, but so wretched a correspondent as myself has not much to say, so I will just grumble sufficiently to maintain the patriarchal dignity. I returned in time to work, and to receive a shoal of things from J.B., among others a letter from an Irish lady, who for the beau you, which I shall never look upon, desires. I will forthwith send her all the Waverley novels which are published, with an order to furnish her with all others in course as they appear, which she assures me will be an era in her life. She may find out some other epocha. April 7 made out my morning's task at 1, drove to Chiefswood, and walked home by the Rymers Glen Mars Lee, and Haxel Klug. Took me 3 hours. The heath gets somewhat heavier for me every year, but never mind, I like it altogether, as well as the day I could tread it best. My plantations are getting all into green leaf, especially the larches, if theirs may be called leaves, which are only a sort of hair. And from the number of birds drawn to these wastes, I may congratulate myself on having literally made the desert to sing. As I returned there, was in the phraseology of that most precise of prigs, in a white collarless coat and chapeau bas, Mr. Commissary Ramsay, rather dense inspissation of rain deal care. Lord, who would live turmoiled in the court, that might enjoy such quiet walks as these. Yet misfortune comes our way too. Poor Laidlaw lost a fine prattling child of 5 years old yesterday. It is odd enough Iden the Kentish Esquire has just made the ejaculation which I adopted in the last page, when he kills Cade, and posts away up to court, to get the price set upon his head. Here is a letter come from Lockhart full of court news, and all sort of news. Best is his wife as well, and thinks the child gains in health. Lockhart erroneously supposes that I think of applying to ministers about Charles, and that notwithstanding Croker's terms of pacification, I should find Malachi stick in my way. I would not make such an application for millions. I think, if I were to ask patronage, it would not be through them for some time at least, and I might have better access. April 8, we expect a raid of folks to visit us this morning, whom we must have dined before our misfortunes save time, wine, and money. These misfortunes, and, so far, are convenient things. Besides, there is a dignity about them, when they come only like the gout in its mildest shape to authorize diet and retirement. The nightgown and the velvet shoe, when the one comes to chalkstones, and the other to prison, though there would be the devil. Or compare the effects of seer gout and absolute poverty upon the stomach necessity of a bottle of laudanum in the one case, the want of a morsel of meat in the other. Laidlaw's infant, which died on Wednesday, is buried today. The people coming to visit prevent my going, and I am glad of it. I hate funeralsalways. Roman 999. There is such a mixture of mummery, with real grief, the actual mourner, perhaps heartbroken, and all the rest making solemn faces and whispering observations on the weather and public news, and here and there a greedy fellow enjoying the cake and wine. To me, it is a farce full of most tragical mirth, and I am not sorry like Provost Coulter, but glad that I shall not see my own. This is a most unfilial tendency of mine, for my father absolutely loved a funeral, and as he was a man of a fine presence, and looked the mourner well, he was asked to every interment of distinction. He seemed to preserve the list of a whole bedroll of cousins merely for the pleasure of being at their funerals, which he was often asked to superintend, and I suspect had sometimes to pay, for he carried me with him, as often as he could, to these mortuary ceremonies. but feeling I was not like him, either useful or ornamental, I escaped as often as I could. I saw the poor child's funeral from a distance. Ah, that distance, what a magician for conjuring up scenes of joy or sorrow, smoothing all asperities, reconciling all incongruities, veiling all absurdness, softening every coarseness, doubling every effect by the influence of the imagination. A Scottish wedding should be seen at a distance. The gay band of the dancers just distinguished amid the elderly group of the spectators, glass held high, and the distant cheers as it is swallowed, should be only a sketch, not a finished Dutch picture. When it becomes brutal and boorish, Scotch psalmody too should be. Heard from a distance, the grunt and the snuffle, and the whine and the scream should be all blended in that deep and distant sound, which, rising and falling like the Aeolian harp, may have some title to be called the praise of our Maker. Even so, the distant funeral, the few mourners on horseback with their plaids wrapped around them, father heading the procession as they enter the river, and pointing out the ford by which his darling is to be carried on the last long road, not one of the subordinate figures in discord, with the general tone of the incident seeming just accessories, and no mortise is affecting. April 9, I worked at correcting proofs in the morning, and what is harder, at correcting manuscript, which fags me excessively. I was dead sick of it by 2 o'clock, the rather, as my hand, O revered Gurnall, be it said between ourselves, gets daily worse. Lockhart's review don't like his article on Sheridan's life. There is no breadth in it, no general views, the whole flung away in smart, but party criticism. Now no man can take more general and liberal views of literature than J.G. Roman 50. But he lets himself too easily into that advocatism of style, which is that of a pleader, not a judge or a critic, and is particularly unsatisfactory to the reader. Luke Call Ferguson dined here. April 10, sent off proofs and copy galore before breakfast, and might be able to give idleness a day if I liked. But it is as well reading for Boney as for anything else, and I have a humor to make my amusement useful. Then the day is changeable with gusts of wind, and I believe a start to the garden will be my best out-of-doors exercise, no thorough hill expedition in this gusty weather. April 11, wrought out my task, although I have been much affected this morning by the morbus, as I call it, aching pain in the back, rendering one posture intolerable, fluttering of the heart, idle fears, gloomy thoughts and anxieties, which if not unfounded are at least bootless. I have been out once or twice, but am driven in by the rain. Mercy on us, what poor devils we are! I shook this affection off, however. Mr. Scrope and Call Ferguson came to dinner, and we twaddled away the evening well enough. April 12, I have finished my task this morning at 11:30 easily and early, and I think not amiss. I hope J.B. will make some great points of admiration, otherwise I will be disappointed if this work answers if it. But answers, it must set us on our legs. I am sure worst trumpery of mine has had a great run. Well, I will console myself and do my best, but fashion changes, and I am getting old and may become unpopular, but it is time to cry out when I am hurt. I remember with what great difficulty I was brought to think myself something better than common. And now I will not in mere faintness of heart give up good hopes, so fortune protect the bold. I have finished the whole introductory sketch of the Revolution, too long for an introduction, but I think I may now go to my solitary walk. April 13, on my return from my walk yesterday, I learnt with great concern the death of my old friend Sir Alexander Donne. He cannot have been above 6 or 7 and 40. Without being much together, we had, considering our different habits, lived in much friendship. And I sincerely regret his death. His habits were those of a gay man, much connected with the turf, but he possessed strong natural parts, and in particular few men could speak better in public when he chose. He had tact, wit, power of sarcasm, and that indescribable something which marks the gentleman. His manners in society were extremely pleasing, and as he had a taste for literature and the fine arts, there were few more pleasant companions. Besides being a highly spirited, steady, and honorable man, his indolence prevented his turning these good parts towards acquiring the distinction he might have attained. He was among the détenus whom Bonaparte's iniquitous commands confined so long in France, and coming there into possession of a large estate in right of his mother, the heiress of the Glencairn family, he had the means of being very expensive, and probably then acquired those gay habits, which rendered him averse to serious business. Being our member for Roxburghshire, his death will make a stir amongst us. I prophesy, Harden will be here to talk about starting his son Henry. Accordingly, the laird and lady called. I exhorted him to write to Lord Montagu instantly. I do not see what they can do better, and unless some pickthank intervene, to insinuate certain irritating suspicions, I suppose Lord Roman 1000 will make no objection. there can be no objection to Henry Scott for birth fortune or political principle, and I do not see where we could get a better representative. April 14, wrote to Lord Roman 1000 last night. I hope they will keep the peace in the county. I am sure it would be to me a most distressing thing if Buccleuch and Harden were to pull different ways, being so intimate with both families. I did not write much yesterday, not above 2 pages and a half. I have begun Bony, though, and Cess Tauger's Quelk chose this morning. I sent off proofs and manuscript, had a letter from the famous Denis Davidoff, the black captain, whose abilities as a partisan were so much distinguished during the retreat from Moscow. If I can but wheedle him out of a few anecdotes, it would be a great haul. A kind letter from Colin Mackenzie. He thinks the ministry will not push the measure against Scotland. I fear they will. There is usually an obstinacy in weakness. But I will think no more about it. Time draws on. I have been here a month, another month carries me. To be a hermit in the city instead of the country. I could scarce think I had been here a week. I wish I was able, even at great loss, to retire from Edinburgh. Entirely here is no bile, no visits, no routine. And yet, on the whole, things are as well perhaps as they are. April 15, received last night letters from Sir John Scott Douglas, and from that daintiest of dandies, Sir William Elliot of Stobbs, canvassing for the county. Young Harry's the lad for me, but will he be the lad for Lord Montague, is the point I should have given him. A hint to attend to Egiston, perhaps being at Minto, and not there, may give offence, and a bad report from that quarter would play the devil. It is rather too late to go down and tell them this, and to say truth, I don't like the air of making myself busy in the matter. Poor Sir Alexander Don died of a disease in the heart. The body was opened, which was very right, odd enough too, to have a man, probably a friend, 2 days before slashing at one's heart. As it were a bullock's. I had a letter yesterday from John Gibson, the House of Longman and Co., guarantee the sale of Woodstock to Hurst, and take the work if Hurst and Robinson, as is to be feared, can make no play. Also, I made up what was due of my task, both for 13th and 14th, so hey for a Swiftianism. I loll in my chair, and around me I stare, with a critical air, like a calf at a fair, and say, I, Mrs. Duty, good morrow to your beauty. I kiss your sweet shooty, and hope I can suit ye. Fair words butter no parsnip, says Duty. Don't keep talking then, but get to your work again. Here is a day's task, before youth's siege of Toulon, call you, that a task d me ill write it as fast as Boney carried it on. April 16, I am now far ahead with Nap. I wrote a little this morning, but this forenoon I must write letters, a task in which I am far behind. Heaven sure sent letters for some wretch's plague. Lady Scott seems to make no way yet, can scarce be said to lose any. She suffers much occasionally, especially during the night, sleeps a great deal. When at ease, all symptoms announce water upon the chest, a sad prospect. In the evening, a dispatch from Lord Melville written, with all the familiarity of former times, desiring me to ride down and press Mr. Scott of Harden to let Henry stand, and this in Lord Montague's name as well as his own, so that the 2 propositions cross each other on the road, and Henry is as much desired by the Buccleuch interest as he desires their support. Jedburgh, April 17, came over to Jedburgh this morning to breakfast with my good old friend Mr. Shortreed, and had my usual warm reception. Lord Gillies held the circuit court, and there was no criminal trial for any offence whatsoever. I have attended these circuits with tolerable regularity since 1792, and though there is seldom much of importance to be done, yet I never remember before the Porteous roll being quite blank. The judge was presented with a pair of white gloves. In consideration of its being a maiden circuit, Harden came over and talked about his son's preferment, naturally much pleased. Received 100 from John Lockhart for review of Pepys, but this is by far too much. 50 is plenty still. I must impedicose the gratility for the present 251. For Whit Sunday will find me only with 300 in hand, unless Blackwood settles a few scores of pounds for Malachi. Wrote a great many letters, dined with the judge, where I met the disappointed candidate, Sir John Scott Douglas, who took my excuse like a gentleman. Sir William Elliot, on the other hand, was, being a fine man, very much out of sorts, that having got his own consent, he could not get that of the county. He showed none of this, however, to me. April 18, this morning, I go down to Kelso from Jedburgh, to poor Don's funeral. It is, I suppose, 40 years since I saw him first. I was staying at Sydenham, a lad of 14, or by Our Lady some 16, and he, a boy of 6 or 7, was brought to visit me on a pony. A groom holding the leading Rhianand. Now I, an old grey man, am going to lay him in his grave. Sad work. I detest funerals. There is always a want of consistency. It is a tragedy played by strolling performers, who are more likely to make you laugh than cry. No chance of my being made to laugh today. The very road I go is a road of grave recollections. Must write to Charles seriously on the choice of his profession. And I will do it now. Abbotsford, April 19, returned last night from the house of death and mourning to my own, now the habitation of sickness and anxious apprehension. Found Lady S had tried the foxglove in quantity, till it made her so sick, she was forced to desist. The result cannot yet be judged. Wrote to Mrs. Thomas Scott to beg her to let her daughter Anne, an uncommonly sensible, steady, and sweet-tempered girl, come and stay with us a season in our distress, who I trust will come forthwith. Two melancholy things. Last night, I left my pallet in our family apartment to make way for a female attendant, and removed to a dressing-room adjoining, when to return, or whether ever God only can tell. Also my servant cut my hair, which used to be poor Charlotte's personal task. I hope she will not observe it. The funeral yesterday was very mournful, about 50 persons present, and all seemed affected. The domestics in particular were very much so. Sir Alexander was a kind, though an exact master. It was melancholy to see those apartments, where I have so often seen him play the graceful and kind landlord, filled with those who were to carry him to his long home. There was very little talk of the election, at least till the funeral was over. April 20, Lady Scott's health in the same harassing state of uncertainty, yet on my side with more of hope than I had 2 days since. Another death. Thomas Riddell Younger of Camiston, Sergeant Major of the Edinburgh troop, in the sunny days of our yeomanry, and a very good fellow. The day was so tempting that I went out with Tom Purdy to cut some trees, the rather that my task was very well advanced. He led me into the wood, as the blind King of Bohemia was led by his 4 knights into the thick of the battle at Agincourt or Cressy, and then, like the old king, I struck good strokes, more than one, which is manly exercise. April 21, this day I entertained more flattering hopes of Lady Scott's health than late events permitted. I went down to Merton with Colonel Ferguson, who returned to dine here, which consumed time so much that I made a short day's work. Had the grief to find Lady Scott had insisted on coming downstairs, and was the worse of it. Also a letter from Lockhart, giving a poor account of the infant. God help us, earth cannot. April 22, Lady Scott continues very poorly. Better news of the child. Wrought a good deal today, rather correcting sheets and acquiring information, than actually composing, which is the least toilsome of the 3. J.G. Roman 50 kindly points out some solecisms in my style, as amid for amid, scarce for scarcely, whose he says is the proper genitive of which only at such times, as which retains its quality of impersonification. Well, I will try to remember all this. But after all, I write grammar as I speak to make my meaning known, and a solecism in point of composition, like a Scotch word in speaking, is indifferent to me. I never learned grammar, and not only Sir Hugh Evans, but even Mrs. Quickly might puzzle me about Ginny's case, and horum harum horum. I believe the bailiff in The Good-Natured Man is not far wrong when he says one man has one way of expressing himself and another another. And that is all the difference between them. Went to Huntley Burn today, and looked at the colonel's projected approach. I am sure if the kind heart can please himself, he will please me. April 23, a glorious day, bright and brilliant, and I fancy Roman 1449. Lady Scott is certainly better, and has promised not to attempt quitting her room. Henry Scott has been here, and his canvas comes on like a moor burning. April 24, good news from Brighton. Sophia is confined. Both she and her baby are doing well, and the child's name is announced to be Walter, a favorite name in our family, and I trust of no bad omen. Yet it is no charm for life of my father's family. I was the second Walter, if not the third. I am glad the name came my way, for it was borne by my father, great-grandfather, and great-great-grandfather, also by the grandsire of that last-named venerable person, who was the first Laird of Reburn. Hurst and Robinson, the Yorkshire tykes, have failed after all their swaggering, and Longman and Co. take Woodstock. But if Woodstock and Napoleon take with the public, I shall care little about their insolvency. And if they do not, I don't think their solvency would have lasted long. Constable is sorely broken down. Poor fool and knave, I have one part in my heart. That's sorry yet for thee. His conduct has not been what I deserved at his hand, but I believe that, walking blindfold himself, he misled me without malice prepense. It is best to think so, at least, unless the contrary be demonstrated. To nourish angry passions against a man whom I really liked would be to lay a blister on my own heart. April 25, having fallen behind on the 23D, I wrought pretty hard yesterday. But I had so much reading and so many proofs to correct that I did not get over the daily task, so I'm still a little behind, which I shall soon make up. I have got Nap DN him into Italy, where with bad eyes and obscure maps, I have a little difficulty in tracing out his victorious chess play. Lady Scott was better yesterday, certainly better, and was sound asleep when I looked in this morning, walked in the afternoon. I looked at a hooded crow, building in the thicket with great pleasure. It is a shorter date than my neighbor Torwoodley thought of, when he told me, as I was bragging a little of my plantations, that it would be long ere crows built in them. April 26, letters from Walter and Lockhart's all well, and doing well. Lady S continues better, so the clouds are breaking up. I made a good day's work yesterday and sent off proofs letters, and copy this morning, so if this fine day holds good I will take a drive at one. There is an operation called putting to right Scottish Reading up which puts me into a fever. I always leave any attempt at it half executed, and so am worse off than before, and have only embroiled the fray, then my long back aches, with stooping into the low drawers of old cabinets, and my neck is strained with staring up to their attics, then you are sure never to get the thing you want. I am certain they creep about and hide themselves. Tom Moore gave us the insurrection of the papers that was open war. But this is a system of privy plot and conspiracy, by which those you seek creep out of the way, and those you are not wanting perk themselves in your face again and again, until at last you throw them into some corner in a passion, and then they are the objects of research in their turn. I have read in a French Eastern tale of an enchanted person, called L'Homme qui Church, a sort of Sir Guy, the seeker always employed in collecting the beads of a chaplet which by dint of gramarye always dispersed themselves. When he was about to fix the last upon the string, it was an awful doom. Transmogrification into the laidly worm of Spindlesteinhug would have been a blessing in comparison. Now the explanation of all this is that I have been all this morning seeking a parcel of sticks of sealing wax which I brought from Edinburgh, and the wheel brant and vast houd has either melted without the agency of fire, or barricaded itself within the drawers of some cabinet, which has declared itself in a state of insurrection, a choice subject for a journal. But what better have I? I did not quite finish my task today, nay, I only did 1/3 of it. It is so difficult to consult the maps after candles are lighted, or to read the monitor, that I was obliged to adjourn the task. Is 3 pages or leaves of my close writing per diem, which corresponds to about a sheet 16 pages of Woodstock, and about 12 of Bonaparte, which is a more comprehensive page. But I was not idle neither, and wrote some Balaam for Lockhart's Review. Then I was in hand a leaf above the tale, so I am now only a leaf behind it. April 27, this is one of those abominable April mornings, which deserve the name of sans culotides, as being cold, beggarly, coarse, savage, and intrusive. The earth lies an inch deep with snow, to the confusion of the worshippers of Flora. By the way Bogey attended his professional dinner and show of flowers at Jedburgh yesterday, here is a beautiful sequence to their floralia. It is this uncertainty in April, and the descent of snow and frost when one thinks themselves clear of them, and that after fine encouraging weather that destroys our Scottish fruits and flowers, it is as imprudent to attach yourself to flowers in Scotland as to a caged bird. The cat sooner or later snaps up one, and these sans culotides annihilate the other. It was but yesterday I was admiring the glorious flourish of the pears and apricots, and now hath come the killing frost. But let it freeze without we are comfortable within. Lady Scott continues better, and we may hope has got the turn of her disease. April 28, beautiful morning, but ice as thick as pasteboard too, surely showing that the night has made good yesterday's threat. Dalgleish, with his most melancholy face, conveys the most doleful tidings from Bogey, but servants are fond of the woeful. It gives such consequence to the person who communicates bad news. Wrote 2 letters and read till 12, and then for a stout walk among the plantations, till 4. Found Lady Scott obviously better, I think, than I had left her in the morning. In walking I am like a spavined horse, and heat, as I get on the flourishing plantations around me, are a great argument for me to labor hard. Barbarous has Segits, I will write my fingerends off first. April 29, I was always afraid privately that Woodstock would not stand the test in that case. My fate would have been that of the unfortunate minstrel trumpeter Maclean at the Battle of Sheriffmuir. By misfortune he happened to fa man. By saving his neck, his trumpet did break, and came off without music at a man. J.B. corroborated my doubts by his raven-like croaking and criticizing, but the good fellow writes me this morning that he has written down an ass, and that the approbation is unanimous. It is, but Edinburgh to be sure, but Edinburgh has always been a harder critic than London. It is a great mercy, and gives encouragement for future exertion. Having written 2 leaves this morning, I think I will turn out to my walk, though 2 hours earlier than usual. Egad, I could not persuade myself that it was such bad Balaam after all. April 30. I corrected this morning a quantity of proofs and copy, and dawdled about a little, the weather of late becoming rather milder, though not much of that. Methinks duty looks as if she were but half pleased with me, but would the pagan bitch have me work on the Sunday? May 1. I walked today to the western corner of the Chiefswood plantation, and marked out a large additional plantation, to be drawn along the face of the hill. It cost me some trouble to carry the boundaries out of the eye, for nothing is so paltry as a plantation of almost any extent if its whole extent lies defined to the eye. By availing myself of the undulations of the ground, I think I have avoided this for the present. Only when seen from the Alden Hills, the cranks and turns of the enclosure will seem fantastic, at least, until the trees get high. This cost Tom and me 3 or 4 hours. Colonel Ferguson joined us as we went home and dined at Abbotsford. My cousin Barbara Scott of Reburn came here to see Lady S. I think she was shocked with the melancholy change. She insisted upon walking back to Lessedon House, making her walk 16 or 18 miles, and though the carriage was ordered, she would not enter it. May 2. Yesterday was a splendid May day. Today seems inclined to be soft, as we call it, but Tant Mia yesterday had a twang of frost in it. I must get to work and finish Bowden's Life of Kemble and Kelly's Reminiscences for the Quarterly. I wrote and read for 3 hours, and then walked, the day being soft and delightful. But alas, all my walks are lonely from the absence of my poor companion. She does not suffer, thank God, but strength must fail at last. Since Sunday there has been a gradual change, very gradual, but alas, to the worse. My hopes are almost gone, but I am determined to stand this grief as I have done others. May 3. Another fine morning, I answered a letter from Mr. Hanley, who has taken the pains to rummage the Chancery records, until he has actually discovered the fund, due to Lady Scott's mother, 1200. It seems to have been invested in the estates of a Mr. Owen, as it appears, for Madame Charpentier's benefit, but she dying the fund was lost sight of, and got into Chancery, where I suppose it must have accumulated, but I cannot say I understand the matter at a happier moment. The news would have given poor Charlotte much pleasure, but no, it is a day too late. May 4. On visiting Lady Scott's sick room this morning, I found her suffering, and I doubt if she knew me yet. After breakfast, she seemed serene, and composed. The worst is she will not speak out about the symptoms, under which she labors. Sad, sad work. I am under the most melancholy apprehension for what constitution can hold out under these continued and wasting attacks. My niece Anne Scott, a prudent, sensible, and kind young woman, arrived today, having come down to assist us in our distress from so far as Cheltenham. This is a great consolation. May 5. Haunted by gloomy thoughts, but I corrected proofs from 7 to 10, and wrote from 10:30 to 1. My old friend Sir Adam called, and took a long walk with me, which was charity. His gaiety rubbed me up a little. I had also a visit from the Laird and Lady of Harden. Henry Scott carries the county without opposition. May 6. The same scene of hopeless, almost, and unavailing anxiety, still welcoming me with a smile and asserting, "She is better. I fear the disease is too deeply entwined with the principles of life. Yet the increase of good weather, especially if it would turn more genial, might, I think, aid her excellent constitution." Still laboring at this review, without heart or spirits to finish it. I am a tolerable stoic, but preach to myself in vain. Since these things are necessities, then let us meet them like necessities. And so we will. May 7. Hammered on at the review till my backbone ached, but I believe it was a nervous affection for a walk cured at Sir Adam, and the Colonel dined here, so I spent the evening as pleasantly as I well could, considering I am so soon to leave my own house, and go like a stranger to the town of which I have been so long a citizen, and leave my wife lingering without prospect of recovery, under the charge of 2 poor girls. Talia cogit dura necessitas. May 8. I went over to the election at Jedburgh. There was a numerous meeting. The Whigs, who did not bring 10 men to the meeting, of course, took the whole matter under their patronage, which was much of a piece with the blue bottle drawing the carriage. I tried to pull up once or twice, but quietly, having no desire to disturb the quiet of the election. To see the difference of modern times, we had a good dinner and excellent wine, and I had ordered my carriage at 7:30, Almost ashamed to start so soon, everybody dispersed at so early an hour, however, that when Henry had left the chair, there was no carriage for me, and Peter proved his accuracy by showing me it was but 7:15 in the days I remember they would have kept it up till daylight, nor do I think poor Don would have left the chair before midnight. Well, there is a medium, without being a veteran vice, a gray iniquity like Falstaff. I think an occasional jolly bout, if not carried to excess, improved society men were put into good humor. When the good wine did its good office, the jest, the song, the speech had double effect. Men were happy for the night, and better friends ever after because they had been so. May 9, my new Liverpool neighbor Mr. Bainbridge breakfasts here today with some of his family. They wish to try the fishing in Caulchild's Loch, and there is promise of a fine soft morning, but the season is too early. They have had no sport accordingly. After trying with trimmers, Mr. Bainbridge is a good cut of John Bullplane's sensible, and downright the maker of his own fortune, and son of his own works. May 10, tomorrow I leave my home. To what scene I may suddenly be recalled. It wrings my heart to think, if she would but be guided by the medical people, and attend rigidly to their orders, something might be hoped. But she is impatient with the protracted suffering, and no wonder Anne has a severe task to perform. But the assistance of her cousin is a great comfort. Baron Weber, the great composer, wants me through Lockhart to compose something to be set to music by him, and sung by Miss Stephens's. If I cared who set, or who sung any lines of mine, I have recommended instead Beaumont and Fletcher's unrivaled song in the nice valor. Hence all ye vain delights, etc. Edinburgh, May 11. Der Abschiedstag ist da. Schwer liegt auf den Herzenschwer. Charlotte was unable to take leave of me, being in a sound sleep. After a very indifferent night, perhaps, it was as well emotion might have hurt her, and nothing I could have expressed would have been worth the risk I have foreseen for 2 years and more that this menaced event could not be far distant. I have seen plainly within the last 2 months that recovery was hopeless, and yet to part with the companion of 29 years, when so very ill that I could not foresee it, withers my heart to think of it, and to recollect that I can hardly hope again to seek confidence and counsel from that ear to which all might be safely confided. But in her present lethargic state, what would my attentions have availed? And Anne has promised close and constant intelligence. I must dine with James Ballantyne today, en famille. I cannot help it, but would rather be at home and alone. However, I can go out too. I will not yield to the barren sense of hopelessness, which struggles to invade me. I passed a pleasant day with honest J.B., which was a great relief from the black dog, which would have worried me at home. We were quite alone. Edinburgh, May 12. Well, here I am in Arden, and I may say with touchstone, when I was at home, I was in a better place. And yet this is not by any means to be complained of. Good apartments, the people civil and apparently attentive, no appearance of smoke, and absolute warrandus against my dreaded enemies' bugs. I must, when there is occasion, draw to my own Bailey Nicol Jarvie's consolation. One cannot carry the comforts of the Soutmarket about with one were I at ease in mind. I think the body is very well cared for. I have 2 steady servants, a man and woman, and they seem to set out sensibly enough. Only one lodger in the house, a Mr. Shandy, a clergyman, and despite his name said to be a quiet one. May 13. The projected measure against the Scottish banknotes has been abandoned. The resistance, being General Malachi, might clap his wings upon this, but alas, domestic anxiety has cut his comb. I think very lightly in general of praise. It costs men nothing, and is usually only lip salve they wish to please, and must suppose that flattery is the ready road to the goodwill of every professor of literature. Some praise, however, and from some people does at once delight and strengthen the mind, and I insert in this place the quotation with which Roman 450 Roman 100 Baron Shepherd concluded a letter concerning me to the chief Commissioner Magna Etiam, Illalaus et admirabilis vidri solit, cilis casus sapienter adversos, non fractum esse fortuna retinus in rebus asperis dignitatum. I record these words, not as meriting the high praise they imply, but to remind me that such an opinion being partially entertained of me, by a man of a character, so eminent, it becomes me to make my conduct approach as much as possible to the standard at which he rates it. As I must pay back to Terry some cash in London 170, together with other matters here, I have borrowed from Mr. Alexander Ballantyne the sum of 500, upon a promissory note, for 512 tens payable 15th November to him, or his order if God should call me before that time. I request my son Walter will, in reverence to my memory, see that Mr. Alexander Ballantyne does not suffer for having obliged me in a sort of exigency, cannot afford it, and God has given my son the means to repay him. May 14 a fair good morrow to you, Mr. Sun, who are shining so brightly on these dull walls. Methinks you look as if you were looking as bright on the banks of the Tweed. But look where you will, Sir Sun, you look upon sorrow. And suffering Hogg was here yesterday in danger from having obtained an accommodation of 100 from Mr. Ballantyne, which he is now obliged to repay. I am unable to help the poor fellow being obliged to borrow myself. But I long ago remonstrated against the transaction at all, and gave him 50 out of my pocket to avoid granting the accommodation, but it did no good. May 15 received the melancholy intelligence that all is over at Abbotsford. Abbotsford, May 16, she died at 9 in the morning, after being very ill for 2 days at last. I arrived here late last night. Anne is worn out, and has had hysterics which returned on my arrival. Her broken accents were like those of a child, the language, as well as the tones broken. But in the most gentle voice of submission, poor Mammiver returned Aggingon for ever a better place than, when she came to herself, she spoke with sense, freedom, and strength of mind. Till her weakness returned, it would have been inexpressibly moving to me. As a stranger, what was it then to the father? And the husband for myself, I scarce know how I feel sometimes as firm as the Bass rock, sometimes as weak as the wave that breaks on it. I am as alert at thinking and deciding as I ever was in my life. Yet, when I contrast what this place now is with what it has been not long since, I think my heart will break, lonely, aged, deprived of my family all. But poor Anne, an impoverished and embarrassed man I am, deprived of the sharer of my thoughts and counsels, who could always talk down my sense of the calamitous apprehensions, which break the heart that must bear them alone. Even her foibles were of service to me, by giving me things to think of beyond my weary self-reflections. I have seen her, the figure I beheld is, and is not my Charlotte to me 30 years companion. There is the same symmetry of form, though those limbs are rigid, which were once so gracefully elastic, but that yellow mask with pinched features, which seems to mock life rather than emulate it, can it be the face that was once so full of lively expression? I will not look on it again. Anne thinks her little changed, because the latest idea she had formed of her mother is as she appeared under circumstances of sickness and pain. Mine go back to a period of comparative health. If I write long in this way, I shall write down my resolution, which I should rather write up, if I could. I wonder how I shall do with the large portion of thoughts, which were hers for 30 years. I suspect they will be hers yet for a long time at least. But I will not blaze cambric and crape in the public eye like a disconsolate widower, that most affected of all characters. May 17 last night Anne, after conversing with apparent ease, dropped suddenly down, as she rose from the supertable, and lay 6 or 7 minutes, as if dead. Clarkson, however, has no fear of these affections. May 18 another day, and a bright one to the external world again, opens on us, the air soft, and the flowers smiling, and the leaves glittering. They cannot refresh her to whom mild weather was a natural enjoyment. Cerements of lead, and of would already hold her. Cold earth must have her soon. But it is not my Charlotte, it is not the bride of my youth, the mother of my children, that will be laid among the ruins of Dryburgh, which we have so often visited in gaiety and pastime. No, no, she is sentient and conscious of my emotions, somewhere, somehow, where we cannot tell how. We cannot tell, yet would I not at this moment renounce the mysterious yet certain hope that I shall see her in a better world, for all that this world can give me the necessity of this separation, that necessity, which rendered it even a relief, that, and patience, must be my comfort. I do not experience those paroxysms of grief, which others do on the same occasion. I can exert myself, and speak even cheerfully with the poor girls. But alone, or if anything touches meth choking sensation, I have been to her room. There was no voice in it, no stirring. The pressure of the coffin was visible on the bed, but it had been removed elsewhere. All was neat, as she loved it, but all was calm as death. I remembered the last sight of her. She raised herself in bed, and tried to turn her eyes after me, and said with a sort of smile, "You all have such melancholy faces." They were the last words I ever heard her utter, and I hurried away, for she did not seem quite conscious of what she said. When I returned immediately, before departing, she was in a deep sleep. It is deeper now. This was but 7 days since. They are arranging the chamber of death, that which was long the apartment of connubial happiness, and of whose arrangements better than in richer houses. She was so proud. They are treading fast and thick. For weeks, you could have heard a footfall. Oh my God. May 19 Anne, poor love, is ill with her exertions, and agitation, cannot walk, and is still hysterical, though less so. I advised flesh brush and tepid bath, which I think will bring her about. We speak freely of her, whom we have lost, and mix her name with our ordinary conversation. This is the rule of nature. All primitive people speak of their dead. And I think virtuously and wisely, the idea of blotting the names of those who are gone out of the language and familiar discourse of those to whom they were dearest is one of the rules of ultra-civilization, which in so many instances strangle natural feeling, by way of avoiding a painful sensation. The Highlanders speak of their dead children as freely as of their living and mention how poor Colin or Robert would have acted in such or such a situation. It is a generous and manly tone of feeling. And so far as it may be adopted without affectation, or contradicting the general habits of society, I reckon on observing it. May 20 tonight I trust will bring Charles or Lockhart, or both at least I must hear from them. A letter from Violet Lockhart gave us the painful intelligence that she had not mentioned to Sophia the dangerous state in which her mother was most kindly meant, but certainly not so well judged. I have always thought that truth, even when painful, is a great duty on such occasions, and it is seldom that concealment is justifiable. Sophia's baby was christened on Sunday 14th May at Brighton, by the name of Walter Scott. May God give him life and health to wear it with credit to himself, and those belonging to him melancholy to think that the next morning after the ceremony deprived him of so near a relation. Sent Mr. Curl 11 to remit Mrs. Bone York Street, Covent Garden, for books I thought I had paid the poor woman before. May 21 our sad preparations for tomorrow. Continue a letter from Lockhart doubtful if Sophia's health or his own state of business will let him be here. If things permit he comes tonight. From Charles not a word, but I think I may expect him. I wish tomorrow were over, not that I fear it, for my nerves are pretty good, but it will be a day of many recollections. May 22 Charles arrived last night, much affected of course. Anne had a return of her fainting fits on seeing him, and again upon seeing Mr. Ramsay, the gentleman who performs the service. I heard him do so, with the utmost propriety, for my late friend Lady Alvanley, the arrangement of whose funeral devolved upon me. How little I could guess when, where, and with respect to whom I should next hear those solemn words. Well, I am not apt to shrink from that which is my duty merely because it is painful, but I wish this day over a kind of cloud of stupidity hangs about me, as if all were unreal that men seem to be doing and talking about. May 23 about an hour before the mournful ceremony of yesterday, Walter arrived, having travelled express from Ireland. On receiving the news he was much affected, poor fellow, and no wonder poor Charlotte nursed him. And perhaps for that reason, she was ever partial to him. The whole scene floats as a sort of dream before meth beautiful day. The grey ruins covered and hidden among clouds of foliage and flourish, where the grave, even in the lap of beauty, lay lurking and gaped for its prey. Then the grave looks the hasty important bustle of men, with spades and mattocks, train of carriages, coffin containing the creature that was so long the dearest on earth to me, and whom I was to consign to the very spot which in pleasure repartees we so frequently visited. It seems still as if this could not be really so, but it is sown duty to God, and to my children must teach me patience. Poor Anne has had longer fits since our arrival from Dryburgh than before, but yesterday was the crisis. She desired to hear prayers read by Mr. Ramsay, who performed the duty in a most solemn manner, but her strength could not carry it through. She fainted before the service was concluded. May 24 slept wretchedly, or rather waked wretchedly all night, and was very sick and bilious in consequence, and scarce able to hold up my head with pain. A walk, however, with my sons did me a great deal of good indeed. Their society is the greatest support the world can afford me. Their ideas of everything are so just and honorable kind towards their sisters, and affectionate to me, that I must be grateful to God for sparing them to me, and continue to battle with the world for their sakes, if not for my own. May 25 I had sound sleep tonight, and waked with little or nothing of the strange dreamy feeling which made me for some days feel like one bewildered in a country where mist or snow has disguised those features of the landscape which are best known to him. Walter leaves me today. He seems disposed to take interest in country affairs, which will be an immense resource, supposing him to tire of the army in a few years. Charles, he and I went up to Ashestiel to call upon the Mrs. Russell, who have kindly promised to see Anne on Tuesday this evening. Walter left us, being anxious to return to his wife, as well as to his regiment. We expect he will be here early in autumn with his household. May 26 a rough morning, and makes me think of St. George's Channel, which Walter must cross tonight or tomorrow to get to Athlone. The wind is almost due east, however, and the channel at the narrowest point between Port Patrick and Donaghadee. His absence is a great blank in our circle, especially, I think, to his sister Anne, to whom he shows invariably much kindness. but indeed they do so without exception, each towards the other, and in weal or woe have shown themselves a family of love. No persuasion could force on Walter any of his poor mother's ornaments for his wife. He undid a reading glass from the gold chain, to which it was suspended, and agreed to give the glass to Jane, but would on no account retain the chain. I will go to town on Monday, and resume my labors, being of a grave nature. They cannot go against the general temper of my feelings, and in other respects the exertion, as far as I am concerned, will do me good. Besides, I must re-establish my fortune for the sake of the children, and of my own character. I have not leisure to indulge the disabling and discouraging thoughts that press on me were an enemy coming upon my house. Would I not do my best to fight, although oppressed in spirits? And shall a similar despondency prevent me from mental exertion? It shall not, by heaven, this day and tomorrow. I give to the currency of the ideas which have of late occupied my mind, and with Monday they shall be mingled at least with other thoughts and cares. Last night, Charles and I walked late on the terrace at Quayside, when the clouds seemed accumulating in the wildest masses, both on the Alden hills and other mountains. In the distance, this rough morning reads the riddle. Dull, drooping, cheerless has the day been. I cared not to carry my own gloom to the girls, and so sate in my own room, dawdling with old papers, which awakened as many stings as if they had been the nest of 50 scorpions. Then the solitude seemed so absolute to me. Poor Charlotte would have been in the room half a score of times to see if the fire burned, and to ask 100 kind questions. Well, that is overran. If it cannot be forgotten, must be remembered with patience. May 27, a sleepless night. It is time I should be up and be doing. And a sleepless night sometimes furnishes good ideas. Alas, I have no companion now with whom I can communicate to relieve the loneliness of these watches of the night. But I must not fail myself, and my family, and the necessity of exertion becomes apparent. I must try a horror's dove or something that can go on between the necessary intervals of nap. Mrs. Murray Keith's tale of the deserter, with her interview with the lad's mother, may be made most affecting, but will hardly endure much expansion. The framework may be a Highland tour under the guardianship of the sort of postilion, whom Mrs. Roman 1000 K described to me, species of conductor, who regulated the motions of his company, made their halts, and was their cicerone. May 28, I wrote a few pages yesterday, and then walked. I believe the description of the old Scottish lady may do, but the change has been unceasingly rung upon Scottish subjects of late, and it strikes me that the introductory matter may be considered as an imitation of Washington Irving, yet not so. Neither. In short, I will go on today, make a dozen of close pages ready, and take J.B.'s advice. I intend the work as an alla podrida, into which any species of narrative or discussion may be thrown. I wrote easily. I think the exertion has done me good. I slept sound last night, and at waking, as is usual with me, I found I had some clear views and thoughts upon the subject of this trifling work. I wonder if others find so strongly, as I do, the truth of the Latin proverb aurora musis amica. If I forget a thing overnight, I am sure to recollect it as my eyes open in the morning. The same if I want an idea, or am encumbered by some difficulty. The moment of waking always supplies the deficiency, or gives me courage to endure the alternative. May 29, today, I leave for Edinburgh, this house of sorrow. In the midst of such distress, I have the great pleasure to see Anne regaining her health, and showing both patience and steadiness of mind. God continue this for my own sake, as well as hers. Much of my future comfort must depend upon her. Edinburgh, May 30, returned to town last night with Charles. This morning resume ordinary habits of rising early, working in the morning, and attending the court. All will come easily round, but it is at first as if men looked strange on me, and bit their lip when they wring my hand, and indicated suppressed feelings. It is natural this should be. Undoubtedly it has been so with me, yet it is strange to find on a self resemble a cloud which darkens gaiety, wherever it interposes its chilling shade. Will it be better when left to my own feelings? I see the whole world pipe and dance around me. I think it will. Thus sympathy intrudes on my private affliction. I finished correcting the proofs for the quarterly. It is but a flimsy article, but then the circumstances were most untoward. This has been a melancholy day, most melancholy. I am afraid poor Charles found me weeping. I do not know what other folks feel, but with me, the hysterical passion that impels tears is of terrible violency, a sort of throttling sensation, then succeeded by a state of dreaming stupidity, in which I ask if my poor Charlotte can actually be dead. I think I feel my loss more than at the first blow. Poor Charles wishes to come back to study here when his term ends at Oxford. I can see the motive. May 31, the melancholy hours of yesterday must not return to encourage that dreamy state of incapacity is to resign all authority over the mind. And I have been wont to say, my mind to me a kingdom is. I am rightful monarch and God to aid. I will not be dethroned by any rebellious passion that may rear its standard against me. Such are morning thoughts strong as Carly Hempsay's burns. Come firm resolve, take thou the van. Thou stalk of Carly Hemp in man. Charles went by the steamboat this morning at 6. We parted last night mournfully, on both sides. Poor boy, this is his first serious sorrow. Wrote this morning a memorial on the claims, which Constable's people prefer as to the copyrights of Woodstock and Napoleon. June. June 1 yesterday, I also finished a few trifling memoranda on a book called The Omen at Blackwood's request. There is something in the work which pleases me, and the style is good, though the story is not artfully conducted. I dined yesterday in family with Skene, and had a visit from Lord Chief Commissioner. We met as mourners under a common calamity. There is something extremely kind in his disposition. Sir R. Dundas offers me 3 days of the country next week, which tempts me strongly were it, but the prospect of seeing Anne, but I think I must resist and say with Tilburina, duty I am all thine own. If I do this, I shall deserve a holiday about the 15th June, and I think it is best to wait till then. June 2, a pleasant letter from Sophia, poor girl, all doing well there, for which God be praised. I wrote a good task yesterday, 5 pages, which is nearly double the usual stint. I am settled that I will not go to Abbotsford till tomorrow fortnight. I might have spared myself the trouble of my self-denial, for go I cannot Hamilton having a fit of gout. Gibson seems in high spirits on the views I have given to him on the nature of constable and cost claim. It amounts to this, that being no longer accountable as publishers, they cannot claim the character of such or plead upon any claim arising out of the contracts entered into while they held that capacity. June 3, I was much disturbed this morning by bile and its consequences, and lost so much sleep that I have been rather late in rising. By way of indemnification, I must go to the map and study the Italian campaigns instead of scribbling. June 4, I wrote a good task yesterday, and today a great one, scarce stirring from the desk the whole day, except a few minutes when Lady Ray called. I was glad to see my wife's old friend, with whom in early life we had so many liaisons. I am not sure it is right to work so hard, but a man must take himself as well as other people. When he is in the humor, a man will do twice as much at one time and in half the time, and twice as well as he will be able to do at another. People are always crying out about method, and in some respects it is good and shows to great advantage among men of business. But I doubt if men of method who can lay aside or take up the pen just at the hour appointed will ever be better than poor creatures. Lady Louisa Stuart used to tell me of Mr. Hoole, the translator of Tasso and Ariosto, and in that capacity, a noble transmuter of gold into lead, that he was a clerk in the India House with long ruffles and a snuff-colored suit of clothes, who occasionally visited her father, John Earl of Bute. She sometimes conversed with him, and was amused to find that he did exactly so many couplets day by day, neither more or less, and habit had made it light to him, however heavy it might seem to the reader. Well, but if I lay down the pen, as the pain in my breast hints that I should, what am I to do if I think why I shall weep, and that's nonsense, and I have no friend known Anito, receive my tediousness for half an hour of the gloaming, let me be grateful I have good news from Abbotsford. June 5, though this be Monday, I am not able to feeg it away. As Bayes says, between correcting proofs and writing letters, I have got as yet but 2 pages written, and that with labor and a sensation of pain in the chest, I may be bringing on some serious disease, by working thus hard. If I had once justice done to other folks, I do not much care, only I would not like to suffer long pain. Harden made me a visit. He argued with me that Lord Roman 1000 fished his own importance too much at the election, and says Henry is anxious about it. I hinted to him the necessity of counterbalancing it the next time, which will be soon. Thomson also called about the Bannatyne Club. These 2 interruptions did me good, though I am still a poor wretch. After all, I have fagged through 6 pages, and made poor Wormser lay down his sword on the glacis of Mantuan. My head aches me, eyes ache me, back ache so does my breast end. I am sure my heart aches, and what can duty ask more? June 6, I arose much better this morning, having taken some medicine, which has removed the strange and aching feeling in my back and breast. I believe it is from the diaphragm. It must be looked to, however. I have not yet breakfasted, yet have cleared half my day's work, holding it at the ordinary stint. Worked hard John Swinton, my kinsman, came to seem every kind and affectionate in his manner. My heart always warms to that Swinton connection, so faithful to old Scottish feelings harden, was also with me. I talked with him about what Lord Roman 1000 did. At the election, I find that he disapproves. I see. These visits took place on the 5th. June 7 again, a day of hard work only at 8:30. I went to the Dean of Faculties to a consultation about Constable, and met with said Dean, and Mr. J.S. Moore and J. Gibson. I find they have as high hope of success as lawyers ought to express. And I think I know how our professions speak when sincere. I cannot interest myself deeply in it. When I had come home from such a business, I used to carry the news to poor Charlotte, who dressed her face in sadness or mirth. As she saw the news affect me, this hangs lightly about me. I had almost forgot the appointment if J.G. had not sent me a card. I passed a piper in the street as I went to the Dean's, and could not help giving him a shilling to play Pibroch a Donuil Dhu, for luck's sake what a child I am. June 8 bilious and headache this morning, a dog howled all night, and left me little sleep. Poor cur, I dare say. He had his distresses as I have mine. I was obliged to make Dalgleish shut the windows when he appeared at 6:30 as usual, and did not rise till 9 when me voice I have often deserved a headache in my younger days, without having one, and nature is I suppose paying off old scores. But then the want of the affectionate care that used to be ready with lowered voice and stealthy pace, to smooth the pillow and offer condolence and assistance again ever well. There is another world, and well meet free from the mortal sorrows and frailties, which beset us here. Amen. So be it. Let me change the topic with hand and head, and the heart must follow. I think that sitting so many days and working so hard may have brought on this headache. I must inflict a walk on myself today. Strange, that what is my delight in the country is here a sort of penance. Well, but now I think on it, I will go to the chief baron, and try to get his lordship's opinion about the question. With Constable, if I carry it, as there is I trust much hope, I shall. Mr. Gibson says there will be funds to divide sixes in the pound, without counting upon getting anything from Constable or Hurst. But sheer hard cash of my own, such another pull, is possible, especially if Boney succeeds, and the rogue had a knack at success. Such another, I say. And we touch ground, I believe, for surely Constable Robinson, etc., must pay something. The struggle is worth wearing a headache upon. I finished 5 pages today, headache, laziness, and all. June 9 corrected a stubborn proof. This morning, these battles have been the death of many a man. I think they will be mine. Well, but it clears to windward, so we will fag on. Slept well last night. By the way, how intolerably selfish this journal makes me seem. So much attention to one's naturals and non-naturals, Lord Mackenzie called, and we had much chat about business. The late regulations for preparing cases in the outer house do not work well, and thus our old machinery, which was very indifferent, is succeeded by a kind that will hardly move at all. Mackenzie says his business is trebled, and that he cannot keep it up. I question whether the extreme strictness of rules of court be advisable in practice. They are always evaded upon an equitable showing. I do not, for instance, lodge a paper debito tempore, and for an accident happening, perhaps through the blunder of a writer's apprentice, I am to lose my cause. The penalty is totally disproportioned to the delict, and the consequence is that means are found out of evasion by legal fictions, and the like. The judges listen to these, they become frequent, and the rule of court ends by being a scarecrow. Merely formerly delays of this kind were checked by corresponding amends, but the court relaxed this petty fine. Too often had they been more strict, and levied the mulct on the agents with no recourse upon their clients. The abuse might have been remedied. I fear the present rule is too severe to do much good. One effect of running causes fast through the courts below is that they go by scores to appeal, and Lord Gifford has hitherto decided them with such judgment and so much rapidity as to give great satisfaction. The consequence will in time be that the Scottish Supreme Court will be in effect situated in London. Then down Falla's national objects of respect and veneration, Scottish bench, the Scottish bar, the Scottish law herself, and in there is an end of an auld saying. Were I as I have been, I would fight knee-deep in blood, ere it came to that. But it is a catastrophe which the great course of events brings daily nearer. And who can help it, Dick? I shall always be proud of Malachi as having headed back the South Run, or helped to do so in one instance at least. June 10, this was an unusual tame day at court. In the morning and evening, I corrected proofs for sheets in number, and I wrote my task of 3 pages, and a little more. 3 pages a day will come at constable's rate to about 12,000 to 15,000 per year. They have sent their claim, it does not fright me a bit. June 11 bad dreams about poor Charlotte woke, thinking my old and inseparable friend beside me. And it was only when I was fully awake that I could persuade myself that she was dark, low, and distant, and that my bed was widowed. I believe the phenomena of dreaming are in a great measure occasioned by the double touch, which takes place when one hand is crossed in sleep upon another, each gives and receives the impression of touch to and from the other. And this complicated sensation, our sleeping fancy, ascribes to the agency of another being when it is in fact produced by our own limbs, acting on each other. Well, here goes incumbite, Remise. June 12 finished volume 3rd of Napoleon. I resumed it on the 1st of June, the earliest period that I could bend my mind to it after my great loss. Since that time, I have lived to be sure the life of a hermit, except attending the court 5 days in the week for about 3 hours on an average. Except at that time, I have been reading or writing on the subject of Boney, and have finished last night, and sent to printer this morning the last sheets of 52 written since 1st June. It is an awful screed, but grief makes me a housekeeper, and to labor is my only resource. Ballantyne thinks well of the work very well, but I shall expect inaccuracies, and it were to do again. I would get someone to look it over, but who could that someone be? Whom is there left of human race, that I could hold such close intimacy with? No one. Tanneguy du Chatel? O. Estu worked 5 pages. June 13 I took a walk out last evening after tea, and called on Lord Chief Commissioner, and the MacDonald Buchanans. That kind and friendly clan. The heat is very great, and the wrath of the bugs in proportion. 2 hours last night I was kept in an absolute fever. I must make some arrangement for winter. Great pity my old furniture was sold in such a hurry. The wiser way would have been to have let the house furnished, but it's all one in the Greek. Peccavi dies quitem sine, linea. I walked to make calls, got cruelly hot, drank ginger beer, wrote letters. Then, as I was going to dinner, enter a big splay-footed, trifle-headed old pottering minister, who came to annoy me about a claim which one of his parishioners has to be Earl of Annandale, and which he conceits to be established out of the border minstrelsy. He mentioned a curious thing that 3 brothers of the Johnstone family, on whose descendants the male representative of these great border chiefs devolved, were forced to fly to the north, in consequence of their feuds with the Maxwells, and agreed to change their names. They slept on the side of the Soutre Hills, and asking a shepherd the name of the place, agreed in future to call themselves Sotra or Soter Johnstons. The old pudding-headed man could not comprehend a word I either asked him or told him, and maundered till I wished him in the Annandale beef stand. Mr. Gibson came in after tea, and we talked business. Then I was lazy and stupid, and dosed over a book instead of writing. So on the whole, confiteor culpa me. June 14 in the morning, I began with a page and a half before breakfast. This is always the best way. You stand like a child going to be bathed, shivering and shaking, till the first pitcherful is flung about your ears, and then are as blithe as a water wagtail. I am just come home from Parliament House, and now my friend Knapp have at you with a downright blow. Methinks I would fain make peace with my conscience by doing 6 pages. Tonight bought a little bit of Gruyere cheese instead of our domestic choke dog concern. When did I ever purchase anything for my own eating? But I will say no more of that. And now to the bread. Roman 1099 June 15 I labored all the evening, but made little way. There were many books to consult, and so all I could really do was to make out my task of 3 pages. I will try to make up the deficit of Tuesday today, and tomorrow. Letters from Walter Allwell. A visit yesterday from Charles Sharp. June 16 yesterday sate in the court till nearly 4. I had of course only time for my task. I fear I will have little more today, for I have accepted to dine at Hector's. I got yesterday a present of 2 engravings from Sir Henry Reburn's portrait of me, which poor fellow was the last he ever painted, and certainly not his worst. I had the pleasure to give one to young Mr. Davidoff for his uncle, the celebrated black captain of the campaign of 1812. Curious that he should be interested in getting the resemblance of a person whose mode of attaining some distinction has been very different, but I am sensible that if there be anything good about my poetry or prose, either it is a hurried frankness of composition, which pleases soldiers, sailors, and young people of bold and active disposition. I have been no sire in shades, no writer of songs and sonnets and rustical roundelays, framed on fancies and whistled on reeds. Abbotsford, Saturday, June 17. Left Edinburgh today, after Parliament House, to come here. My 2 girls met me at Torsonse, which was a pleasant surprise, and we returned in the sociable all together, found everything right and well at Abbotsford under the new regime. I again took possession of the family bedroom, and my widowed couch. This was a sore trial, but it was necessary not to blink such a resolution. Indeed, I do not like to have it thought that there is any way in which I can be beat. June 18 this morning wrote, till half 12 a good day's work at Canongate Chronicles methinks. I can make this work answer, then drove to Huntley Burn. And called at Chiefswood, walked home the country crying for rain. Yet on the whole the weather delicious, dry and warm, with a fine air of wind. The young woods are rising in a kind of profusion. I never saw elsewhere. Let me once clear off these encumbrances. And they shall wave broader and deeper yet, but to attain this I must work. Wrought very fair accordingly, till 2, then walked after dinner out again. With the girls smoked 2 cigars, first time these 2 months. June 19 wrought very fair indeed. And the day being scorching, we dined al fresco in the hall among the armor, and went out early in the evening, walked to the lake and back again, by the Marl Pool, very delightful evening. June 20, this is also a hard-working day, hot, weather is favorable for application, were it not that it makes the composer sleepy. Pray God, the reader may not partake the sensation. But days of hard work make short journals. Today we again dine in the hall, and drive to Ashestiel in the evening. Poor Prender Lefries. June 21, we followed the same course we proposed for a party of pleasure. I have attended to business well. 20 pages of Croftengry, 5 printed pages, each attest my diligence. And I have had a delightful variation, by the company of the 2 Anns, regulated my little expenses here. Edinburgh, June 22, returned to my Patmos, heard good news from Lockhart wife well, and John Hugh better. He mentions poor Southey, testifying much interest for me, even to tears. It is autumn. I so hard-hearted a man, I could not have wept for him, though in distress I would have gone any length to serve him. I sometimes think I do not deserve people's good opinion, for certainly my feelings are rather guided by reflection than impulse. But everybody has his own mode of expressing interest, in mine is stoical even in bitterest grief. Ager ac pati Romanum est. I hope I am not the worse for wanting the tenderness that I see others possess, and which is so amiable. I think it does not cool my wish to be of use, where I can, but the truth is I am better at enduring or acting than at consoling. From childhood's earliest hour my heart rebelled against the influence of external circumstances in myself and others non est tanti. Today I was detained in the court from 10:30 till near 4, yet I finished and sent off a packet to Cadle, which will finish 1/3 of the Chronicles vol. First. Henry Scott came in while I was at dinner, and sat while I ate my beefsteak. A gourmand would think me much at a loss, coming back to my ploughman's meal of boiled beef and Scotch broth from the rather rechurched table at Abbotsford. But I have no philosophy in my carelessness on that score. It is natural, though I am no ascetic as my father was. June 23, the heat tremendous and the drought threatening the hay and barley crop, got from the court at 12:30, and walked to the extremity of Harriet Row, to see poor Lady Dawn. Left my card. As she does not receive anyone, I am glad this painful meeting is adjourned. I received today 10 from Blackwood for the article on the omen time. I would not have taken these small tithes of mint and cummin, but scornful dogs will eat dirty puddings. And I, with many depending on me, must do the best I can with my time. God help me. Blair Adam, June 24, left Edinburgh yesterday after the court 12:30, and came over here with the Lord Chief Baron and William Clerk, to spend as usual a day or 2 at Blair Adam. In general, this is a very gay affair. We hire a light coach and scour the country in every direction in quest of objects of curiosity. But the Lord Chief Commissioner's family misfortunes and my own make our holiday this year of a more quiet description than usual, and a sensible degree of melancholy hangs on the reunion of our party. It was wise, however, not to omit it, for to slacken your hold on life in any agreeable point of connection is the sooner to reduce yourself to the indifference and passive vegetation of old age. June 25, another melting day. Thermometer at 78, even here 80, was the height yesterday at Edinburgh. If we attempt any active proceeding, we dissolve ourselves into a dew. We have lounged away the morning creeping about the place, sitting a great deal, and walking as little as might be on account of the heat. Blair Adam has been successively in possession of 3 generations of persons attached to and skilled in the art of embellishment, and may be fairly taken as a place where art and taste have done a great deal to improve nature. A long ridge of varied ground, sloping to the foot of the hill called Benarty, and which originally was of a bare, mossy, boggy character, has been clothed by the sun, father and grandfather, while the undulations and hollows which 70 or 80 years since must have looked only like wrinkles in the black morasses, being now drained and limed, are skirted with deep woods, particularly of spruce, which thrives wonderfully, and covered with excellent grass. We drove in the drosky and walked in the evening. June 26, another day of unmitigated heat, thermometer 82, must be higher in Edinburgh, where I return tonight when the decline of the sun makes traveling practicable. It will be well for my work to be there, not quite so well for me. There is a difference between the clean, nice arrangement of Blair Adam and Mrs. Brown's accommodations, though he who is insured against worse has no right to complain of them. But the studious neatness of poor Charlotte has perhaps made me fastidious. She loved to see things clean, even to oriental scrupulosity. So oddly do our deep recollections of other kinds correspond with the most petty occurrences of our life. Lord Chief Baron told us a story of the ruling passion strong in death. A master in chancery was on his deathbed, a very wealthy man. Some occasion of great urgency occurred in which it was necessary to make an affidavit, and the attorney, missing one or two other masters whom he inquired after, ventured to ask if Mr. would be able to receive the deposition. The proposal seemed to give him momentary strength. His clerk sent for, and the oath taken in due form, the master was lifted up in bed, and with difficulty subscribed the paper. As he sank down again, he made a signal to his clerk, Wallace, sir, your earl or lower, have you got the half-crown? He was dead before morning. Edinburgh, June 27, returned to Edinburgh late last night, and had a most sweltering night of it. This day also cruel hot, however. I made a task, or nearly so, and read a good deal about the Egyptian expedition, had comfortable accounts of Anne, and through her of Sophia. Dr. Shaw doubts if anything is actually the matter with poor Johnny's back. I hope the dear child will escape deformity and the infirmities attending that helpless state. I have myself been able to fight up very well notwithstanding my lameness, but it has cost great efforts, and I am besides very strong. Dined with Colin Mackenzie, a fine family all growing up about him, turning men and women, and treading fast on our heels. Some thunder and showers which I fear will be but partial, hath a thought. June 28, another hot morning, and something like an idle day, though I have read a good deal. But I have slept, also corrected proofs, and prepared for a great start by filling myself with facts and ideas. June 29, I walked out for an hour last night, and made one or two calls. The evening was delightful. Day its sultry fires had wasted. Calm and cool the moonbeam rose. Even a captive's bosom tasted, half oblivion of his woes. I wonder often how Tom Campbell, with so much real genius, has not maintained a greater figure in the public eye than he has done of late. The magazine seems to have paralyzed him. The author, not only of The Pleasures of Hope, but of Hohenlinden, Lochiel, etc., should have been at the very top of the tree. Somehow he wants audacity, fears the public, and what is worse, fears the shadow of his own reputation. He is a great corrector, too, which succeeds as ill in composition as in education. Many a clever boy is flogged into a dunce, and many an original composition corrected into mediocrity. Yet Tom Campbell ought to have done great deal more. His youthful promise was great. John Leyden introduced me to him. They afterwards quarreled when I repeated Hohenlinden to Leyden. He said, dash it, man, tell the fellow that I hate him. But dash him, he has written the finest verses that have been published these 50 years. I did mine errand as faithfully as one of Homer's messengers, and had for answer, tell Leyden that I detest him, but I know the value of his critical approbation. This feud was therefore in the way of being taken up. When Leyden comes back from India, said Tom Campbell, what cannibals he will have eaten, and what tigers he will have torn to pieces. Gave a poor poetess one. Gibson writes me that 2,300 is offered for the poor house. It is worth 300 more. But I will not oppose my own opinion or convenience to good and well-meet counsel. So farewell, poor, no 39, what a portion of my life has been spent there. It has sheltered me from the prime of life to its decline, and now I must bid good-bye to it. I have bid good-bye to my poor wife, so long its courteous and kind mistress, and I need not care about the empty rooms, yet it gives me a turn. I have been so long a citizen of Edinburgh, now an indweller, only never mind all in the day's work. J. Ballantyne and B. Cadle dined with me, and as Pepys would say, all was very handsome. Drank amongst us one bottle of champagne, one of claret, a glass or two of port, and each a tumbler of whiskey toddy. J.B. had courage to drink his with hot water. Mine was iced. June 30. Here is another dreadful warm day, fit for nobody but the flies, and then one is confined to town. Yesterday I agreed to let Cadle have the new work edition, 1,500, he paying all charges, and paying also 500, 250 at Lammas, to pay J. Gibson money advanced on the passage of young Walter, my nephew, to India. It is like a thorn in one's eye, this sort of debt, and Gibson is young in business and somewhat involved in my affairs besides our plan. is that this same miscellany or chronicle shall be committed quietly to the public, and we hope it will attract attention. If it does not, we must turn public attention to it ourselves. About one half of Vol Roman, one is written, and there is worse abomination, or I mistake the matter. I was detained in court till 4 dreadfully close, and obliged to drink water for refreshment, which formerly I used to scorn even on the moors, with a burning August sun, the heat of exercise, and 100 springs gushing around me. Corrected proofs, etc. On my return, I think I have conquered the trustees' objections to carry on the small edition of novels, got Cadle's letter about the Chronicle. July. Edinburgh, July 1st. Another sunny day. This threatens absolutely Syrian drought, as the Selkirk election comes on Monday. I go out today to Abbotsford and carry young Davidoff and his tutor with me to see our quiet way of managing the choice of a national representative. I wrote a page or two last night slumberously. Abbotsford, July. Too late at court. Got to Abbotsford last night with Count Davidoff about 8 o'clock. I worked a little this morning, then had a long and warm walk. Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton from Chiefswood, the present inhabitants of Lockhart's cottage, dined with us, which made the society pleasant. He is a fine, soldierly-looking man, 292, though affected with paralysis. She's wife, a sweet, good-humored little woman. He is supposed to be a writer in Blackwood's magazine. Since we were to lose the Lockharts, we could scarce have had more agreeable folks. At Selkirk, where Borthwick was elected, with the usual unanimity of the forest freeholders, this was a sight to my young Muscovite. We walked in the evening to the lake. July 5. Still very hot, but with thunder showers. Wrote till breakfast, then walked and signed the death warrant of a number of old firs at Abbotsdown. I hope their deaths will prove useful. Their lives are certainly not ornamental. Young Mr. Davidoff entered upon the cause of the late discontents in Russia, which he imputes to a deep-seated Jacobin conspiracy to overthrow the state and empire and establish a government by consuls. Edinburgh, July 6. Returned last night with my frozen Muscovites to the capital, and suffered as usual from the incursions of the Black Horse. During the night, it was absolute fever. A bunch of letters, but little interesting. Mr. Barry Cornwall writes to condole with me. I think our acquaintance scarce warranted this, but it is well meant and modestly done. I cannot conceive the idea of forcing myself on strangers in distress, and I have half a mind to turn sharp round on some of my consolers. Came home from court. R.P. Gillies called. He is writing a satire. He has a singular talent of aping the measure and tone of Byron, and this poem goes to the tune of Don Juan. But it is the champagne after it has stood 2 days with the cork drawn. Thereafter came Charles K. Sharp, and will clerk, as Robinson saith, to my exceeding refreshment, and last not least Mr. Jolly, one of the triumvirs who manage my poor matters. He consents to going on with the small edition of novels, which he did not before comprehend. All this has consumed the day, but we will make up tideway presently. I must dress to go to Lord Medwin to dinner, and it is near time. July 7. Coming home from Lord Medwin's last night, I fell in with Willie Clerk, and went home to drink a little shrub and water, over which we chatted of old stories, until 11:30 this morning. I corrected 2 proofs of Croftangry, which is getting on, but there must be a little check with the throng of business. At the close of the session, the session, I wish it would close its eyes for a century. It is too bad to be kept broiling here. But on the other hand, we must have the instinctive gratitude of the Laird of Intosh, who was for the king that gave Intosh half a guinea the day, and half a guinea the morn, so I retract my malediction. Received from Blackwood to account sales of Malachi 72, with some odd shillings. This was for copies sold to banks. The cash comes far from ill-timed, having to clear all odds and ends before I leave Edinburgh. This will carry me on tidily, till 25th, when precepts become payable. Well, if Malachi did me some mischief, he must also contribute quodam modo to my comfort. July 8. Wrote a good task this morning. I may be mistaken, but I do think the tale of Elspeth MacTavish in my bettermost manner. But J.B. roars for chivalry. He does not quite understand that everything may be overdone in this world, or sufficiently estimate the necessity of novelty. The Highlanders have been off the field now for some time. Returning from court, looked into a show of wild beasts, and saw Nero the great lion, whom they had the cruelty to bait with bulldogs, against whom the noble creature disdained to exert his strength. He was lying like a prince in a large cage, where you might be admitted if you wish. I had a month's mind, but was afraid of the newspapers. I could be afraid of nothing else, for never did a creature seem more gentle. And yet Majesticae longed to caress him. Wallace, the other lion born in Scotland, seemed much less trustworthy. He handled the dogs, as his namesake did the Southron. Enter a confounded Dousterswivel called Burschel, or some such name, patronized by John Lockhart, teacher of German and learner of English. He opened the trenches by making me a present of a German work called Der by Bellish Orient, then began to talk of literature at large, and display his own pretensions, asked my opinion of Gray as a poet, and wished me to subscribe an attestation of his own merits for the purpose of getting him scholars, as I hinted my want of acquaintance with his qualifications. I found I had nearly landed myself in a proof, for he was girding up his loins to repeated thundering translations by himself into German Hebrew, until thinking it superfluous to stand on very much ceremony with one who used so little with me, hinted at letters to write, and got him to translate himself elsewhere. Saw a good house in Brunswick Street, which I liked this evening. Supped with Thomas Thompson about the affairs of the Bannatyne. There was the Dean, Will Clerk John Thompson, young Smythe of Methven, very pleasant. July 9, rather slumberous today from having sat up till 12 last night. We settled, or seemed to settle, on an election for the Bannatyne Club. There are people who would wish to confine it much to one party, but those who were together last night saw it, in the true and liberal point of view, as a great national institution, which may do much good in the way of publishing our old records, providing we do not fall into the usual habit of antiquarians, and neglect what is useful for things that are merely curious. Thompson is a host for such an undertaking. I wrote a good day's work at the Canongate matter. Notwithstanding the intervention of 2 naps, I get sleepy oftener than usual. It is the weather, I suppose. Naboklish. I am near the end of the first volume, and every step is one out of difficulty. July 10, slept too long this morning. It was 8 before I rose. Of past 8 ere I came into the parlor. Terry and J. Ballantyne dined with me yesterday, and I suppose the wassail, though there was little enough of it, had stuck to my pillow. This morning I was visited by a Mr. Lewis, a smart cockney, whose object is to amend the handwriting. He uses, as a mechanical aid, a sort of puzzle of wire and ivory, which is put upon the fingers, to keep them in the desired position, like the muzzle on a dog's nose, to make him bear himself right in the field. It is ingenious, and may be useful, if the man comes here as he proposes in winter. I will take lessons. Bear witness, good reader, that if W.S. writes a cramp hand, as is the case, he is desirous to mend it. Dined with John Swinton and Famia. He told me an odd circumstance coming from Berwickshire in the mail coach. He met with a passenger, who seemed more like a military man than anything else. They talked on all sorts of subjects at length. On politics, Malachi's letters were mentioned, when the stranger observed they were much more seditious than some expressions for which he had 3 or 4 years ago been nearly sent to Botany Bay, and perceiving John Swinton surprised at this avowal, he added, I am Kinloch of Kinloch. This gentleman had got engaged in the radical business, the only real gentleman, by the way, who did, and harangued the weavers of Dundee, with such emphasis that he would have been tried and sent to Botany Bay. Had he not fled abroad, he was outlawed, and only restored to his status on a composition with government. It seems to have escaped Mr. Kinloch that the conduct of a man who places a lighted coal in the middle of combustibles, and upon the floor, is a little different from that of one who places the same quantity of burning fuel in a fire grate. July 11, the last day of the session, and as toilsome a one as I ever saw. There were about 100 or 120 cases on the roll, and most of them of an incidental character, which gives us clerks the greatest trouble, for it is the grasshopper that is a burthen to us. Came home about 4, tired and hungry. I wrought little or none indeed. I could not, having books and things to pack, went in the evening to sup with John Murray, where I met Will Clerk Thompson Henderland and Charles Stewart Blantyre, and had of course a pleasant party. I came late home, though, for me, and was not in bed till past midnight. It would not do for me to do this often. July 12, I have the more reason to eschew evening parties that I slept 2 mornings, till past 8. These vigils would soon tell on my utility, as the divines call it. But this is the last day in town, and the world shall be amended. I have been trying to mediate between the unhappy R.P. Gillies and his uncle Lord G. The latter talks like a man of sense and a good relation, and would, I think, do something for E.P.G. if he would renounce temporary expedients and bring his affairs to a distinct crisis. But this E.P. will not hear of, but flatters himself with ideas which seem to me quite visionary. I could make nothing of him, but I conclude offended him by being of his uncle's opinion rather than his, as to the mode of extricating his affairs. I am to dine out today, and I would fain shirk and stay at home, never Shylock like had I less will to feasting forth. But I must go or be thought sulky Lord Roman 1000, and Lady Abercrombie called this morning, and a world of people, besides, among others, honest Mr. Wilson late of Wilson Town, who took so much care of me at London, sending fresh eggs and all sorts of good things. Well, I have dawdled and written letters sorely against the grain all day. Also I have been down to see Will Allen's picture of the landing of Queen Mary, which he has begun in a great style. Also I have put my letters and papers to rights, which only happens when I am about to move, and now having nothing left to do, I must go and dress myself. July 13 dined yesterday with Lord Abercrombie at a party. He gave to Lord Melville and some old friends, who formed the contemporary club Lord Roman 1000, and I met with considerable feeling on both sides, and all our feuds were forgotten, and forgiven I conclude, so at least because one or two people whom I know to be sharp observers of the weather-glass on occasion of such squalls have been earnest with me to meet Lord Roman 1000 at Partiswich. I am well assured they would not have been had I been Horace come to life again. Were they not sure the breeze was over for myself? I am happy that our usual state of friendship should be restored, though I could not have come down proud stomach to make advances, which is among friends always the duty of the richer and more powerful of the two. Today I leave Mrs. Brown's lodgings altogether. I cannot complain, but the insects were voracious even until last night, when the turtle soup and champagne ought to have made me sleep like a top. But I have done a monstrous sight of work here, notwithstanding the indolence of this last week, which must and shall be amended. So good be Mrs. Brown. I am going out of town. Over dale, over down. Where bugs bite not. Where lodgers fight not. Where below you chairmen drink not. Where beside you gutters stink not. But all is fresh and clean and gay. And merry lambkins sport and play. And they toss with rakes uncommonly short hay, which looks as if it had been sown only the other day. And where oats are at 25 shillings a bowl, they say. But all's one for that, since I must and will away. July 14 Abbotsford arrived here yesterday before 5 o'clock. Anybody would think, from the falderal conclusion of my journal of yesterday, that I left town in a very gay humorcujus contrarium verum est. But nature has given me a kind of buoyancy, I know not what to call it, that mingles even with my deepest afflictions and most gloomy hours. I have a secret pride, I fancy, it will be so most truly termed, which impels me to mix with my distresses strange snatches of mirth, which have no mirth in them. In fact, the journey hither, the absence of the affectionate friend that used to be my companion on the journey, and many mingled thoughts of bitterness, have given me a fit of the bile. July 15 this day, I did not attempt to work, but spent my time in the morning in making the necessary catalogue and distribution of 2 or 3 chests of books, which I have got home from the binder Nice, and acting as my amanuensis in the evening. We drove to Huntley Burn, and took tea there. Returning home, we escaped a considerable danger, the iron screw bolts of the driving seat suddenly giving way. The servants were very nearly precipitated upon the backs of the horses had it been downhill. Instead of being on the level, the horses must have taken fright, and the consequences might have been fatal. Indeed, they had almost taken fright, as it was had not Peter Matheson, who, in Mr. Fagg's phrase, I take to be the discreetest of whips, kept his presence of mind when losing his equilibrium, so that he managed to keep the horses in hand, until we all got out. I must say, it is not the first imminent danger on which I have seen Peter, my automedon, for near 25 years, behave with the utmost firmness. July 16 very unsatisfactory today, sleepy, stupid, indolent, finished arranging the books, and after that was totally useless unless it can be called study, that I slumbered for 3 or 4 hours over a variorum edition of the Gilshills tragedy, admirable recipe for low spirits, for, not to mention the brutality of so extraordinary a murder, it led John Bull into one of his uncommon fits of gambles, until at last he becomes so maudlin as to weep for the pitiless assassin Thurtell, and treasure up the leaves and twigs of the hedge and shrubs in the fatal garden, as valuable relixne, thronged the minor theatres to see the very roan horse and yellow gig, in which the body was transported from one place to another. I have not stepped over the threshold today, so very stupid have I been. July 17 Dicidi longum valedixi. Our time is like our money. When we change a guinea, the shillings escape as things of small account. When we break a day by idleness, in the morning, the rest of the hours lose their importance in our eye. I set stoutly to work about 7 this morning to Boney. And long ere dinner time I have full 8 close pages wrote. What duty hast thou now to crave? Well done, Sir Walter Scott. July 18. This as yesterday has been a day of unremitting labor, though I only got through half the quantity of manuscript owing to drowsiness, a most disarming annoyance. I walked a little before dinner, and after tea, but was unable to go with the girls and Charles to the top of Caldchill's Hill. I fear my walking powers are diminishing. But why not? They have been wonderfully long, efficient all things. Considered only, I fear I shall get fat and fall into diseases. Well, things must be as they may. Let us use the time and faculties which God has left us, and trust futurity to his guidance. Amen. This is the day of St. Boswell's fair. That watery saint has, for once, had a dry festival. July 19 wrote a page this morning, but no more corrected proofs, however, and went to Selkirk to hold sheriff court. This consumed the forenoon. Colonel and Miss Ferguson, with Mr. and Mrs. Laidlaw, dined, and occupied the evening. The rain seemed to set in this night. July 20 today, rainy, a morning and forenoon of hard work, about 5 pages, which makes up for yesterday's leeway. I am sadly tired, however. But as I go to Merton at 4, and spend the night there, the exertion was necessary. July 21 to Merton, we went accordingly. Lord and Lady Minto were there, with part of their family, David Halliburton, etc., besides their own large family, so my lodging was a little room which I had not occupied since I was a bachelor, but often before in my frequent intercourse with this kind and hospitable family, feeling myself returned to that celibacy, which renders many accommodations indifferent which but lately were indispensable. My imagination drew melancholy contrast between the young man entering the world on fire for fame and restless in imagining means of coming by it, and the aged widower blasé, on the point of literary reputation, deprived of the social comforts of a married state, and looking back to regret instead of looking forward to hope. This brought bad sleep and unpleasing dreams. But if I cannot hope to be what I have been, I will not, if I can help it, suffer vain repining to make me worse than I may be. We left Merton after breakfast and the two Annes, and I visited Lady Reburn at Lessedon. My aunt is now in her 90th year, so clean, so nice, so well arranged in every respect that it makes old age lovely. She talks both of late and former events with perfect possession of her faculties, and has only failed in her limbs. A great deal of kind feeling has survived in spite of the frost of years. Home to dinner and worked all the afternoon among the Moniteur. Little purpose for my principal acquisition was a headache. I wrote nothing today, but part of a trifle for Blackwood. July 22, the same severe headache attends my poor pate, but I have worked a good deal this morning, and will do more. I wish to have half the volume sent into town on Monday. If possible, it will be a royal effort, and more than make up for the blanks of this week. July 23, I wrote very hard this day, and attained page 40-45 would be more than half the volume. Colonel Russell came about 1, and carried me out a walking, which I was all the better of. In the evening we expected Terry and his wife, but they did not come, which makes me fear she may be unwell again. July 24, a great number of proof sheets to revise and send off, and after that I took a fancy to give a more full account of the Constitution, framed by C.S. A complicated and ingenious web, it is but far too fine and critical to be practically useful. July 25, Terry and wife arrived yesterday, both very well. At dinner time today came Dr. Jamieson of the Scottish Dictionary, an excellent good man, and full of auld Scottish cracks, which amuse me well enough, but are caviar to the young people, a little prolix, and heavy is the good doctor, somewhat prosaic, and accustomed to much attention on the Sunday from his congregation, and I hope on the 6 other days from his family, so he will demand full attention from all and sundry before he begins a story, and once begun there is no chance of his ending. July 26, this day went to Selkirk, and held a court. The doctor and Terry chose to go with me. Captain and Mrs. Hamilton came to dinner desperate warm, whether little done in the literary way, except sending off proofs. Roop of standing corn, etc., went off very indifferently. Letter from Ballantyne, wanting me to write about absentees, but I have enough to do without burning my fingers with politics. July 27, up and at it this morning, and finished 4 pages an unpleasant letter from London, as if I might be troubled by some of the creditors there. When going to town to get materials for Nap, I have no wish to gone on at all. I would even like to put off my visit so far as John Lockhart and my daughter are concerned, and see them when the meeting could be more pleasant. But then, having an offer to see the correspondence from St. Helena, I can make no doubt that I ought to go. However, if it is to infer any danger to my personal freedom, English wind will not blow on me, It is monstrous hard to prevent me doing what is certainly the best for all parties. July 28 I am well-nigh choked with the sulphurous heat of the weatherer. I am unwell for I perspire as if I had been walking hard, and my hand is as nervous as a paralytic's read through, and corrected St. Ronan's well I am no judge. But I think the language of this piece rather good then. I must allow the fashionable portraits are not the true thing. I am too much out of the way to see and remark the ridiculous in society. The story is terribly contorted and unnatural, and the catastrophe is melancholy, which should always be avoided, no matter I have corrected it for the press. The worthy lexicographer left us today somewhat ponderous, he is poor soul, but there are excellent things about him. Action and reaction Scots, proverb the unrest Roman 1 pendulum, of a clock goes I, as far the eye gate as the t'other. Walter's account of his various quarters per last dispatch query, if original. La Fria is a blackguard place. To Gort I give my curse. Athlone itself is bad enough. But Ballinrobe is worse. I cannot tell which is the worst. They're all so very bad. But of all towns I ever saw, bad luck to Kinnegad. Old Mr. Halliburton dined with us, also Colonel Russell. What a man for fourscore or thereby, is old Hallian Indian too? He came home in 1785. July 29 yesterday I wrought little and light work, almost stifled by the smothering heat. Today, I wrought about half task in the morning. And as a judgment on me, I think for yesterday's sloth Mr. H. stayed unusually late in the forenoon. He is my friend, my father's friend, and an excellent sensible man, besides, and a man of 80 and upwards may be allowed to talk long, because in the nature of things, he cannot have long to talk if I do a task today. I hope to send a good parcel on Monday, and keep tryst pretty well. July 30 I did better yesterday than I had hoped for instead of 3 pages, which considering how my time was cut up by prolonged morning lounging with friend Holly, was pretty fair. I wrote a good task before 11 o'clock, but then my good friends twaddled and dawdled for near 2 hours before they set off the time devoted to hospitality, especially to those whom I can reckon upon as sincere good friends. I never grudge, but like to welcome the coming speed, the parting guest by my, well, every guest should part at 10:30, or arrange himself to stay for the day. We had a long walk in a sweltering hot day, met Mr. Blackwood coming to call, and walked him on with us, so blinked his visit gracious. Dalmain asked him for breakfast tomorrow. To make amends, I rather overwalked myself, the heat considered. July 31st I corrected 6 sheets, and sent them off with 8 leaves of copy, so I keep forward pretty well. Blackwood, the bookseller, came over from Chiefswood to breakfast, and this kept me idle till 11 o'clock. At 12, I went out with the girls in the sociable, and called on the family at Bemersidon. Dr. and Mrs. Brewster and Mr. Bainbridge at Gatside House. It was 5 ere we got home, so there was a day dished, unless the afternoon does something for us. I am keeping up pretty well, however, and after all visitors will come and calls must be made, I must not let Anne forgo the custom of well-bred society. August 1 yesterday evening, did nothing for the idlesse of the morning. I was hungry, eat and drank, and became drowsy. Then I took to arranging the old plays, of which Terry had brought me about a dozen, and dipping into them scrambled through one called Michaelmas Term, full of traits of manners, and another, a sort of bouncing tragedy called the Hector of Germany, or the Palsgrave, the last worthless in the extreme, is like many of the plays in the beginning of the 17th century, written to a good tune. The dramatic poets of that time seem to have possessed as jointstock a highly poetical and abstract tone of language, so that the worst of them often remind you of the very best. The audience must have had a much stronger sense of poetry in those days than now, since language was received and applauded at the Fortune, or at the Red Bull, which could not now be understood by any general audience in Great Britain. This leads far. This morning I wrote 2 hours, then out with Tom Purdy, and gave directions about thinning all the plantations above Abbotsford, properly so called, came in at 1 o'clock, and now set to work debout Lyciscas, debout finished 4 leaves. August 2 well, and today I finished before dinner 5 leaves more, and I would crow a little about it, but here comes duty like an old housekeeper, to an idle chambermaid. Hear her very words. Duty, you crow, do you pray, can you deny that your sitting so quiet at work was owing to its raining heavily all the forenoon, and indeed till dinner time, so that nothing would have stirred out that could help it save a duck, or a goose? I trow, if it had been a fine day by noon, there would have been aching of the head, throbbing, shaking, and so forth, to make an apology for going out. Egomit ips and whose head ever throbbed to go out when it rained Mrs. Duty. Duty answer not to me with a fool-born jest, as your poor friend Erskine used to say to you, when you escaped from his good advice under the fire of some silly pun, you smoke a cigar after dinner. And I never check yow drink tea too, which is loss of time. And then instead of writing me one other page, or correcting those you have written out, you rollick into the woods, till you have not a dry thread about you, and here you sit writing down my words in your foolish journal, instead of minding my advice. Ego why, Mrs. Duty? I would as gladly be friends with you as Crabbe's tradesman fellow with his conscience, but you should have some consideration with human frailty. Duty reckon not on that, but however good night for the present, I would only recommend to you to think no thoughts in which I am not mingled to, read no books, in which I have no concern to, write 3 sheets of botheration, all the 6 days of the week per diem, and on the 7th to send them to the printer, thus advising I heartily bid you farewell. Ego farewell, madam, exit Duty, and be DD to ye, for an unreasonable bitch, the devil must be in this greedy gled, as the Earl of Angus said to his hawk. Will she never be satisfied, I believe in my soul, she is the very hag who haunted the merchant of Buda. I'll have my great chest upstairs exorcised, but first I'll take a nap, till supper which must take place within 10 minutes. August 3 wrote half a task in the morning, from 11 till 8:30 in Selkirk, taking precognitions about a row, and came home famished and tired. Now, Mrs. Duty, do you think there is no other duty of the family but yourself? Or can the sheriff depute neglect his duty, that the author may mind his the thing cannot be the people of Selkirk, must have justice, as well as the people of England books, so the 2 duties may go pull caps about it, my conscience is clear. August 4 wrote to Miss Edgeworth on her sister's marriage, which consumed the better part of the morning. I must read for Marengo item. I must look at the pruning item at the otter hunt. But my hope is constant to make up a good day's task notwithstanding, failed in finding the otter, and was tired and slept, and did but a poor day's work. August 6 wrote today, a very good day's work, walked to Chiefswood, and saw old Mrs. Titler, a friend when life was young. Her husband, Lord Woodhouseley, was a kind, amiable, and accomplished man. And when we lived at Laswad Cottage soon after my marriage, we saw a great deal of the family who were very kind to us as newly entered on the world walked home, and worked in the evening 4 leaves finished. August 7 my niece Anne leaves us this morning, summoned back from one scene of distress to another. Her uncle David Macalock is extremely paralytic stroke, I fancy. She is a charming girl, ladylike in thought and action, and very pleasant in society. We are to dine today with our neighbors at Gatside. Meantime, I will avail myself of my disposition to labor and work, instead of journalizing. Mr. H. Cranstown looked in a morning call. He has become extremely deaf. He gave me a letter from the Countess Pergstall, his sister, which I have not the heart to open. So many reproaches I have deserved for not writing. It is a sad thing, though, to task eyes as hard wrought as mine to keep up correspondence. Dined at Gatside. August 8 wrote my task this morning, and now for walk. Dine today at Chiefswood. Have company tomorrow. Why, this is dissipation. But no matter, Mrs. Duty, if the task is done. But says she, you ought to do something extra, provide against a rainy day. Not I ill make a rainy day provide against a fair one. Mrs. Duty, I write twice as much in bad weather. Seriously, I write fully as much as I ought. I do not like this dull aching in the chest and the back, and its giving way to exercise shows that it originates in remaining too long in a sitting posture. So ill take the field while the day is good. August 9 I wrote only 2 leaves today, but with as many additions as might rank for 3. I had a long and warm walk. Mrs. Titler of Woodhouseley, the Hamiltons, and Colonel Ferguson dined here. How many early stories did the old lady's presence recall? She might almost be my mother, yet there we sat like 2 people of another generation, talking of things and people the rest knew nothing of. When a certain period of life is survived, the difference of years between the survivors, even when considerable, becomes of much less consequence. August 10 rose early, and wrote hard till 2 when I went with Anne to Minto. The place being new to my companion, gave her much amusement. We found the Scots of Harden, etc., and had a very pleasant party. I like Lady Roman 1000 particularly, but missed my facetious and lively friend Lady Anna Maria. It is the fashion for women and silly men to abuse her as a blue stocking, if to have wit, good sense, and good humor, mixed with a strong power of observing, and an equally strong one of expressing the result, be blue, she shall be as blue as they will. Such cant is the refuge of persons who fear those who they think can turn them into ridicule. It is a common trick to revenge supposed raillery with good substantial calumny. Slept at Minto. August 11, I was up as usual and wrote about 2 leaves meaning to finish my task at home, but found my sheriff substitute here on my return, which took up the evening. But I shall finish the volume on Sunday, that is less than a month after beginning it. The same exertion would bring the book out at Martinmas, but December is a better time. August 12 wrote a little in the morning then duty, and I have settled that this is to be a kind of holiday providing the volume be finished tomorrow. I went to breakfast at Chiefswood, and after that affair was happily transacted, I wended me merrily to the Black Cock Stripe, and there caused Tom Purdy and John Swanston, cut out a quantity of furs got home about 2 o'clock and set to correct a set of proofs. James Ballantyne presages well of this work, but is afraid of inaccurae sisoem. I but things must be as they may, there is a kind of glamour about me, which sometimes makes me read dates, etc., in the proof sheets, not as they actually do stand, but as they ought to stand. I wonder if a pill of holy trefoil would dispel this fascination. By the way, John Swanston measured a young shoot that was growing remarkably, and found that for 3 days successively it grew half an inch every day finer. Used to hear the grass grow far off, would he have heard this extravagant rapidity of vegetation? The tree is a silver fir or spruce in the patch at the Greentongue Park. August 13. Yesterday, I was tired of laboring in the rough ground. Well, I must be content to feel my disabilities increase. One sure thing is that all wise men will soon contrive to lay aside inclination. When performance grows toilsome, I have hobbled over many a rough heug in my day. No wonder if I must sing at last. Thus says the auld man to the aik tree. Sair failed hinny since I kenned thee. But here are many a mile of smooth walk, just when I grow unable to face bent and bray, and here is the garden when all fails to a sailor the length of his quarterdeck, is a good space of exercising ground. I wrote a good task today, then walked to the lake, then came back by 3 o'clock hungering and thirsting to finish the volume. I have seldom such fits of voluntary industry, so duty shall have the benefit. Finished volume Roman for this evening. Dio Gratias. August 14. This is a morning I have not seen many a day, for it appears to set in for a rainy day. It has not kept its word, though I was seized by a fit of the clevers, and finished my task by 12 o'clock, and hoped to add something in the evening. I was guilty, however, of some waywardness, for I began volume Roman 5 of Boney, instead of carrying on the Canongate, as I proposed. The reason, however, was that I might not forget the information I had acquired about the Treaty of Amiens. August 15. The weather seems decidedly broken yesterday, indeed cleared up, but this day seems to persevere in raining. Naboklish, it's a rarity nowadays. I write on, though a little afflicted with the oppression on my chest. Sometimes I think it is something dangerous, but as it always goes away on change of posture, it cannot be speedily, so I want to finish my task, and then good night. I will never relax my labor in these affairs, either for fear of pain or love of life. I will die a free man if hard working will do it. Accordingly today, I cleared the 9th leaf, which is the 10th part of a volume, in 2 days for and a half. Leaves a day. Walter and Jane with Mrs. Jobson are arrived to interrupt me. August 16. God be praised for restoring to me my dear children in good health, which has made me happier than anything that has happened these several months. Walter and Jane appear cordial and happy in each other, the greatest blessing heaven can bestow on them or me. Who witness it? If we had Lockhart and Sophia, there would be a meeting of the beings dearest to me in life. Walked to Huntley Burn, where I found a certain lady on a visit. Youthie so beautiful, so strong in voice, with sense and learning, Gabove, all so fond of good conversation, that in compassion to my eyes, ears, and understanding, I bolted in the middle of a tremendous shower of rain, and rather chose to be wet to the skin than to be bethumped with words at that rate. There seemed more than I of the same opinion, for Call Ferguson chose the ducking rather than the conversation. Young Mr. Surtees came this evening. August 17. Wrote half a leaf short of my task, having proofs, etc., to correct, and being called early to walk with the ladies. I have gained 3 leaves in the 2 following days, so I cannot blame myself. Sat si do si, sat Benny, sat Boney. I am sure I may say a truly execrable pun, that hope no one will find it out. In the evening we had music from the girls, and the voice of the harp and viol were heard in my halls once more, which have been so long deprived of mirth. It is with a mixed sensation I hear these sounds. I look on my children and am happy. And yet every now and then a pang shoots across my heart. It seems so strange that my poor wife should not be there. But enough of this. Colonel Ferguson dined. August 18. Again, I fell a half-page behind, being summoned out too early for my task. But I am still 2 leaves before on the whole week. It is natural to see as much of these young people as I can. Walter talks of the Ionian Islands. It is an awful distance, a long walk in very warm weather, music in the evening. August 19, this morning wrote none accepting extracts, etc., being under the necessity of reading, and collating a great deal, which lasted till 1 o'clock or thereabouts, when Dr. and Mrs. Brewster and their young people came to spend a day of happiness at the lake. We were met there by Captain and Mrs. Hamilton, and a full party, since the days of sieged Emperor of Ethiopia. These days of appointed sport and happiness have seldom answered, but we came off indifferently well. We did not indeed catch much fish, but we lounged about in a delightful day, eat and drank, and the children, who are very fine infantry, were clamorously enjoying themselves. We sounded the loch in 2 or 3 different places. The deepest, may be 60 feet. I was accustomed to think it much more, but your deepest pools, like your deepest politicians and philosophers, often turn out more shallow than was expected. The whole party dined with us. August 20 wrote 4, leaves the day wet and rainy, though not uniformly so. No temptation, however, to play truant, so this will make some amends for a blank day yesterday. I am far in advance of the press, but it is necessary if I go to Drumlanrig on Wednesday, as I intend, and to Lochar next week, which I also meditate. This will be no great interruption, however, if I can keep the Cannon Gate moving, for I shall be more than half a volume in advance with Napoleon. August 21, wrought out my task, though much bothered with a cold in my head, and face how caught I know not. Mrs. Crampton, wife of the Surgeon General in Ireland, sends to say she is hereabouts, so we ask her hospitality must not be neglected, and most hospitable are the Cramptons. All the Calliats from Huntley Burn are to be here, and Anne wishes we may have enough of dinner naboclish. It is hoped there will be a piece de resistance. August 22, Mrs. and Mrs. Crampton departed. I was rather sorry to give them such brief entertainment, for they were extremely kind, but going to Alden Hall today, and to Drumlanrig tomorrow, there was nothing more could be done for them. It is raining now successfully, as old Macfarlane of the Iroquois used to say. What is the odds we get a soaking before we cross the Birkendailywit against dry 10 to 1. August 23, Biddix Bridge set off cheerily with Walter, Charles, and Surtees in the sociable to make our trip to Drumlanrig. We breakfasted at Mr. Boyd's Broadmeadows, and were received with Yarrow hospitality. From thence climbed the Yarrow and skirted St. Mary's Lake, and ascended the Birkhill path under the moist and misty influence of the genius loci. Never mind, my companions were merry, and I cheerful when old people can be with the young, without fatiguing them or themselves. Their tempers derive the same benefits, which some fantastic physicians of old supposed accrued to their constitutions, from the breath of the young and healthy. You have not, cannot again have their gaiety of pleasure in seeing sights, but still, it reflects itself upon you, and you are cheered and comforted. Our luncheon eaten in the herd's cottage. But the poor woman saddened me unawares by asking for poor Charlotte, whom she had often seen there with me. She put me in mind that I had come twice over those hills and bogs, with a wheeled carriage before the road now. An excellent one was made. I knew it was true, but on my soul, looking where we must have gone, I could hardly believe I had been such a fool for riding pass, if you will, but to put one's neck in such a venture with a wheeled carriage was too silly. Here we are, however, at Biddix Inn for this night. Drumlanrig, August 24, this morning lunched at Parkgate under a very heavy shower, and then pushed on to Drumlanrig, where I was pleased to see the old castle, and old servants solicitous and anxious to be Roman 153. What visions does not this magnificent old house bring back to me? The exterior is much improved. Since I first knew it, it was then in the state of dilapidation to which it had been abandoned by the celebrated old Q, and was indeed scarce wind and water tight. Then the whole wood had been felled, and the outraged castle stood in the midst of waste and desolation, excepting a few scattered old stumps not judged worth the cutting. Now the whole has been 10 or 12 years since completely replanted, and the scattered seniors look as graceful as fathers surrounded by their children. The face of this immense estate has been scarcely less wonderfully changed. The scrambling tenants, who held a precarious tenure of lease under the Duke of Queensberry at the risk, as actually took place, of losing their possession at his death, have given room to skillful and laboring men working their farms regularly, and enjoying comfortable houses and their farms at a fair rent, which is enough to forbid idleness, but not enough to overpower industry. August 25, here are Lord and Lady Home Charles Douglas Lord, and Lady Charlotte Stopford. I grieve to say the last, though as beautiful as ever, is extremely thin, and looks delicate. The Duke himself has grown up into a graceful and apparently strong young man, and received us most kindly, I think he will be well qualified to sustain his difficult and important task the heart is. Excellent so are the talents, good sense, and knowledge of the world, picked up at one of the great English schools, and it is one of their most important results will prevent him from being deceived, and with perfect good nature, he has a natural sense of his own situation, which will keep him from associating with unworthy companions. God, bless him, his father and I loved each other well, and his beautiful mother had as much of the angel as is permitted to walk this earth. I see the balcony from which they welcomed poor Charlotte and me long ere. The ascent was surmounted, streaming out their white handkerchiefs from the battlements. There were 4 merry people, that Dana one sad individual, is all that remains singula predenter Annie. I had a long walk today through the new plantation. The Duchess walk by the Nith, etc., formed by Priors Kitty Young and Gay, fell in with the ladies, but their donkeys outwalked me, flock of sheep afterwards. Walked me? And I begin to think on my conscience that a snail put in training might soon outwalk me. I must lay the old salve to the old sore, and be thankful for being able to walk at all. Nothing was written today, my writing desk having been forgot at Parkgate, but Tom Crichton kindly fetched it up today, so something more or less may be done tomorrow morning. And now to dress. Biddocks Bridge, August 26. We took our departure from the friendly halls of Drumlanrig this morning, after breakfast and leave-taking. I trust this young nobleman will be a hedge about his friends, a hackle to his foes. I would have him not quite so soft-natured as his grandfather, whose kindness sometimes mastered his excellent understanding. His father had a temper which, better lumped with my humor enough of ill-nature to keep your good nature from being abused, is no bad ingredient in their disposition, who have favors to bestow. In coming from Parkgate here, I intended to accomplish a purpose which I have for some years entertained, of visiting Lockwood, the ancient seat of the Johnstons, of which King James said, when he visited it, that the man who built it must have been a thief in his heart. It rained heavily, however, which prevented my making this excursion, and indeed I rather overwalked myself yesterday, and have occasion for rest. So sit down, Robin, and rest thee. Abbotsford, August 27. Today we journeyed through the hills, and amongst the storms, the weather rather bullying than bad, we viewed the grey mare's tail, and I still felt confident in crawling along the ghastly bank, by which you approach the fall. I will certainly get some road of application to Mr. Hope Johnstone, to pray him to make the place accessible. We got home before 5:30, having travelled 40 miles. Blair Adam, August 28, set off with Walter and Jane at 7 o'clock, and reached this place in the middle of dinner time. By some of my not unusual blunders, we had come a day before we were expected. Luckily, in this ceremonious generation, there are still houses where such blunders only cause a little raillery, and Blair Adam is one of them. My excellent friend is in high health and spirits, to which the presence of Sir Frederick adds not a little. His lady is here, a beautiful woman whose countenance realizes all the poetic dreams of Byron. There is certainly a something of full maturity of beauty, which seems framed to be adoring and adored, and it is to be found in the full dark eye, luxuriant tresses, and rich complexion of Greece, and not among the pale unripened beauties of the north. What sort of a mind this exquisite casket may contain is not so easily known. She is anxious to please and willing to be pleased, and with her striking beauty cannot fail to succeed. August 29. Today we designed to go to Lochore, but hey, the wind and the rain. Besides Mrs. and Admiral Adam, Mrs. Locke and Miss Adam, I find here Mr. Impie, son of that Sir Elijah celebrated in Indian history. He has himself been in India, but has, with a great deal of sense and observation, much better address than always falls to the share of the Eastern adventurer. The art of quiet and entertaining conversation, which is always easy as well as entertaining, is chiefly known in England. In Scotland, we are pedantic and wrangle, or we run away with the harrows on some topic we chance to be discursive upon. In Ireland, they have too much vivacity, and are too desirous to make a show to preserve the golden mean. They are the Gascons of Britain. George Ellis was the best converser I ever knew. His patience and good breeding made me often ashamed of myself, going off at score upon some favorite topic. Richard Sharp is so celebrated for this peculiar gift as to be generally called conversation sharp. The worst of this talent is that it seems to lack sincerity. You never know what are the real sentiments of a good converser, or at least it is very difficult to discover to what extent he entertains them. His politeness is inconsistent with energy. For forming a good converser, good taste and extensive information and accomplishment are the principal requisites, to which must be added an easy and elegant delivery, and a well-toned voice. I think the higher order of genius is not favorable to this talent. Mrs. Impai, an intelligent person, likes music, and particularly Scotch airs, which few people play better than Mrs. Lockhart and Miss Louisa Adam, had a letter from Mr. William Upcott, London Institution, proposing to me to edit an edition of Garrick's correspondence, which I declined by letter of this day thorough. Decided downfall of rain, nothing for it but patience and proof sheets. August 30, the weather scarce permitted us more license than yesterday, yet we went down to Lochore and Walter, and I perambulated the property, and discussed the necessity of a new road from the southwest, also that of planting some willows along the ditches in the low grounds, returned to Blair Adam to dinner. Abbotsford, August 30, one left Blair at 7 in the morning, transacted business with Cadle and Ballantyne, but our plans will I think be stopped or impeded by the operations before the arbiter Mr. Irving, who leans more to the side of the opposite party than I expected. I have a letter from Gibson found on my arrival at Abbotsford, which gives rather a gloomy account of that matter. It seems strange that I am to be bound to write for men who have broken every bargain with me. Arrived at Abbotsford at 8 o'clock at night. September 1, awaked with a headache which the reconsideration of Gibson's news did not improve. We saved Bonaparte, however, and that is a great thing. I will not be downcast about it. Let the worst come that can, but I wish I saw that worst. It is the devil to be struggling forward like a man in the mire, and making not an inch by your exertions, and such seems to be my fate. Well, I have much to comfort me, and I will take comfort if there be further wrath to come. I shall be glad that I bear it alone. Poor Charlotte was too much softened by prosperity to look adverse circumstances courageously in the face. Anne is young, and has Sophia and Jane to trust to for assistance. September 2, wrote this morning, but only 2 pages or thereabouts. At 12 o'clock, set out with Anne and Walter to visit at Mackerstown. But the road between Mackerstown and Merton being very bad, we drove, I dare say, 30 miles in going and coming by a circuitous route, and only got home at 7:30. At night saw Lady Brisbane Macdougall, but not Sir Thomas. Thought of old Sir Henry and his older father Sir George. Received a box of Australian seeds forwarded by Andrew Murray, now head gardener to the governor, whom I detected a clever boy among my laborers in 1812, and did a little for him. It is pleasant to see men thrive and be grateful at the same time. So good luck to Andrew Mora, as we called him. September 3, made up my necessary task for yesterday, and today also, but not more writing, very heavily. Cousin Archie Swinton came to dinner. We had a dish of cussenrid of coursing of auld lang syne. September 4, Archie Swinton left us this morning. Early I wrote from 7 to 2:30, but partly that I had 5 proof sheets to correct, partly that, like old John Fraser, I was not very clever today. I made out but a page and a half. September 5, wrote task and half a page more. Terry arrived and brought with him a Mr. Bruce from Persia, with an introduction forsooth from Mr. Blackwood. I will move a quo warranto against this species of introduction, and the good gentleman is to be here. He informs me for 2 days. He is a dark, foreign-looking man of small stature and rather blunt manners, which may be easily accounted for by his having been in the East for 30 years. He has a considerable share of information, and made good play after dinner. September 6, Walter, being to return to Ireland for 3 weeks, set off today, and has taken Surtees and Charles with him. I fear this is but a wild plan, but the prospect seemed to make them so happy that I could not find in my heart to say no sufficiently peremptorily. So away they all went this morning to be as happy as they can. Youth is a fine carver, and Gilder went down to Huntley Burn, and dawdled about while waiting for the carriage to bring me back. Mr. Bruce and Colonel Ferguson pottered away about Persia and India, and I fell asleep by the fireside. Here is a fine spade of work a day diddled away, and nothing to show for it. I must write letters now. There is nothing else for it. Beautyoya, I must take a nap first. I had a letter from Jem Ballantyne, plague on him, full of remonstrance deep and solemn, upon the carelessness of Bonaparte. The rogue is right too, but as to correcting my style to the Jimmy Linkum Feedle tune of what is called fine writing, ill bdd, if I do drew 12 in favor of Charles for his Irish jaunt. Same time, exhorted him to make himself as expensive to Walter, in the way of eating and drinking, as he could. Mr. and Mrs. Impai arrived to dinner. September 7, Mr. Bruce, the bastinadoed, left us this morning, promising wine from Shiraz and arms from India. From our joint observation, he must be a half-caste, probably half an Arab. He told us of his having been taken by pirates in the Arabian Gulf, and having received 2,000 bastinadoes on the soles of his feet, after which he was buried in a heap of dung by way of cure. though the matter was certainly serious enough to the sufferer, yet it excited our suppressed or scarce, suppressed mirth alas. Let never traveler tell any distress which borders on the ludicrous, if he desires to excite the sympathy of the audience. Another thing he mentioned was the mode of seasoning timber for shipbuilding in the Arabian Gulf. They bury it in the sand within watermark, and leave it exposed to the flux and reflux of the tide for 6 months at least, but often for 12 or 18. The tendency to vegetation, which produces the dry rot, is thus prevented effectually, and the ships built of this would last for 20 years. We drove to Ashestiel in the morning, after I had written a good task, or nearly so, nay, I lie, it wanted half a page, and passed a pleasant day. Terry read Bobadil in the evening, which he has, I think, improved. September 8, I have rubbed up by collation with Mr. Impie Sir Frederick Adams' idea of the Greeks. He deeply regrets the present war as premature undertaken before knowledge and rational education had extended themselves sufficiently. The neighborhood of the Ionian Islands was fast producing civilization, and as knowledge is power, it is clear that the example of Europeans and the opportunities of education thereby afforded must soon have given them an immense superiority over the Turk. This premature war has thrown all back into a state of barbarism. It was precipitated by the agents of Russia. Sir Frederick spoke most highly of Byron, the soundness of his views, the respect in which he was held high, just ideas of the Grecian cause and character, and the practical and rational wishes, which he formed for them singular, that a man whose conduct in his own personal affairs had been anything but practical should be thus able to stand by the helm of a sinking state. Sir Frederick thinks he might have done much for them if he had lived the rantipole friends of liberty, who go about freeing nations, with the same success which Don Quixote had in redressing wrongs, have of course blundered everything which they touched. The impies left us today, and Captain Hugh Scott and his lady arrived. Task is bang up. September 9, I begin to fear Nap will swell to 7 volumes. I have a long letter from James B threatening me with 8. But that is impossible. The event of his becoming emperor is the central point of his history. Now I have just attained it, and it is the center of the third volume. 2 volumes and a half may be necessary to complete the whole. Walked with Hugh Scott up the Rymers Glen, and round by the lake. Mr. Bainbridge of Gatside House dined also. Colonel Ferguson was bang up to my task again this day. September 10, corrected proof sheets in the morning, then immured myself to write the more willingly, that the day seemed showery. But I found myself obliged to read and study the maps so much that I did not get over half a sheet written. Walked with Hugh Scott through Haxel Klooch, great pleasure to show the young wood to any who understands them well. September 11, Jane and her mother go into town this morning, and Anne with them to look out a lodging for us during the time we must pass in town. It seems strange to have this to do, having had always my father's house, or my own, to go to, but sic transit gloria mundi. Well, it is 12:30, and at length, having regulated all disappointments as to post horses, and sent 3 or 4 servants 3 or 4 miles to remedy blunders, which a little forethought might have prevented, my family and guests are separated, like youthful steers let loose east, north, and south. Miss Milne goes to Stirling, the Scots to Lesseton, Anne and Jane to Edinburgh, and I am left alone. I must needs go up and see some operations about the spring, which supplies us with water, though I calculate my presence is not very necessary, so now do work. But I reckoned without my host, or I should rather say without my guest, just as I had drawn in my chair, fitted a new bramah on the stick, and was preparing to feeg it away. I had a call from the son of an old friend, Mr. Waldy of Henderland, as he left me enter young Whitbank and Mr. Oriel Hay of the Lyon office, and we had a long armorial chat together, which lasted for some time. Then the library was to be looked at, etc. So when they went away, I had little better to do than to walk up to the spring which they are digging, and to go to my solitary dinner on my return. September 12, notwithstanding what is above said, I made out my task yesterday, or nearly so, by working after dinner. After all, these interruptions are not such bad things. They make a man keen of the work which he is withheld from, and differ in that point much from the indulgence of an indisposition to labor in your own mind, which increases by indulgence less fast. You seldom interrupt your purpose absolutely, and entirely you stick to it for contradiction's sake. Well, I visited the spring in the morning, and completed my task afterwards, as I slept for a few minutes in my chair, to which I am more addicted than I could wish I heard, as I thought my poor wife call me, by the familiar name of fondness, which she gave me. My recollections on waking were melancholy enough these be. The airy tongues that syllable men's names. All I believe have some natural desire to consider these unusual impressions as bodements of good or evil to come. But alas, this is a prejudice of our own conceit. They are the empty echoes of what is past, not the foreboding voice of what is to come. I dined at the club today at Selkirk, and acted as croupier. There were 18 dined young men chiefly, and of course young talk, but so it has been, will be, and must be. September 13, wrote my task in the morning, and thereafter had a letter from that sage privy councillor, and booby of a baronet. This unutterable idiot proposes to me that I shall propose to the Dowager Duchess of, and offers his own right honourable intervention to bring so beautiful a business to bear. I am struck dumb, with the assurance of his folly absolutely mute, and speechless, and how to prevent him making me further a fool is not easy, for the wretch has left me no time to assure him of the absurdity of what he proposes. And if he should ever hint at such a piece of D.D. impertinence, what must the lady think of my conceit, or of my feelings? I will write to his present quarters, however, that he may, if possible, have warning not to continue this absurdity. Dined at Major Scott, my cousin's, where was old Lord Butchin. He, too, is a prince of boors, but age has tamed him a little, and like the giant Pope in the Pilgrim's Progress, he can only sit and grin at pilgrims as they go past, and is not able to cast a fank over them, as formerly a few quiet puns seem his most formidable infliction nowadays. September 14, I should not have forgotten among the memorabilia of yesterday that Mr. Nasmyth the dentist and his family called, and I showed them the lions, for truly he that has rid a man of the toothache is well entitled to command a part of his time. Item 2. Young Frenchmen made their way to our sublime presence in guerdon of a laudatory copy of French verses, sent up the evening before by way of open sesame. I suppose I have not read them, nor shall Roman one no man that ever wrote a line despise the pap of praise so heartily as I do. There is nothing I scorn more, except those who think the ordinary sort of praise or censure is matter of the least consequence. People have almost always some private view of distinguishing themselves, or of gratifying their curiosity, some point, in short, to carry, with which you have no relation when they take the trouble to praise you in general. It is their purpose to get the person praised to puff away in return to me. Their rank praises no more make amends for their bad poetry than tainted butter would pass off stale fish. September 15, many proofs to correct, and dates to compare. What signify dates in a true story? I was fidgety after breakfast owing to perusing some advices from J. Gibson. Poor fellow. I will not be discouraged come of things. What will, however, I could not write continuously, but went out by starts and amused myself by cutting trees in the avenue. Thus I dawdled, till Anne and Jane came home with merry faces, and raised my spirits. Of course, after tea, I e'en took heart of grace, and finished my task, as I now do this day's journal. September 16, worked hard today, and in morning and evening made out 5 pages and a half, as much perhaps as one should attempt. Yet I was not overworked, on the contrary. Went out with Tom about 1 o'clock and cut trees, etc., to clear the avenue and favor the growth of such trees as are designed for standards. I received visits to Laird of Bemerside, who had been for 9 years in Italy with his family also. The Laird of Kippilaw. Anne and Jane drove up and called at the Haining. I expected James Ballantyne to dinner as he proposed, but the worthy typographer appeared not. He is sometimes inaccurate in keeping such appointments, which is not according to the Academy of Compliments. But in the letter which announced his intended visit, he talked of having received himself a visit from the cholera morbus. I shall be very sorry if so unwelcome a guest be the cause of the breach of his appointment. September 17, rather surprised with a letter from Lord Melville, informing me that he and Mr. Peel had put me into the commission for inquiring into the condition of the colleges in Scotland. I know little on the subject, but I dare say as much as some of the official persons, who are inserted. Of course, the want of efficient men is the reason alleged. I must of course do my best, though I have little hope of being useful, and the time it will occupy is half ruinous to me, to whom time is everything besides. I suppose the honor is partly meant as an act of grace for Malachi. I shall never repent of that escapade, although it offended persons for the time whose good opinion I value. J.B. continues ill at Teviot Grove, as they call it. I am a little anxious about him. I finished my task, and an extra page hope to do another before supper, accomplished the said diligent purpose. September 18, rainy and gloometh at small sifting, rain driving on an eastern gale, which intermits not. Wrote letters to Lord Melville, etc., and agreed to act under the commission settled to be at Melville Castle Saturday 24th. I fear This will interfere consumedly with business. I corrected proof sheets and wrote a good deal, but intend to spend the rest of the day in reading and making notes. No bricks to be made without straw. Jedburgh, September 19th. Circuit went to poor Mr. Shortreed's, and regretted bitterly the distress of the family, though they endeavored to bear it bravely. And to make my reception as comfortable and even cheerful as possible, my old friend R.S. gave me a ring found in a grave at the Abbey to be kept in memory of his son. I will certainly preserve it with especial care. Many trifles at Circuit, chiefly owing to the cheap whiskey, as they were almost all riots. One case of assault on a deaf and dumb woman. She was herself the chief evidence, but being totally without education, and having from her situation very imperfect notions of a deity and a future state. No oath could be administered. Mr. Kinneberg, teacher of the deaf and dumb, was sworn interpreter together with another person, a neighbor, who knew the accidental or conventional signs which the poor thing had invented for herself, as Mr. K was supposed to understand the more general or natural signs common to people in such a situation. He went through the task with much address, and it was wonderful to see them make themselves intelligible to each other by mere pantomime. Still, I did not consider such evidence as much to be trusted to. In a criminal case, several previous interviews had been necessary between the interpreter and the witness, and this is very much like getting up a story. Some of the signs, brief in themselves, of which Mr. K gave long interpretations, put me in mind of Lord Burleigh in The Critic. Did he mean all this by the shake of the head? Yes, if he shook his head, as I taught him, the man was found not guilty. Mr. K told us of a pupil of his whom he restored, as it may be said, to humanity, and who told him that his ideas of another world were that some great person in the skies lighted up the sun in the morning as he saw his mother light her fire, and the stars in the evening as she kindled a lamp. He said the witness had ideas of truth and falsehood, which was, I believe, true, and that she had an idea of punishment in a future state, which I doubt. He confessed she could not give any guess at its duration, whether temporary or eternal. I should like to know if Mr. K is in that respect much wiser than his pupils. Dined, of course, with Lord Mackenzie, the judge. September 20. Waked after a restless night, in which I dreamed of poor Tom Shortreed. Breakfasted with the Rev. Dr. Somerville. This venerable gentleman is one of the oldest of the literary brotherhood, I suppose, about 87, and except a little deafness, quite entire living. All his life in good society as a gentleman born, and having besides professional calls to make among the poor. Must know, of course, much that is curious concerning the momentous changes which have passed under his eyes. He talks of them accordingly, and has written something on the subject, but has scarce the force necessary to seize on the most striking points. Palabras, neighbor Verge's 345 gifts, which God gives the bowl that rolls easiest along the green goes furthest, and has least clay sticking to it. I have often noticed that a kindly, placid good humor is the companion of longevity, and I suspect frequently the leading cause of it. Quick, keen, sharp observation, with the power of contrast and illustration, disturbs this easy current of thought. My good friend, the venerable doctor, will not, I think, die of that disease. Called at Nesbit Mill on my cousin Charles. His wife received me better than I deserved, for I have been a sad, neglectful visitor. She has a very pleasant countenance. Some of the circuit lawyers dined here, namely R. Dundas Borthwick, the facetious Peter Robertson, Mr. R. Adam Dundas, and with them Henry Scott of Harden. September 21, our party breakfasted late, and I was heavy-headed, and did not rise till 8. Had drank a little more wine than usual. But as our friend Othello says, that's not much. However, we dawdled about till near noon ere all my guests left me. Then I walked a little and cut some wood. Read afterwards. I can't get on without it. How did I get on before? That's a secret. Mr. Thomas Todd and his wife came to dine. We talked of old stories and got over a pleasant evening. September 22, still no writing. We have materials to collect. DNU mother duty. Hold your tongue. I tell you, you know nothing of the matter. Besides, I corrected 5 sheets. I wish you had to do with some other people. Just to teach you the difference, I grant that the day being exquisite, I went and thinned out the wood from the north front of the house. Read, and noted a great deal. September 23, wrought in the morning, but only at reading and proofs. That cursed battle of Jena is like to cost me more time than it did Bonaparte to gain it. I met Colonel Ferguson, about one, to see his dogs run. It is a sport I have loved well. But now I know not why I find it little interesting. To be sure, I used to gallop, and that I cannot now do. We had good sport, however, and killed 5 hares. I felt excited during the chase, but the feeling was but momentary. My mind was immediately turned to other remembrances, and to pondering upon the change which had taken place in my own feelings. The day was positively heavenly, and the wild hillside with our little coursing party was beautiful to look at. Yet I felt like a man come from the dead, looking with indifference on that which interested him, while living so it must be. When once life's day is near the gloaming. We dined at Huntley Burnkind, and comfortable as usual. September 24, I made a rally today, and wrote 4 pages, or nearly never stirred abroad the whole day, but was made happy after dinner by the return of Charles and Surtees full of their Irish jaunt, and happy as young men are with the change of scene tomorrow. I must go to Melville Castle. I wonder what I can do or say about these universities. One thing, a cursed distribution of bursaries, only ex meritus, that is, I would have the presentations continue in the present patrons, but exact that those presented should be qualified by success in their literary attainments and distinction acquired at school to hold these scholarships. This seems to be following out the idea of the founders, who doubtless intended the furthering of good literature, to give education to dull mediocrity, is a flinging of the children's bread to dogs it, is sharpening a hatchet on a razor strop which renders the strop useless, and does no good to the hatchet. Well, something we will do. September 25 morning, spent in making up proofs and copy, set out for Melville Castle with Jane, who goes on to her mother at Edinburgh. Found Lord and Lady Roman, 1000, in great distress. Their son Robert is taken ill at a Russian town, about 350 miles from Moscow. Dangerously Roman 99. The distance increases the extreme distress of the parents, who however bore it like themselves. I was glad to spend a day upon the old terms with such old friends, and believe my being with them, even in this moment of painful suspense, as it did not diminish the kindness of my reception, certainly rather seemed to divert them from the cruel subject. Dr. Nicol, principal of St. Andrew's, dined, a very gentlemanlike, sensible man. We spoke of the visitation, of granting degrees, of public examinations, of abolishing the election of professors by the Senatus Academicus, a most pregnant source of jobs, and much beside. But all desultory, and Lord Roman 1000 had either nothing particular to say to me, or was too much engrossed with his family distress to enter upon it. He proposes to be here in the end of October. September 26, returned to Abbotsford after breakfast. Here is a cool thing of my friend J.W. Croker, the Duke of Clarence, dining at the Pavilion with the King, happened by choice or circumstance to sit lower than usual at the table, and being at that time on bad terms with the Board of Admiralty, took an opportunity to say that were he king he would do all that away, and assume the office of Lord High Admiral. Your R.H. may act with great prudence, said Croker. The last monarch who did so was James Roman II. Presently, after H. Roman 1000 asked what they were talking of, it's only his R.H. of C, answered Croker, who is so condescending as to tell us what he will do when he is king. A long letter from R.P. Gillies. I wonder how even he could ask me to announce myself as the author of annotations on German novels, which he is to write. September 27, a day of honest labor, but having much to read, proofs to send off, etc. I was only able to execute my task by 3 o'clock p. Roman 1000. Then, I went to direct the cutting of wood along the road in front of the house, dined at Chiefswood with Captain and Mrs. Hamilton, Lady Lucy Whitmore, their guest and neighbors from Gatside and Huntley Burn. September 28, another hard brush, and finished 4 pages by 12 o'clock. Then drove out to Cowdenose for a morning visit. The house is ancient and curious, though modernized by vile improvements of a modern roof. And windows. The inhabited part has over the principal door the letters S Roman 1 H Roman 5 Roman 1. H. The first 3 indicate probably Sir John Hume. But what are we to make of the rest? I will look at them more heedfully one day. There is a large room said to have been built for the reception of Queen Mary. If so, it has been much modernized. The date on the door is 1576, which would not bear out the tradition. The last 2 letters probably signify Lady Hum's name. But what are we to make of the V? Dr. Hume thinks it means uxor, but why should that word be in Latin and the rest in Scotch? Returned to dinner, corrected proofs, and hopes still to finish another leaf, being in light working. Humor finished the same accordingly. Abbotsford, September 29. A sort of zeal of working has seized me, which I must avail myself of. No dejection of mind, and no tremor of nerves, for which God be humbly thanked. My spirits are neither low nor high grave. I think and quiet a complete twilight of the mind. Good news of John Lockhart from Lady Montagu, who most kindly wrote on that interesting topic. I wrote 5 pages, nearly a double task, yet wandered for 3 hours axe in hand, superintending the thinning of the home planting. That does good too. I feel it gives steadiness to my mind. Women, it is said, go mad much seldomer than men, I fancy. If this be true, it is in some degree owing to the little manual works in which they are constantly employed, which regulate in some degree the current of ideas as the pendulum, regulates the motion of the timepiece. I do not know if this is sense or nonsense, but I am sensible that if I were in solitary confinement, without either the power of taking exercise or employing myself in study 6 months would make me a madman or an idiot. September 30 wrote 4 pages honest James Ballantyne. Came about 5 I had been cutting wood for 2 hours. He brought his child a remarkably fine, boy well-bred quiet and amiable James. And I had a good comfortable chat the boys being at Gatside House. I am glad to see him bear up against misfortune like a man bred. We shall eat or white or brown, that's the moral of it, Master Muggins. October. October 1 wrote my task, then walked from 1 till 4:30. Dogs took a hare, they always catch one on Sunday. A Puritan would say the devil was in them. I think I shall get more done this evening. I would fain conclude the volume at the Treaty of Tilsit, which will make it a pretty long one. By the by, J.B. expressed himself much pleased with Nap, which gives me much courage. He is gloomy enough when things are not well. And then I will try something at my Canongate. They talk about the pitcher going to the well. But if it goes not to the well, how shall we get water? It will bring home none when it stands on the shelf. I trow in literature, as in love, courage is half the battle. The public born to be controlled stoops to the forward and the bold. October 2 wrote my task, went out at 1 and wrought in the wood. Till 4 I was made happy by a letter from my nephew little Walter, as we used to call him from his age and size compared to those of his cousin. He has been kindly received at Bombay by the Governor Mountstuart Elphinstone, and by Sir Thomas Bradford. He is taking his ground, I think, prudently, and is likely to get on already first lieutenant of engineers. That is well to begin with. Colonel Ferguson, Miss Margaret, and some ladies friends of theirs dine, also Mr. and Mrs. Laidlaw and James Laidlaw, and young Mr. N. Milne. October 3 I wrote my task as usual, but strange to tell there is a want of paper. I expect some today. In the meantime, to avoid all quarrel with Dame Duty, I cut up some other leaves into the usual statutory size. They say of a fowl, that if you draw a chalk line on a table and lay Chickadiddle down with his bill upon it, the poor thing will imagine himself opposed by an insurmountable barrier, which he will not attempt to cross. Such like are one half of the obstacles which serve to interrupt our best resolves, and such is my pretended want of paper. It is like Sterne's want of sous, when he went to relieve the pauvre Hontu. October 4 I ought to record with gratitude to God Almighty the continued health of body and mind, which he hath vouchsafed to grant me. I have had of late no accesses either of bile or of nervous affection, and by mixing exercise with literary labor, I have escaped the tremor cordis which on other occasions has annoyed me cruelly. I went to the inspection of the Selkirkshire Yeomanry by Colonel Thornhill 7th Hussars. The colonel is a remarkably fine-looking man and has a good address. His brow bears token of the fatigues of war. He is a great falconer, and has promised to fly his hawks on Friday for my amusement, and to spend the day at Abbotsford. The young Duke of B was on the field looking at the corps, most of whom are his tenants. They did very well, and are fine smart young men, and well mounted, too few of them, though which is a pity. The exercise is a work which in my time I have loved well. Finished my task at night. October 5 I was thinking this morning that my time glided away in a singularly monotonous manner, like one of those dark grey days, which neither promise sunshine nor threaten rain, too melancholy for enjoyment, too tranquil for repining. But this day has brought a change which somewhat shakes my philosophy. I find by a letter from J. Gibson that I may go to London without danger. And if I may, I in a manner must to examine the papers in the Secretary of State's office about Bonn, when at St. Helena. The opportunity having been offered must be accepted, and yet I had much rather stay at home. Even the prospect of seeing Sophia and Lockhart must be mingled with pain. Yet this is foolish too. Lady Hamilton writes me that Pozzo di Borgo, the Russian minister at Paris, is willing to communicate to me some particulars of Bonaparte's early life. Queer am I not go on therein for a penny, in for a pound. I intend to take Anne with me, and the pleasure will be great to her, who deserves much at my hand. October 6 Charles and his friend Surtees left us this morning. See Colonel Thornhill's hawks fly. Some part of the amusement is very beautiful, particularly the first flight of the hawks, when they sweep so beautifully round the company, jingling their bells from time to time, and throwing themselves into the most elegant positions as they gaze about for their prey. But I do not wonder that the impatience of modern times has renounced this expensive and precarious mode of sporting. The hawks are liable to various misfortunes, and are besides addicted to fly away. One of ours was fairly lost for the day, and 1 or 2 went off without permission, but returned. We killed a crow, and frightened a snipe. There are however ladies and gentlemen enough to make a gallant show on the top of Mintlaw Kips. The falconer made a fine figurea, handsome, an active young fellow with the falcon on his wrist. The colonel was most courteous, and named a hawk after me, which was a compliment the hawks are not named. Till they have merited that distinction I walked about 6 miles, and was not fatigued. There dined with us Colonel Thornhill Clifton, young Whitbank Spencer Stanhope, and his brother with Miss Todd and my old friend Locker's secretary to Greenwich Hospital. We did not break up the party till 1 in the morning, and were very well amused. October 7, a weary day of rain. Locker, and I chatted from time to time, and I wrought not at Boney, but upon the prose works of which I will have a volume ready to send in on Monday. I got a letter from John Gibson, with an offer by Longman for Napoleon of 10,500 guineas, which I have advised them to accept. Also, I hear, there is some doubt of my getting to London from the indecision of these foolish Londoners. I don't care whether I go or no, and yet it is unpleasant to see how one's motions depend on scoundrels like these. Besides, I would like to be there were it, but to see how the cat jumps one knows nothing of the world if you are absent from it so long as I have been. October 8. Locker left me this morning. He is of opinion the ministry must soon assume another form, but that the Whigs will not come in. Lord Liverpool holds much by Lord Melvillewell, in point of judgment, and by the Duke of Wellington still better. But then the Duke is a sole d'era bad education for a statesman in a free country. The Chancellor is also consulted by the Premier on all law affairs. Canning and Huskisson are at the head of the other party, who may be said to have taken the cabinet by storm through sheer dint of talent. I should like to see how these ingredients are working. But by the grace of God, I will take care of putting my finger into the cleft stick. Locker has promised to get my young cousin Walter Scott on some quarterdeck or other. Received from Mr. Cadle, the second installment advance of cash on Canongate. It is in English bills and money, in case of my going to town. October 9, a gracious letter from Messrs. Abud and Son Billbrokers, etc., assure Mr. Gibson that they will institute no legal proceedings against me for 4 or 5 weeks, and so I am permitted to spend my money and my leisure to improve the means of paying them their debts, for that is the only use of my present journey. They are Jews, I suppose. The devil baits for Jews with a pork griskin. Were I not to exert myself, I wonder where their money is to come from. A letter from Gillies menacing the world with a foreign miscellany. The plan is a good one, but he canna haud it. As John Moody says, he will think all is done when he has got a set of names, and he will find the difficulty consists not in that, but in getting articles. I wrote on the prose works. Lord and Lady Minto dined, and spent the night at Abbotsford. October 10. Well, I must prepare for going to London, and perhaps to Paris. The morning frittered away. I slept till 8 o'clock, then our guests, till 12, then walked out to direct some alterations on the quarry, which I think may at little expense be rendered a pretty recess. Wordsworth swears by an old quarry, and is in some degree a supreme authority on such points. Rain came on, returned completely. What I had next the displeasure to find that I had lost the conclusion of Vol Roman 5 of Napoleon, 7 or 8 pages, at least, which I shall have to write over again, unless I can find it. Well, as Othello says, that's not much. My cousin James Scott came to dinner. I have great unwillingness to set out on this journey. I almost think it ominous, but they that look to freights, my master dear, their freights will follow them. I will stick to my purpose. Answered a letter from Gillies about establishing a foreign journal, a good plan, but I fear in sorry hands of those he names as his assistants. They who can be useful will do little, and the labors of those who are willing to work will rather hold the publication down. I fear it will not do. I am downhearted about leaving all my things after I was quietly settled. It is a kind of disrooting that recalls 1,000 painful ideas of former happier journeys, and to be at the mercy of these fellows, God help, but rather God blessman must help himself. October 11, we are ingenious self-tormentors. This journey annoys me more than anything of the kind in my life. My wife's figure seems to stand before me, and her voice is in my ears. Scott, do not go, it half frightens me. Strong throbbing at my heart, and a disposition to be very sick. It is just the effect of so many feelings which had been lulled asleep by the uniformity of my life, but which awaken on any new subject of agitation. Poor Charlotte, I cannot daub it further. I get incapable of arranging my papers too. I will go out for half an hour. God relieve me. I quelled this hysterica passio by pushing a walk towards Quayside and back again, but when I returned, I still felt uncomfortable, and all the papers I wanted were out of the way, and all those I did not want seemed to place themselves under my fingers. My cash, according to the nature of riches in general, made to itself wings, and fled I verily believe from one hitting place to another to appease this insurrection of the papers. I gave up putting my things in order till tomorrow morning. Dined at Kippilaw with a party of neighbors. They had cigars for me very politely. But I must break folks off this. I would not willingly be like old Dr. Parr or any such quiz, who has his tastes and whims forsooth, that must be gratified, so no cigars on the journey. October 12,356. Reduced my rebellious papers to order, set out after breakfast, and reached Carlisle at 8 o'clock at night. Rokeby Park, October 13. We were off before 7, and visiting Appleby Castle, by the way, a most interesting and curious place. We got to Moritz about 4:30, where we had as warm a welcome as one of the warmest hearts in the world could give an old friend. I saw his nephew's wife for the first time, a very pleasing young person. It was great pleasure to me to see Morit happy, in the midst of his family circle, undisturbed as heretofore by the sickness of any dear to him. On recalling my own recollections during my journey, I may note that I found great pleasure in my companion's conversation, as well as in her mode of managing all her little concerns on the road. I am apt to judge of character by good humor and alacrity in these petty concerns. I think the inconveniences of a journey seem greater to me than formerly, while on the other hand the pleasures it affords are rather less. The ascent of Stainmore seemed duller and longer than usual, and Bowes, which used to strike me as a distinguished feature, seemed an ill-formed mass of rubbish, a great deal lower than I had supposed. Yet I have seen it 20 times at least. On the other hand, what I lose in my own personal feelings, I gain in those of my companion, who shows an intelligent curiosity and interest in what she sees. I enjoy therefore reflectively veludi in speculo, the sort of pleasure to which I am now less accessible. October 14. Strolled about in the morning with Morit, and saw his new walk up the Tees, which he is just concocting. Got a pamphlet he has written on the Catholic question in 1806. He had other views on that subject, but live and learn, as they say. One of his squibs against Fox and Grenville's administration concludes, though they sleep with the devil, yet theirs is the hope on the scum of old England to rise with the Pope. Set off at 2, and reached Wetherby to supper and bed. It was the Corporation of Leeds that, by a subscription of 80,000, brought in the anti-Catholic candidate. I remember their subscribing a similar sum to bring in Morit if he would have stood. Saw in Morit's possession an original miniature of Milton by Coopera, valuable thing. Indeed, the pedigree seemed authentic. It was painted for his favorite daughter, had come into possession of some of the Davenants, was then in the Devonshire collection, from which it was stolen, afterwards purchased by Sir Joshua Reynolds, and at his sale by Morit or his father, the countenance handsome and dignified with a strong expression of genius, probably the only portrait of Milton taken from the life, excepting the drawing from which Faithorne's head is done. Grantham, October 15. Old England is no changeling. It is long since I travelled this road, having come up to town chiefly by sea of late years. But things seem much the same. One race of red-nosed innkeepers are gone, and their widows' eldest sons or head-waiters exercise hospitality in their room with the same bustle and importance. Other things seem externally at least much the same. The land, however, is much better, ploughed straight ridges, everywhere adopted in place of the old circumflex of 20 years ago. 3 horses, however, or even 4, are often seen in a plough, yoked one before the other. Ill habits do not go out at once. We slept at Grantham, where we met with Captain William Lockhart, and his lady, bound for London like ourselves. Biggleswade, October 16. Visited Burley this morning, the first time I ever saw that grand place where there are so many objects of interest and curiosity. The house is magnificent in the style of James, Roman one's reign, and consequently in mixed Gothic of paintings. I know nothing, so shall attempt to say nothing, but whether to connoisseurs or to an ignorant admirer like myself, the Salvator Mundi by Carlo Dalsi must seem worth a king's ransom. Lady Exeter, who was at home, had the goodness or curiosity to wish to see us. She is a beauty after my own heart, a great deal of liveliness in the face, an absence alike of form, and of affected ease, and really courteous after a genuine and ladylike fashion. We reached Biggleswade tonight at 6, and paused here to wait for the Lockharts. Spent the evening together. Pall Mall, October 17. Here am I in this capital once more, after an April weather meeting with my daughter, and Lockhart. Too much grief in our first meeting to be joyful, too much pleasure to be distressing. A giddy sensation between the painful and the pleasurable. I will call another subject. Read over Sir John Chiverton and Brambletie, House 360 novels, in what I may surely claim as the style which I was born to introduce. refined at first and showed its use. They are both clever books, one in imitation of the days of chivalry, the other by Horace Smith, one of the authors of the Rejected Addresses, dated in the time of the Civil Wars, and introducing historical characters. I read both with great interest during the journey. I am something like Captain Bobadil, who trained up 100 gentlemen to fight very nearly, if not altogether, as well as myself. And so far I am convinced of this, that I believe were I to publish the Canongate Chronicles without my name, nom de guerre, I mean the event would be a corollary to the fable of the peasant who made the real pig squeak against the imitator, while the sapient audience hissed the poor grunter, as if inferior to the biped in his own language. The peasant could indeed confute the longered multitude by showing piggy, but were I to fail as a knight with a white and maiden shield and then vindicate my claim to attention by putting by the author of Waverley in the title, my good friend Publicum would defend itself by stating I had tilted so ill that my course had not the least resemblance to my former doings, when indisputably I bore away the garland. Therefore I am as firmly and resolutely determined that I will tilt under my own cognizance. The hazard indeed remains of being beaten. But there is a prejudice, not an undue one neither, in favor of the original patentee, and Joe Manton's name has borne out many a sorry gun barrel. More of this tomorrow. Expense of journey 4,100. And pocket money 500. Servants on journey 200. Cash in purse silver not reckoned 200. This is like to be an expensive journey, but if I can sell an early copy of the work to a French translator, it should bring me home. Thank God little Johnny, who, as he calls himself, is looking well, though the poor dear child is kept always in a prostrate posture. October 18. I take up again my remarks on imitators. I am sure I mean the gentlemen no wrong by calling them so, and heartily wish they had followed a better model. But it serves to show me veludi in speculo my own errors, or if you will those of the style one advantage. I think I still have over all of them, they may do their fooling with better grace. But I like Sir Andrew Aguecheek do it more. Natural they have to read old books and consult antiquarian collections to get their knowledge I write, because I have long since read such works, and possess, thanks to a strong memory, the information which they have to seek for this, leads to a dragging in historical details by head and shoulders, so that the interest of the main piece is lost in minute descriptions of events, which do not affect its progress. Perhaps I have sinned in this way myself, indeed I am, but too conscious of having considered the plot only as what Bayes calls the means of bringing in fine things, so that in respect to the descriptions, it resembled the string of the showman's box, which he pulls to show in succession, Kings, Queens, the Battle of Waterloo, Bonaparte at St. Helena Newmarket races, and White-headed Bob. Floored by Jimmy from town, all this I may have done, but I have repented of it, and in my better efforts, while I conducted my story through the agency of historical personages, and by connecting it with historical incidents, I have endeavored to weave them pretty closely together, and in future I will study this more, must not let the background eclipse the principal figuress, frame overpower the picture. Another thing in my favor is that my contemporaries steal too openly. Mr. Smith has inserted in Brambletie household pages from Defoe's Fire and Plague of London. Steal fo a fico for the phrase. Convey the wise it call. When I convey an incident, or so, I am at as much pains to avoid detection, as if the offense could be indicted in literal fact at the Old Bailey. But leaving this hard-pressed as I am by these imitators, who must put the thing out of fashion at last, I consider like a fox at his last shifts, whether there be a way to dodge them some new device to throw them off, and have a mile or two of free ground, while I have legs and wind left to use it. There is one way to give novelty to depend for success on the interest of a well-contrived story, but woes me. That requires thought consideration, writing out a regular plan, or plot above all the adhering to one which, I never can do, for the ideas rise as I write and bear such a disproportioned extent to that, which each occupied at the first concoction, that coxnones I shall never be able to take the trouble, and yet to make the world stare, and gain a new march ahead of them, all well something we still will do. Liberties in every blow. Let us do or die. Poor Rob Burns to tack thy fine strains of sublime patriotism, better take Tristram Shandy's vain hand me my cap, and bells there so now, I am equipped I open my rarey show with. Mom, would you walk in and foul de ral diddle? And sir, will you stalk in and foul de ral diddle? And miss, will you pop in and foul de ral diddle? And master pray hop in and foul dural diddle. Query how long is it since I heard that strain of dulcet mood? And where or how came I to pick it up? It is not mine, though by your smiling you seem to say so. Here is a proper morning's work. But I am childish with seeing them all well and happy here. And as I can neither whistle nor sing, I must let the giddy humor run to waste on paper. Sallied forth in the morning, bought a hat, met Sir William Knighton, from whose discourse I guess that Malachi has done me no prejudice in a certain quarter, with more indications of the times, which I need not set down. Sallied again after breakfast, and visited the Piccadilly ladies. Saw Rogers and Richard Sharp, also good Dr. and Mrs. Hughes, also the Duchess of Buckingham and Lady Charlotte Barry, with a most beautiful little girl. Owen Rees breakfasted and agreed I should have what the Frenchman has offered for the advantage of translating Napoleon, which being 100 guineas, will help my expenses to town and down again. October 19 I rose at my usual time, but could not write, so read Southey's History of the Peninsular War. It is very good indeed, honest English principle in every line, but there are many prejudices, and there is a tendency to augment a work already too long, by saying all that can be said of the history of ancient times, appurtening to every place. Mentioned what care we whether Saragossa be derived from Caesarea Augusta, could he have proved it to be Numantium, there would have been a concatenation accordingly. Breakfasted at Rogers with Sir Thomas Lawrence Luttrell, the great London wit Richard Sharp, etc. Sam made us merry with an account of some part of Roses. Ariosto proposed that the Italian should be printed on the other side, for the sake of assisting the indolent reader to understand the English, and complained of his using more than once the phrase of a lady having voided her saddle, which would certainly sound extraordinary at Apothecary's Hall. Well, Rose carries a dirk too. The morning was too dark for Westminster Abbey, which we had projected. I went to the Foreign Office, and am put by Mr. Wilmot Horton into the hands of a confidential clerk, Mr. Smith, who promises access to everything. Then saw Croker, who gave me a bundle of documents. Sir George Cockburn promises his dispatches, and journal. In short, I have ample prospect of materials. Dined with Mrs. Coutts' tragicomic distress of my good friend on the marriage of her presumptive heir with a daughter of Lucian Bonaparte. October 20 commanded down to pass a day at Windsor. This is very kind of His Majesty. At breakfast Crofton Croker, author of the Irish fairy tale Slittle, as a dwarf keened as a hawk, and of very prepossessing manners, something like Tom Moore. There were also Terry Allen Cunningham Newton, and others. Now I must go to work. Went down to Windsor, or rather to the lodge in the forest, which, though ridiculed by connoisseurs, seems to be no bad specimen of a royal retirement, and is delightfully situated, a kind of cottage ornatu, large perhaps for the style, but yet so managed that in the walks you only see parts of it at once, and these well composed and grouping with immense trees. His Majesty received me with the same mixture of kindness and courtesy which has always distinguished his conduct towards me. There was no company beside the royal retinue, Lady Cunningham her daughter, and 2 or 3 other ladies. After we left table, there was excellent music by the royal band, who lay ambushed in a greenhouse adjoining the apartment. The king made me sit beside him, and talk a great deal too much perhaps, for he has the art of raising one's spirits, and making you forget the retenue, which is prudent everywhere, especially at court. But he converses himself with so much ease and elegance, that you lose thoughts of the prince, in admiring the well-bred and accomplished gentleman. He is in many respects the model of a British monarch, has little inclination to try experiments on government otherwise than through his minister. Sincerely, I believe, desires the good of his subjects, is kind toward the distressed, and moves, and speaks every inch a king. I am sure such a man is fitter for us than one who would long to head armies, or be perpetually intermeddling with la grande politique, a sort of reserve which creeps on him daily, and prevents his going to places of public resort, is a disadvantage, and prevents his being so generally popular, as is earnestly to be desired. This, I think, was much increased by the behavior of the rabble in the brutal insanity of the Queen's trial, when John Bull, meaning the best in the world, made such a beastly figure. October 21, walked in the morning with Sir William Knighton, and had much confidential chat not fit to be here set down. In case of accidents, he undertook most kindly to recommend Charles, when he has taken his degree, to be attached to some of the diplomatic missions, which I think is best for the lad. After all, after breakfast, went to Windsor Castle, met by appointment my daughters and Lockhart, and examined the improvements going on there under Mr. Wyatville, who appears to possess a great deal of taste and feeling for Gothic architecture. The old apartments, splendid enough in extent and proportion, are paltry in finishing instead of being lined with heart of oak. The palace of the British king is hung with paper-painted wainscot color. There are some fine paintings, and some droll ones among the last are those of divers princes of the house of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, of which Queen Charlotte was descended. They are ill-colored, orangutan-looking figures with black eyes and hook noses in old-fashioned uniforms. We returned to a hasty dinner in Pall Mall, and then hurried away to see honest Dan Terry's house called the Adelphi Theater, where we saw the pilot from the American novel of that name. It is extremely popular, the dramatist having seized on the whole story, and turned the odious and ridiculous parts, assigned by the original author to the British against the Yankees themselves. There is a quiet effrontery in this that is of a rare and peculiar character. The Americans were so much displeased that they attempted a row which rendered the piece doubly attractive to the seamen at Wapping, who came up and crowded the house night after night to support the honor of the British flag. After all, one must deprecate whatever keeps up ill will betwixt America and the mother country, and we in particular should avoid awakening painful recollections. Our high situation enables us to contemn petty insults and to make advances towards cordiality. I was, however, glad to see honest Dan's theater, as full seemingly as it could hold. The heat was dreadful, and Anne was so very unwell that she was obliged to be carried into Terry's house, a curious dwelling, no larger than a squirrel's cage, which he has contrived to squeeze out of the vacant spaces of the theater, and which is accessible by a most complicated combination of staircases and small passages. Here we had rare good porter and oysters after the play, and found Anne much better. She had attempted too much indeed. I myself was much fatigued. October 22, this morning Doctors Gooch, Shaw, and Yates breakfasted, and had a consultation about wee Johnny. They give us great hopes that his health will be established. But the seaside or the country seem indispensable. Mr. Wilmot Horton, Under Secretary of State, also breakfasted. He is full of some new plan of relieving the purse rates by encouraging emigration. But John Bull will think this savors of botany. The attempt to look the purse rates in the face is certainly meritorious. Labored in writing and marking extracts, to be copied from breakfast to dinner, with the exception of an hour spent in telling Johnny the history of his namesake Gilpin. Mr. William and Mrs. Lockhart dined with us. Tom Moore and Sir Thomas Lawrence came in the evening, which made a pleasant soiree. Smoke, my Frenchy gat it, is time to air some of my vocabulary. It is, I find, cursedly musty. October 23, Sam Rogers and Moore breakfasted here, and we were very merry fellows. Moore seemed disposed to go to France with us. I visited the Admiralty, and got Sir George Cockburn's journal, which is valuable. Also visited Lady Elizabeth and Sir Charles Stuart. My heart warmed to the former on account of the old Balcar's connection, Sir Charles, and she were very kind and communicative. I foresee I will be embarrassed with more communications than I can well use or trust to colored, as they must be, by the passions of those who make them. Thus I have a statement from the Duchess d'Escars, to which the Bonapartists would, I dare say, give no credit. If Talleyrand, for example, could be communicative, he must have 10,000 reasons for perverting the truth, and yet a person receiving a direct communication from him would be almost barred from disputing it. Sing tantarara, rogues all. We dined at the Residentiary House with good Dr. Hughes, Allan Cunningham, Sir Thomas Lawrence, and young Mr. Hughes. Thomas Pringle is returned from the Cape, and called in my absence. He might have done well there, could he have scoured his brain of politics, but he must needs publish a Whig journal at the Cape of Good Hope. He is a worthy creature, but conceited withal hinc ill lacrim. He brought me some antlers and a skin, in addition to others he had sent to Abbotsford 4 years, since Crofton Croker made me a present of a small box of curious Irish antiquities, containing a gold fibula, etc., etc. October 24, labored in the morning at breakfast. Dr. Holland and Cohen, whom they now call Palgrave, a mutation of names, which confused my recollections. Item more, I worked at the Colonial Office pretty hard. Dined with Mr. Wilmot Horton and his beautiful wife, the original of the She Walks in Beauty, etc., of poor Byron. The conversation is seldom excellent among official people. So many topics are what Otaheitians call taboo. We hunted down a pun or two, which were turned out like the stag at the Epping hunt, for the pursuit of all and sundry came home early and was in bed by 11. October 25, good Mr. Wilson and his wife at breakfast, also Sir Thomas Lawrence Locker, came in afterwards, and made a proposal to me to give up his intended life of George Roman III in my favor on cause shown. I declined the proposal, not being of opinion that my genius lies that way, and not relishing hunting in couples. Afterwards went to the Colonial Office and had Robert Hayes' assistance in my inquiries, then to the French ambassador for my passports, picked up Sotheby, who endeavored to saddle me for a review of his polyglot Virgil. I fear I shall scarce convince him that I know nothing of the Latin lingo. Sir R.H. Inglis, Richard Sharp, and other friends called. We dined at Miss Dumerg's, and spent a part of our soiree at Lydia White's tomorrow. For France, for it is more than need. Calais, October 26, up at 5, and in the packet by 6. A fine passage save at the conclusion while we lay on and off the harbor of Calais, but the tossing made no impression on my companion or me. We ate and drank like dragons the whole way, and were able to manage a good supper and best part of a bottle of Chablis at the classic Discines, who received us with much courtesy. October 27, Custom House etc. detained us till near 10 o'clock, so we had time to walk on the boulevards, and to see the fortifications which must be very strong, all the country round being flat, and marshy, lost, as all know, by the bloody papist bitch one, must be vernacular. When on French ground Queen Mary of red-hot memory, I would rather she had burned a score more of bishops. If she had kept it, her sister Bess would sooner have parted with her virginity. Charles Roman I had no temptation to part with it might indeed have been shuffled out of our hands during the civil wars, but Noel would have as soon let Monsieur draw one of his grinders. Then Charles Roman II would hardly have dared to sell such an old possession as he did Dunkirk. And after that the French had little chance till the Revolution. Even then, I think we could have held a place that could be supplied from our own element, the si cui bono. None, I think. But to plague the rogues we dined at Cormont, and being stopped by Mr. Canning having taken up all the post-horses could only reach Montreuil that night. I should have liked to have seen some more of this place, which is fortified, and as it stands on an elevated and rocky site, must present some fine points. But as we came in late and left early, I can only bear witness to good treatment, good supper, good vin de Barsac, and excellent beds. October 28, breakfasted at Abbeville, and saw a very handsome Gothic church, and reached Granvilliers at night. The house is but second-rate, though lauded by various English travellers for the moderation of its charges. As was recorded in a book presented to us by the landlady, there is no great patriotism in publishing that a traveller thinks the bills moderate. It serves, usually as an intimation to mine host or hostess, that John Bull will bear a little more squeezing. I gave my attestation too, however, for the charges of the good lady resembled those elsewhere, and her anxiety to please was extreme. Folks must be harder-hearted than I am to resist the empressment, which may indeed be venal, yet has in its expression a touch of cordiality. Paris, October 29, breakfasted at Beauvais, and saw its magnificent cathedral. Unfinished it has been left, and unfinished it will remain. Of course, the fashion of cathedrals being passed away, but even what exists is inimitable, the choir particularly. And the grand front Beauvais is called the Pucelle, yet so far as I can see she wears no stays. I mean, has no fortifications on. We run, however, vogue la galère, et voilà nous, a Paris Hotel de Windsor Rue Rivoli, where we are well lodged. France, so far as I can see, which is very little, has not undergone many changes. The image of war has indeed passed away, and we no longer see troops crossing the country in every direction. Villages either ruined or hastily fortified, inhabitants sheltered in the woods and caves to escape the rapacity of the soldier Saul. This has passed away. The inns are much amended. There is no occasion for that rascally practice of making a bargainer, combining your landlady before you unharness your horses, which formerly was a matter necessity. The general taste of the English seems to regulate the traveling naturally enough, as the hotels, of which there are 2 or 3 in each town, chiefly subsist by them. We did not see one French equipage on the road. The natives seemed to travel entirely in the diligence, and doubtless a bon marché. The road was thronged with English. But in her great features, France is the same as ever. An oppressive air of solitude seems to hover over these rich and extended plains. While we are sensible that whatever is the motive of the desolation, it cannot be sterility, the towns are small, and have a poor appearance, and more frequently exhibit signs of decayed splendor than of thriving and increasing prosperity. The chateau, the abode of the gentleman, and the villa, the retreat of the thriving negociant, are rarely seen till you come to Beaumont. At this place, which well deserves its name of the Fair Mount, the prospect improves greatly, and countrysats are seen in abundance, also woods sometimes deep and extensive, at other times scattered in groves and single trees. Amidst these the oak seldom, or never, is found. England, lady of the ocean, seems to claim it exclusively as her own. Neither are there any quantity of firs. Poplars in abundance give a formal air to the landscape. the forests chiefly consist of beeches with some birches, and the roads are bordered by elms, cruelly cropped pollarded, and switched the demand for firewood occasions, these mutilations. If I could waft by a wish the thinnings of Abbotsford here, it would make a little fortune of itself. But then to switch and mutilate my tree snot for 1,000 francs I, but sour grapes, quoth the fox. October 30, finding ourselves snugly settled in our hotel, we determined to remain here at 15 francs per day. We are in the midst of what can be seen, and we are very comfortably fed and lodged. This morning wet and surly sallied, however, by the assistance of a hired coach, and left cards for Count Pazzo di Borgo, Lord Granville, our ambassador and Roman, 1,000 Galois, author of the History of Venice. Found no one at home, not even the old pirate Galignani, at whose den I ventured to call, showed my companion. The Louvre, which was closed, unluckily the front of the palace with its courts, and all that splendid quarter, which the fame of Paris rests upon in security, we can never do the like in Britain. Royal magnificence can only be displayed by despotic power in England, where the most splendid street or public building to be erected, the matter must be discussed in Parliament, or perhaps some sturdy cobbler holds out and refuses to part with his stall, and the whole plan is disconcerted. Long may such impediments exist, but then we should conform to circumstances and assume in our public works a certain sober simplicity of character, which should point out that they were dictated by utility rather than show the affectation of an expensive style only places us at a disadvantageous contrast with other nations, and our substitute of brick and plaster for freestone resembles the mean ambition which displays Bristol stones in default of diamonds. We went to theater in the evening comedy. Francaise, the place. Rosamond, the piece. It is the composition of a young man with a promising name. Émile de Bonnechose, the story that of fair Rosamond. There were some good situations, and the actors in the French taste seemed to me admirable, particularly Mademoiselle Bergin. It would be absurd to attempt to criticize what I only half understood, but the piece was well received and produced a very strong effect. 2 or 3 ladies were carried out in hysterics. One next to our box was frightfully Roman 99, a Monsieur Abel's Moustaches. Husband, I trust, though it is likely they were en party fine, was extremely and affectionately assiduous. She was well worthy of the trouble, being very pretty indeed, the face beautiful even amidst the involuntary convulsions. The afterpiece was Femme Juge et Party, with which I was less amused than I had expected, because I found I understood the language less than I did 10 or 11 years, since well, I am past the age of mending. Some of our friends in London had pretended that at Paris I might stand some chance of being encountered by the same sort of tumultuary reception which I met in Ireland. But for this, I see no ground. It is a point on which I am totally indifferent. As a literary man, I cannot affect to despise public applause. As a private gentleman, I have always been embarrassed and displeased with popular clamors, even when in my favor. I know very well the breath of which such shouts are composed, and am sensible those who applaud me today would be as ready to toss me tomorrow, and I would not have them think that I put such a value on their favor as would make me for an instant fear their displeasure. Now all this disclamation is sincere, and yet it sounds affected. It puts me in mind of an old woman who, when Carlisle was taken by the Highlanders in 1745, chose to be particularly apprehensive of personal violence, and shut herself up in a closet in order that she might escape ravishment. But no one came to disturb her solitude, and she began to be sensible that poor Donald was looking out for victuals, or seeking for some small plunder, without bestowing a thought on the fair sex by, and by she popped her head out of her place of refuge with the petty question, good folks, can you tell when the ravishing is going to begin? I am sure I shall neither hide myself to avoid applause, which probably no one will think of conferring, nor have the meanness to do anything which can indicate any desire of ravishment. I have seen, when the late Lord Erskine entered the Edinburgh theatre, papers distributed in the boxes to mendicate a round of applause, natural reward of a poor player. October 31, at breakfast, visited by Roman 1,000 Galois, an elderly Frenchman, always the most agreeable class, full of information, courteous and communicative. He had seen nearly and remarked deeply, and spoke frankly, though with due caution. He went with us to the museum, where I think the Hall of Sculpture continues to be a fine thing, that of pictures, but tolerable when we reflect upon 1815, a number of great French daubs comparatively by David and Gerard covered walls once occupied by the Italian chefs d'oeuvre Fiat Justicia Ruet Selim. We then visited Notre Dame and the Palace of Justice. The latter is accounted the oldest building in Paris, being the work of St. Louis. It is, however, in the interior adapted to the taste of Louis Roman XIV. We drove over the Pont Neuf and visited the fine quays, which was all we could make out today, as I was afraid to fatigue Anne. When we returned home, I found Count Pazzo di Borgo waiting for me, a personable man inclined to be rather corpulent in some features, with all the Corsican fire in his eye. He was quite kind and communicative. Lord Granville had also called and sent Mr. Jones, his secretary, to invite us to dinner tomorrow in the evening at the Odeon, where we saw Ivanhoe. It was superbly got up, the Norman soldiers wearing pointed helmets, and what resembled much hauberks of mail, which looked very well. The number of the attendants and the skill with which they were moved and grouped on the stage were well worthy of notice. It was an opera, and of course the story greatly mangled, and the dialogue in a great part nonsense. Yet it was strange to hear anything like the words which I then, in an agony of pain with spasms in my stomach, dictated to William Laidlaw at Abbotsford, now recited in a foreign tongue. And for the amusement of a strange people, I little thought to have survived the completing of this novel. It's November. November, when I suppose the ravishing is going to begin, for we have had the dame's des Halles with a bouquet like a maypole, and a speech full of honey and oil, which cost me 10 francs. Also a small worshipper who would not leave his name, but came sûlement pour avoir le plaisir la félicite, etc., etc. All this jargon I answer with corresponding blarney of my own, for have I not licked the black stone of that ancient castle? As to French, I speak it as it comes, and like Dogue and Absalom and a Chidoffel, dash on through thick and thin, through sense and nonsense, never out nor in. We went this morning with Roman 1000 Galois to the church of St. Genevieve, and thence to the college Henry Roman IV, where I saw once more my old friend Chevalier. He was unwell swathed in a turban of nightcaps and a multiplicity of robes de chamber, but he had all the heart and the vivacity of former times. I was truly glad to see the kind old man. We were unlucky in our day, for sights, this being a high festival, All Souls' Day. We were not allowed to scale the steeple of St. Genevieve, neither could we see the animals at the Jardin des Plantes, who, though they have no souls, it is supposed, and no interest, of course, in the devotions of the day, observe it in strict retreat like the nuns of Kilkenny. I met, however, one lioness walking at large in the Jardin, and was introduced. This was Madame de Souza, the authoress of some well-known French romances of a very classical character. I am told, for I have never read them, she must have been beautiful and is still well-looked. She is the mother of the handsome Count de Flahault, and had a very well-looking daughter with her, besides a son or two. She was very agreeable. We are to meet again, the day becoming decidedly rainy. We returned along the boulevards by the bridge of Austerlitz, but the weather was so indifferent as to spoil the fine show. We dined at the ambassador's, Lord Granville, formerly Lord Levison Gower. He inhabits the same splendid house, which Lord Castlereagh had in 1815, namely Numero 30 Rue du Fauxbourg Saint Honor. It once belonged to Pauline Borghese, and if its walls could speak, they might tell us mighty curious stories. Without their having any tongue, they spoke to my feelings with most miraculous organ. In these halls I had often seen and conversed familiarly with many of the great and powerful who won the world by their swords, and divided it by their counsel. Here I saw very much of poor Lord Castlereagh, a man of sense, presence of mind, courage, and fortitude, which carried him through many an affair of critical moment, when finer talents might have stuck in the mire. He had been, I think, indifferently educated, and his mode of speaking being far from logical or correct, he was sometimes in danger of becoming almost ridiculous in spite of his lofty presence, which had all the grace of the Seymours and his determined courage. But then he was always up to the occasion, and upon important matters was an orator to convince if not to delight his hearers. He is gone, and my friend Stanhope also, whose kindness this town so strongly recalls. It is remarkable they were the only persons of sense and credibility who both attested supernatural appearances on their own evidence, and both died in the same melancholy manner. I shall always tremble when any friend of mine becomes visionary. I have seen in these rooms the Emperor Alexander, Platoff, Schwarzenberg, old Blücher, Fouch, and many a Marechal whose truncheon had guided armies, all now at peace, without subjects, without dominion, and where their past life perhaps seems but the recollection of a feverish dream. What a group would this band have made in the gloomy regions described in the Odyssey! But to lesser things we were most kindly received by Lord and Lady Granville, and met many friends, some of them having been guests at Abbotsford. Among these were Lords Ashley and Morpeth. Were also Charles Ellis, Lord Seaford, now cum plurimis allies, and saw for the first time an entertainment a la mode de France, where the gentlemen left the parlor with the ladies in diplomatic houses. It is a good way of preventing political discussion, which John Bull is always apt to introduce with the second bottle. We left early, and came home at 10, much pleased with Lord and Lady Granville's kindness. though it was to be expected, as our recommendations came from Windsor. November 2, another gloomy day applies upon it, and we have settled to go to St. Cloud and dine, if possible with the Drummonds at Otwell. Besides, I expect poor W.R. Spencer to breakfast. There is another thought which depresses me. Well, but let us jot down a little politics, as my book has a pretty firm lock. The Whigs may say what they please, but I think the Bourbons will stand. Gallois, no great royalist, says that the Duke of Orleans lives on the best terms with the reigning family, which is wise on his part, for the golden fruit may ripen and fall of itself. But it would be dangerous to lend the crowd his arm to shake the tree. The army, which was Bonaparte's strength, is now very much changed by the gradual influence of time, which has removed many and made invalids of many more. The citizens are neutral. And if the king will govern according to the chart, and what is still more according to the habits of the people, he will sit firm enough, and the constitution will gradually attain more and more reverence as age gives it authority, and distinguishes it from those temporary and ephemeral governments, which seemed only set up to be pulled down. The most dangerous point in the present state of France is that of religion. It is no doubt excellent in the Bourbons to desire to make France a religious country, but they begin, I think, at the wrong end, to press the observances and ritual of religion on those who are not influenced by its doctrines, is planting the growing tree with its head downwards. Rites are sanctified by belief, but belief can never arise out of an enforced observance of ceremonies. It only makes men detest what is imposed on them by compulsion. Then these Jesuits, who constitute emphatically an imperium in imperio, laboring first for the benefit of their own order, and next for that of the Romans, see what is it but the introduction into France of a foreign influence, whose interest may often run counter to the general welfare of the kingdom. We have enough of ravishment. Roman 1000 Muris writes me that he is ready to hang himself, that we did not find accommodation at his hotel, and Madame Merble came almost on her knees to have permission to take my portrait. I was cruel, but seeing her weeping gripe, consented she should come tomorrow and work. While I wrote a Russian Princess Galitzin, too, demands to see me in the heroic vein Elle voulait traverser, les mers pour aller voir SWS, and offers me a rendezvous at my hotel. This is precious tomfoolery. However, it is better than being neglected like a fallen skyrocket, which seemed like to be my fate last year. We went to St. Cloud with my old friend Mr. Drummond now, at a pretty maison de campagne at Otwell. St. Cloud, besides its unequaled views, is rich in remembrances. I did not fail to revisit the orangery out of which Bonn expelled the Council of 500. I thought I saw the scoundrels jumping the windows with the bayonets at their rumps. What a pity the house was not 2 stories high. I asked the Swiss some questions on the locale, which he answered with becoming caution, saying, however, that he was not present at the time. There are also new remembrances. A separate garden, laid out as a playground for the royal children, is called Il Trocadero, from the siege of Cadiz 1823. But the Bourbons should not take military ground. It is firing a pop gun in answer to a battery of cannon. All within the house is changed, every trace of Nap, or his reign, totally done away, as if traced in sand over which the tide has passed. Moreau and Pichegras portraits hang in the royal antechamber. The former has a mean look, the latter has been a strong and stern-looking man. I looked at him, and thought of his death struggles in the guardroom, where the heroes of La Vendée Charette with his white bonnet, the 2 La Roche Jacquelines Lescure, in an attitude of prayer, Stofflet the gamekeeper with others. We dined at Otwell. Mrs. Drummond, formerly the beautiful Cecilia Telfer, has lost her looks, but kept her kind heart. On our return, went to the Italian opera, and saw Figaro, and liked the music. To me, it was all caviar. A Mr. dined with us, sensible, liberal in his politics, but well informed and candid. November 3, sat to Mad Merble Spencer at breakfast, went out, and had a long interview with Marshal MacDonald, the purport of which I have put down elsewhere. Visited Princess Galitzin, and also Cooper, the American novelist. This man, who has shown so much genius, has a good deal of the manner, or want of manner, peculiar to his countrymen. He proposed to me a mode of publishing in America, by entering the book as the property of a citizen. I will think of this. Every little helps, as the Todd says. When etc. at night at the Theatre de Madame, where we saw 2 petty pieces, Le Mariage de Racine and Le Plus Beau Jour de ma Vie, both excellently played. Afterwards at Lady Granville's rout, which was as splendid as any I ever saw, and I have seen beaucoup dans ce genre. A great number of ladies of the first rank were present, and if honeyed words from pretty lips could surf it, I had enough of them. One can swallow a great deal of whipped cream, to be sure, and it does not hurt an old stomach. November 4, Anne goes to sit to Mad Merble. I called, after 10. Mr. Cooper, and Galois having breakfasted with me. The former seems quite serious in desiring the American attempt. I must, however, take care not to give such a monopoly as to prevent the American public from receiving the works at the prices they are accustomed to. I think I may as well try if the thing can be done. After 10, I went with Anne to the Tuileries, where we saw the royal family pass through the glass gallery. As they went to chapel, we were very much looked at in our turn. And the king, on passing out, did me the honor to say a few civil words which produced a great sensation. Mad la Dauphine and Mad de Berry curtsied, smiled and looked extremely gracious, and smiles bows and curtsies rained on us like odors from all the courtiers and court ladies of the train. We were conducted by an officer of the Royal Guards du Corps to a convenient place in chapel, where we had the pleasure of hearing the grand mass performed with excellent music. I had a perfect view of the king and royal family. The king is the same in age as I knew him in youth at Holyrood House de Bonheur, and courteous in the highest degree. Mad Dauphine resembles very much the Prince of Marie Antoinette in the profile especially. She is not, however, beautiful, her features being too strong, but they announce a great deal of character. And the princess whom Bonaparte used to call the man of the family, she seemed very attentive to her devotions. The Duchess of Berry seemed less immersed in the ceremony, and yawned once or twice. She is a lively-looking blonde de looks, as if she were good-humored and happy, by no means pretty, and has a cast with her eyes splendidly adorned with diamonds. However, after this gave Mad Myrtle a sitting, where I encountered Le General, her uncle, who was chef de lettre major to Bonaparte. He was very communicative, and seemed an interesting person, by no means overmuch prepossessed in favor of his late master, whom he judged impartially though with affection. We came home and dined in quiet, having refused all temptations to go out in the evening. This on Anne's account as well as my own. It is not quite gospel, though Solomon says it. I can be tired with seeing whatever he may allege in the contrary. And then there are so many compliments. I wish for a little of the old Scotch causticity. I am something like the bee that sips treacle. November 5. I believe I must give up my journal till I leave Paris. The French are literally outrageous in their civility bounce in at all hours, and drive one half mad with compliments. I am ungracious not to be so entirely thankful as I ought to this kind and merry people. We breakfasted with Mad Myrtle, where were the Dukes of Fitzjames, and I think Dura's goodly company, but all's one. For that I made rather an impatient sitter, wishing to talk much more than was agreeable to Madame afterwards. We went to the Champs-Élysées, where a balloon was let off, and all sorts of frolics performed for the benefit of the bons gens de Paris. Besides stuffing them with victuals, I wonder how such a civic festival would go off in London or Edinburgh, or especially in Dublin. To be sure, they would not introduce their shillelaghs. But in the classic taste of the French, there were no such gladiatorial doings. To be sure, they have a natural good humor and gaiety, which inclines them to be pleased with themselves and everything about them. We dined at the ambassador's, where was a large party. Lord Morpeth, the Duke of Devonshire, and other Saul were very kind. Pazzo di Borgo there, and disposed to be communicative. A large soiree home at 11. These hours are early, however. November 6. Cooper came to breakfast, but we were obseds part out. Such a number of Frenchmen bounced in successively, and exploded, discharged their compliments, that I could hardly find an opportunity to speak a word or entertain Mr. Cooper at all. After this we sat again for our portraits. Mad Myrtle took care not to have anyone to divert my attention, but I contrived to amuse myself with some masons finishing a facade opposite to me, who placed their stones, not like Inigo Jones, but in the most lubberly way in the world. With the help of a large wheel and the application of strength of hand, John Smith of Darnick and two of his men would have done more with a block and pulley than the whole score of them. The French seem far behind in machinery. We are almost eaten up with kindness. But that will have its end. I have had to parry several presents of busts, and so forth. The funny thing was the airs of my little friend. We had a most affectionate parting. Wet cheeks on the lady's side. The pebble-hearted cur shed as few tears as crab of dogged memory. Went to Galignani's, where the brothers, after some palaver, offered me 105 for the sheets of Napoleon to be reprinted at Paris in English. I told them I would think of it. I suppose Trudel and Wirtz had apprehended something of this kind, for they write me that they had made a bargain with my publisher Cadle. I suppose for the publishing of my book in all sorts of ways. I must look into this. Dined with Marshal MacDonald and a splendid party, amongst others Marshal Marmont, middle-sized, stout-made, dark complexion, and looks sensible. The French hate him much for his conduct in 1814, but it is only making him the scapegoat. Also I saw Mons de Mole, but especially the Marquis de Lauriston, who received me most kindly. He is personally like my cousin Colonel Russell. I learned that his brother Louis Law, my old friend, was alive, and the father of a large family. I was most kindly treated, and had my vanity much flattered by the men who had acted such important parts, talking to me in the most frank manner. In the evening to Princess Galitzin, where were a whole covey of princesses of Russia, arrayed in tartan with music, and singing to boot. The person in whom I was most interested was Mad de Boufflers, upwards of 80, very polite, very pleasant, and with all the agremens of a French court lady of the time of Mad Sevine, or of the correspondent rather of Horace Walpole Cooper, was there. So the Scotch and American lions took the field together home, and settled our affairs to depart. November 7, off at 7, breakfasted at Beaumont, and pushed on to Erin's. This being a forced march, we had bad lodgings, what would uncomfortable supper, damp beds, and an extravagant charge. I was never colder in my life than when I waked with the sheets clinging round me like a shroud. November 8, we started at 6 in the morning, having no need to be called twice so heartily was I weary of my comfortless couch. Breakfasted at Abbeville, then pushed on to Boulogne, expecting to find the packet ready to start next morning, and so to have had the advantage of the easterly tide. But lo ye, the packet was not to sail till next day. So, after shrugging our shoulders, being the solace, a la mode de Francine, recruiting ourselves with a pullet and a bottle of Chablis a la mode d'Angleterre, we set off for Calais after supper, and it was betwixt 3 and 4 in the morning before we got to Dessignes, when the house was full, or reported to be. So we could only get 2 wretched brick-paved garrets, as cold and moist as those of Erin's, instead of the comforts which we were received with at our arrival. But I was better prepared, stripped off the sheets, and lay down in my dressing gown, and so roughed it out tant by enquem. November 9, at 4 in the morning, we were called at 6. We got on board the packet, where I found a sensible and conversable Mana, very pleasant circumstance. The day was raw and cold, the wind and tide surly, and contrary the passage slow, and contrary to her wont excessively sick. We had little trouble at the custom house, thanks to the secretary of the embassy, Mr. Jones, who gave me a letter to Mr. Ward. At Dover, Mr. Ward came with the lieutenant governor of the castle, and wished us to visit that ancient fortress. I regretted much that our time was short, and the weather did not admit of our seeing views, so we could only thank the gentlemen in declining their civility. The castle, partly ruinous, seems to have been very fine. The cliff, to which Shakespeare gave his immortal name, is, as all the world knows, a great deal lower than his description implies. Our Dover friends, justly jealous of the reputation of their cliff, impute this diminution of its consequence to its having fallen in repeatedly since the poet's time. I think it more likely that the imagination of Shakespeare, writing perhaps at a period long after he may have seen the rock, had described it, such as he conceived it to have been. Besides, Shakespeare was born in a flat country, and Dover Cliff is at least lofty enough to have suggested the exaggerated features to his fancy. At all events, it has maintained its reputation better than the Tarpeian Rock. No man could leap from it and live. Left Dover after a hot luncheon about 4 o'clock, and reached London at 3:30 in the morning. So adieu to la belle France, and welcome merry England. Pall Mall, November 10, ere I leave La Belle France, however, it is fit I should express my gratitude for the unwontedly kind reception which I met with at all hands. It would be an unworthy piece of affectation did I not allow that I have been highly pleased to find a species of literature intended only for my own country has met such an extensive and favorable reception in a foreign land where there was so much a priori to oppose its progress. For my work, I think I have done a good deal, but above all, I have been confirmed strongly in the impressions I had previously formed of the character of Knapp, and may attempt to draw him with a firmer hand. The succession of new people and unusual incidents has had a favorable effect on my mind, which was becoming rutted like an ill-kept highway. My thoughts have for some time flowed in another, and pleasanter channel, than through the melancholy course into which my solitary and deprived state had long driven them, and which gave often pain to be endured without complaint, and without sympathy. For this relief, as Francisco says in Hamlet, much thanks. Today I visited the public offices and prosecuted my researches, left inquiries for the Duke of York, who has recovered from a most desperate state. His legs had been threatened with mortification, but he was saved by a critical discharge. Also visited the Duke of Wellington, Lord Melville, and others besides the ladies in Piccadilly dined, and spent the evening quietly in Pall Mall. November 11, Croker came to breakfast, and we were soon after joined by Theodore Hook alias John Bull. He has got as fat as the actual monarch of the herd. Lockhart sat still with us, and we had, as Gil Blas says, a delicious morning, spent in abusing our neighbors, at which my three neighbors are no novices, any more than I am myself, though like Puss in Boots, who only caught mice for his amusement I am. Only a chamber counsel in matters of scandal. The fact is I have refrained as much as human frailty will permit from all satirical composition here is an ample subject for a little blackballing. In the case of Joseph, Hume the great economist who has managed the Greek loan, so egregiously, I do not lack personal provocation. See 13th March. Last, yet I want attack him at present at least, but quil see garde de moi. I am not a king, nor nay sick thing. My word it may not stand. And Joseph may a buffet bide. Come he beneath my brand. At dinner we had a little blowout on Sophia's part. Lord Dudley Mr. Hay, Under Secretary of State Sir Thomas Lawrence, etc. Mistress, as she now calls herself Joanna Bailey, and her sister came in the evening. The whole went off pleasantly. November 12 went to sit to Sir T. Roman 50 to finish the picture for His Majesty, which every one says is a very fine one. I think so myself, and wonder how Sir Thomas has made so much out of an old weather-beaten block. But I believe the hard features of old dons like myself are more within the compass of the artist's skill than the lovely face and delicate complexion of females. Came home, after a heavy shower, I had a long conversation about with Lockhart. All that was whispered is true a sign how much better our domestics are acquainted with the private affairs of our neighbors than we are. A dreadful tale of incest and seduction, and nearly of blood, also horrible beyond expression in its complications. An event's end, yet the end is no end. This man was amiable, and seemed the soul of honor. Laughed too, and was the soul of society. It is a mercy our own thoughts are concealed from each other. Oh, if at our social table we could see what passes in each bosom around, we would seek dens and caverns to shun human society, to see the projector trembling for his falling speculations, the voluptuary ruing the event of his debauchery, the miser wearing out his soul for the loss of a guinea, all bent upon vain hopes and vainer regrets. We should not need to go to the hall of the Caliph Vathek to see men's hearts broiling under their black veils. Lord, keep us from all temptation, for we cannot be our own shepherd. We dined today at Lady Stafford's at West Hill. Lord S. looks very poorly, but better than I expected. No company excepting Sam Rogers and Mr. Grenville 400, for the latter is better known by the name of Tom Grenville, very amiable and accomplished man, whom I knew better about 20 years, since age has touched him, as it has doubtless affected me. The great lady received us with the most cordial kindness, and expressed herself, I am sure, sincerely desirous to be of service to Sophia. November 13, I consider Charles' business as settled by a private intimation, which I had to that effect from Sir W.K., so I need negotiate no further, but wait the event. Breakfasted at home and somebody with us. But the whirl of visits so great that I have already forgot the party. Lockhart and I dined at an official person's, where there was a little too much of that sort of flippant wit, or rather smartness, which becomes the parochial Joe Miller of boards and offices. You must not be grave, because it might lead to improper discussions, and to laugh without a joke is a hard task. Your professed wags are treasures to this species of company. Gil Blas was right in censuring the literary society of his friend Fabricio, but nevertheless, one or two of the mess would greatly have improved the conversation of his commis. Went to poor Lydia White's and found her extended on a couch, frightfully swelled, unable to stir, rouge, jesting, and dying. She has a good heart, and is really a clever creature, but unhappily, or rather happily, she has set up the whole staff of her rest in keeping literary society about her. The world has not neglected her. It is not always so bad as it is called. She can always make up her soiree, and generally has some people of real talent and distinction. She is wealthy, to be sure, and gives petty dinners, but not in a style to carry the point of forced d'argent in her case. The world is good-natured, and perhaps it is more frequently so than is generally supposed. November 14, we breakfasted at honest Alan Cunninghamshonist, Alana Leal, and true Scotsman of the old, cast a man of genius besides, who only requires the tact of knowing when and where to stop to attain the universal praise which ought to follow it. I look upon the alteration of its hame, and a wet sheet and a flowing sea, as among the best songs going. His prose has often admirable passages, but he is obscure and overlays his meaning, which will not do nowadays when he who runs must read. Dined at Croker's at Kensington with his family, the speaker, and the facetious Theodore Hook. We came away rather early that Anne and I might visit Mrs. Arbuthnot to meet the Duke of Wellington. In all my life, I never saw him better. He has a dozen of campaigns in his body and tough ones, Anne was delighted with the frank manners of this unequaled pride of British war, and me he received with all his usual kindness. He talked away about Bonaparte, Russia, and France. November 15, at breakfast a conclave of medical men about poor little Johnny Lockhart. They give good words, but I cannot help fearing the thing is very precarious. And I feel a miserable anticipation of what the parents are to undergo. It is wrong, however, to despair. I was myself a very weak child, and certainly am one of the strongest men of my age, in point of constitution, Sophia. And Anne went to the Tower, I to the Colonial Office, where I labored hard. Dined with the Duke of Wellington, Anne with me, who could not look enough at the vainqueur du vainqueur de la terre. The party were Mr. and Mrs. Peel and Mr. and Mrs. Arbuthnot, Vesey Fitzgerald, Banks and Croker, with Lady Bathurst and Lady Georgina. One gentleman took much of the conversation, and gave us with unnecessary emphasis, and at superfluous length, his opinion of a late gambling transaction. This spoiled the evening. I am sorry for the occurrence, though for Lord is fetlock deep in it, and it looks like a vile bog, this misfortune, with the foolish incident, that will not be suffered to fall to the ground, but will be used as a counterpoise to the Greek loan. Peel asked me in private my opinion of 3 candidates for the Scotch gown, and I gave it him candidly. We will see if it has weight. I begin to tire of my gaieties, and the late hours and constant feasting disagree with me. I wish for a sheep's head and whiskey toddy against all the French cookery and champagne in the world. Well, I suppose I might have been a judge of session. This term attained, in short, the grand goal proposed to the ambition of a Scottish lawyer. It is better, however, as it is, while at least I can maintain my literary reputation. I had some conversation today with Messrs. Longman and Co. They agreed to my deriving what advantage I could in America, and that very willingly. November 16, breakfasted with Rogers with my daughters, and Lockhart R. was exceedingly entertaining in his dry, quiet, sarcastic manner. At 11 to the Duke of Wellington, who gave me a bundle of remarks on Bonaparte's Russian campaign, written in his carriage, during his late mission to St. Petersburg. It is furiously scrawled, and the Russian names hard to distinguish, but it shall do me yeoman's service. Then went to Pentonville to old Mr. Handley, a solicitor of the old school and manager of the Devonshire property, had an account of the claim, arising on the estate of one Mrs. Owen, due to the representatives of my poor wife's mother. He was desperately excursive, and spoke almost for an hour, but the prospect of 4,000 to my children made me a patient auditor. Thence I passed to the Colonial Office, where I concluded my extracts. Lockhart, and I dined with Croker at the Admiralty au Grand Couvert. No less than 5 cabinet ministers were present: Canning, Huskisson, Melville, Peel, and Wellington, with subsecretaries. By the bushel the cheer was excellent, but the presence of too many men of distinguished rank and power always freezes the conversation. Each lamp shines brightest when placed by itself; when too close they neutralize each other. November 17, my morning here began with the arrival of Bahadur, soon after Mr. Wright. Then I was called out to James Scott, the young painter. I greatly fear this modest and amiable creature is throwing away his time. Next came an animal who is hunting out a fortune in Chancery which has lain perdu for 30 years, the fellow who is in figure and manner, the very essence of the creature called a sloth, has attached himself to this pursuit. With the steadiness of a well-scented beagle, I believe he will actually get the prize. Sir John Malcolm acknowledges and recommends my Persian visitor, Bruce. Saw the Duke of York. The change on HRH is most wonderful, from a big, burly, stout man, with a thick, and sometimes an inarticulate mode of speaking. He has sunk into a thin-faced, slender-looking old man, who seems diminished in his very size. I could hardly believe I saw the same person, though I was received with his usual kindness. He speaks much more distinctly than formerly. His complexion is clearer. In short, HRH seems on the whole more healthy after this crisis than when in the stall-fed state, for such it seemed to be, in which I remember him. God grant it, his life is of infinite value to the king, and country it is a breakwater behind the throne. November 18 was introduced by Rogers to Mad D'Arblay, the celebrated authoress of Evelina and Cecily, an elderly lady, with no remains of personal beauty, but with a gentle manner and a pleasing expression of countenance. She told me she had wished to see 2 persons, self of course being one, the other George Canning. This was really a compliment to be pleased with a nice little handsome pat of butter, made up by a neat-handed fillies of a dairymaid, instead of the grease fit only for cartwheels, which one is dosed with by the pound. Mad D'Arblay told us the common story of Dr. Burney, her father having brought home her own first work, and recommended it to her perusal, was erroneous. Her father was in the secret of Evelina being printed, but the following circumstances may have given rise to the story Dr. Burney was at Streatham soon after the publication where he found Mrs. Thrale, recovering from her confinement low at the moment and out of spirits. While they were talking together, Johnson, who sat beside, in a kind of reverie suddenly broke out, "You should read this new work, madam, you should read Evelina. Every one says it is excellent." And they are right. The delighted father obtained a commission from Mrs. Thrale to purchase his daughter's work, and retired the happiest of men. Mad d'Arblay said she was wild with joy at this decisive evidence of her literary success, and that she could only give vent to her rapture by dancing and skipping round a mulberry tree in the garden. She was very young at this time. I trust I shall see this lady again. She has simple and apparently amiable manners with quick feelings. Dined at Mr. Peel's with Lord Liverpool, Duke of Wellington, Croker Banks, etc. The conversation very good. Peel taking the lead in his own house, which he will not do elsewhere. We canvassed the memorable criminal case of Ashford. Peel, almost convinced of the man's innocence, should have been at the play, but sat too late at Mr. Peel's. So ends my campaign among these magnificos and potent signors, with whom I have found as usual the warmest acceptation. I wish I could turn a little of my popularity, amongst them, to Lockhart's advantage, who cannot bustle for himself. He is out of spirits just now, and views things au noir. I fear Johnny's precarious state is the cause. I finished my sittings to Lawrence and am heartily sorry. There should be another picture of me, except that which he has finished. The person is remarkably like, and conveys the idea of the stout, blunt Carl, that cares for few things and fears nothing. He has represented the author as in the act of composition, yet has effectually discharged all affectation from the manner and attitude. He seems pleased with it himself. He dined with us at Peel's yesterday, where by the way we saw the celebrated Chapeau de Pale, which is not a chapeau de pale at all. November 19, saw this morning Duke of Wellington and Duke of York. The former so communicative that I regretted extremely the length of time, but have agreed on a correspondence with him. Trop d'honneur pour moi. The Duke of York saw me by appointment. He seemed still mending and spoke of state affairs. As a high Tory, were his health good, his spirit is as strong as ever. HRH has a devout horror of the Liberals, having the Duke of Wellington the Chancellor, and perhaps a still greater person on his side. He might make a great fight when they split as split they will, but Canning Huskisson and a mitigated party of Liberox will probably beat them. Canning's will and eloquence are almost irresistible. But then the church, justly alarmed for their property, which is plainly struck at, and the bulk of the landed interest, will scarce brook a mild infusion of Whiggery into the administration. Well, time will show. We visited our friends Peel, Lord Guiter, Arbuthnot, etc., and left our tickets of adieu. In no instance during my former visits to London did I ever meet with such general attention and respect on all sides. Lady Louisa Stuart dined also. Wright and Mr. and Mrs. Christie, Doctor, and Mrs. Hughes came in the evening, so ended pleasantly our last night in London. Oxford, November 20. Left London after a comfortable breakfast, and an adieu to the Lockhart family. If I had had but comfortable hopes of their poor pale prostrate child, so clever and so interesting, I should have parted easily on this occasion. But these misgivings overcloud the prospect. We reached Oxford by 6 o'clock, and found Charles and his friend young Surtees waiting for us with a good fire in the chimney and a good dinner ready to be placed on the table. We had struggled through a cold, sulky, drizzly day, which deprived of all charms even the beautiful country near Henley. So we came from cold and darkness into light and warmth and society. NBWE had neither daylight nor moonlight to see the view of Oxford from the Magdalen Bridge, which I used to think one of the most beautiful in the world. Upon finance, I must note that the expense of traveling has mounted high. I am too old to rough it and scrub it, nor could I have saved £50 by doing so. I have gained, however, in health, spirits, in a new stock of ideas, new combinations, and new views. My self-consequence is raised, I hope not unduly, by the many flattering circumstances attending my reception in the two capitals, and I feel confident in proportion in Scotland I shall find time for labor and for economy. Cheltenham, November 21, breakfasted with Charles in his chambers at Brasenose, where he had everything very neat. How pleasant it is for a father to sit at his child's board. It is like an aged man, reclining under the shadow of the oak, which he has planted. My poor plant has some storms to undergo, but were this expedition conducive to no more than his entrance into life under suitable auspices, I should consider the toil and the expense well bestowed. We then sallied out to see the Lions, guides being Charles and friend Surtees, Mr. John Hughes, young Mackenzie Fitzcolin, and a young companion or two of Charles, remembering the ecstatic feelings with which I visited Oxford more than 25 years since I was surprised at the comparative indifference with which I revisited the same scenes. Reginald Heber, then composing his prize poem, and imping his wings for a long flight of honorable distinction, is now dead in a foreign land. Hodgson and other able men, all entombed, the towers and halls remain, but the voices which fill them are of modern days. Besides, the eye becomes satiated with sights, as the full soul loathes the honeycomb. I admired indeed, but my admiration was void of the enthusiasm which I formerly felt. I remember particularly having felt while in the Bodleian, like the Persian magician who visited the enchanted library in the bowels of the mountain, and willingly suffered himself to be enclosed in its recesses, while less eager sages retired in alarm. Now, I had some base thoughts concerning luncheon, which was most munificently supplied by Surtees at his rooms in University College, with the aid of the best ale I ever drank in my life, the real wine of Ceres and Worth, that of Bacchus. Dr. Jenkins, the vice-chancellor, did me the honor to call, but I saw him not. I called on Charles Douglas at All Souls, and had a chat of an hour with him. Before 3 set out for Cheltenham, a long and uninteresting drive which we achieved by 9 o'clock. My sister-in-law, Mrs. Thomas Scott, and her daughter instantly came to the hotel, and seem in excellent health and spirits. November 22, breakfasted and dined with Mrs. Scott, and leaving Cheltenham at 7 pushed on to Worcester to sleep. November 23, breakfasted at Birmingham, and slept at Macclesfield. As we came in between 10 and 11, the people of the inn expressed surprise at our traveling so late, as the general distress of the manufacturers has rendered many of the lower class desperately outrageous. The inn was guarded by a special watchman, who alarmed us by giving his signal of turn out, but it proved to be a poor deserter who had taken refuge among the carriages, and who was reclaimed by his sergeant. The people talk gloomily of winter, when the distress of the poor will be increased. November 24, breakfasted at Manchester Air. We left. The senior churchwarden came to offer us his services to show us the town principal manufactures, etc. We declined his polite offer, pleading haste. I found his opinion about the state of trade more agreeable than I had ventured to expect. He said times were mending gradually but steadily, and that the poor rates were decreasing, of which none can be so good a judge as the churchwarden. Some months back, the people had been in great discontent on account of the power engines, which they conceived diminished the demand for operative labor. There was no politics in their discontent, however, and at present it was diminishing. We again pressed on and, by dint of exertion, reached Kendal to sleep, thus getting out of the region of the stern, sullen, unwashed artificers, whom you see lounging sulkily along the streets of the towns in Lancashire, cursing, it would seem, by their looks the stop of trade which gives them leisure, and the laws which prevent them employing their spare time. God's justice is requiting, and will yet further requite those who have blown up this country into a state of unsubstantial opulence, at the expense of the health and morals of the lower classes. November 25, took 2 pair of horses over the Shap fells, which are covered with snow, and by dint of exertion reached Penrith to breakfast, then rolled on, till we found our own horses at Howick, and returned to our own home at Abbotsford, about 3 in the morning. It is well we made a forced march of about 100 miles, for I think the snow would have stopped us had we lingered. Abbotsford, November 26, consulting my purse, found my good 60 diminished to quarter less 10 in purse 8, naturally reflected how much expense has increased since I first traveled. My uncle's servant, during the jaunts we made together, while I was a boy, used to have his option of a shilling per diem for board wages, and usually preferred it to having his charges borne. A servant nowadays, to be comfortable on the road, should have 4s or 4s 6d board wages, which before 1790 would have maintained his master. But if this be pitiful, it is still more so to find the alteration in my own temper, when young, on returning from such a trip, as I have just had. My mind would have loved to dwell on all I had seen that was rich and rare, or have been placing perhaps, in order, the various editions with which I had supplied my stock of information, and, now like a stupid boy, blundering over an arithmetical question, half obliterated on his slate, I go stumbling on upon the audit of pounds, shillings, and pence. Why the increase of charge I complain of must continue so long as the value of the thing represented by cash continues to rise, or as the value of the thing representing continues to decrease. Let the economists settle, which is the right way of expressing the process when groats turn plenty and eggs grow dear. And so 'twill be when I am gone. The increasing charge will still go on, and other bards shall climb these hills and curse your charge dear evening bills. Well, the skirmish has cost me 200, I wished for information, and I have had to pay for it. the information is got, the money is spent. And so this is the only mode of accounting amongst friends. I have packed my books, etc., to go by cart to Edinburgh tomorrow. I idled away the rest of the day, happy to find myself at home, which is home, though never so homely, and mine is not so homely neither, on the contrary. I have seen in my travels none I like so well, fantastic in architecture and decoration, if you please, but no real comfort sacrificed to fantasy. Ever gramercy my own purse saith. The song ever gramercy my own house, quoth. Roman 1 November 27. We set off after breakfast, but on reaching Fushy Bridge at 3 found ourselves obliged to wait for horses, all being gone to the smithy to be roughshod in this snowy weather, so we stayed dinner, and Peter, coming up with his horses, bowled us into town about 8. Walter came and supped with us, which diverted some heavy thoughts. It is impossible not to compare this return to Edinburgh with others in more happy times, but we should rather recollect under what distress of mind I took up my lodgings in Mrs. Brown's last summer. And then the balance weighs deeply on the favorable side. This house is comfortable and convenient. Edinburgh, November 28. Went to court and resumed old habits, dined with Walter and Jane at Mrs. Jobson's. When we returned, were astonished at the news of S. death. And the manner of it, a quieter, more inoffensive, mild, and staid mind. I never knew he was free from all these sinkings of the imagination, which render those who are liable to them the victims of occasional low spirits, all belonging to this gifted, as it is called, but often unhappy class, must have felt at times that, but for the dictates of religion, or the natural recoil of the mind, from the idea of dissolution, there have been times when they would have been willing to throw away life, as a child does a broken toy. But poor was none of these, he was happy in his domestic relations, and on the very day on which the rash deed was committed, was to have embarked for rejoining his wife and child, whom I so lately saw anxious to impart to him their improved prospects. O Lord, what are wellards of nature, why a tile drops from a housetop, which an elephant would not feel more than the fall of a sheet of pasteboard, and there lies his lordship, or something of inconceivably minute origin, the pressure of a bone, or the inflammation of a particle of the brain takes place, and the emblem of the deity destroys himself, or someone else. We hold our health, and our reason on terms slighter than one would desire were it in their choice to hold an Irish cabin. November 29, awaked from horrid dreams to reconsideration of the sad reality. He was such a kind, obliging, assiduous creature. I thought he came to my bedside to expostulate with me, how I could believe such a scandal. And I thought I detected that it was but a spirit who spoke by the paleness of his look, and the blood flowing from his cravat. I had the nightmare, in short, and no wonder. I felt stupefied all this day, but wrote the necessary letters, notwithstanding Walter, Jane, and Mrs. Jobson dined with us, but I could not gather my spirits. But it is nonsense and contrary to my system, which is of the Stoic school, and I think pretty well maintained. It is the only philosophy I know or can practice, but it cannot always keep the helm. November 30, I went to the court, and on my return set in order a sheet or two of copy. We came back about 2. The new form of hearing counsel makes our sederunt a long one. Dined alone, and worked in the evening. December 1420, the court again very long in its sitting, and I obliged to remain till the last. This is the more troublesome, as in winter with my worn-out eyes I cannot write so well by candlelight naboklish. When I am quite blind, good night to you, as the one-eyed fellow said, when a tennis ball knocked out his remaining luminary. My short residue of time before dinner was much cut up by calsol old friends too, and men whom I love. But this makes the loss of time more galling, that one cannot and dare not growl at those on whom it has been bestowed. However, I made out 2 hours better than I expected. I am now once more at my oar, and I will row hard. December 2, returned early from court, but made some calls by the way. Dined alone with Anne, and meant to have worked, but I don't know how thy's horrid story stuck by me, so I e'en read Bowderlin's account of the Moscow campaign to eschew the foul fiend. December 3, wrote 5 pages before dinner Sir Thomas Brisbane and Sir William Arbuthnot, called also John A. Murray. William dined with us, all vivid with his Italian ideas. Only Jane, besides, made out 5 pages, I think, or nearly. December 4, much colded, which is no usual complaint of mine, but worked about 5 leaves, so I am quite up with my task-work and better. But my books from Abbotsford have not arrived. Dined with the Royal Society Club, about 30 members, present to many for company after coffee. The society were like Mungo in the padlock. I listened without understanding a single word to 2 scientific papers, one about the tail of a comet, and the other about a chuckastone, besides hearing Basil Hall describe and seeing him exhibit a new azimuth, I have half a mind to cut the whole concern. And yet the situation is honorable. And as Bob Acres says one should think of their honor, we took possession of our new rooms on the mound, which are very handsome and gentlemanlike. December 5, annoyed with the cold, and its consequences all night, and wish I could shirk the court this morning. But it must not be was kept late, and my cold increased. I have had a regular attack of this for many years past, whenever I return to the sedentary life and heated rooms of Edinburgh, which are so different from the open air and constant exercise of the country odd enough that, during cold weather and cold nocturnal journeys, the cold never touched me, yet I am no sooner settled in comfortable quarters and warm, well-aired couches. But la voila, I made a shift to finish my task, however, and even a leaf more, so we are bang up we dined and supped alone, and I went to bed early. December 6, a bad and disturbed night with fever headache and some touch of cholera morbus, which greatly disturbed my slumbers. But I fancy nature was scouring the gun after her own fashion. I slept little till morning, and then lay abed contrary to my wont, until 9:30, when I came down to breakfast, went to court, and returned time enough to write about 5. Leaves dined at Skens, where we met Lord Elgin, and Mr. Stewart, a son of Sir Roman 1000 Shaw Stewart, whom I knew and liked. Poor man talked among other things and persons of Sir J. Campbell of Ardkinglas, who is now here. He is happy in escaping from his notorious title of Calendar of Craigforth. In my youth, he was a blackleg and swindler of the first water, and like Pistol did somewhat lean to cut purse of quick hand. He was obliged to give up his estate to his son Colonel Calendar, a gentleman of honor, and as Dad went to the continent, in the midst of the French Revolution, he is understood to have gone through many scenes. At one time, Lord Elgin assured us, he seized upon the island of Zante as he pretended by direct authority from the English government, and reigned there very quietly for some months, until to appease the jealousy of the Turks Lord Elgin dispatched a frigate to dethrone the new sovereign afterwards. He traversed India in the dress of a fakir. He is now 80 and upwards. I should like to see what age and adventures have done upon him. I recollect him, a very handsome, plausible man, of all good breeding. That of a swindler of good education, be it understood, is the most perfect. December 7 again, a very disturbed night, scarce sleeping an hour, yet well, when I rose in the morning. I did not do above a leaf today, because I had much to read. But I'm up to 1/4 of the volume of 400 pages, which I began on the 1st December current, the 31st must, and shall see the end of vol Roman 6. We dined alone. I had a book sent me by a very clever woman, in defense of what she calls the rights of her sex. Clever, though I hope she will publish it. December 8, another restless and deplorable night. I should say faith either spelling will suit. Returned early, but much done up with my complaint, and want of sleep last night I wrought, however. But with 2 or 3 long interruptions, my drowsiness being irresistible, went to dine with John Murray, where met his brother Henderland, Geoffrey, Harry Cockburn, Rutherford, and others of that file. Very pleasant, capital good cheer, and excellent wine, much laugh and fun. December 9, I do not know why it is that, when I am with a party of my opposition friends, the day is often merrier than when with our own set. Is it because they are clever? Geoffrey and Harry Cockburn are, to be sure, very extraordinary men, yet it is not owing to that entirely. I believe both parties meet with the feeling of something like novelty. We have not worn out our jests in daily contact. There is also a disposition on such occasions to be courteous, and of course to be pleased, wrought all day, but rather dawdled, being abominably drowsy. I fancy it is bile a visitor I have not had this long time. December 10, an uncomfortable and sleepless night, and the lime water assigned to cure me seems far less pleasant, and about as inefficacious, as lime punch would be in the circumstances. I felt main stupid the whole forenoon, and though I wrote my task, yet it was with great intervals of drowsiness and fatigue, which made me, as we Scots says, dover away in my armchair. Walter and Jane came to dinner, also my cause Colonel Russell, and above and adour James Ballantyne. Poor fellow, we had a quiet and social evening, I acting on prescription. Well, I have seen the day, but no matter. December 11, slept indifferent well, with a feverish halo about me, but no great return of my complaint. It paid it off this morning, however. But the difference was of such consequence that I made an ample day's work, getting over 6 pages, besides what I may do on this the 11th December. I shall have more than 1/3 of vol Roman 6 finished, which was begun on the 1st of this current month. Dined quiet, and at home. I must take no more frisks till this fit is over. When once life's day draws near the gloaming, then farewell careless social roaming, and farewell cheerful tankards foaming, and social noise, And farewell, dear, deluding woman. The joy of joys. Long life to thy fame and peace to thy soul, Rob Burns. When I want to express a sentiment which I feel strongly, I find the phrase in Shakespeare, the blockheads talk of my being like Shakespeare not fit to tie his brogues. December 12 did not go to the Parliament House, but drove with Walter to Dalkeith, where we missed the Duke, and found Mr. Blakeney. One thing I saw there which pleased me much, and that was my own picture painted 20 years ago by Reburn for Constable, and which was to have been brought to sale among the rest of the wreck, hanging quietly up in the dining room. At Dalkeith I do not care much about these things, yet it would have been annoying to have been knocked down to the best bidder even in effigy. And I am obliged to the friendship and delicacy, which placed the portrait where it now is dined at Archie Swinton's, with all the cousins of that honest clan, and met Lord Cringlety his wife, and others finished my task this day. December 13, went to the court, this morning early and remained, till past 3, then attended a meeting of the Edinburgh Academy directors. On account of some discussion about flogging, I am an enemy to corporal punishment. But there are many boys who will not attend without it. It is an instant and irresistible motive. And I love boys' heads too much to spoil them at the expense of their opposite extremity, then when children feel an emancipation. On this point we may justly fear they will loosen the bonds of discipline. Altogether the master, I fear, must be something of a despot, at the risk of his becoming something like a tyrant. He governs subjects, whose keen sense of the present is not easily ruled by any considerations that are not pressing, and immediate. I was indifferently well beaten at school, but I am now quite certain that twice as much discipline would have been well bestowed. Dined at home with Walter and Jane. They with Anne went out in the evening. I remained, but not I fear to work much. I feel sorely fagged. I am sadly fagged. Then I cannot get fate out of my head. I see that kind social beneficent face, never turned to me without respect and complacence, and I see it in the agonies of death. This is childish, I tell myself so, and I trust the feeling to no one else, but here it goes down like the murderer, who could not cease painting the ideal vision of the man he had murdered, and who he supposed haunted him. 1,000 fearful images and dire suggestions glance along the mind when it is moody and discontented with itself, command them to stand and show themselves, and you presently assert the power of reason over imagination. But if by any strange alterations in one's nervous system you lost for a moment the talisman which controls these fiends, would they not terrify into obedience with their mandates, rather than we would dare longer to endure their presence? December 14, annoyed with this cursed complaint, though I live like a hermit on pulse, and water bothered too with the court, which leaves me little room for proof sheets, and none for copy. They sat today, till past 2, so before I had walked home and called for half an hour on the chief commissioner, the work part of the day was gone, and then my lassitude, I say lassitude not indolencies, so great that it costs me an hour's nap after I come home. We dined today with R. Dundas of Arniston, Anne, and Roman 1. There was a small cabal about Cheap's election for professor of civil law, which it is thought we can carry for him. He deserves support, having been very indifferently used in the affair of the Beacon, where certain high Tories showed a great desire to leave him to the mercy of the enemy. As Feeble says, I will never bear a base mind. We drank some victorious Burgundy contrary to all prescription. December 15, egad, I think I am rather better for my good cheer. I have passed one quiet night at least, and that is something gained. A glass of good wine is a gracious creature, and reconciles poor mortality to itself, and that is what few things can do. Our election went off very decently. No discussions or aggravating speeches. Sir John Jackass seconded the Whigs' nominee. So much they will submit to get a vote. The numbers stood cheap: 138 Bell, 132 majority. 6 mighty hard run. The Tory interest was weak among the old stagers, where I remember it so strong, but preferment country residents, etc., has thinned them. Then it was strong in the younger classes. The new Dean James Moncrieff presided with strict propriety and impartiality. Walter and Jane dined with us. December 16, another bad night. I remember I used to think a slight illness was a luxurious thing. My pillow was then softened by the hand of affection, and all the little cares which were put in exercise to soothe the languor or pain were more flattering and pleasing than the consequences of the illness were disagreeable. It was a new sense to be watched and attended, and I used to think that the malade imaginaire gained something by his humor. It is different in the latter stages. The old post-chaise gets more shattered and out of order at every turn. Windows will not be pulled up, doors refuse to open, or being open, will not shut. Agon, which last is rather my case. There is some new subject of complaint. Every moment your sicknesses come thicker, and thicker your comforting, or sympathizing friends fewer and fewer, for why should they sorrow for the course of nature, the recollection of youth health and uninterrupted powers of activity, neither improved nor enjoyed, is a poor strain of comfort, the best is the long halt will arrive at last and cure all. We had a long sitting in the court, came home through a cold easterly rain without a greatcoat, and was well wet a goodly medicine for my aching bones, dined at Mr. Adam Wilson's, and had some good singing in the evening saw Dr. Stocko, who attended Boney in St. Helena, a plain, sensible sort of man. December 17, this was a day of labor agreeably varied by a pain, which rendered it scarce possible to sit upright my journal, is getting a vile chirurgical aspect. I begin to be afraid of the odd consequences. Complaints in the post equitem are said to produce Walter and Jane dined. Mrs. Skeen came in the evening. December 18, almost sick with pain, and it stops everything. I shall tire of my journal if it is to contain nothing but biles and plasters and unguents. In my better days I had stories to tell, but death has closed the long dark avenue upon loves and friendships, and I can only look at them as through the grated door of a long burial place filled with monuments of those who were once dear to me, with no insincere wish that it may open for me at no distant period, provided such be the will of God. My pains were those of the heart, and had something flattering in their character, if in the head it was from the blow of a bludgeon gallantly received and well paid back. I went to the meeting of the commissioners. There was none today. The carriage had set me down, so I walked from the college in one of the sourest and most unsocial days which I ever felt. Why should I have liked this? I do not know. It is my dogged humor to yield little to external circumstances. Sent an excuse to the Royal Society, however. December 19, went to court. No, I lie, I had business there. Wrote a task. No more could not. Went out to Dalkeith and dined with the Duke. It delights me to hear this hopeful young nobleman talk with sense and firmness about his plans for improving his estate and employing the poor. If God and the world spare him, he will be far known as a true Scots lord. December 20, being a Tayan day, I had a little repose. We dined at Hector Macdonald's with William Clerk and some youngsters. Highland hospitality. As usual, I got some work done today. December 21, in the house till 2 o'clock. Nearly came home. Corrected proofsheets, etc. Mechanically, all well with the machine, but keep in order. But the spinning wheel is auld and stiff. I think I shall not live to the usual verge of human existence. I shall never see the 10, and shall be summed up at a discount. No help for it, and no matter either. December 22, poor old Honour and Glory Dedance. Lord Mora, more lately Lord Hastings. He was a man of very considerable talents, but had an overmastering degree of vanity of the grossest kind. It followed, of course, that he was gullible. In fact, the propensity was like a ring in his nose, into which any rogue might put a string. He had a high reputation for war, but it was after the pettifogging hostilities in America, where he had done some clever things, he died, having the credit, or rather, having had the credit, to leave more debt than any man, since Caesar's time. 1,200,000 is said to be the least. There was a time that I knew him well, and regretted the foibles which mingled with his character, so as to make his noble qualities sometimes questionable, sometimes ridiculous. He was always kind to me. Poor Plantagenet. Young Percival went out to dine at Dalkeith with me. December 24, to add to my other grievances, I have this day a proper fit of rheumatism in my best knee. I pushed to Abbotsford, however, after the court rose, though compelled to howl for pain, as they helped me out of the carriage. Abbotsford, December 25. By dint of abstinence and opodeldoc, I passed a better night than I could have hoped for, but took up my lodging in the chapel room, as it is called, for going upstairs was impossible. Today I have been a mere wretch. I lay in bed till past 11, thinking to get rid of the rheumatism. Then I walked as far as Turnagain with much pain, and since that time I have just roasted myself like a potato by the fireside in my study, slumbering away my precious time, and unable to keep my eyes open or my mind intent on anything. If I would have given my life for it, I seemed to sleep tolerably too last night, but I suppose nature had not her dues properly paid, neither has she for some time. I saw the filling up of the quarry on the terrace walk, and was pleased. Anne and I dined at Merton, as has been my old wont and use. As Christmas Day comes about, we were late in setting out, and I have rarely seen so dark a night. The mist rolled like volumes of smoke on the road before us. December 26, returned to Abbotsford this morning. I heard it reported that Lord B is very Roman 99. If that be true, it affords ground for hope that Sir John is not immortal, both great bores, but the Earl has something of wild cleverness, far exceeding the ponderous stupidity of the Cavaliero Jacasa. December 27, still weak with this wasting illness, but it is clearly going off time, it should, quoth Sancho. I began my work again, which had slumbered betwixt pain and weakness. In fact, I could not write or compose at all. December 28 stuck to my work. Mr. Scrope came to dinner and remained. Next day we were expecting young Percival, and his wife once my favorite and beautiful Nancy Emiliode, and still a very fine woman, but they came not. In bounced G. Thompson, alarmed by an anonymous letter, which acquainted him that 30 tents full of Catholics were coming to celebrate High Mass in the Abbey Church, and to consult me on such a precious document. He came prancing about 7 at night, I hope, to get him a kirk, before he makes any extraordinary explosion of simplicity. December 29, Mr. and Mrs. Percival came today. He is son of the late lamented statesman, equally distinguished by talents and integrity. The son is a clever young man, and has read a good deal, pleasant too in society, but tampers with phrenology which is unworthy of his father's son. There is a certain kind of cleverish men, either half-educated or cock-brained by nature, who are attached to that same turnipology. I am sorry this gentleman should take such whimsary, even for his name's sake. Walter and Jane arrived, so our Christmas party thickens. Sir Adam and Colonel Ferguson dined. December 30 wrote and wrought hard, then went out a drive with Mr. and Mrs. Percival, and went round by the lake. If my days of good fortune should ever return, I will lay out some pretty rides at Abbotsford. Last day of an eventful year, much evil and some good, but especially the courage to endure what fortune sends, without becoming a pipe for her fingers. It is not the last day of the year, but tomorrow being Sunday, we hold our festival of neighbors today. Instead, the Fergusons came en masse, and we had all the usual appliances of mirth and good cheer, yet our party, like the chariot wheels of Pharaoh in the Red Sea, dragged heavily. Some of the party grow old and infirm, others thought of the absence of the hostess, whose reception of her guests was always kind. We did as well as we could, however. It's useless to murmur and pout. There's no good in making ado. 'Tis well the old year is out, and time to begin anew. December 31, it must be allowed that the regular recurrence of annual festivals among the same individuals has, as life advances, something in it that is melancholy. We meet on such occasions, like the survivors of some perilous expedition, wounded and weakened ourselves, and looking through the diminished ranks of those who remain, while we think of those who are no more, or they are like the feasts of the Caribs, in which they held that the pale and speechless phantoms of the deceased appeared and mingled with the living. Yet, where shall we fly from vain repining? Or why should we give up the comfort of seeing our friends, because they can no longer be to us, or we to them, what we once were to each other? January. January 1. God make this a happy year to the king and country, and to all honest men. I went with all our family today to dine as usual at the kind house of Huntley Burn, but the same cloud which hung over us on Saturday still had its influence, the effect of grief upon those who, like myself and Sir A.F., are highly susceptible of humor, has, I think, been finely touched by Wordsworth in the character of the merry village teacher Matthew, whom Geoffrey profanely calls the hysterical schoolmaster. But with my friend Geoffrey's pardon, I think he loves to see imagination best when it is bitted and managed and ridden upon the grand pas. He does not make allowance for starts and sallies and bounds, when Pegasus is beautiful to behold, though sometimes perilous to his rider. Not that I think the amiable bard of Rydal shows judgment in choosing such subjects as the popular mind cannot sympathize in. It is unwise and unjust to himself. I do not compare myself, in point of imagination, with Wordsworth, far from it, for his is naturally exquisite and highly cultivated by constant exercise. But I can see as many castles in the clouds as any man, as many genii in the curling smoke of a steam engine, as perfect a Persepolis in the embers of a sequel fire. My life has been spent in such daydreams. But I cry no roast meat. There are times a man should remember what Rousseau used to say, taste. Jean-Jacques Carr on ni tenten pas. January 2. I had resolved to mark down no more griefs and groans, but I must needs briefly state that I am nailed to my chair, like the unhappy Theseus. The rheumatism, exasperated by my sortie of yesterday, has seized on my only serviceable knee, and I am by Proserpine. Motionless as an anvil, leeches and embrocations are all I have for it diable. There was a twinge, the Russells and Fergusons here, but I was fairly driven off the pit after dinner, and compelled to retreat to my own bed there to howl, till morning like a dog in his solitary cabin. January 3, mending slowly two things are comfortable first, I lose no good, whether out of doors for the ground, is covered with snow 2D, that by exerting a little stoicism, I can make my illness promote the advance of nap, as I can scarcely stand however I am terribly awkward at consulting books maps etc. The work grows under my hand, however vol Roman 6 Napoleon, will be finished this week. I believe Russell's being still with us. I was able by dint of handing, and chairing to get to the dinning groom, and the drawing room in the evening. Talking of Wordsworth, he told Anne and me a story the object of which was to show that Crabbe had not imagination. He, Sir George Beaumont, and Wordsworth were sitting together in Murray, the bookseller's backroom. Sir George, after sealing a letter, blew out the candle which had enabled him to do so, and exchanging a look with Wordsworth began to admire in silence the undulating thread of smoke, which slowly arose from the expiring wick. When Crabbe put on the extinguisher, Anne laughed at the instance, and inquired if the taper was wax, and being answered in the negative, seemed to think that there was no call on Mr. Crabbe to sacrifice his sense of smell to their admiration of beautiful and evanescent forms. In two other men, I should have said this is affectations with Sir Hugh Evans, but Sir George is the man in the world most void of affectation, and then he is an exquisite painter, and no doubt saw where the incident would have succeeded. In painting, the error is not in you yourself, receiving deep impressions from slight hints, but in supposing that precisely the same sort of impression must arise in the mind of men, otherwise of kindred feeling, or that the commonplace folks of the world can derive such inductions at any time or under any circumstances. January 4, my enemy gained some strength during the watches of the night, but has again succumbed under scalding fomentations of chamomile flowers. I still keep my state for my knee, though it has ceased to pain me, is very feeble. We began to fill the ice house today. Dine alone infamia, that is Jane Ann Walter and Roman 1. Why this makes up for H's, as poor John Kemble used to call them after tea. I broke off work, and read my young folks the farce of the critic, and merry folks were we. January 5, I waked or ached, if you please, for 5 or 6 hours. I think then fevered a little. I am better, though God be thanked, and can now shuffle about, and help myself to what I want without ringing every quarter of an hour. It is a fine, clear, sunny day. I should like to go out, but flannel and poultices cry nay, so I drudge away with the assisting of Pellet, who has a real French head, believing all he desires should be true, and affirming all he wishes should be believed. Skens Mr. and Mrs. with Miss Jardine arrived about 6 o'clock. Skene, very rheumatic as well as I am. January 6 worked till dusk, but not with much effect. My head and mind not clear somehow. W. Laidlaw at dinner in the evening read Foote's farce of the commissary, said to have been levelled at Sir Lawrence Dundas, but Sir Lawrence was a man of family. Walter and Jane dined at Merton. January 7 wrought till 12, then sallied and walked with Skene for 2 miles home, and corrected proofs, and to a large amount Mr. Scrope and George Thompson dined. January 8 slept well last night. In consequence, I think of my walk, which I will God willing repeat today. I wrote some letters too long delayed, and sent off my packets to J.B. Letter from Roman 100 sharp, very pressing. I should employ my interest at Windsor to oppose the alterations on the town of Edinburgh. One word from you, and all that I don't think I shall speak that word, though I hate the alterations, that is cert. But then, ne accessoris in concilium nisi vocatus. What is the use of my volunteering an opinion? Again, the value of many people's property may depend on this plan going forward. Have I a right, from mere views of amenity, to interfere with those serious interests? I something doubt it. Then, I have always said that I never meddle in such work, and ought I sotto voce now to begin it? By my faith, I want there are enough to state the case besides me. The young Duke of B came in to bid us good-bye, as he is going off to England. God bless him, he is a hawk of a good nest afterwards. I walked to the Welsh pool. Skene, declining to go, for I not over stout of limb, seem stronger of the two. January 9, this morning received the long-expected news of the Duke of York's death. I am sorry, both on public and private accounts. His R.H. was, while he occupied the situation of next in the royal succession, a breakwater behind the throne. I fear his brother of Clarence's opinions may be different, and that he will hoist a standard under which will rendezvous men of desperate hopes and evil designs. I am sorry, too, on my own account. The Duke of York was uniformly kind to me, and though I never tasked his friendship deeply, yet I find a powerful friend is gone. His virtues were honor, good sense, integrity, and by exertion of these qualities, he raised the British army from a very low ebb To be the pride and dread of Europe, his errors were those of a sanguine and social temper. He could not resist the temptation of deep play, which was fatally allied with a disposition to the bottle. This last is incident to his complaint, which vinous influence soothes for the time while it insidiously increases it in the end. Here blows a gale of wind. I was to go to Galashiels to settle some foolish lawsuit, and afterwards to have been with Mr. Care of Kippellaw to treat about a marchdyke. I shall content myself with the first duty for this day, does not suit Bowden more. Went over to Galashiels like the devil in a gale of wind, and found a writer contesting with half a dozen unwashed artificers, the possession of a piece of ground, the size and shape of a three-cornered pocket-handkerchief, tried to gar them gree, and if I succeed, I shall think I deserve something better than the touch of rheumatism, which is like to be my only reward. Scots of Harden and John Pringle of Clifton dined, and we got on very well. January 10, enter rheumatism, and takes me by the knee so much for playing the peacemaker, in a shower of rain, nothing for it, but patience cataplasm of chamomile and labor in my own room, the whole day, till dinner time, then company and reading in the evening. January 11, ditto repeated. I should have thought I would have made more of these solitary days. Then I find I can do a morning or 2 or 3 hours before dinner, have often done more efficient work than 6 or 7 of these hours of languor. I cannot say of illness can produce a bow that is slackly strung, will never send an arrow very far. Heavy snow. We are engaged at Mr. Scrope's, but I think I shall not be able to go. I remained at home accordingly, and having nothing else to do worked hard, and effectively. I believe my sluggishness was partly owing to the gnawing rheumatic pain in my knee, for after all I am of opinion pain is an evil. Let Stoics say what they will, thank God it is an evil which is mending with me. January 12, all this day occupied with chamomile poultices, and pen and ink. It is now 4 o'clock, and I have written yesterday, and today 10 of my pages. That is one of these large volumes. Moreover, I have corrected 3 proof sheets. I wish it may not prove fool's haste, yet I take as much pains too as is in my nature. January 13, the Fergusons with my neighbors Mr. Scrope and Mr. Bainbridge and young Hume eat a haunch of venison from Drummond Castle, and seemed happy. We had music and a little dancing, and enjoyed in others the buoyancy of spirit that we no longer possess ourselves. Yet I do not think the young people of this age so gay as we were. There is a turn for persiflage, a fear of ridicule, among them which stifles the honest emotions of gaiety and lightness of spirit. And people, when they give in the least to the expansion of their natural feelings, are always kept under by the fear of becoming ludicrous. To restrain your feelings, and check your enthusiasm in the cause even of pleasure, is now a rule among people of fashion as much as it used to be among philosophers. January 14, well, me holidays are out, and I may count my gains and losses, as honest Robinson Crusoe used to balance his accounts of good and evil. I have not been able during 3 weeks to stir above once or twice from the house, but then I have executed a great deal of work which would be otherwise unfinished. Again, I have sustained long and sleepless nights and much pain. True, but no one is the worse of the thoughts which arise in the watches of the night. And for pain, the complaint which brought on this rheumatism was not so painful perhaps, but was infinitely more disagreeable and depressing. Something there has been of dullness in our little reunions of society, which did not use to cloud them, but I have seen all my own old and kind friends, with my dear children Charles alone excepted, and if we did not rejoice with perfect joy, it was overshadowed from the same sense of regret. Again, this new disorder seems a presage of the advance of age, with its infirmities, but age is but the cypress avenue which terminates in the tomb where the weary are at rest. I have been putting my things to rights to go off tomorrow, though I always wonder why it should be so. I feel a dislike to order, and to taskwork of all kinds. Of predominating foible in my disposition. I do not mean that it influences me in morals, for even in youth, I had a disgust at gross irregularities of any kind, and such as I ran into were more from compliance with others, and a sort of false shame, than any pleasure I sought or found in dissipation. But what I mean is a detestation of precise order, in petty matters, in reading or answering letters, in keeping my papers arranged, and in order, and so on. Weber. And then Gordon used to keep my things in some order. No, they are verging to utter confusion. And then I have let my cash run ahead since I came from the continent. I must slump the matter as I can. Shandwick Place, January 15. Off we came, and despite of rheumatism, I got through the journey comfortably, greeted on my arrival by a number of small accounts whistling like grapeshot. They are of no great avail, and incurred, I see, chiefly during the time of illness. but I believe it will take me some hard work till I pay them, and how to get the time to work it will be hard purchased, if as I think not unlikely this bitch of a rheumatism should once more pin me to my chair coming through Galashiels. We met the Laird of Torwoodley, who on hearing how long I had been confined asked how I bore it, observing that he had once in his life, Torwoodley must be between 60 and 70, been confined for 5 days to the house, and was like to hang himself. I regret God's free air as much as any man, but I could amuse myself were it in the Bastille. January 16 went to court, and returned through a curious atmosphere, half mist half rain, famous for rheumatic joints. Yet I felt no increase of my plaguy malady, but on the contrary am rather better. I had need otherwise a pair of crutches for life were my prettiest help. Walter dined with us today, Jane, remaining with her mother. The good affectionate creatures leave us tomorrow, God. Send them a quick passage through the Irish Channel. They go to Gort where Walter's troop is laying a long journey for winter days. January 17, another proper day of mist, sleet, and rain through which I navigated homeward. I imagine the distance to be 1.5 miles. It is a good thing to secure as much exercise. I observed in the papers my old friend Gifford's funeral. He was a man of rare attainments and many excellent qualities. The translation of Juvenal is one of the best versions ever made of a classical author, and his satire of the Baviad and Meviad, squabeshed at one blow, a set of coxcombs who might have humbugged the world long enough. As a commentator he was capital, could he but have suppressed his rancor against those who had preceded him in the task. But a misconstruction or misinterpretation, nay, the misplacing of a comma, was in Gifford's eyes a crime worthy of the most severe animadversion. The same fault of extreme severity went through his critical labors, and in general he flagellated with so little pity that people lost their sense of the criminal's guilt in dislike of the savage pleasure, which the executioner seemed to take in inflicting the punishment. This lack of temper probably arose from indifferent health, for he was very valetudinary, and realized 2 verses wherein he says fortune assigned him. One eye's not over good. 2 sides that to their cost have stood. A 10 years hectic cough. Ache stitches all the various ills. That swell the devilish doctor's bills. And sweep poor mortals off. But he might also justly claim as his gift the moral qualities expressed in the next fine stanza. As soul that spurns the crowd's malign control, a firm contempt of wrong, spirits above affliction's power, and skill to soothe the lingering hour, with no inglorious song. January 18, to go on with my subject. Gifford was a little man dumpled up together, and so ill-made as to seem almost deformed, but with a singular expression of talent in his countenance. Though so little of an athlete, he nevertheless beat off Dr. Walcott, when that celebrated person, the most unsparing calumniator of his time, chose to be offended with Gifford for satirizing him in his turn. Peter Pindar made a most vehement attack, but Gifford had the best of the affray and remained, I think, in triumphant possession of the field of action, and of the assailant's cane. Gifford had one singular custom. He used always to have a duenna of a housekeeper to sit in his study with him. While he wrote, this female companion died when I was in London, and his distress was extreme. I afterwards heard he got her place supplied. I believe there was no scandal in all this. This is another vile day of darkness, and rain with a heavy yellow mist that might become Charing Cross. One of the benefits of our extended city, for that in our atmosphere was unknown, till the extent of the buildings below Queen Street. M. Culloch of Ardwell called. Wrought chiefly on a critique of Mrs. Charlotte Smith's novels and proofs. January 19, Uncle Adam V.D. Inheritance, who retired last year from an official situation at the age of 84, although subject to fits of giddiness, and although carefully watched by his accomplished daughter, is still in the habit of walking by himself, if he can by possibility make an escape. The other day in one of these excursions, he fell against a lamp-post, cut himself much, bled a good deal, and was carried home by 2 gentlemen, what said old Rugged and Tough. Why, that his fall against the post was the luckiest thing could have befallen him, for the bleeding was exactly the remedy for his disorder. Low stout hearts of men. Called on, said uncle, also on David Hume, Lord Chief Commissioner, will clerk Mrs. Jobson, and others. My knee made no allowance for my politeness, but has begun to swell again, and to burn like a scorpion's bite. January 20, scarce slept all night, scarce able to stand or move this morning, almost an absolute fixture. A sleepless night. A weary night. God be the guide. This is at the court, a blank day being that of the poor Duke of York's funeral. I can sit at home luckily, and fag hard. And so I have pretty well 6 leaves written, and 4 or 5 proof sheets corrected. Cadle came to breakfast, and proposes an 8th volume for Napoleon. I told him he might write to Longman for their opinion. 7 is an awkward number, and will extremely cramp the work. 8 too would go into 6 octavos, should it ever be called for in that shape. But it shall be as they list to have it. January 21, a long day of some pain, relieved by labor. Dr. Ross came in and recommended some stuff which did little good. I would like ill to lose the use of my precious limbs. Meanwhile, patience, cousin, and shuffle the cards. Missy dined with us, toddy and honest, Scotch lass, ladylike and frank. I finished about 6 leaves, doing indeed little else. January 22, work varied with chamomile. We get on though a visit from Basil Hall with Mr. Audubon, the ornithologist who has followed that pursuit by many a long wandering in the American forests. He is an American by naturalization, a Frenchman by birth, but less of a Frenchman than I have ever seen. O dash or glimmer or shine about him, but great simplicity. Manners and behavior slight in person, and plainly dressed, wears long hair which time has not yet tinged his countenance, acute, handsome, and interesting. But still simplicity is the predominant characteristic. I wish I had gone to see his drawings, but I had heard so much about them that I resolved not to see them. A crazy way of mine, Your Honor. 5 more leaves finished. January 23, I have got a piece of armor, a kneecap of chamois leather, which I think does my unlucky rheumatism some good. I begin too to sleep at night, which is a great comfort. Spent this day completely in labor, only betwixt dinner and tea, while husbanding a tumbler of whiskey and water. I read the new novel Elizabeth de Bruce, 449 part of it, that is. January 24, visit from Mr. Audubon, who brings some of his birds. The drawings are of the first order, the attitudes of the birds of the most animated character, and the situations appropriate one of a snake attacking a bird's nest, while the birds the parents peck at. The reptiles ice thee usually in the long run destroy him, says the naturalist. The feathers of these gay little sylphs, most of them from the southern states, are most brilliant, and are represented with what were it not connected with so much spirit in the attitude I would call a laborious degree of execution. This extreme correctness is of the utmost consequence to the naturalist, but as I think having no knowledge of virtue rather gives a stiffness to the drawings. This sojourner in the desert had been in the woods for months together. He preferred associating with the Indians to the company of the back settlers, very justly I dare say, for a civilized man of the lower order. That is the dregs of civilization when, thrust back on the savage state, becomes worse than a savage. They are Wordsworth's adventurer. Deliberate and undeceived. The wild men's vices who received and gave them back his own. The Indians, he says, are dying fast. They seem to pine and die whenever the white population approaches them. The Shawanese, who amounted, Mr. Audubon says, to some thousands within his memory, are almost extinct, and so are various other tribes. Mr. Audubon could never hear any tradition about the mammoth, though he made anxious inquiries. He gives no countenance to the idea that the Red Indians were ever a more civilized people than at this day, or that a more civilized people had preceded them in North America. He refers the bricks, etc., occasionally found, and appealed to in support of this opinion to the earlier settlers, where kettles and other utensils may have been found, to the early trade between the Indians and the Spaniards. John Russell and Leonard Horner came to consult me about the propriety and possibility of retaining the northern pronunciation of the Latin in the new Edinburgh Academy. I will think of it until tomorrow, being no great judge. We had our solitary dinner. Indeed, it is only remarkable nowadays when we have a guest. January 25, thought during the watches of the night and a part of the morning about the question of Latin pronunciation, and came to the following conclusions: that the mode of pronunciation, approved by Buchanan and by Milton, and practiced by all nations, excepting the English assimilated in sound, to the Spanish, Italian, and other languages derived from the Latin, is certainly the best, and is likewise useful as facilitating the acquisition of sounds, which the Englishman attempts in vain. Accordingly, I wish the cocknified pedant who first disturbed it, by reading emo for ammo and qui for qui, had choked in the attempt. But the question is whether a youth who has been taught in a manner different from that used all over England will be heard if he presumes to use his Latin at the bar or the Senate, and if he is to be unintelligible or ludicrous. The question arises whether his education is not imperfect under one important view, I am very unwilling to sacrifice our sumpsimus to their old mumpsimustil, more to humble ourselves before the Saxons, while we can keep an inch of the Scottish flag flying. But this is a question which must be decided not on partialities or prejudices. I got early from the court today and settled myself to work hard. January 26, my rheumatism is almost gone. I can walk without major wear, which is the name Anne gives my cane, because it is so often out of the way that it is suspected like the staff of that famous wizard to be capable of locomotion. Went to court and tarried, till 3 o'clock, after which transacted business with Mr. Gibson and Dr. Inglis, as one of Miss Hum's trustees, then was introduced to young Mr. Rennie, or he to me, by Sir James Hall, a genty-looking young man, and speaks well. He was called into public notice by having many years before made a draft of a plan of his father's for London Bridge. It was sought for when the building was really about to take place, and the assistance which young Mr. Rennie gave to render it useful raised his character so high that his brother and he are now in first-rate practice as civil engineers. January 27, read Elizabeth de Bruce. It is very clever, but does not show much originality. The characters, though very entertaining, are in the manner of other authors, and the finished and filled-up portraits of which the sketches are to be found elsewhere. One is too apt to feel on such occasions the pettish resentment that you might entertain against one who had poached on your manor. But the case is quite different, and a claim set up on having been the first, who betook himself to the illustration of some particular class of characters, or department of life, is no more a right of monopoly than that asserted by the old buccaneers, by setting up a wooden cross and killing an Indian or two on some new discovered island. If they can make anything of their first discovery, the better luck theirs. If not, let others come penetrate further into the country, write descriptions, make drawings or settlements at their pleasure. We were kept in Parliament House till 3, called to return, thanks to Mr. Menzies of Pitfoddles, who lent some pamphlets about the unhappy Duke d'Enghien read in the evening Bauderlin, and Segur to prepare for my Russian campaign. January 28, continued my reading with the commentary of the Roman 500 of W. If his broad shoulders cannot carry me through, the devil must be in the dice. Longman and company agree to the 8 volumes. It will make the value of the book more than 12,000 wrought indifferent hard. January 29, Mr. Gibson breakfasted with Dr. Marshman, the head of the missionaries, at Serampore, a great Oriental scholar. He is a thin, dark-featured, middle-sized man, about 50 or upwards. His eye, acute, his hair just beginning to have a touch of the gray. He spoke well and sensibly, and seemed liberal in his ideas. He was clearly of opinion that general information must go hand in hand, or even ought to precede religious instruction. Thinks the influence of European manners is gradually making changes in India. The natives, so far as their religion will allow them, are become fond of Europeans, and invite them to their great festivals. He has a conceit that the Afghans are the remains of the 10 tribes. I cannot find he has a better reason than their own tradition, which calls them Ben Israel, and says they are not Ben Judah. They have Jewish rites and ceremonies, but so have all Mahometans. Neither could I understand that their language has anything peculiar, the worship of Buddha. He conceives to have been an original, or rather the original of Hindu religion, until the Brahmins introduced the doctrines respecting caste and other peculiarities. But it would require strong proof to show that the superstition of caste could be introduced into a country which had been long peopled, and where society had long existed without such restriction. It is more like to be adopted in the early history of a tribe, when there are but few individuals the descent of whom is accurately preserved. How could the castes be distinguished or told off in a populous nation? Dr. Marshman was an old friend of poor John Leyden. January 30 blank day at court, being the martyrdom, wrought hard at Bonn, all day, though I had settled otherwise. I ought to have been at an article for John Lockhart, and one for poor Gillies, but there is something irresistible in contradiction, even when it consists in doing a thing equally laborious, but not the thing you are especially called upon to do. It is a kind of cheating the devil which a self-willed monster like me is, particularly addicted to, not to make myself worse than I am, though I was full of information about the Russian campaign, which might evaporate unless used like lime as soon after it was wrought up as possible, about 3 pitfoddles called a bald crack, that auld papist body, and well informed. We got on religion. He is very angry with the Irish demagogues, and a sound well-thinking man heard of Walter and Jane, all well, God be praised. By a letter from Gibson, I see the gross proceeds of Bonaparte at 8 volumes are 12,600. Discount 5 months 210.00. 12,390.00. I question if more was ever made by a single work, or by a single author's labors in the same time, but whether it is deserved or not is the question. January 30, one young Murray son of Mr. Roman, 1000 in Albemarle Street. Breakfasted with me English boys have this advantage that they are well-bred, and can converse when ours are regular-built cubs. I am not sure if it is an advantage in the long run. It is a temptation to premature display. Wet to the skin coming from the court called on Skene to give him for the Antiquarian Society, a heart human apparently stuck full of pins. It was found lying opposite to the threshold of an old tenement in Dalkeith. A little below the surface it is in perfect preservation, dined at the Bannatyne Club, where I am chairman. We admitted a batch of new members, chiefly noblemen and men, connected with the public offices and records in London, such as Palgrave Petrie, etc. We drank to our old Scottish heroes, poets, historians, and printers, and were funny enough though, like Shylock, I had no will to go abroad. I was supported by Lord Minto and Lord Eldon. February 1 I feel a return of the cursed rheumatism. How could it miss with my wedding also feverish? And a slight headache, so much for claret and champagne. I begin to be quite unfit for a good fellow like Mother Cole in the Minor. A thimbleful upsets me 4:59 I mean, annoys my stomach for my brains, do not suffer well. I have had my time of these merry doings. The haunch of the deer and the wine's red dye. Never Bard loved them better than Roman one. But it was for the sake of sociality, never either for the flask, or the venison that must endies ended the evening sky of life, does not reflect those brilliant flashes of light that shot across its morning and noon, yet I thank God it is neither gloomy, nor disconsolately lowering a sober twilight. That is all. I am in great hopes that the Bannatyne Club, by the assistance of Thomson's wisdom, industry, and accuracy, will be something far superior to the dilettanti model, on which it started. The history of K. James, Roman 6 Melville's memoirs, and other works executed or in hand, are decided boons to Scottish history and literature. February 2, in confirmation of that which is above stated, I see in Thorpe's sale catalogue a set of the Bannatyne books lacking 5, priced 25, had a dry walk from the court by way of Dainty, and made it a long one, and went at night to Lady Minto's. Hear of Miss White's death. Poor Lydia, she had a party at dinner on the Friday before, and had written with her own hand invitations for another party 20 years ago. She used to tease me with her youthful affectationshire, dressing like the Queen of Chimney Sweeps on May Day morning, and sometimes with rather a free turn in conversation, when she let her wit run wild. But she was a woman of much wit, and had a feeling and kind heart. She made her point good a bass blue in London, to a point not easily attained, and contrived to have every evening a very good literary melee and little dinners which were very entertaining. She had also the newest lions upon town. In a word, she was not, and would not be forgotten even when disease obliged her, as it did for years, to confine herself to her couch, and the world much abused for hard-heartedness, was kind in her cassiso. She lived in the society she liked, no great expenditure was necessary for this. She had an easy fortune, but not more. Poor Lydia, I saw the Duke of York and her in London, when death it seems was brandishing his dart over them. The view gave them little fright. Did not get quite a day's work finished today, thanks to my walk. February 3, there is naught but care on every hand. James Hogg writes that he is to lose his farm, on which he laid out, or rather threw, away the profit of all his publications. Then Terry has been pressed by Gibson for my debt to him, that I may get managed. I sometimes doubt if I am in what the good people call the right way, not to sing my own praises. I have been willing always to do my friends what good was in my power, and have not shunned personal responsibility. But then that was in money matters, to which I am naturally indifferent unless when the consequences press on me. But then I am a bad comforter in case of inevitable calamity, and feeling proudly able to endure in my own case, I cannot sympathize with those whose nerves are of a feebler texture. Dined at Jeffrey's with Lord and Lady Minto, John Murray, and his lady, a Mr. Featherstone and a Marico Yorkshireman, and some others. Mrs. Murray is a very amiable person, and seems highly accomplished, plays most brilliantly. February 4 RR. These 2 letters, you must understand, do not signify, as in bibliomania, phrase a double degree of rarity, but chirurgically, a double degree of rheumatism. The wine gets to weak places. Ross says I have a letter from no less a person than that pink of booksellers, Sir Richard Phillips, who it seems has been ruined, and as he sees me floating down the same dark tide, sings out his nose poem anatomus. February 5R1R will do today if this cursed rheumatism gives way to February. Whether I will allow she has some right to be called a spring month, to which otherwise her pretensions are slender. I worked this morning till 2 o'clock and visited Mr. Grant's pictures, who has them upon sale. They seem to my inexperienced eye genuine, or at least good paintings, but I fear picture buying like ship is a profession a gentleman cannot make much of without laying aside some of his attributes. The pictures are too high priced, I should think, for this market. There is a very knowing catalogue by Frank Grant himself. Next went to see a show of wild beasts. It was a fine one. I think they keep them much cleaner than formerly, when the strong smell generally gave me a headache for the day. The creatures are also much tamer, which I impute to more knowledge of their habits and kind treatment. A lion and tigress went through their exercise, like poodles jumping standing, and lying down at the word of command. This is rather degrading. I would have the Lord Chancellor of Beasts good-humored, not jocose. I treated the elephant, who was a noble fellow, to a shilling's worth of cakes. I wish I could have enlarged the space in which so much bulk and wisdom is confined. He kept swinging his head from side to side, looking as if he marveled why all the fools that gaped at him were at liberty, and he cooped up in the cage. Dined at the Royal Society Club. About 30 present went to the society in the evening, and heard an essay by Peter Titler on the first encourager of Greek learning in England. February 6 was at court till 2 afterwards. Wrote a good deal, which has become a habit with me. Dined at Sir John Hayes, where met the advocate and a pleasant party. There had been a justiciary trial yesterday, in which something curious had occurred. A woman of rather the better class, a farmer's wife, had been tried on the 5th for poisoning her maidservant. There seems to have been little doubt of her guilt, but the motive was peculiar. The unfortunate girl had an intrigue with her son, which this Mrs. Smith, I think that is the name, was desirous to conceal from some ill-advised puritanic notions, and also for fear of her husband. She could find no better way of hiding the shame than giving the girl, with her own knowledge and consent, I believe, potions to cause abortion, which she afterwards changed for arsenic as the more effectual silencing medicine. In the course of the trial, one of the jury fell down in an epileptic fit, and on his recovery was far too much disordered to permit the trial to proceed. With only 14 jurymen, it was impossible to go on, but the advocate Sir William Ray says she shall be tried anew, since she has not tholden a size sic Paulus etet rect quitem. But having been half tried, I think she should have some benefit of it as far as saving her life. If convicted on the second indictment, the advocate declares, however, she shall be hanged, as certainly she deserves. But it looks something like hanging up a man who has been recovered by the surgeons, which has always been accounted harsh justice. February 7 wrote 6 leaves today, and am tired, that's all. February 8 I lost much time today. I got from the court about 12:30, therefore might have reckoned on 4 hours or 3 at least before dinner. But I had to call on Dr. Short at 2, which made me lounge till that hour came. Then I missed him, and too tired to return went to see the exhibition where Skene was hanging up the pictures, and would not let me in. Then to the Oil Gas Company, who proposed to send up counsel to support their new bill, as I thought the choice unadvisedly made. I fairly opposed the mission, which I suppose will give much offense. But I have no notion of being shamefaced in doing my duty, and I do not think I should permit forward persons to press into situations for which their vanity alone renders them competent. Had many proof sheets to correct in the evening. February 9, we had a long day of it at court, but I whipped you off half a dozen of letters, for as my cases stood last on the roll, I could do what I liked in the interim. This carried me on till 2 o'clock. Called on Baron Hume, and found him as usual in high spirits, notwithstanding his late illness. Then crept home. Me rheumatism much better, though corrected Lives of Lord Somerville and the King George Roman 3467, for the prose works, which took a long time. But I had the whole evening to myself, as Anne dined with the Swintons, and went to a ball at the Justice Clerk's N-Bit. Is the first and only ball which has been given this season a sign. The times are pinching. February 10 I got a present of Lord Francis Gower's printed but unpublished tale of the Roman 1,099,468. It is a fine tale of terror in itself, and very happily brought out. He has certainly a true taste for poetry. I do not know why, but from my childhood I have seen something fearful or melancholy, at least about a Roman 1099, whether I had been frightened at the machinery, when very young, of which I think I have some shadowy recollection, whether I had heard the stories of the Miller of Thirlestane and similar Moland in our tragedies, I cannot tell, but not even recollection of the Lass of Patey's Mill, or the Miller of Mansfield, or he who dwelt on the River Dee, have ever got over my inclination to connect gloom with a mill, especially when sun is setting, so I entered into the spirit of the terror with which Lord Francis has invested his haunted spot. I dine with the solicitor today, so quod labor tease a blank. But then tomorrow is a new day. Tomorrow to fresh meads and pastures new. February 11 wrought a good deal in the morning, and landed Boney at Smolensk. But I have him to bring off again, and moreover I must collate the authorities on the movements of the secondary armies of Wittgenstein, and the admiral with the breaktooth name dined with Lord Minto, where I met Thompson, Cranstown, and other gay folks. These dinner parties narrow my working hours, yet they must sometimes be, or one would fall out of the line of society, and go to leeward entirely, which is not right to venture. This is the high time for parties in Edinburgh. No wonder one cannot keep clear. February I was obliged to read instead of writing, and the infernal Russian names which everybody spells ad libitum makes it difficult to trace the operations on a better map than mine. I called today on Dr. Short, principal surgeon at St. Helena, and who presided at the opening of Bonaparte's body. He mentions as certain the falsehood of a number of the assertions concerning his usage, the unhealthy state of the island, and so forth. I have jotted down his evidence elsewhere. I could not write when I came home, nervous a little I think, and not yet up to the motions of T. Chichagov, as I must be before I can write. Will Clerk and Sir Ferguson dine here today? First time anyone has had that honor for long enough, unless at Abbotsford. The good Lord Chief Commissioner invited himself, and I asked his son, Admiral Adam Call Ferguson, is of the party. February 13, the dining parties come thick and interfere with work extremely. I am, however, beforehand, very far yet. As James B. says, the tortoise comes up with the hare, so puss must make a new start. But not this week. Went to see the exhibition, certainly a good one for Scotland, and less trash than I have seen at Somerset House, begging pardon. Of the pock-puddings, there is a beautiful thing by Lancira Highlander, and two staghounds engaged with a deer, very spirited indeed. I forgot my rheumatism, and could have wished myself of the party. There were many fine folks, and there was a collation chocolate, and so forth. We dine at Sir H. Jardine's with Lord C. H. Lord Chief Baron, etc. February 14 deaths, Jean the Art and Unco de Vel, Sir George Beaumont's, dead, by far the most sensible and pleasing man I ever knew, kind too in his nature and generous, gentle in society, and of those mild manners which tend to soften the causticity of the general London tone of persiflage and personal satire. As an amateur he was a painter of the very highest rank, though I know nothing of the matter, yet I should hold him a perfect critic on painting, for he always made his criticisms intelligible, and used no slang. I am very sorry, as much as is in my nature to be for one whom I could see but seldom. He was the great friend of Wordsworth, and understood his poetry, which is a rare thing, for it is more easy to see his peculiarities than to feel his great merit, or follow his abstract ideas. I dined today at Lord C. H. Commissioner's, Lord Minto, and Lord C. H. Baron, also Harden Little done today. February 15 rheumatism returns with the snow. I had thoughts of going to Abbotsford on Saturday, but if this lasts, it will not do, and sooth to speak it ought not to do, though it would do me much pleasure if it would do. I have a letter from Baron von Goethe, which I must have read to me, for though I know German, I have forgot their written hand. I make it a rule seldom to read, and never to answer foreign letters from literary folks. It leads to nothing but the battledore and shuttlecock intercourse of compliments, as light as cork and feathers. But Goethe is different, and a wonderful fellow, the Ariosto at once, and almost the Voltaire of Germany, who could have told me 30 years ago I should correspond and be on something like an equal footing with the author of Goats, and who could have told me 50 things else that have befallen me. February 16 are still snow, and alas, no time for work. So hard am I fagged by the court and the good company of Edinburgh. I almost wish my rheumatics were bad enough to give me an apology for staying a week at home. But we have Sunday and Monday clear. If not better, I will crib off. Tuesday and Wednesday is Tayan Day. We dine today with Mr. Borthwick, younger, of Crookston. February 17 James Ferguson, ill of the rheumatism in head and neck, and Hector B. MacDonald in neck and shoulders. I wonder, as Commodore Trunnion says, what the blackguard Hellsbaby has to say to the clerks of session. Went to the 2nd Division to assist Hector, and B. don't like it half so well as my own, for the speeches are much longer. Home at dinner, and wrought in the evening. February 18, very cold weather. I am rather glad I am not in the country. What says Dean Swift? When frost and snow come both together, then sit by the fire and save shoe leather. Wrought all morning, and finished 5 pages. Missy dined with us. February 19, as well I give up Abbotsford for Hamilton, is laid up with the gout. The snow too continues with a hard frost. I have seen the day I would have liked it all the better I read, and wrote at the bitter account of the French retreat from Moscow in 1812 till. The little room and coal fire seemed snug by comparison. I felt cold in its rigor in my childhood and boyhood, but not since in youth and advanced life we get less sensible to it. But I remember thinking it worse than hunger uninterrupted today, and did 8 leaves. February 20, at court, and waited to see the poisoning woman. She is clearly guilty. But as one or two witnesses said, the poor wench hinted an intention to poison herself. The jury gave that bastard verdict, not proven. I hate that Caledonian medium quid. One who is not proven guilty is innocent in the eye of law. It was a face to do or die, or perhaps to do to die. Thin features which had been handsome, a flashing eye, an acute and aquiline nose, lips much marked as arguing decision, and I think bad temperthy were thin and habitually compressed, rather turned down at the corners, as one of a rather melancholy disposition. There was an awful crowd, but sitting within the bar, I had the pleasure of seeing much at my ease the constables knocking the other folks about, which was of course very entertaining. Lord Liverpool is ill of an apoplexy. I am sorry for it. He will be missed. Who will be got for premier? Not be certainly. He wants weight. If Peel would consent to be made a peer, he would do better. But I doubt his ambition will prefer the House of Commons. Wrought a good deal. February 21, being the vacant Wednesday, I wrote all the morning, had an answer from Roman 500 of W unsuccessful in getting young Skene put upon the engineer list. He is too old. Went out at 2 with Anne, and visited the exhibition. Also called on the Mansfield family, and on Sidney Smith Jeffrey, unwell from pleading so long and late for the poisoning woman. He has saved her throat, and taken a Quincy in his own. Adam Ferguson has had a fall with his horse. February 22 was at court till 2, then lounged till Will Murray came to speak about a dinner for the theatrical fund, in order to make some arrangements. There are 300 tickets given out. I fear it will be uncomfortable, and whatever the Stoics may say, a bad dinner throws cold water on the charity. I have agreed to preside a situation in which I have been rather felicitous, not by much superiority of wit or wisdom, far less of eloquence, but by 2 or 3 simple rules, which I put down here for the benefit of posterity. First, always hurry the bottle round for 5 or 6 rounds, without prosing yourself, or permitting others to prose. A slight fillip of wine inclines people to be pleased, and removes the nervousness which prevents men from speaking, disposes them, in short, to be amusing, and to be amused. 2D, push on, keep moving, as Punch says. Do not think of saying fine things. Nobody cares for them any more than for fine music, which is often too liberally bestowed on such occasions. Speak at all ventures, and attempt the mot pour rire. You will find people satisfied with wonderfully indifferent jokes, if you can but hit the taste of the company, which depends much on its character. Even a very high party, primed with all the cold irony and non-est feelings, or no feelings of fashionable folks, may be stormed by a jovial rough round, and ready preases. Choose your texts with discretion. The sermon may be as you like. If a drunkard or an ass breaks in with anything out of joint, if you can parry it with a jest, good and well. If not, do not exert your serious authority. Unless it is something very bad, the authority, even of a chairman, ought to be very cautiously exercised. With patience you will have the support of everyone. When you have drunk a few glasses, to play the good fellow and banish modesty, if you are unlucky enough to have such a troublesome companion, then beware of the cup. Too much nothing is so ridiculous as a drunken preases. Lastly, always speak short, and skiok doc na skilcut a tale with a drink. This is the purpose and intent of Gude Skur Walter's Testament. We dined today at Mrs. Dundas of Arniston Dowager. February 24, I carried my own instructions into effect the best I could, and if our jests were not good, our laugh was abundant. I think I will hardly take the chair again, when the company is so miscellaneous, though they all behaved perfectly well. Meadowbank taxed me with the novels, and, to end that farce at once, I pleaded guilty, so that splore is ended. As to the collection, it was much cry and little woo, as the deal said, when he shore the sow. Only 280 from 300 people. But many were to send money tomorrow. They did not open books, which was impolitic, but circulated a box where people might put in what they pleased in. Some gave shillings, which gives but a poor idea of the company, yet there were many respectable people, and handsome donations. But this fashion of not letting your right hand see what your left hand doeth is no good mode of raising a round sum. Your Pennipig collections don't succeed. I got away at 10 at night. The performers performed very like gentlemen, especially Will Murray. They attended as stewards with white rods, and never thought of sitting down. till after dinner taking care that the company was attended to. February 25, very bad report of the speeches in the papers. We dined at Jeffrey's with Sydney Smithfunny. And good-natured as usual one of his daughters is very pretty indeed both, are well-mannered agreeable, and sing, well the party was pleasant. February 26 at home, and settled to work. But I know not why I was out of spirits quite laird of Humdagen, and did all I could to shake it off, and could not James Ballantyne dined with me. February 27, Humdajanish still hang it what fools we are I worked, but coldly and Roman 99. Yet something is done I wonder if other people have these strange alternations of industry and incapacity. I am sure I do not indulge myself in fancies. But it is accompanied with great drowsiness I suppose, and terribly jaded spirits. I received today Dr. Short and Major Crockett, who was orderly officer on Boney at the time of his death. February 28, Sir Adam breakfasted one of the few old friends, left out of the number of my youthful companions in youth. We have many companions, few friends perhaps in age companionship, is ended, except rarely, and by appointment old men, by a kind of instinct seek younger. Companions who listen to their stories honor their gray hairs, while present and mimic and laugh at them. When their backs are turned at least, that was the way in our day. And I warrant our chicks of the present day crow, to the same tune, of all the friends that I have left I have none who has any decided attachment to literature. So either I must talk on that subject to young peoplin, other words turn proser, or I must turn teatable talker and converse with ladies. I am too old and too proud for either character, so ill live alone, and be contented. Lockhart's departure for London was a loss to me in this way, came home late from the court, but worked tightly in the evening, I think discontinuing smoking, as I have done for these 2 months past, leaves me less muzzy after dinner. At any rate, it breaks a custom I despise custom. March 1 at court until 2 wrote letters under cover of the lawyer's long speeches, so paid up some of my correspondence, which I seldom do upon any other occasion. I sometimes let letters lie for days unopened, as if that would postpone the necessity of answering them. Here I am at home, and to work we. Gone out for the first time today, for I wrought hard before breakfast, so glides away Thursday. First, by the by, it is the anniversary of Bosworth Field. In former days Richard Roman III was always acted at London on this day. Now the custom, I fancy, is disused. Walpole's historic doubts threw a mist about this reign. It is very odd to see how his mind dwells upon it at first as the mere sport of imagination, till at length they become such Delilahs of his imagination, that he deems it far worse than infidelity to doubt his doubts. After all, the popular tradition is so very strong and pointed concerning the character of Richard that it is, I think, in vain to doubt the general truth of the outline. Shakespeare, we may be sure, wrote his drama in the tone that was to suit the popular belief, although, where that did Richard wrong, his powerful scene was sure to augment the impression. There was an action and a reaction. March 2 clerk walked home with me from the court. I was scarce able to keep up with him. Could once have done it well enough. Funny thing at the theatre, among the discourse in high life. Below stairs one of the ladies asks, who wrote Shakespeare? One says Ben Jonson, another Finnis no said. Will Murray, it is Sir Walter Scott. He confessed it at a public meeting. The other day, March 3, very severe, weather, came home covered with snow white as a frosted plumcake. By jingo, no matter, I am not sorry to find I can stand a brush of weather, yet I like to see Arthur's Seat, and the stern old castle with their white watchcloaks on. But as Byron said to Moore Dian it, Tom, don't be poetical. I settled to Boney, and wrote right long and well. March 4, I sat in by the chimney nook with no chance of interruption, and fegged it away. Sir Adam came, and had half an hour's chat and laugh. My jaws ought to be sore, if the unwontedness of the motion could do it. But I have little to laugh at, but myself and my own bizarreries are more like to make me cry. Wrought hard Thother's sense in that. March 5, are young men of first fashion, in whom tranquility is the prime merit, a sort of quietism of foppery, if one can use the expression, have one capital name for a fellow that outres and outroars the fashion, a sort of highbuck, as they were called in my days. They hold him a vulgarian, and call him a tiger. Mr. Gibson came in, and we talked over my affairs, very little to the purpose. I doubt dined at home with Anne, as usual, and dispatched half a dozen Selkirk processes, among others one, which savours of Hamesucken. I think today I have finished a quarter of Vol Roman 8, and last shall I be happy when it is done? I think not. March 6, a long seat at court, and an early dinner, as we went to the play. John Kemble's brother acted Benedick. He is a fine-looking man, and a good actor, but not superior. He reminds you eternally that he is acting, and he had got as the devil directed it hold of my favorite Benedick, for which he has no power. He had not the slightest idea of the part, particularly of the manner, in which Benedick should conduct himself in the quarreling scene, with the prince and Claudio, in which his character rises almost to the dignity of tragedy, the laying aside his light and fantastic humor, and showing himself the man of feeling and honor was finely marked of yore by old Tom King. I remember particularly the high strain of grave moral feeling which he threw upon the words in a false quarrel there is no true valor which spoken, as he did checked the very brutal levity of the prince and Claudio. There were two farces one I wished to see, and that being the last was obliged to tarry for it. Perhaps the headache I contracted made me a severe critic on Cram and Brig. A little piece, ascribed to Lockhart perhaps, I am unjust, but I cannot think it his there are so few good things in it, and so much prosing transferred from that mine of marrowless morality, called the Miller of Mansfield, yet it pleases. March 7 we are kept working hard during the expiring days of the session, but this being a blank day I wrote hard, till dressing time, when I went to Will Clerk's to dinner as a bachelor. And keeping a small establishment, he does not do these things often, but they are proportionally pleasant when they come round. He had trusted Sir Adam to bespeak his dinner, who did it con amore, so we had excellent cheer. And the wines were various and capital. As I before hinted, it is not every day that Nab mounts on horseback. And so our landlord had a little of that solicitude that the party should go off well, which is very flattering to the guests we had. A very pleasant evening. The chief commissioner was there, Admiral Adam, Joe Murray and Thompson, etc., etc., Sir Adam predominating at the head, and dancing what he calls his merry Andrada in great style. In short, we really laughed, and real laughter is a thing as rare as real tears. I must say, too, there was a hearty, kindly feeling prevailed over the party. Can London give such a dinner? It may, but I never saw one. They are too cold and critical to be so easily pleased in the evening. I went with some others to see the exhibition lit up for a promenade, where there were all the fashionable folks about town. The appearance of the rooms was very gay indeed. March 8 it snowed all night, which must render the roads impassable, and will detain me here till Monday. Hard work at court, as Hammy is done up with the gout. We dine with Lord Coryhouse. That's not true, by the by, for I have mistaken the day. It's tomorrow we dine there. Rot, but not too hard. March 9 an idle morning. Dalglish being set to pack my books, wrote notes upon a Mr. Kinloch's collection of Scottish ballads, which I communicated to the young author in the court. This present morning we were detained till 3:30. So when I came home I was fatigued and slept. I walked slow, heavily, and with pain, but perhaps the good weather may banish the fiend of the joints. At any rate, impatience will do nae good at a man. Letter from Charles. For 50 silver and gold have I none, but that which I have I will give unto him. We dined at the Cranstowns. I beg his pardon. Lord Corehouse, Ferguson, Thompson, Will Clerk, etc. were there, also the Smiths, and John Murray, so we had a pleasant evening. March 10 the business at the court was not so heavy as I have seen it the last day of the session, yet sharp enough. About 3 o'clock I got to a meeting of the Bannatyne Club. I hope this institution will be really useful and creditable. Thompson is superintending a capital edition of Sir James Melville's memoirs. It is brave to see how he wags his Scots tongue, and what a difference there is in the force and firmness of the language compared to the mincing English edition, in which he has hitherto been alone known nothing today but correcting proofs. And went to the play. I remained at home. March 11 all my books packed this morning, and this and tomorrow will be blank days, or nearly such, but I am far ahead of the printer, who is not done with Vol Roman 7, while I am deep in volume Roman 8. I hate packing, but my servants never pack books quite to please me. James Ballantyne dined with us. He kept up my heart about Bonaparte, which sometimes flags, and he is such a grumbler that I think I may trust him when he is favorable. There must be sad inaccuracies, some which might certainly have been prevented by care. But as the Lazzaroni used to say, did you but know how lazy I am? Abbotsford, March 12. Away we set and came safely to Abbotsford amid all the dullness of a great thaw, which has set the rivers a-streaming in full tide. The wind is wintry, but for my part I like this rocking of the battlements. I was received by old Tom and the dogs with the unsophisticated feelings of goodwill. I have been trying to read a new novel, which I have heard praised. It is called Almack's, and the author has so well succeeded in describing the cold, selfish fopperies of the time that the copy is almost as dull as the original. I think I will take up my bundle of Sheriff Court processes, instead of Almack's, as the more entertaining avocation of the two. March 13, before breakfast prepared and forwarded the processes to Selkirk, As I had the loan of 250 at March from Cadle, I am now verging on to the 500, which he promised to allow me in advance on second series, Canongate Chronicles. I do not like this. But unless I review or write to some other purpose, what else can I do? My own expenses are as limited as possible. But my house expenses are considerable, and every now and then starts up something of old scores which I cannot turn over to Mr. Gibson, and his Cottresty's well time and the hour money is the smallest consideration. Had a pleasant walk to the thicket, though my ideas were allapadradeish, curiously checkered between pleasure and melancholy. I have cause enough for both humors. God knows I expect this will not be a day of work. But of idleness, for my books are not come would to God, I could make it light thoughtless idleness, such as I used to have when the silly smart fancies ran in my brain like the bubbles in a glass of champagnes, brilliant to my thinking, as intoxicating as evanescent. But the wine is somewhat on the lees perhaps. It was but indifferent cider, after all, yet I am happy in this place, where everything looks friendly from old Tom to young Nim. After all, he has little to complain of, who has left so many things that like him. March 14, all yesterday spent in putting to rights books, and so forth, not a word written, except interlocutors, but this want do I have toe on the rock, and it must be spun off. Let us see our present undertakings: 1 Napoleon, 2 Review home Cranbourne Chase, and the Mysteries, 3 something for that poor Fainant Gillies, 4 essay on ballad, and song, 5 something on the modern state of France. These two last for the prose works, but they may do a little more, and produce a little ore. Come, we must up, and be doing. There is a rare scud, without which says, go spin, you jade, go spin. I loitered on, and might have answered. My spinning wheel is auld and stiff. Smoked a brace of cigars after dinner as a sedative. This is the first time I have smoked these 2 months. I was afraid the custom would master me. Went to work in the afternoon, and reviewed for Lockhart Mackenzie's edition of Holmes' works. Proceeded as far as the 8th page. March 15, kept still at the review, till 2 o'clock. Not that there is any hurry, but because I should lose my ideas, which are not worth preserving. Went on therefore, I drove over to Huntley Burn with Anne, then walked through the plantations, with Tom's help to pull me through the snowwreaths. Returned in a glow of heat, and spirits. Corrected proof sheets in the evening. March 16. A trifling day we have had here. Begun with trifle and ended. But I hope no otherwise so ended than to meet the rubric of the ballad, for it is but 3 o'clock in the morning. I was lom qui church of Rithing, fell asideth, very pens absconded, and crept in among a pack of letters and trumpery, where I had the devil's work finding them. Thus the time before breakfast was idled, or rather fidgeted away afterwards. It was rather worse. I had settled to finish the review, when behold, as I am apt to do at a set task, I jibbed, and my thoughts would rather have gone with Waterloo, so I dawdled, as the women say, with both, now writing a page or two of the review, now reading a few pages of the Battle of Waterloo, by Captain Pringle, a manuscript, which is excellently written. Well, I will find the advantage of it by and by. So now I will try to finish this accursed review, for there is nothing to prevent me save the untractable character that hates to work on compulsion, whether of individuals or circumstances. March 17, I wrought away at the review, and nearly finished it. Was interrupted, however, by a note from Ballantyne demanding copy, which brought me back from home and Mackenzie to Boney. I had my walk as usual, and worked nevertheless, very fairly corrected proofs. March 18, took up Boney again. I am now at writing, as I used to be at riding, slow, heavy, and awkward at mounting. But when I did get fixed in my saddle, could screed away with anyone. I have got 6 pages ready for my learned Theban. Tomorrow morning, William Laidlaw and his brother George dined with me, but I wrote in the evening all the same. March 19, set about my labors, but enter Captain John Ferguson from the Spanish Main, where he has been for 3 years. The honest tar sat about 2 hours, and I was heartily glad to see him again. I had a general sketch of his adventures, which we will hear more in detail when we can meet at Kaltheim. Notwithstanding this interruption, I have pushed far into the 7th page. Well done for one day. 20 days should finish me at this rate. And I read hard too, but allowance must be made for interruptions. March 20, today worked till 12 o'clock, then went with Anne on a visit of condolence to Mrs. Pringle of Yare, and her family. Mr. Pringle was the friend both of my father and grandfather. The acquaintance of our families is at least a century old. March 21, wrote till 12, then out upon the heights, though the day was stormy, and faced the gale bravely. Tom Purdy was not with me. He would have obliged me to keep the sheltered ground, but I don't know. Even in our ashes live our wonted fires. There is a touch of the old spirit in me, yet that bids me brave the tempest. The spirit that in spite of manifold infirmities made me a roaring boy in my youth, a desperate climber, a bold writer, a deep drinker, and a stout player at singlestick. Of all which valuable qualities there are now but slender remains, I worked hard when I came in and finished 5 pages. March 22, yesterday I wrote to James Ballantyne acquiescing in his urgent request to extend the 2 last volumes to about 600 each. I believe it will be no more than necessary after all, but makes one feel like a dog in a wheel, always moving and never advancing. March 23, when I was a child, and indeed for some years after my amusement was in supposing to myself a set of persons engaged in various scenes, which contrasted them with each other. And I remember to this day the accuracy of my childish imagination. This might be the effect of a natural turn to fictitious narrative, or it might be the cause of it, or there might be an action and reaction, or it does not signify a pin's head how it is, but with a flash of this remaining spirit, I imagine my mother duty to be a sort of old taskmistress, like the hag of the merchant of Buda, in the tales of the genie not a hag, though by any means on the contrary my old woman wears a rich old-fashioned gown of black silk, with ruffles of triple blonde lace, and a coif as rich as that of Perling, Gina figure and countenance, something like Lady Roman 500 SS 20 years ago, a clear blue eye capable of great severity of expression and conforming, in that with a wrinkled brow of which the ordinary expression is a serious approach to a frown, a cautionary and nervous shake of the head, in her withered hand an ebony staff with a crutch-headed Tompion gold watch, which annoys all who know her by striking the quarters as regularly, as if one wished to hear them occasionally. She has a small scourge of nettles which I feel her lay across my fingers at this moment, and so taste is Latin for a candle. I have 150 pages to write yet. March 24, does Duty not wear a pair of round, old-fashioned silver buckles? Buckles she has, but they are square ones all belonging to Duty, is rectangular. Thus can we poor children of imagination play with the ideas we create like children with soap bubbles. Pity that we pay for it at other times by starting at our shadows. Man but a rush against Othello's breast. The hard work still proceeds, varied only by a short walk. March 25, hard work still, but went to Huntley Burn on foot, and returned in the carriage, walked well and stoutly, God be praised, and prepared a whole bundle of proofs and copy for the Blucher tomorrow. That damned work will certainly end some time or other. As it drips and dribbles out on the paper, I think of the old drunken Presbyterian under the spout. March 26, dispatched packets. Colonel and Captain Ferguson arrived to breakfast. I had previously determined to give myself a day to write letters, and as I expect John Thompson to dinner this day, will do as well as another. I cannot keep up with the world without shying a letter now, and then it is true the greatest happiness I could think of would be to be rid of the world, entirely excepting my own family. I have little pleasure in the world, less business in it, and am heartily careless about all its concerns. Mr. Thompson came accordingly, not John Thompson of Duddingston, whom the letter led me to expect, but John Anstruther Thompson of Charlton, Fifeshire, the son-in-law of Lord Ch. Commissioner. March 27, wrote 2 leaves this morning, and gave the day after breakfast to my visitor, who is a country gentleman of the best description, knows the world, having been a good deal attached both to the turf and the field, is extremely good-humored and a good deal of a local antiquary. I showed him the plantations, going first round the terrace, then to the lake, then came down by the Rymers Glen, and took carriage at Huntley Burn, almost the grand tour, only we did not walk from Huntley Burn. The Fergusons dined with us. March 28, Mr. Thompson left us about 12 for Minto, parting a pleased guest, I hope from a pleased landlord. When I see a Jaman, as is a Jaman as the blackguards say, why I know how to be Roman 153. After he left, I set doggedly to work with Bonaparte, who had fallen a little into arrear. I can clear the ground better now, by mashing up my old work in the Edinburgh Register with my new matter, a species of colcannon, where cold potatoes are mixed with hot cabbage. After all, I think Ballantyne is right, and that I have some talents for history writing. After all, that same history in the Register reads prettily enough. Coraggio cry Claymore. I finished 5 pages, but with additions from Register, they will run to more than double, I hope, like Puff in the Critic. Be luxuriant. Here is snow back again, a nasty, comfortless, stormy sort of a day, and I will work it off at Boney. What shall I do when Bonaparte is done? He engrosses me morning, noon, and night. Never mind, Comte Zeit, Comte Wrath, as the German says. I did not work longer than 12, however, but went out in as rough weather as I have seen, and stood out several snow blasts. March 29, 30. He walked and wrought, poor soul, what then? Why then he walked and wrought again. March 31 day varied by dining with Mr. Scrope, where we found Mr. Williams and Mr. Simpson. Both excellent artists, we had not too much of the palate, but made a very agreeable day out. I contrived to mislay the proof sheet sent me this morning, so that I must have a revise. This frequent absence of mind becomes very exceeding troublesome. I have the distinct recollection of laying them carefully aside. After I dressed to go to the pavilion, well, I have a head, the proverb is musty. It's April 1, the proofs are not to be found. Applications from R.P. Gillies. I must do something for him, yet have the melancholy conviction that nothing will do him any good then. He writes letters and expects answers. Then they are bothering me about writing in behalf of the Olga's Light, which is going to the devil very fast. I cannot be going a begging for them, or anybody please to look down with an eye of pity a poor distressed creature. No, not for the last morsel of bread. A dry ditch and a speedy death is worth it all. April 2, another letter from RPG. I shall begin to wish like S that he had been murdered and robbed in his walks between Wimbledon and London. John, Archibald Murray, and his young wife came to dinner. And in good time, I like her very much and think he has been very lucky. She is not in the voward of youth, but John is but 2 or 3 years my junior. She is pleasing in her manners, and totally free from affectation, a beautiful musician, and willingly exerts her talents in that way, is said to be very learned, but shows none of it. A large fortune is no bad addition to such a woman's society. April 3, I had processes to decide, and though I arose at my usual hour, I could not get through above 2 of 5 proofs. After breakfast, I walked with John Murray, and at 12 we went for Melrose, where I had to show the lions. We came back by Huntley Burn, where the carriage broke down, and gave us a pretty long walk home. Mr. Scrope dined with his 2 artists and John Thompson. The last is not only the best landscape painter of his age and country, but is moreover one of the warmest-hearted men, living with a keen and unaffected feeling of poetry. Poor fellow, he has had many misfortunes in his family. I drank a glass or 2 of wine more than usual, got into good spirits, and came from Tripoli for the amusement of the good company. I was in good fooling. April 4, I think I have a little headache this morning. However, as Othello says, that's not much. I saw our guests go off by 7 in the morning, but was not in time to give them goodbye. And now again, boys, to the oar. I did not go to the oar though, but walked a good deal. April 5, heard from Lockhart, the Duke of Wellington and Croker, are pleased with my historical labors. So far well, for the former, as a soldier said of him, I would rather have his long nose on my side than a whole brigade. Well, something good may come of it. And if it does, it will be good luck, for, as you and I know, mother duty, it has been a rummily written work. I wrote hard today. April 6, I only took 1 turn about the thicket, and have nothing to put down, but to record my labors. April 7, the same history occurs my desk, and my exercise, I am a perfect automaton. Bonaparte runs in my head from 7 in the morning till 10 at night without intermission. I wrote 6 leaves today and corrected 4 proofs. April 8, Ginger, being in my room, was safely delivered in her basket of 4 puppies, the mother and children all doing well. Faith, that is as important an entry as my journal could desire. The day is so beautiful that I long to go out. I want, though, till I have done something. A letter from Mr. Gibson about the trust affairs. If the infernal bargain with Constable go on well, there will be a pretty sop in the pan to the creditors, 35,000 at least. If I could work as effectually for 3 years more, I shall stand on my feet like a man, but who can assure success with the public? April 9, I wrote as hard today as need be, finished my neat 8 pages, and notwithstanding, drove out and visited at Gatside. The devil must be in it if the matter drags out longer now. April 10, some incivility from the Leith Bank, which I despise with my heels, I have done for settling my affairs, all that any man, much more than most men could have done, and they refuse a draft of 20, because in mistake it was 8 overdrawn. But what can be expected of a sow but a grumph wrought hard heart? April 11, the parks were rooped for 100 a year more than they brought last year. Poor Abbotsford will come to good after all. In the meantime, it is sic vos non vobis, but who cares a farthing if Boney succeeds? We will give these affairs a blue eye, and I will wrestle stoutly with them, although my banks they are covered with bees, or rather with wasps, a very tough day's work. April 12, haltas, we used to say, my proof sheets being still behind very unhandsome conduct on the part of the Blucher. While I was lauding it so profusely, it is necessary to halt and close up our Falstaff correspondence. I mean, So it is a chance if except for contradiction's sake, or upon getting the proof sheets I write a line today at Boney. I did however correct 5 revised sheets and 1 proof, which took me up so much of the day that I had but one turn through the courtyard owing to this. I had some of my flutterings, my trembling excise, as the old people called the ague, wrote a great many letters but no copy. April 13, I have sometimes wondered with what regularity that is for a shrew of my impatient tempori, have been able to keep this journal, the use of the first person being, of course, the very essence of a diary. I conceive it is chiefly vanity, the dear pleasure of writing about the best of good fellows myself, which gives me perseverance to continue this idle task. This morning I wrote till breakfast, then went out and marked trees to be cut for paling, and am just returned, and what does any one care I? But gad I care myself, though we had at dinner today Mr. and Mrs. Cransdown Burnt's Maria of Ballichmile, Mr. Bainbridge, and daughters, and Colonel Russell. April 14, went to Selkirk to try a fellow for an assault on Dr. Clarkson, fined him 7 guineas, which with his necessary expenses will amount to 10 guineas. It is rather too little, but as his income does not amount to 30 a year, it will pinch him severely enough, and is better than sending him to an ill-kept jail, where he would be idle and drunk from morning to night. I had a dreadful headache while sitting in the court, rheumatism in perfection. It did not last after I got warm by the fireside. April 15, delightful soft morning with mild rain, walked out and got wet as a sovereign cure, for the rheumatism was quite well though, and scribbled away. April 16, a day of work and exercise in the evening, a letter from Lockhart with the wonderful news that the ministry has broken up, and apparently for no cause, that anyone can explain the old grudge, I suppose, betwixt Peel and Canning, which has gone on augmenting like a crack in the side of a house, which enlarges from day to day, till down goes the whole. Mr. Canning has declared himself fully satisfied with Jerome in 50, and sent Barrow to tell him so. His suspicions were indeed most erroneous, but they were repelled with no little spirit, both by Roman 50 and myself, and Canning has not been like another great man I know, to whom I showed demonstrably that he had suspected an individual unjustly. It may be so, he said, but his mode of defending himself was offensive. April 17, went to dinner today to Mr. Bainbridge's Gatside house, and had fireworks in the evening made by Captain Burchard, a good-humored kind of Will Wimble. One nice little boy announced to us everything that was going to be done, with the importance of a prologue. Some of the country folks assembled, and our party was enlivened by the squeaks of the wenches, and the long protracted AAs by which a Teviot del Tup testifies his wonder. April 18, I felt the impatience of news so much that I walked up to Mr. Laidlaw, surely for no other purpose than to talk politics. This interrupted Boney a little. After I returned about 12 or 1, behold Tom Tack. He comes from Buenos Aires with a parcel of little curiosities he had picked up for me. As Tom Tack spins a tough yarn, I lost the morning almost entirely, what with one thing, what with t'other, as my friend the Laird of Reburn says, nor have I much to say for the evening. Only I smoked a cigar more than usual to get the box ended, and give up the custom for a little. April 19, another letter from Lockhart. I am sorry, when I think of the goodly fellowship of vessels which are now scattered on the ocean, there is the Duke of Wellington, the Lord Chancellor, Lord Melville, Mr. Peel, and I wot not who besides, all turned out of office, or resigned. I wonder what they can do in the House of Lords, when all the great Tories are on the wrong side of the House. Canning seems quite serious in his views of helping Lockhart. I hope it will come to something. April 20, a surly sort of day. I walked for 2 hours, however, and then returned chiefly to nap. Egad, I believe it has an end at last, this blasted work. I have the fellow at Plymouth, or near about it. Well, I declare, I thought the end of these beastly big 8 volumes was like the end of the world, which is always talked of, and never comes. April 21, here is a vile day, downright rain, which disconcerts an inroad of bairns from Gatside, and of course, annihilates a part of the stock of human happiness. But what says the proverb of your true rainy day? Tea's good for book, tea's good for work. For cup and can, or knife and fork. April 22, wrote till 12 o'clock, then sallied forth, and walked to Huntley Burn with Tom. And so look you, sir, I drove home in the carriage wrought in the afternoon, and tried to read De Vere, a sensible but heavy book written by an able hand, but a great bore for all that wrote in the evening. April 23, snowy morning, white as my shirt. The little Bainbridges came over, invited to see the armory, etc., which I stood showman to. It is odd how much less cubbish the English boys are than the Scotch, well-mannered and sensible, Are the southern boys? I suppose the sun brings them forward. Here comes 6 o'clock at night. And it is snowing as if it had not snowed these 40 years before. Well, ill work away a couple of chapters. 3, at most, will finish Napoleon. April 24, still deep snow afoot, thick in the courtyard, I dare say severe. Welcome to the poor lambs now coming into the world. But what signifies whether they die just now, or a little while after to be united with salad at luncheon time? It signifies a good deal too. There is a period, though a short one, when they dance among the gowans and seem happy as for your aged sheep, or whether the sooner they pass to the Norman side of the vocabulary, the better. They are like some old dowager ladies and gentlemen of my acquaintance. No one cares about them till they come to be cut up, and then we see how the tallow lies on the kidneys and the chine. April 25, snow yet, and it prevents my walking, and I grow bilious. I wrote hard, though I have now got bony pegged up in the knotty entrails of St. Helena, and may make a short pause. So I finished the review of John Holmes' works, which after all are poorer than I thought them. Good blank verse, and stately sentiment, but something lukewarmish, excepting Douglas, which is certainly a masterpiece. Even that does not stand the closet. Its merits are for the stage, but it is certainly one of the best acting plays going. Perhaps a play to act well should not be too poetical. There is a talk in London of bringing in the Marquis of Lansdowne. Then Lauderdale will perhaps come in here. It is certain the old Tory party is down the wind, not from political opinions, but from personal aversion to Canning. Perhaps his satirical temper has partly occasioned this, but I rather consider emulation as the source of it. The head and front of the offending croaker no longer rhymes to joker. He has made a good coup, it is said, by securing Lord Hertford for the new administration. Roman 500 calls him their viper. After all, I cannot sympathize with that delicacy, which throws up office because the most eloquent man in England, and certainly the only man who can manage the House of Commons, is named minister. April 26, the snow still profusely distributed, and the surface as our hair used to be in youth after we had played at some active game, half black, half white, all in large patches. I finished the criticism on home, adding a string of Jacobite anecdotes like that which boys put to a kite's tail, sent off the packet to Lockhart at the same time, sent Croker a volume of French tracts containing La Portefuelle de Bonaparte, which he wished to see. Received a great cargo of papers from Bernadotte, some curious, and would have been inestimable 2 months back. But now my siege is almost made. Still my feelings for poor Count Itterberg, the lineal and legitimate, make me averse to have much to do with this child of the Revolution. April 27, this hand of mine gets to be like a kitten's scratch, and will require much deciphering, or what may be as well for the writer cannot be deciphered at all. I am sure I cannot read it myself, whether better, which as well as I shall get a walk. I have been a little nervous, having been confined to the house for 3 days. Well, I may be disabled from duty, but my tamed spirits and sense of dejection have quelled all that freakishness of humor, which made me a voluntary idler. I present myself to the morning task, as the hack-horse patiently trudges to the pole of his chaise and backs, however reluctantly, to have the traces fixed. Such are the uses of adversity. April 28, wrought at continuing the works with some criticism on Defoe. I have great aversion, I cannot tell why, to stuffing the border antiquities into what they call the prose works. There is no encouragement, to be sure, for doing better, for nobody seems to care. I cannot get an answer from J. Ballantyne whether he thinks the review on the Highlands would be a better substitution. April 29, Colonel and Captain Ferguson dined here with Mr. Laidlaw. I wrote all the morning, then cut some wood. I think the weather gets too warm for hard work with the axe, or I get too stiff and easily tired. April 30, went to Jedburgh to circuit, where found my old friend and schoolfellow Roman 500 Moneypenny. Nothing today, but a pack of riffraff cases of petty larceny and trash. Dined as usual with the judge, and slept at my old friend Mr. Shortreed's. May 1, brought Andrew Shortreed to copy some things I want. Max Boppel came with us as far as Lessedin, and we stopped and made a pilgrimage to fair Maiden Lilliard Stone, which has been restored lately to the credit of Mr. Walker of Muirhouselaw. Set my young clerk to work when we came home, and did some laborious business. A letter from Sir Thomas Lawrence informed me I am chosen Professor of Antiquities to the Royal Academy. A beautiful professor, to be sure. May 2, did nothing but proofs this morning. At 10, went to Selkirk to arrange about the new measures, which, like all new things, will throw us into confusion, for a little at least. The weather was so exquisitely good that I walked after tea to 8:30, and enjoyed a sort of half-lazy, half-sulky humor like Caliban's. There's wood enough within. Well, I may be the bear but I must mount the ragged staff, all the same, I set myself to labor for RPG, the Germanic horrors are my theme, and I think something may be yet made of them. May 3 an early visit from Mr. Thomas Stewart, nephew of Duchess of Wellington, with a letter from his aunt. He seems a well-behaved and pleasant young man. I walked him through the glen. Colonel Ferguson came to help us out at dinner, and then we had our wine and wassail. May 4 corrected proofs in the morning. Mr. Stewart still here, which prevented work. However, I am far beforehand with everything. We walked a good deal, asked Mr. Alexander Pringle Whitbank. To dinner this is rather losing time though. May 5 worked away upon those wild affairs of Hoffman. For Gillies, I think I have forgot my German very much. And then the stream of criticism does not come freely at all. I cannot tell why I gave it up in despair at 1:30 and walked out. Had a letter from RPG, he seems in spirits about his work. I wish it may answer under good encouragement, it certainly might, but Max Popple came to dinner, and Mr. Laidlaw after dinner, so that broke up a day which I can ill spare. Mr. Stewart left us this day. May 6 wrought again at Hoffman infructuously. I fear unwillingly, I am certain, but how else can I do a little good in my generation? I will try a walk. I would fain catch myself in good humor with my task, but that will not be easy. May 7 finished Hoffman Taleis Quales. I don't like it, but then I have been often displeased with things that have proved successful. Our own labors become disgusting in our eyes, from the ideas having been turned over and over in our own minds, to others to whom they are presented for the first time. They have a show of novelty. God grant it may prove, so I would help the poor fellow if I could, for I am poor myself. May 8 corrected Hoffman, with a view to send him off, which however I could not accomplish. I finished a criticism on Defoe's writings. His great forte is his power of resemblance. This I have instanced in the story of Mrs. Veal's ghost. Ettrick Shepherd arrived. May 9 this day we went to dinner at Mr. Scrope's at the Pavilion, where were the Haigs of Bemerside, Isaac Haig, Mr. and Mrs. Bainbridge, etc. Warm dispute whether par are or are not salmon, trout, fleas, are not lobsters, dn their souls. Mr. Scrope has made a painting of Tivoli, which, when mellowed a little by time, will be a fine one. Letters from Lockhart, with news concerning the beautiful mess they are making in London. Henry Scott will be threatened in Roxburghshire. This would be bad policy, as it would drive the young Duke to take up his ground, which, unless pressed, he may be in no hurry to do personally. I do not like to be driven to a point, as I think Canning may do much for the country provided he does not stand committed to his new Whig councillors. But if the push does come, I will not quit my old friends. That I am freely resolved and dissolutely, as Slender says. May 10 we went to breakfast at Huntley Burn, and I wandered all the morning in the woods to avoid an English party, who came to see the house. When I came home, I found my cousin Call Russell and his sister, so I had no work today but my labor at proofs in the morning today. Dismiss my aide-de-camp Shortry de Fine, lad the boar of the forest left us. After breakfast had a present of a medal forming one of a series from Chantry's busts. But this is not for nothing. The donor wants a motto for the reverse of the King's medal. I am a bad hand to apply to. May 11 Hogg called this morning to converse about trying to get him on the pecuniary list of the Royal Literary Society. Certainly, he deserves it if genius and necessity could do so. But I do not belong to the society, nor do I propose to enter it as a coadjutor. I don't like your Royal Academies of this kind. They almost always fall into jobs, and the members are seldom those who do credit to the literature of a country. It affected, too, to comprehend those men of letters, who are specially attached to the crown, and though I love and honor my king as much as any of them, can yet I hold it best, in this free country, to preserve the exterior of independence, that my loyalty may be the more impressive, and tell more effectually. Yet I wish sincerely to help poor Hogg, and have written to Lockhart about it. It may be my own desolate feelings, it may be the apprehension of evil from this political hocus pocus, but I have seldom felt more moody and uncomfortable than while writing these lines. I have walked too, but without effect. W. Laidlaw, whose very ingenious mind is delighted with all novelties, talked nonsense about the new government, in which men are to resign principle, I fear, on both sides. May 12 wrote Lockhart on what I think the upright and honest principle, and am resolved to vex myself no more about it. Walked with my cousin Colonel Russell for 3 hours in the woods, and enjoyed the sublime and delectable pleasure of being well and listened to on the subject of my favorite themes of laying out ground and plantation. Russell seems quite to follow such an excellent authority, and my spirits mounted while I found I was haranguing to a willing and patient pupil. To be sure, Ashestiel planting the high knolls and drawing woodland through the pasture could be made one of the most beautiful forest things in the world. I have often dreamed of putting it in high order, and judging from what I have been able to do here, I think I should have succeeded. At any rate, my blue devils are flown, at the sense of retaining some sort of consequence. Lord, what fools we are. May 13, a most idle and dissipated day. I did not rise till 8:30 call, and Capt. Ferguson came to breakfast. I walked halfway home with them, then turned back and spent the day, which was delightful, wandering from place to place in the woods, sometimes reading the new and interesting volumes of Cyril Thornton, sometimes chewing the cud of sweet and bitter fancy, which strangely alternated in my mind, idly stirred by the succession of 1,000 vague thoughts and fears. The gay thoughts strangely mingled with those of dismal melancholy, tears which seemed ready to flow, unbidden smiles which approached to those of insanity, all that wild variety of mood which solitude engenders. I scribbled some verses, or rather composed them in my memory. The contrast at leaving Abbotsford to former departures is of an agitating and violent description, assorting papers, and so forth. I never could help admiring the concatenation between Ahitophel's setting his house in order and hanging himself. The one seems to me to follow the other as a matter of course. I don't mind the trouble, though my head swims with it. I do not mind meeting accounts, which unpaid remind you of your distress, or paid serve to show you have been throwing away money you would be glad to have back again. I do not mind the strange contradictory mode of papers hiding themselves that you wish to see, and others thrusting themselves into your hand to confuse and bewilder you. There is a clergyman's letter about the Scottish pronunciation, to which I had written an answer some weeks, since the person is an ass by, but I had laid aside my answer, being unable to find the letter which bore his address. And in the course of this day, both his letter with the address and my answer, which wanted the address, fell into my hands 6 times, but separately always. This was the positive malice of some hobgoblin, and I submit to it as such. But what frightens and disgusts me is those fearful letters from those who have been long dead to those who linger on their wayfare through this valley of tears. These fine lines of Spenser came into my head. When midnight o'er the pathless skies, and can I forget the author, the frightful moral of his own vision? What is this world? A dream within a dream. As we grow older, each step is an awakening. The youth awakes, as he thinks from childhood. The full-grown man despises the pursuits of youth as vision are. Old man looks on manhood as a feverish dream. The grave, the last sleep. No, it is the last and final awakening. May 14, to town per Blucher coach, well stowed and crushed, but saved cash coming off for less than 2, posting costs nearly 5. And you don't get on so fast. By 1/3 arrived in my old lodgings here with a stouter heart than I expected. Dined with Mr. and Mrs. Skene, and met Lord Medwin and Lady. May 15, Parliament House. A queer sight, looked as if people were singing to each other the noble song of the skies falling. Chicky diddle, thinks I to myself, ill keep a calm suff. Betwixt both sides I unconcerned stand by. Hurt can I laugh, and honest need I cry. I wish the old government had kept together, but their personal dislike to Canning seems to have rendered that impossible. I dined at a great dinner given by Sir George Clerk to his electors, the freeholders of Midlothian, a great attendance of Whig and Tory, huzzing each other's toasts, if is a good peacemaker. But quarter day is a better. I have a guess the best gamecocks would call a truce, if a handful or two of oats were scattered among them. May 16, Mr. John Gibson says the trustees are to allow my expense in traveling with 50 taken in Longman's bill. This will place me rectus in curia, and not much more. Faith, there is a fellow bawling out a ditty in the street, the burthen of which is, "There's nothing but poverty everywhere." He shall not be a penny richer for telling me what I know but too well without him. May 17, learned with great distress the death of poor Richard Lockhart, the youngest brother of my son-in-law. He had an exquisite talent for acquiring languages, and was under the patronage of my kinsman George Swinton, who had taken him into his own family at Calcutta, and now he is drowned in a foolish bathing party. May 18, heard from Abbotsford all well wrought today, but awkwardly. Tom Campbell called warm from his Glasgow rectorship. He is looking very well. He seemed surprised that I did not know anything about the contentions of Tories, Whigs, and Radicals in the great commercial city. I have other eggs on the spit. He stayed but a few minutes. May 19, went out today to Sir John Dalrymple's at Oxenford, a pretty place. The lady, a daughter of Lord Duncan, Will Clerk, and Robert Graham went with me. A good dinner and pleasant enough party, but 10 miles going and 10 miles coming make 20. And that is something of a journey got a headache too, by jolting about after dinner. May 20 wrote a good deal at appendix to Bonaparte, or perhaps, I should say tried to write, got myself into a fever when I had finished 4 pages, and went out at 8 o'clock at night to cool myself, if possible walked with difficulty as far as Skens and there sat, and got out of my fidgety feeling, learned that the Prince's Street people intend to present me with the key of their gardens, which will be a great treat, as I am too tender-hoofed for the stones. We must now get to work in earnest. May 21 accordingly, this day I wrought tightly, and though not in my very best mood I got on in a very businesslike manner, was at the Gas Council, where I found things getting poorly on the Treasury have remitted us to the Exchequer. The committee want me to make private interest with the Roman 50 Roman 100 baron, that I want do, but I will state their cause publicly any way they like. May 22 at Cortham by 2 walking through the Prince's Street Gardens, for the first time called on Mrs. Jobson, worked 2 hours, must dress to dine at Mr. John Borthwick's, with the young folk now Mr. and Mrs. Dempster kindly and affectionately received by my good young friends, who seem to have succeeded to their parents' regard for me. May 23 got some books, etc., which I wanted to make up the St. Helena affair, set about making up the appendix, but found I had mislaid a number of the said postliminary affair, had Hogg's nephew here as a transcriber, a modest and well-behaved young manclever too. I think being ta'en Wednesday, I was not obliged to go to the court, and am now bang up and shall soon finish Mr. Nappy. And how then I marry, sir, that's the question. Lord, what will all the people say? Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor. The fires I the lowest hell fold in the people, as Coriolanus says, I live not in their report, I hope. May 24, Mr. Gibson paid me 70 more of my London journey. A good thought came into my head to write stories for little Johnny Lockhart from the history of Scotland, like those taken from the history of England. I will not write mine quite so simply, as Croker has done. I am persuaded both children and the lower class of readers hate books which are written down to their capacity, and love those that are more composed for their elders and betters. I will make if possible a book that a child will understand, yet a man will feel some temptation to peruse. Should he chance to take it up, it will require however a simplicity of style, not quite my own. The grand and interesting consists in ideas, not in words. A clever thing of this kind will have a run. Little to say, but wrought away, and went out to dine with the Skens today. Rather too many dinner engagements on my list. Must be hard-hearted. I cannot say I like my solitary days the worst. By any means I dine, when I like, on soup or broth, and drink a glass of porter, or ginger beer, a single tumbler of whiskey and water. Concludes the debauch. This agrees with me charmingly. At 10 o'clock bread, and cheese, a single draught of small beer, porter or ginger beer, and to bed. May 26 I went the same dull and weary round out to the Parliament House, which bothers one's brains for the day. Nevertheless, I get on, pages vanish from under my hand, and find their way to J. Ballantyne, who is grinding away with his presses. I think I may say now, I begin to get rid of the dust raised about me by so many puzzling little facts that it is plain sailing to the end. Dined at Skens with George Forbes and Lady, but that was yesterday. May 27 I got ducked in coming home from the court. Naboklish, I thank thee, Pat, for teaching me. The word made a hard day of it, scarce stirred from one room to another. But at bedtime finished a handsome handful of copy. I have quoted Gurgod's evidence. I suppose he will be in a rare passion, and may be addicted to vengeance like a long-moustached son of a French bitch, as he is. Naboklish again for that. Frenchman, devil or Don. Damn him, let him come on. He shan't scare a son of the island. May 28, another day of uninterrupted study. Two such would finish the work with a murrain. I have several engagements. Next week, I wonder how I was such a fool as to take them. I think I shall be done, however, before Saturday. What shall I have to think of when I lie down at night and awake in the morning? What will be my plague and my pastime, my curse and my blessing, as ideas come, and the pulse rises, or as they flag, and something like a snow haze covers my whole imagination? I have my Highland Tailson Theniver mind sufficient for the day, is the evil thereof. May 29 detained at the house, till near 3, made a call on Mrs. Jobson, and others also went down to the printing office. I hope James Ballantyne will do well. I think and believe he will rot in the evening. May 30, having but a trifle on the roll today, I set hard to work, and brought myself in for a holiday, or rather played truant. At 2 o'clock, went to a Mr. Mackenzie in my old house at Castle Street, to have some touches given to Walker's print. Afterwards, having young Hogg with me, as an amanuensis, I took to the oar, till near 10 o'clock. May 31 being a court day, I was engaged, very late. Then I called at the printing house, but got no exact calculation how we come on met Mr. Cadle, who bids as the author's copy money one's profit on each book of Hugh Littlejohn. I thought this too little my general calculation is on such profits that supposing the book to sell to the public for 7/6d, the price ought to go in 3 shares sown to the trade, one to the expense of print and paper, and one to the author and publisher between them, which of course would be one's 3d not one's to the author. But in stating this rule, I omitted to observe that books for young persons are half bound before they go out into the trade. This comes to about 9d for 2 volumes. The allowance to the trade is also heavy, so that one's a book is very well on great numbers there may besides be a 3rd volume. Dined at James Ballantyne's, and heard his brother Sandy sing and play on the violin beautifully as usual. James himself sang the reel of Tullochgorum with hearty cheer and uplifted voice. When I came home, I learned that we had beat the coal gas company, which is a sort of triumph. June 1 settled my household book Sophia does not set out till the middle of the week, which is unlucky, our antiquarian skirmish beginning in Fife. Just about the time she is to arrive letter from John touching public affairs, don't half like them. And am afraid we shall have the Whig alliance turn out like the calling in of the Saxons. I told this to Geoffrey, who said they would convert us as the Saxons did the British. I shall die in my paganism. For one, I don't like a bone of them. As a party, ugly reports of the king's health, God pity this poor country, should that be so? But I think it a thing devised by the enemy. Anne arrived from Abbotsford. I dined at Sir Robert Dundas. With Mrs. Dundas Arniston and other friends, worked a little, not much. June 2 dined at Baron Hum's. These dinners are cruelly in the way, but que faudel faire, the business of the court must be done. And it is impossible absolutely to break off all habits of visiting. Besides, the correcting of proof sheets in itself is now become burdensome. 3 or 4 a day is hard work. June 3 wrought hard. I think I have but a trifle more to do, but new things cast up. We get beyond the life, however. For I have killed him today. The newspapers are very saucy. The Sun says I have got 4,000 for suffering a Frenchman to look over my manuscript. Here is a proper fellow for you. I wonder what he thinks. Frenchmen are made off-walking moneybags, doubtless now. As Sir Fretful Plagiary says, another man would be mad at this. But I care not one brass farthing. June 4, the birthday of our good old king. It was wrong not to keep up the thing as it was of yore, with dinners, and claret, and squibs, and crackers, and saturnalia. The thoughts of the subjects require sometimes to be turned to the sovereign, were it, but only that they may remember there is such a person. The Bannatyne edition of Melville's Memoirs is out, and beats all print. Gad, it is a fine institution, that a rare one, by Jove, beats. The Roxburgh wrought very bobbishly today, but went off at dinner time to Thomas Thompson, where we had good cheer and good fun. By the way, we have lost our coal gas bill, sorry for it, but I can't cry. June 5 proofs Parliament House. Till 2 commence the character of Bonaparte. Tomorrow being a tame day, I will hope to get it finished. Meantime, I go out tonight to see Frankenstein at the theatre. June 6 Frankenstein is entertaining for once a considerable art. In the man that plays the monster, to whom he gave great effect, Cooper, is his name, played excellently in the farce too, as a sailor, a more natural one, I think, than my old friend Jack Bannister, though he has not quite Jack's richness of humor. I had 7 proof sheets to correct this morning by Goals, so I did not get to composition till 9. Work on with little interruption, save that Mr. Verplanck, an American, breakfasted with us until 7, and then walked for fear of the black dog or devil that worries me when I work too hard. June 7 this morning finished Boney, and now, as Dame Fortune says in Quevedo's Visions Go Wheel, and the devil drive thee. It was high time I brought up some reinforcements, for my pound was come to half-crowns, and I had nothing to keep house when the Lockharts come. Credit enough, to be sure, but I have been taught by experience to make short reckonings. Some great authors now will think it a degradation to write a child's book. I cannot say I feel it such. It is to be inscribed to my grandson, and I will write it not only without a sense of its being infra dig, but with a grandfather's pleasure. I arranged with Mr. Cadle for the property of Tales of a Grandfather, 10,000 copies, for 787 tens. June 8 Mr. Maywood, much protected by poor Alistair Dhu, brought me a letter from the late Colonel Huxley. His connection and approach to me is through the grave, but I will not be the less disposed to assist him if an opportunity offers. I made a long round today, going to David Lang's, about forwarding the books of the Bannatyne Club to Sir George Rose and Duke of Buckingham. then I came, round by the printing office where the presses are groaning upon Napoleon, and so home through the gardens I have done little today save writing a letter or two, for I was fatigued and sleepy when I got home, and nodded I think over Sir James Melville's memoirs. I will do something though when I have dined by the way. I corrected the proofs for Gillies they read better than I looked for. June 9 corrected proofs in the morning. When I came home from court, I found that John Lockhart and Sophia were arrived by the steamboat at Portobello, where they have a small lodging. I went down with a bottle of champagne and a flask of maraschino, and made beardly cheer with them for the rest of the day. Had the great pleasure to find them all in high health. Poor Johnny is decidedly improved in his general health, and the injury on the spine is got no worse. Walter is a very fine child. June 10 rose with the odd consciousness of being free of my daily task. I have heard that the fishwomen go to church of a Sunday with their creels new washed, and a few stones in them for ballast just, because they cannot walk steadily without their usual load. I feel somewhat like this, and rather inclined to pick up some light task, than to be altogether idle. I have my proof sheets to be sure, but what are these to a whole day? Fortunately my thoughts are agreeable cash difficulties, etc., all provided for as far as I can see, so that we go on wholly and fairly. Betwixt and August 1st, I should receive 750. And I cannot think I have more than the half of it to pay away. Cash, to be sure, seems to burn in my pocket. He wasna Jean, to great misguiding. But coin his pouches wouldn't abide in by goals. This shall be corrected, though Lockhart gives a sad account of Gillis' imprudences. Lockhart dined with us day idle. June 11 the attendance on the committee and afterwards, the general meeting of the oil gas company took up my morning, and the rest dribbled away in correcting proofs and trifling reading, among the rest, an odd volume of Vivian Grey Clever, but not so much so as to make me in this sultry weather go upstairs to the drawing-room to seek the other volumes. Ah, villain! But you smoked when you read. Well, madam, perhaps I think the better of the book for that reason. Made a blunder, went to Ravelston on the wrong day. This Anne's fault, but I did not reproach her, knowing it might as well have been my own. June 12 at court a long hearing. Got home only about 3 corrected proofs, etc. Dined with Baron Clerk, and met several old friends, Will Clerk in particular. June 13 another long seat at court, almost overcome by the heat in walking home, and rendered useless for the day. Let me be thankful, however, my lameness is much better, and the nerves of my unfortunate ankle are so much strengthened that I walk with comparatively little pain. Dined at John Swinton's, a large party. These festive occasions consume much valuable time, besides trying the stomach a little by late hours, and some wine shed, though that's not much. June 14 Anne and Sophia dined, could not stay at home with them alone. We had the Skens and Allen, and amused ourselves till 10 o'clock. June 15, this being the day long since appointed for our cruise to Fife, Thomas Thompson, Sir Ferguson, Will Clerk and I set off with Miss Adam, and made our journey successfully to Charlton, where met Lord Chief Baron and Lord Chief Commissioner, all in the humor to be happy, though time is telling. With us all our good-natured host, Mr. A. Thompson, his wife and his good-looking daughters received us most kindly, and the conversation took its old roll. In spite of woes and infirmities, Charlton is a good house in the midst of highly cultivated land, and immediately surrounded with gardens and parterres, together with plantations, partly in the old, partly in the new taste. I like it very much, though as a residence it is perhaps a little too much finished, not even a bit of bog to amuse one, as Mr. Elphinstone said. June 16, this day we went off in a body to St. Andrews, which Thomas Thompson had never seen on the road beyond Charlton, saw a small cottage, said to have been the heritable appanage of a family, called the Keys. He had a right to feed his horse for a certain time on the adjoining pasture. This functionary was sent to Falkland with the fish for the royal table. The ruins at St. Andrews have been lately cleared out. They had been chiefly magnificent from their size, not their extent of ornament. I did not go up to St. Rule's Tower, as on former occasions. This is a falling off, for when before did I remain sitting below, when there was a steeple to be ascended. But the rheumatism has begun to change that vein for some time past, though I think this is the first decided sign of acquiescence in my lot. I sat down on a gravestone, and recollected the first visit I made to St. Andrews, now 34 years ago. What changes in my feeling and my fortune have since then taken place, some for the better, many for the worse. I remembered the name I then carved in runic characters on the turf beside the castle gate, and I asked why it should still agitate my heart, but my friends came down from the tower, and the foolish idea was chased away. June 17 lounged about while the good family went to church. The day is rather cold, and disposed to rain. The papers say that the corn bill is given up in consequence of the Duke of Wellington having carried the amendment in the House of Lords, all the party here Sir AF, perhaps acceptadaire ministerialists on the present double bottom, they say the names of Whig and Tory are now to exist no longer. Why have they existed at all? In the forenoon, we went off to explore the environs. We visited two ancient manor houses, those of Ely and Balcaski, large roomy mansions, with good apartments, 2 or 3 good portraits, and a collection of most extraordinary frights, prodigiously like the mistresses of King George Roman I, who came for all the goods and chattels of old England. There are at Ely house 2 most ferocious-looking ogresses of this cast. There are noble trees about the house. Balcaski put me in mind of poor Philip Anstruther dead and gone many a long year since he was a fine, gallant, light-hearted young sailor. I remember the story of his drawing on his father for some cash, which produced an angry letter from old Sir Robert, to which Philip replied that if he did not know how to write like a gentleman, he did not desire any more of his correspondence. Balcaski is much dilapidated, but they are restoring the house in the good old style with its terraces, and you hedges. The beastly fashion of bringing a bare, ill-kept park up to your very doors seems going down. We next visited with great pleasure the church of St. Monans, which is under repair, designed to correspond strictly with the ancient plan, which is the solid, gloomy, but impressive Gothic. It was built by David Roman II, in the fulfillment of a vow made to St. Monan on the field of battle at Neville's Cross. One would have judged the king to be thankful for small mercies, for certainly St. Monan proved but an ineffective patron. Mr. Hugh Cleghorn dined at Charlton, and I saw him for the first time, having heard of him all my life. He is an able man, has seen much, and speaks well. Age has clawed him in his clutch, and he has become deaf. There is also Captain Black, of the Navy, second lieutenant of the Mars at Trafalgar. Villeneuve was brought on board that ship after the debate. He had no expectation that the British fleet would have fought till they had formed a regular line. Captain Black disowns the idea of the French and Spaniards being drawn up checker form for resisting the British attack, and imputes the appearance of that array to sheer accident of weather. June 18, we visited Wemyss Castle on our return to Kinghorn. On the left, before descending to the coast, are considerable remains of a castle called popularly the Old Castle, or Macduff's Castle. That of the Thane was situated at Kennichkey, at no great distance. The front of Wemyss Castle, too. The land has been stripped entirely of its castellated appearance, and narrowly escaped a new front to the sea. It has a noble situation overhanging the red rocks, but even there the structure has been much modernized and tamed. Interior is a good old house, with large oak staircases, family pictures, etc. We were received by Captain Wemyss, a gallant sea captain, who could talk against a Northwesterby, his wife Lady Emma, and her sister Lady Isabella, beautiful women of the House of Errol, and vindicating its title to the handsome Hayes. We reached the Pedicure about 1:30, crossed to Edinburgh, and so ended our little excursion of casualties. We had only one Triton, the house dog, at Charlton, threw down Thompson, and he had his wrist sprained. A restive horse threatened to demolish our landau, but we got off for the fright happily. Roman 50 Roman 100B was not in our carriage. Dined at William M. Kenzie's to meet the Marquis and Marchioness of Stafford, who are on their road to Dunrabin. Found them both very well. June 19, Lord Stafford desires to be a member of the Bannatyne Clubal, so Colin M. Kenzie sent both names up accordingly. The day furnishes a beggarly record of trumpery from 8 o'clock till 9. Wrote letters, then Parliament House, where I had to wait on without anything to do, till near 2, when rain forced me into the Antiquarian Museum. Lounged there till a meeting of the Oil Gas Committee at 3 o'clock. There remained till near 5 home, and smoked a cheroot. After dinner called on Thompson, who is still disabled by his sprain. Perit inter HC. We must do better tomorrow. June 20, kept my word, being ta'en Wednesday. 2 young Frenchmen, friends of Galois, rather interrupted me. I had asked them to breakfast, but they stayed till 12 o'clock, which is scarce fair, and plagued me with compliments. Their names are Remusat and Geysered, pleasant, good-humored young men. Notwithstanding this interruption, I finished near 6 pages 3, being a good session day's work. Allen's Vogue La Galler dined at the solicitor's with Lord Hopetown and a Parliament House party. June 21, finished 5 leaves. That is betwixt morning and dinner time. The court detained me till 2 o'clock. About 9 leaves will make the volume quite large enough. By the way, the booksellers have taken courage to print up 2,000 more of the first edition of Napoleon, which after the second volume they curtailed from 8,000 to 6,000. This will be 1,000 more in my way at least, and that is a good help. We dine with the Skens today, Lockhart being with us. June 22, wrought in the morning, as usual. Received to breakfast Dr. Bishop, a brother of Bishop, the composer, he tells me his brother was very ill when he wrote the Chuff and Crow and other music for Guy Mannering singular. But I do think illness, if not too painful, unseals the mental eye and renders the talents more acute in the study of the fine arts at least. I find the difference on 2,000 additional copies will be 3,000 instead of 1,000 in favor of the author, my good friend publicum, is impatient, heaven grant his expectations, be not disappointed, Coragio and Diamos. Such another year of labor and success would do much towards making me a free man of the forest, but I must to work since we have to dine with Lord and Lady Grey. By the way, I forgot an engagement to my old friend Lord Justice Clerk. This is shockingly ill-bred, but the invitation was a month old, and that is some defense. June 23, I corrected proofs and played the grandfather in the morning after court saw Lady Wedderburn, who asked my advice about printing some verses of Mrs. Hemans in honor of the late Lord James Murray, who died in Greece, also Lord Grey, who wishes me to write some preliminary matter to his ancestor, the master of Grey's correspondence I promised, but ancestor was a great rogue. And if I am to write about him at all, I must take my will of him. Anne and I dined at home. She went to the play, and I had some mind to go too, but Miss Foote was the sole attraction, and Miss Foote is only a very pretty woman, and if she played Rosalind better than I think she can, it is a bore to see Touchstone and Jacques murdered. I have a particular respect for As You Like It was the first play I ever saw, and that was at Bath in 1776 or 1777. That is not yesterday, yet I remember the piece very well, so I remained at home, smoked a cigar, and worked leisurely upon the review of the Culloden papers, which by dint of vamping and turning, may make up the lacking copy for the works better, I think, than that lumbering essay on border antiquities. June 24, I don't care who knows it, I was lazy this morning. But I cheated my laziness capitally. As you shall hear, my good friend Sir Watt, said I to my esteemed friend, it is hard you should be obliged to work when you are so disinclined to it. Were I you, I would not be quite idle, though I would do something that you are not obliged to do, just as I have seen a cowardly dog willing to fight with anyone, save that which his master would have desired him to yoke with. So, I went over the review of the Culloden papers, and went a great way to convert it into the essay on clanship, etc., which I intend for the prose works. I wish I had thought of it before correcting that beastly border essay Naboklish. June 25 wrote 5 pages of the Chronicles and hope to conquer 1 or 2 more ere night to fetch up the leeway went, and saw Alan's sketch of a picture for Abbotsford, which is promising a thing on the plan of Watteau. He intends to introduce some interesting characters, and some I suspect who have little business there. Yesterday dined with the Lockharts at Portobello, today at home with Anne and Miss Erskine. They are gone to walk. I have a mind to go to trifle, so I do not promise to write more tonight, having begun the dedication advertisement, I mean to the Chronicles. I have pleasant subjects of reflection. The fund in Gibson's hands will approach 40,000, I think. Lord Melville writes desiring to be a candidate for the Bannatyne Club. I made a balance of my affairs, and stuck it into my book. It should answer very well, but still. I am not given to great misguiding. But coin my pouches will na bide in. With me it near was under hiding. I dealt it free. I must, however, and will be independent. June 26. Well, if ever I saw such another thing since my mother bound up my head, here is 9 o'clock struck in, and I am still fast asleep abed. I have not done the like of this many a day. However, it cannot be helped. Went to court, which detained me till 2 o'clock. A walk home consumed the hour to 3. Wrote in the court, however, to the Duke of Wellington and Lord Bloomfield, and that is a good job over. I have a letter from a member of the Commission of the Psalmody of the Kirk Zealous, and pressing I shall answer him. I think one from Sir James Stewart on fire with Corfe Castle, with a drawing of King Edward occupying 1 page, as he hurries down the steep, mortally wounded by the assassin's singular power of speaking at once to the eye and the ear. Dined at home, after dinner sorted papers rather idle. June 27 corrected proofs and wrote till breakfast, then the court called on Skene and Charles K. Sharp, and did not get home until 3 o'clock, and then so wet as to require a total change. We dine at Hector Buchanan MacDonald's, where there are sometimes many people and little conversation, sent a little chest of books by the carrier to Abbotsford. A visit from a smart young man, Gustavus Schwab of Königsberg. He gives a flattering picture of Prussia, which is preparing for freedom. The king must keep his word, though, or the people may chance to tire of waiting. Dined at H.B. MacDonald's, with rather a young party for Colin M. Kenzie and me. June 28 wrote a little and corrected proofs. How many things have I unfinished at present? Chronicles first volume not ended. Do second volume begun. Introduction to Dita. Tales of my grandfather. Esson Highlands this unfinished owing to certain causes, chiefly want of papers and books to fill up blanks which I will get at Abbotsford came home through rain about 2, and commissioned John Stevenson to call at 3 about binding some books dined with Sophia, visited on invitation, a fine old little Commodore Trunnion, who on reading a part of Napoleon's history with which he had himself been interested as commanding a flotilla, thought he had detected a mistake, but was luckily mistaken to my great delight. I fear the ancient mariner. To be cross-examined by those who have seen the true thing is the devil, and yet these eyewitnesses are not all right in what they repeat, neither, indeed, cannot be so, since you will have dozens of contradictions in their statements. June 29, a distressing letter from Haydon imprudent probably, but who is not a man of rare genius. What a pity I gave that 10 to Craig, but I have plenty of £10 sure, and I may make it something I will get 100 at furthest, when I come back from the country road at proofs, but no copy I fear, I shall wax fat and kick against Madam Duty, but I augur better things. Just as we were sitting down to dinner, Cadle burst in high spirits with the sale of Napoleon, the orders for which pour in, and the public report is favorable detected 2 gross blunders, though which I have ordered for cancel, supped for a wonder with Colin Mackenzie, and a bachelor party Mr. Williams was there, whose extensive information learning and lively talent makes him always pleasant company up till 12 a debauch for me nowadays. June 30 read up my things for moving, which will clear my hands a little on the next final flitting corrected proof sheets. Williams told me an English bull last night, a fellow of a college, deeply learned sitting at a public entertainment, beside a foreigner tried every means to enter into conversation. But the stranger could speak no dead language, the doctor no living one, but his own at last the scholar in great extremity was enlightened by a happy non ne pots loqui cum digitis ed, as if the difficulty was solved at once. Abbotsford reached this about 6 o'clock. Map of Abbotsford from the Ordnance Survey, 1858. Map of Abbotsford from the Ordnance Survey, 1858. Appendix. Scott's letters to Erskine up 61. Sir Walter was in the habit of consulting him in those matters, more than any of his other friends, having great reliance upon his critical skill. The manuscripts of all his poems, and also of the earlier of his prose works, were submitted to Kinder's judgment, and a considerable correspondence on these subjects had taken place betwixt them, which would no doubt have constituted one of the most interesting series of letters Sir Walter had left. Lord Kinder was a man of retired habits, but little known, except to those with whom he lived on terms of intimacy, and by whom he was much esteemed, and being naturally of a remarkably sensitive mind, he was altogether overthrown by the circumstance of a report having got abroad of some alleged indiscretions on his part, in which a lady was also implicated. Whether the report had any foundation in truth or not I am altogether ignorant, but such an allegation affecting a person in his situation in life as a judge, and doing such violence to the susceptibility of his feelings, had the effect of bringing a severe illness which in a few days terminated his life. I never saw Sir Walter so much affected by any event, and at the funeral which he attended, he was quite unable to suppress his feelings, but wept like a child. The family, suddenly bereft of their protector, were young orphans. Their mother, daughter of Professor John Robertson, having previously died, found also that they had to struggle against embarrassed circumstances. Neither had they any near relative in Scotland to take charge of their affairs, but a lady, a friend of the family, Miss M, was active in their service, and it so happened in the course of arranging their affairs the packet of letters from Sir Walter Scott, containing the whole of his correspondence with Lord Kinder, came into her hands. She very soon discovered that the correspondence laid open the secret of the authorship of the Waverley novels, at that period the subject of general and intense interest, and as yet unacknowledged by Sir Walter. Considering what under these circumstances, it was her duty to do, whether to replace the letters and suffer any accident to bring to light what the author seemed anxious might remain unknown, or to seal them up and keep them in her own custody undivulgedor, finally, to destroy them in order to preserve the secret with, no doubt, the best and most upright motives, so far as her own judgment enabled her to decide in the matter, in which she was unable to take advice, without betraying what it was her object to respect. she came to the resolution, most unfortunately for the world, of destroying the letters, and accordingly the whole of them were committed to the flames, depriving the descendants of Lord Kinder of a possession which could not fail to be much valued by them, and which in connection with Lord Kinder's letters to Sir Walter, which are doubtless preserved, would have been equally valuable to the public, as containing the contemporary opinions, prospects, views, and sentiments under which these works were sent forth into the world. It would also have been curious to learn the unbiased impression which the different works created on the mind of such a man as Lord Kinder, before the collision of public opinion had suffused its influence over the opinions of people in general. In this matter Scan's reminiscences. See Life Vol. Roman 7 pp 140, 144, 197, 251, 374, and Roman 8 p. 113 Cockburn's Memorials for 1825. Mr. Coleridge has yesterday transferred to me the treasures of the Quarterly Review, and I must say, my dear Wilson, that his whole stock is not worth 5 shillings, thank God other, and better hands are at work for my first number, or I should be in a pretty hobble. My belief is that he has been living on the stock bequeathed by Gifford and the contributions of a set of He's and other D.D. idiots of Oriel. But mine now, Wilson, I am sure to have a most hard struggle to get up a very good first number. And if I do not, it will be the devil. This letter was quoted in an abridged form in the Life of Professor Wilson by Mrs. Gordon. Mr. Skene says in a note to letter 28 that they were men of remarkable talents and James of great learning, both evincing a dash of their father's eccentricity, but joined to greater talent, sir. Walter took great pleasure in their society, but James being resident in London, the opportunity of enjoying his company had of late been rare. Upon the present occasion he had dined with me in the greatest health and spirits the evening before his departure for London, and in a week we had accounts of his having been seized by a sudden illness, which carried him off in a few weeks more. His brother Sir Alexander was killed in a duel, occasioned by a foolish political lampoon which he had written, and in a thoughtless manner suffered to find its way to a newspaper reminiscences. Mrs. Lockhart was of opinion that Leslie's portrait of her father was the best extant, and nothing equals it, except Chantry's bust. Ticknor's Life, Vol. Roman, 1 p. 107. Leslie himself thought Chantry's was the best of all the portraits. The gentle turn of the head, inclined a little forward and down, and the lurking humor in the eye, and about the mouth, are Scott's own autobiographical recollections of Leslie, edited by Taylor. Vol. Roman, 1 p. 118. Mr. Lockhart adds Life Vol. Roman 5 p. 46. This most amiable and venerable gentleman, my dear and kind friend, died at Edinburgh on the 17th February 1839, in the 89th year of his age. He retained his strong mental faculties in their perfect vigor to the last days of this long life, and with them all the warmth of social feelings which had endeared him to all who were so happy as to have any opportunity of knowing him. Dear Skene, if you are disposed for a walk in your gardens any time this morning, I would gladly accompany you for an hour, since keeping the house so long begins rather to hurt me, and you who supported the other day the weight of my body are perhaps best disposed to endure the gloom of my mind. Yours ever, W.S. Castle Street, 23 January. I will call when you please. All hours after 12 are the same to me. On his return from this walk, Mr. Skene wrote out his recollections of the conversation that had taken place of his power to rebuild his shattered fortunes. Scott said, "But woe's me, I much mistrust my vigor, for the best of my energies are already expended. You have seen, my dear Skene, the Roman coursers urged to their speed by a loaded spur, attached to their backs to whet the rusty metal of their agere. It is a leaden spur indeed, and it goads hard." I added, "But what do you think, Scott, of the bits of flaming paper that are pasted on the flanks of the poor jades? If we could but stick certain small documents on your back, and set fire to them, I think you might submit for a time to the pricking of the spur." He laughed, and said, "I these weary bills, if they were, but as the thing that is not come, cheer me up with an account of the Roman carnival," and accordingly with my endeavor to do so, he seemed as much interested as if nothing had happened to discompose the usual tenor of his mind, but still our conversation ever and anon dropped back into the same subject, in the course of which he said to me, "Do you know, I experience a sort of determined pleasure in confronting the very worst aspect of this sudden reversing, standing as it were in the breach that has overthrown my fortunes, and saying, here I stand at least an honest man, and God knows, if I have enemies, this I may at least with truth say, that I have never wittingly given cause of enmity in the whole course of my life, for even the burnings of political hate seem to find nothing in my nature to feed the flame. I am not conscious of having borne a grudge towards any man, and at this moment of my overthrow, so help me God, I wish well and feel kindly to everyone. And if I thought that any of my works contained a sentence hurtful to anyone's feelings, I would burn it. I think even my novels, for he did not disown any of them, are free from that blame. He had been led to make this protestation, from my having remarked to him the singularly general feeling of goodwill and sympathy towards him, which everyone was anxious to testify upon the present occasion, the sentiments of resignation and of cheerful acquiescence in the dispensation of the Almighty which he expressed, were those of a Christian thankful for the blessings left and willing, without ostentation, to do his best. It was really beautiful to see the workings of a strong and upright mind, under the first lash of adversity, calmly reposing upon the consolation afforded by his own integrity and manful purposes. Lately, he said, you saw me under the apprehension of the decay of my mental faculties, and I confess that I was under mortal fear when I found myself writing one word for another and misspelling every word. But that wore off and was perhaps occasioned by the effects of the medicine I had been taking. But have I not reason to be thankful that that misfortune did not assail me? I few have more reason to feel grateful to the disposer of all events than I have Mr. Sken's reminiscences. For you, my dear friend, we must part. That is as laird and factor, and it rejoices me to think that your patience and endurance, which set me so good an example, are like to bring round better days. You never flattered my prosperity, and in my adversity, it is not the least painful consideration that I cannot any longer be useful to you. But Quayside, I hope, will still be your residence, and I will have the advantage of your company and advice, and probably your service as amanuensis. Observe, I am not in indigence, though no longer in affluence, and if I am to exert myself in the common behalf, I must have honorable and easy means of life. Although it will be my inclination to observe the most strict privacy, the better to save expense, and also time. Lady Scott's spirits were affected at first, but she is getting better. For myself, I feel like the Eildon Hills, quite firm, though a little cloudy. I do not dislike the path which lies before me. I have seen all that society can show, and enjoyed all that wealth can give me, and I am satisfied. Much is vanity, if not vexation of spirit. What can I say more, except that I will write to you the instant I know what is to be done? Have you seen the famed Boz Blue, the gentle Dame Aprice, who at a glance shot through and through the Scots Review, and changed its swans to geese? Playfair forgot his mathematics, astronomy, and hydrostatics, and in her presence often swore he knew not two and two made four. Squib of 1811. Mr. Lockhart says I have the best reason to believe that the kind and manly character of Dandy Dinmont in Guy Mannering, the gentle and delicious one of his wife, and some at least of the most picturesque peculiarities of the menage at Charleshope, were filled up from Scott's observation years, after this period, 1792, of a family, with one of whose members he had through the best part of his life a close and affectionate connection. To those who were familiar with him, I have perhaps already sufficiently indicated the early home of his dear friend William Laidlaw. Life, Vol. Roman 1 p. 268. See also Vol. Roman 2 p. 59, Roman 5 pp. 21015, 251, Roman 7 p. 168, Roman 8 p. 68, etc. Macaulay, too, when engaged in his history, was in the habit of writing 3 hours before breakfast daily. In the Odyssey there are two such visions which turn out to be realities, that of Nausicaa, BK Roman 6, etc., and that of Penelope, BK Roman 19, etc. In the former case, we are told that the vision occurred just before dawn. Roman 149. Straightway came the dawn, etc. In the latter, there is no special mention of the hour. The vision, however, is said to be not a dream, but a true vision which shall be accomplished. 547. Such passages as these, which are frequent in Greek literature, might easily have given rise to the notion of a matutinal inspiration of which Scott speaks. May near misfortune's gowling bark howl through the dwelling, O the clerk. O born to arms, O worth in youth approved. O soft humanity in age beloved. See Pope Epitaphs 9. The Lord of the Isles was by far the least popular of the series, and Mr. Scott was very prompt at making such discoveries. In about a week after its publication, he took me into his library and asked me what the people were saying about The Lord of the Isles. I hesitated much in the same manner that Gil Blas might be supposed to do when a similar question was put by the Archbishop of Granada, But he very speedily brought the matter to a point. Come, speak out, my good fellow. What has put it in your head to be on ceremony with me? But the result is in one word disappointment. My silence admitted his inference to its fullest extent. His countenance certainly did look rather blank for a few seconds, for it is a singular fact that before the public, or rather the booksellers, gave their decision, he no more knew whether he had written well or ill than whether a die which he threw out of a box was to turn out a size or an ace. However, he almost instantly resumed his spirits and expressed his wonder rather that his popularity had lasted so long than that it should have given way at last. At length, with a perfectly cheerful manner, he said, well, well, James, but you know we must not droop, for you know we can't and won't give over. We must just try something else. And the question is what it's to be. Nor was it any wonder he spoke thus, for he could not fail to be unconsciously conscious, if I dare use such a term, of his own gigantic and as yet undeveloped powers, and was somewhat under 40 years old. I am by no means sure whether he then alluded to Waverley, as if he had mentioned it to me, for the first time, for my memory has greatly failed me touching this, or whether he alluded to it, as in fact appears to have been the case, as having been commenced and laid aside several years before. But I well recollect that he consulted me with his usual openness and candor respecting his probability of succeeding as a novelist, and I confess my expectations were not very sanguine. He saw this, and said, well, I don't see why I should not succeed as well as other people. Come, faint heart never won fair lady. Let us try. I remember when the work was put into my hands, I could not get myself to think much of the Waverley honor scenes, but to my shame be it spoken, when he had reached the exquisite scenes of Scottish manners at Tully Veolan, I thought them, and pronounced them vulgar, when the success of the book so utterly knocked me down as a man of taste. All that the good-natured author observed was, well, I really thought you might be wrong about the Scotch. Why, Burns had already attracted universal attention to all about Scotland, and I confess I could not see why I should not be able to keep the flame alive, merely because I wrote in prose in place of rhyme. Memorandum. My dear Skene, 1,000 thanks for your kind proposal, but I am a solitary monster by temper, and must necessarily couch in a den of my own. I should not, I assure you, have made any ceremony in accepting your offer, had it at all been like to suit me. But I must make an arrangement which is to last for years and perhaps for my lifetime. Therefore, the sooner I place myself on my footing, it will be so much the better. Always, dear Skene, your obliged and faithful W. Scott. The motto to the epistle was, when the pipes begin to play, tooty tatey to the drum, out claymore and down gun, and to the rogues again. In the next edition it was suppressed, as some friends thought it might be misunderstood. Mr. Croker, in his reply, had urged that if the author appealed to the edge of the claymore at Preston Pans, he might refer him to the point of the bayonet at Culloden. C. Croker's Correspondence, Vol. Roman, 1 pp. 317,320, and Scott's Life, Vol. Roman, 8 pp. 3015. The review then meditated was afterwards published in Foreign Quarterly Review, Vol. Roman, 4 p. 355, but not included in the Misc Prose Works Abbotsford Library Catalogue, p. 36. I am indebted to Dr. John Murray for this reference, which he kindly supplied from the materials for his great English dictionary on historical principles. Bachelor Bluff, Bachelor Bluff. Hay for a heart that's rugged and tough. I shall have a beefsteak and a bottle of wine of a Sunday, which I hope you will often take share of, being with warm regard, always yours, Walter Scott. Sharp's Correspondence, Vol. Roman, 2 pp. 35,960. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, however, declared that he did not dread the flashing of that Highland claymore, though evoked from its scabbard by the incantations of the mightiest magician of the age, speech of R.T. Hun, F.J. Robinson. Jamieson suggests that the word may have come from Porteus, as originally applied to a breviary or portable book of prayers, which might easily be transferred to a portable roll of indictments. The day of departure is come. Heavy lies it on the heart. Chevy J.G. Roman, 50,267. Scott had written and, yet to part with the companion of 20 years just 6, and had then deleted the 3 words years just 6 and written 9 above them. It looks as if he had meant at first to refer to the change in his fortunes just 6 months before, and had afterwards thought it better to refrain. This would account for a certain obscurity of meaning. Mr. Ramsay, who I find is a friend of yours, appears an excellent young man. My kind love to Mrs. Skene, and am always yours truly. Walter Scott. Abbotsford, 23 D. May. Fies when a knotty point comes I lay my head close to it with a pipe of tobacco in my mouth, and then hew it away I faith. Bays I do just so I gad always act Roman 2 SC4. In some subsequent editions, the words are I lay my head close to it with a snuff box in my hand, and I feeg it away I faith. I am indebted to Dr. Murray for this reference, which he kindly furnished me with from the materials collected for his great English dictionary. Reburn apparently executed two half-lengths of Scott, almost identical at this time, giving Lord Montagu his choice. The picture chosen remained at Ditton near Windsor, until 1845, when at Lord Montagu's death it became the property of his son-in-law, the Earl of Home, and it is now 1889 at the Hersal Coldstream. The engraving referred to was made from the replica which remained in the artist's possession by Mr. Walker, and published in 1826. Sir Henry Reburn died in July 1823, and I do not know what became of the original, which may be identified by an official chain round the neck not introduced in the Montagu picture. Woodstock had just been launched under the following title: Woodstock, or the Cavalier, a Tale of the Year 1651, by the author of Waverley Tales of the Crusaders, etc. He was a very perfect, gentle knight. Chaucer, Edinburgh, printed for Archibald Constable and Co. Edinburgh, and Longman, Rees, Orme, Brown and Green, London, 1826. At the end, Edinburgh, printed by James Ballantyne and Co. 3 vols. Post 8 vo. They cut his throat from ear to ear. His brains they battered in. His name was Mr. William Ware. He dwelt in Leon Inn. J.G. Roman 50,304, Dr. John Jamieson, formerly minister to a secession congregation in Forfar, removed to a like charge in Edinburgh in 1795, where he officiated for 4 to 3 years. He died in his house in 4 George Square in 1838, aged 79. See Wordsworth's indignant lines beginning, "Degenerate Douglas, oh the unworthy lord." Also George Selwyn and his contemporaries, 4 vols. 8 Voland, 18,434. Thus Kitty beautiful and young, and wild as colt untamed. Prior's female Phaeton. Catherine Hyde, daughter of Henry Earl of Clarendon, and wife of Charles Duke of Queensberry. She was the friend of Gay, and her beauty, wit, and oddities have been celebrated in prose and rhyme by the wits and poets of 2 generations. 56 years after Prior had sung her mad graces praises, Walpole added those 2 lines to the female Phaeton. To many a Kitty love his car will for a day engage, but Prior's Kitty ever fair obtained it for an age. She died at a great age in 1777, for her letter to George Roman II, when forbid the court. See Agar Ellis Historical Inquiries, Lond 1827 p. 40. Here lies that peerless paper peer Lord Peter, who broke the laws of God and man and meter. Lord Robertson died in 1855. He had published, before making Scott's acquaintance, A Vindication of Homer in 1790, a treatise on the topography of Troy 1800, and translations and imitations of the minor Greek poets in 1802. Mr. Morit survived his friend till February 12, 1843, when he died at Rokeby Park, Yorkshire, in his 7 Tyscond year. See Life throughout. See Ante p. 167, and the introduction to the original edition, written in March 1826, in which the author says some accidental collision there must be when works of a similar character are finished on the same general system of historical manners, and the same historical personages are introduced. Of course, if such have occurred, I shall be probably the sufferer, but my intentions have been at least innocent, since I look on it as one of the advantages attending the conclusion of Woodstock, that the finishing of my own task will permit me to have the pleasure of reading Brambletie House, from which I have hitherto conscientiously abstained, novels, Vol. Roman 39 pp. LXXV Roman 6361, Ben Jonson, Every Man in His Humor. Of this interview, Cooper is said to have recorded in after years that Scott was so obliging as to make him a number of flattering speeches, which however he did not repay in kind, giving as a reason for his silence the words of Dr. Johnson regarding his meeting with George Roman III. It was not for me to bandy compliments with my sovereign. These 2 lions met on 4 occasions, viz. on the 3d 4th and 6th November, Scott leaving Paris next day. It cannot be too widely known that if Scott never derived any profits from the enormous sale of his works in America, it was not the fault of his brother author, who urged him repeatedly to try the plan here proposed. Whether the attempt was made is unknown. but it is amusing to see one cause of Scott's hesitation was the fear that the American public would not get his works at the low prices to which they had been accustomed. Oddly enough, Scott appears to have been the indirect means of placing Hooke in the editorial chair. When he was in London in April 1820, a nobleman called upon him and asked if he could find him in Edinburgh some clever fellow to undertake the editorship of a paper about to be established. Sir Walter suggested that his lordship need not go so far afield, described Hooke's situation and the impression he had received of him from his table talk and his magazine, The Arcadian. This was all that occurred. But when towards the end of the year John Bull electrified London, Sir Walter confessed that he could not help fancying that his mentioning this man's name had had its consequences. Hooke, in spite of his 2,000 per annum for several years from John Bull and large prices, received for his novels, died in poverty in 1841. A prematurely aged man, his sad story may be read in a most powerful sketch in the Quarterly Review, attributed to Mr. Lockhart. But of all friends in field or town, ever Gramercy, etc. Dame Juliana Berners, brother of Homer and of him, on Avon's shore mid-twilight dim, who dreamed immortal dreams and took from nature's hand her picture book. Time hath not seen, time may not see, till ends his reign a third like thee. The immediate cause of Mr. Sharp's letter was a hint to him from the court that one person is all-powerful in everything regarding Scotland, I mean Sir W.S. This was not the only appeal made to Scott to interpose, and that he had done so at least in one case, effectually, may be seen by referring to Sharp's letters, Vol. Roman 2, pp. 380, 388, 389. William Gifford's a name, I think, pretty well known. Oh, now I remember, said Phoebusa True. My thanks to that name are undoubtedly due. The rod that got rid of the Kruskas and Lauras. That plague of the butterflies saved me the horrors. The juvenile, too, stops a gap in my shelf. At least in what Dryden has not done himself. And there's something which even distaste must respect. In the self-taught example that conquered neglect feast of the poets. O weary night! O long and tedious night! Mrs. Johnstone died in Edinburgh in 1857. The publication of Audubon's great work The Birds of America commenced in 1827 and was completed in 1839, forming 4 vols in the largest folio size and containing 435 plates. It shows the indomitable courage of the author that even when the work was completed he had only 161 subscribers, 82 of whom were in America. The price of the book was 2 guineas for each part, with 5 colored plates, during the last dozen years. Its price at auctions runs about 250 to 300. Audubon died in New York in 1851. See Life by Buchanan, 8 Vaux, London, 1866. Deaths: Jean the Lodge and Unco Deville. Tam Sampson's dead. Burns, J.G. Roman 50,472. For letter and reply see Life Vol. Roman 9, pp. 92-98. Edinburgh, 15th February, 1827. My dear Lord Duke, the 2 manuscripts safely packed leave this by post today, as I am informed your Grace's franks carry any weight. I have been reading with equal instruction and pleasure the memoir on the Russian campaign, which demonstrates as plainly as possible that the French writers have taken advantage of the snow to cover under it all their generals' blunders and impute to it all their losses. This, I observe, is Bonaparte's general practice, and that of his admirers, whenever they can charge anything upon the elements or upon accident. He and they combine in denying all bravery and all wisdom to their enemies. The conduct of Kutusow on more than one occasion in the retreat seems to have been singularly cautious, or rather timorous, for it is impossible to give credit to the immense superiority claimed by Segur Beauchamp, etc. for the French troops over the Russians. Surely, they were the same Russians who had fought so bravely against superior force, and how should the 20th part of the French army have been able to clear their way without cavalry or artillery in a great measure? And it seems natural to suppose that we must impute to tardy and inactive conduct on the part of their general what we cannot account for on the idea of the extremely superior valor or discipline claimed for the French soldiers by their country. The snow seems to have become serious on the 6th November, when Napoleon was within 2 marches of Smolensk, which he soon after reached, and by that time, it appears to me that his army was already mouldered away from 100,000 men who left Moscow to about 35,000 only. so that his great loss was incurred before the snow began. I am afraid your grace has done me an unparalleled injury, in one respect that the clearness, justice, and precision of your grace's reasoning puts me out of all patience with my own attempts. I dare hardly hope, in this increase of business, for a note or two on Waterloo. But if your grace had any however hasty which could be copied by a secretary, the debt would be never to be forgotten. I am going to mention a circumstance which I do with great apprehension, lest I should be thought to intrude upon your grace's goodness. It respects a youth the son of one of my most intimate friends, a gentleman of good family and fortune, who is extremely desirous of being admitted a cadet of artillery. His father is the best draftsman in Scotland, and the lad himself shows a great deal of talent both in science and the ordinary branches of learning. I enclose a note of the youth's age, studies, and progress, in case your grace might think it possible to place on your list for the engineer service the name of a poor Scots hidalgo. Your grace knows Scotland is a breeding, not a feeding country, and we must send our sons abroad as we send our black cattle to England. And as old Lady Campbell of Ardkinglas proposed to dispose of her 9 sons, we have a strong tendency to put our young folks to the sword. I have too long detained you, my Lord Duke, from the many high occupations which have been redoubled upon your grace's head, and beg your grace to believe me, with an unusually deep sense of respect and obligation, my dear Lord Duke, your grace's much honored and grateful humble servant Walter Scott Wellington's dispatches, etc. Continuation, Vol. Roman 3 pp 59, 01 London, 8 Vo. 1868. Canning calls Brougham his learned friend. My honors come and share M. Reformers their assistance give. To countenance old Sarum. Annus Mirabilis. It may however stand for Lord Bathurst, who became President of the Council, shortly afterwards, in Wellington's administration. A for example Redgauntlet ch Roman 12 Patine Peril at Dumfries. B. Lord Smartwell. Tom, can you tell me what's Latin for a candle? Never out, oh my lord, I know that answer brandy is Latin for a goose and tace, is Latin for a candle. Scott Swift, Vol. Roman 9 p. 457. See tace Madam added Murphy, is Latin for a candle. Amelia B.K. 1 Cap Roman 11,498 Sheridan's Play Act Roman 2 SC 1. North. While we were defending the principles of the British Constitution, bearding its enemies, and administering to them, the knout, the Quarterly Review, was meek and mum as a mouse. Tickler afraid to lose the countenance and occasional assistance of Mr. Canning. North. There indeed, James, was a beautiful exhibition of party politics, a dignified exhibition of personal independence. Knox Ambrosini. It is understood that Canning, who had received the king's commands in April 10, felt keenly the loneliness of his position, estranged from his old comrades, and deterred by the remembrance of many bitter satires against them, from having close intimacy with his new coadjutors. Why, how now, am I Giles or am I not? The Duke of Wellington out bad news at home, and worse abroad. Lord Anglesea in his situation does not much mend the matter. Duke of Clarence in the Navyworld work. Lord Melville, I suppose, falls of course perhaps cum tota sequela, about which sequela, unless Sir W. Ray, and the solicitor, I care little. The whole is glamour too. One who reads no papers, and has none to read, I must get one, though if this work is to go on, for it is quite bursting in ignorance. Canning is haughty and prejudiced, but, I think, honorable as well as able. Newsfarens, I fear Croker will shake, and heartily sorry, I should feel for that Scot. To Lockhart Life, Vol. Roman 9 p. 99. Count Itterberg or Prince Gustavus Vasa, to give him the title of an old family dignity, which he assumed in 1829, entered the Austrian army, in which he attained the rank of lieutenant field marshal. His services, it is needless to say, were never required by the Swedes, though he never relinquished his pretensions, and claimed the throne at his father's death in 1837. He died at Pillnitz on the 4th August 1877, leaving one daughter, the present Queen of Saxony. Notices of his visits to 39 Castle Street and Abbotsford are given in the 6th vol of Life. Fair maiden Lilliard lies under the stain. Little was her stature, but great was her fame. Upon the English lowns she laid many thumps, and when her legs were cut off she fought upon her stumps. See Newstat account. Scott Roxburgh p. 244. The shade of youthful hope is there, that lingered long and latest died. Ambitions all dissolved to air, with phantom honors by his side. What empty shadows glimmer nigh? They once were friendship, truth, and love. Oh, die to thought, to memory die. Since lifeless to my heart ye prove. Poems by the Hun W. R. Spencer, London, 1811 p. 60. 8. The best writer of vers de societe in our time, and one of the most charming of companions, was exactly Sir Walter's contemporary, and like him first attracted notice by a version of Burger's Lenore like him. 2. This remarkable man fell into pecuniary distress in the disastrous year 1825, and he was now 1826 an involuntary resident in Paris, where he died in October 1834, Anno Tat 65 JG Roman 50,518. The following note to Mr. and Mrs. Skene belongs to this day. My dear friends, I am just returned from court dreeping like the water kelpie, when he had finished the Laird of Morphy's bridge, and am like that illused drudge disposed to sing. Sair back and sair Bainsdy. In fact, I have the rheumatism in head and shoulders, and am obliged to deprive myself of the pleasure of waiting upon you today, to dinner, to my great mortification. Always yours, Walter Scott. Walker Street, Friday 18th May 1827. Sken's Reminiscences. D. Sair back and sair Baines. Carrying the Lord of Morphy's stands. Border Minstrelsy, Vol. Roman 3, pp. 360-365. During the progress of composing The Heart of Midlothian, The Bride of Lammermoor, and Legend of Montrosia, period of many months, Mr. Scott's health had become extremely indifferent, and was often supposed to place him in great danger. But it would hardly be credited, were it not for the notoriety of the fact that, although one of the symptoms of his illness was pain of the most acute description, yet he never allowed it to interrupt his labors. The only difference it produced that I am aware of was its causing him to employ the hand of an amanuensis in place of his own. Indeed, during the greater part of the day at this period, he was confined to his bed. The person employed for this purpose was the respectable and intelligent Mr. W. M. Laidlaw, who acted for him in this capacity in the country, and I think also attended him to town. I have often been present with Mr. Laidlaw during the short intervals of his labor, and it was deeply affecting to hear the account he gave of his patron's severe sufferings and the indomitable spirit which enabled him to overmaster them. He told me that very often the dictation of Caleb Balderston's and the old Cooper's best jokes was mingled with groans extorted from him by pains, but that when he, Mr. Roman 50, endeavored to prevail upon him to take a little respite, the only answer he could obtain from Mr. Scott was a request that he would see that the doors were carefully shut so that the expressions of his agony might not reach his family. As to stopping work, Laidlaw, he said, you know, that is wholly out of the question. What followed upon these exertions, made in circumstances so very singular, appears to me to exhibit one of the most singular chapters in the history of the human intellect. The book having been published before Mr. Scott was able to rise from his bed, he assured me that when it was put into his hands, he did not recollect one single incident, character, or conversation it contained. He by no means desired me to understand, nor did I understand, that his illness had erased from his memory all or any of the original family facts with which he had been acquainted from the period, probably of his boyhood. These, of course, remained rooted where they had ever been, or to speak more explicitly, where explicitness is so entirely important. He remembered the existence of the father and mother, the son and daughter, the rival, lovers, the compulsory marriage, and the attack made by his bride upon the unhappy bridegroom, with the general catastrophe of the whole. All these things he recollected, just as he did before he took to his bed. But the marvel is that he recollected literally nothing else, not a single character woven by the Romans, or not one of the many scenes and points of exquisite humor, nor anything with which he was connected as writer of the work. For a long time, I felt myself very uneasy, he said, in the course of my reading, always kept on the qui vive lest I should be startled by something altogether glaring and fantastic. However, I recollected that the printing had been performed by James Ballantyne, who I was sure would not have permitted anything of this sort to pass. Well, I said, upon the whole, how did you like it? Oh, he said, I felt it monstrous, gross, and grotesque, to be sure, but still the worst of it made me laugh, and I trusted therefore the good-natured public would not be less indulgent. I do not think that I ever ventured to lead to this singular subject again, but you may depend upon it that what I have said is as distinctly reported as if it had been taken down at the moment in shorthand. I should not otherwise have imparted the phenomenon at all. Mr. Ballantyne's MSS. The expression of the old metrical translation, though homely, is plain, forcible, and intelligible, and very often possesses a rude sort of majesty, which perhaps would be ill-exchanged for mere elegance. They are the very words and accents of our early reformer, sung by them, in woe and gratitude, in the fields and the churches, and on the scaffold the parting with this very association of ideas is a serious loss to the cause of devotion and scarce to be incurred without the certainty of corresponding advantages. But if these recollections are valuable to persons of education, they are almost indispensable to the edification of the lower ranks, whose prejudices do not permit them to consider as the words of the inspired poetry, the versions of living or modern poets, but persist, however, absurdly in identifying the original with the ancient translation. 158. My dear Sir Walter Scott, your most welcome letter has wandered many a weary mile after me. Thanks, many thanks for all your kind congratulations. I am a duchess at last, that is certain. But whether I am the better for it remains to be proved. The Duke is very amiable, gentle, and well disposed, and I am sure he has taken pains enough to accomplish what he says has been the first wish of his heart for the last 3 years. All this is very flattering to an old lady, and we lived so long in friendship with each other that I was afraid I should be unhappy if I did not say, I will yet whisper it, dear Sir Walter, the name of Coutsend, a right good one at Isis, and ever will be dear to my heart. What a strange, eventful life has mine been from a poor little player child with just food and clothes to cover me, dependent on a very precarious profession, without talent or a friend in the world, to have seen what I have seen, seeing what I see. Is it not wonderful? Is it true? Can I believe it? First, the wife of the best, the most perfect being that ever breathed, his love and unbounded confidence in me, his immense fortune so honorably acquired by his own industry, all at my command. And now the wife of a duke. You must write my life. The history of Tom Thumb, Jack the Giant Killer, and Goody Two Shoes will sink compared with my true history written by the author of Waverley. And that you may do it well, I have sent you an inkstand. Pray, give it a place on your table, in kind remembrance of your affectionate friend, Harriet St. Albans. Stratton Street, July 16, 1827. My dear Mr. Laidlaw, I would be happy if you would come at Kyle time today. Napoleon, 6,000 copies, is sold for 11,000. Yours truly. Sunday, W.S. Abbotsford Notanda by R. Carruthers, Eden, 1871. The Journal of Sir Walter Scott. From the original manuscript. At Abbotsford. The Dial Stone in the Garden, from drawing, made at Abbotsford, by George Reed, RSA. Volume 2. Burt Franklin. New York. Published by Burt Franklin. 235 East 44th, St. New York, NY 10017. Originally published 1890. Reprinted 1970. Printed in the USA. SBN 30-2110. Library of Congress Card Catalog, No. 73,123,604. Burt Franklin Research and Sourcework Series, 535. Essays in Literature and Criticism, 82. Frontispiece. I must home to work while it is called day, for the night cometh, when no man can work. I put that text many a year ago on my dial stone, but it often preached in vain. Scott's Life, Roman 10. As I walked by myself, I talked to myself, and thus myself said to me, the evening sky of life does not reflect those brilliant flashes of light that shot across its morning and noon, yet I think God it is neither gloomy nor disconsolately lowering a sober twilight. That is all. Illustrations. Vol. Roman 2 portrait painted by Sir Francis Grant, PRA, for the Baroness Ruthven, and now in the National Portrait Gallery of Scotland. Copied by permission of the Hun, the Board of Manufacture's frontispiece. Vignette on title page. The Dial Stone in the Garden, from drawing, made at Abbotsford, by George Reed, RSA. The night cometh. I must home to work while it is called day, for the night cometh, when no man can work. I put that text many years ago on my dial stone, but it often preached in vain. Scott's Life, Roman 10. Sir Walter Scott's Journal. July 1, Abbotsford, a most delicious day, in the course of which I have not done the least right thing. Before breakfast I employed myself in airing my old bibliomaniacal hobby, entering all the books lately acquired into a temporary catalogue, so as to have them shelved and marked. After breakfast I went out, the day being delightful warm, yet cooled with a gentle breeze, all around delicious, the rich luxuriant green, refreshing to the eye, soft to the tread and perfume to the smell. Wandered about, and looked at my plantations. Came home, and received a visit from Sir Adam. Loitered in the library till dinner time. If there is anything to be done at all today, it must be in the evening. but I fear there will be nothing one can't work always nouther. Nec semper arcum tendit Apollo. There's warrant for it. July 2 wrote in the morning, correcting the essay on the Highlands, which is now nearly completed settled accounts with Tom and Bogey, went over to Huntley Burn at 2 o'clock, and reconnoitered the proposed plantation, to be called Jane's Wood dined with the Fergusons. July 3 worked in the morning upon the introduction to the Chronicles. It may be thought egotistical, learned a bad accident had happened yesterday, a tinker drunk, I suppose, entered the stream opposite to Faldenside with an ass bearing his children. The ass was carried down by the force of the stream, and one of the little creatures was drowned. The other was brought out alive, poor innocent clinging to the ass. It had floated as far down as Deadwitterhugh, poor thing. It is as well dead as to live a tinker the Fergusons dine with us, en masse also Dr. Brewster.